Chapter 1. A corner of the Grand Line. In the initial segment of the Grand Line, there lay an inconspicuous coastal town on the fringe of an island dong. Following a refreshing and melodious chime, a pirate emerged from the village in a state of sheer panic, colliding with the formidable pirate crew awaiting his report at the village entrance. What's the commotion? The pirate captain, wielding a massive sword, seized the frightened pirate by the collar. Yanking him closer. Were the others? Monsters. There are monsters. The pirate's face remained etched with terror as he shouted in disarray. Slap. The captain's palm struck the pirate's face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. Finally regaining some composure, the pirate cradled his cheek and, with an expression of grievance, stammered, "Boss, there are indeed monsters in the village. Lauren and the others have been eliminated. Look at you." Trembling like a leaf, with a face full of disdain, the captain tossed the terrified pirate aside. This is the Grand Line, not that decrepit West Blue we were in before. Encountering monsters would be the anomaly. Yet, despite his bravado, the captain's heart was far from resolute. He was not a particularly formidable pirate. His bounty had barely exceeded 10 million while in the West Blue. Enticed by flattery and impulsiveness, he had ventured into the Grand Line. His journey had been relatively smooth, notwithstanding a few chaotic storms and several encounters with colossal sea creatures that nearly led to his demise. Nonetheless, he had managed to escape the clutches of death in the Grand Line. However, compared to the vast majority who perished, this captain was already on the brink of terror, contemplating a retreat back to the West Blue for safety. Fearing the wrath of insurmountable foes, he dared not raid merchant vessels nor venture into the larger cities. Instead, he sought fortune in such small towns. Even when contemplating the plunder of this modest town, the captain adopted a cautious demeanor, dispatching for subordinates to scout the area beforehand. His prudence proved warranted. As evidenced by the state of the pirate who had fled back, it was clear this town was no ordinary place. Yet, years of living on the edge had taught him that retreating now would only hasten his demise. He needed to bolster his crew's morale before making any plans. Moreover, even if he had never encountered the extraordinary, he had heard tales of creatures with remarkable abilities. These beings, however, were not invincible. Many possessed fatal weaknesses, such as the devil fruit users who could not swim. Thus, it would be prudent to ascertain the nature of this monster. First, perhaps it could be turned against them. "Hey, you're running too fast. You forgot something." A bright, youthful voice echoed from within the town. The pirate, discarded on the ground by his captain, trembled and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the corner of the street was a clean-cut youth, seemingly in his 20s, with two large, blood-soaked chunks of flesh in each hand. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these gruesome pieces belonged to 3 individuals, 2 in his right hand and 1 in his left. To abandon one's comrades and flee is a most disgraceful act, the youth declared, casually tossing the remains of the 3 individuals towards the pirates. Faced with the approaching corpses of their fallen comrades, the pirates instinctively recoiled and began to scatter, some even contemplating a hasty retreat. "What are you afraid of? He is but one man," bellowed the pirate captain, momentarily suppressing the growing apprehension among his crew. Yet, the youth regarded the assembly of pirates with a scornful expression. "Indeed, I am but a solitary figure, but allow me to take a moment to count," he said, extending his hand to tally the number of pirates present. 13. 14. I declare that you 14 are now surrounded. Who is in favor? Who is opposed?" The audacity of the youth left the pirate captain both enraged and fearful, angered that this impudent boy dared to disregard him, and fearful that the boy might possess a confidence justified by his actions. At this juncture, there was no turning back. The pirate captain raised his sword high and shouted, "All of you, advance. I refuse to believe that we, in such numbers, cannot eliminate him." "Wait." The youth raised his hand, halting the advancing pirates, then pointed skyward with his index finger. "Rather than attack me, you ought to be concerned for your own safety. Behold, the star of your impending doom shines above." Despite not fully grasping the meaning of the ominous star, the pirates instinctively looked up, only to discover a peculiar pattern hovering above them. It was a vibrant red ring encircled by an ethereal white vortex, with a ghostly white at its center. "This is it. This is it," exclaimed the pirate who had returned from the youth's clutches, trembling as he pointed at the crimson ring above. "To be touched by it is the end." Lauren merely received a finger pointed at him and perished. Ross collapsed from a tap on the shoulder, and Kaler too. Upon hearing his words, the other pirates instinctively turned their gazes to the 3 corpses that had been hurled their way. A closer inspection revealed the gruesome fates. One head was shattered, another shoulder was mangled, and the third bore a gaping wound in the chest and abdomen. The bloody reality lent a terrifying credibility to the fleeing pirates' claims. "Do not be deceived. This is merely," the captain attempted to reassure his crew, striving to maintain their composure, but was interrupted as he witnessed the youth charging directly at him. Glimpsing the ominous ring above, he glanced back at the gruesome remains of his comrades and instantly made the decision to flee. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the pirate ship anchored at the shore. On one side was the approach of the boy known as the monster, and on the other, the leader's retreat. The remaining pirates had no choice but to follow suit towards the pirate vessel. However, the pirates' escape was delayed, as the boy was already closing in on them, with his speed surpassing theirs significantly. It wasn't long before he caught up to one of the pirates. As he reached the pirate's side, he flashed a mischievous grin and lightly pressed his index finger against the pirate's temple. Clang! A melodious, crisp sound resonated, followed by a thunderous explosion as the pirate's head splintered apart. Several pirates, drawn by the sound, turned their heads in curiosity, only to witness the gruesome spectacle of their comrade's demise. This sight spurred them into a more frantic and desperate flight. At that moment, a squad of robust young men, armed with sailors' knives and pistols, surged forth from the town under the command of a one-eyed yet sturdy elder, joining the pursuit of the pirates. Clang, clang, clang! The battlefield echoed with the sweet, crisp sounds of combat, each ringing note marking the fall of yet another pirate. Soon, the one-eyed elder and his cohort caught up with the fleeing pirates, and under the onslaught of their blades and gunfire, the pirates' ranks dwindled even further. Ultimately, only the leader managed to evade capture and return to the pirate ship. The pirates left behind were no fools. Upon seeing their leader retreat, they hastily prepared to set sail. By the time the boy and the one-eyed elder reached the shore, the pirate ship had already drifted a considerable distance. The youth with a spiky hairstyle made a move as if to leap into the sea in pursuit. "Do not pursue a desperate foe, let them go." Both the boy and the one-eyed elder simultaneously called out to halt him, leaving the spiky-haired youth to reluctantly retract his leg. Having just stopped the youth, the one-eyed elder suddenly turned his ire towards the boy, regarding him with a frown. "Xin Gang, do you realize how reckless your actions were? Had the pirate leader been more composed, you would have faced 14 adversaries, many armed with firearms. Even you could not have escaped unscathed." "I apologize. I acted impulsively," replied the boy named Xin Gang, grinning as he scratched his head. "However, if we consider the outcome, did my actions not minimize our losses? Furthermore, those who fled are likely to embellish their tale of woe, which would deter other pirates from coming our way, would it not? You young rascal are full of excuses." The one-eyed elder shook his head in resignation. Abandoning the thought of further reprimanding Xin Gang, he pulled a small blue flag from his pocket and waved it in specific intervals toward the towering watchtower perched atop the distant cliffs by the sea. Before long, the deep tolling of a bell resonated 3 times from the watchtower. The once serene town erupted into a lively commotion, reminiscent of a school bell signaling the end of class. The doors of the residential buildings swung open, and mischievous, delightful children tumbled out, frolicking with abandon. The shops along the bustling street were instantaneously adorned with an array of colorful goods and the sounds of vendors calling out there, whereas the once empty streets were suddenly teeming with a multitude of passers-by. Marked the market day in Hima Town, and all was as it should be. Chapter 2. I possess the heart of steel. Do you fear the heart of steel? Xin Gang is a traveler of sorts, more precisely, a soul transmigrated traveler. Thanks to the original owner of his body, he need not acquire a new language. However, he simultaneously bears the burden of his predecessor's legacy as his point of arrival in this new world is an endless expanse of ocean. Initially, he believed that beginning his journey amidst a shipwreck was already dire enough, but after sifting through the remnants of his predecessor's memories, he discovered an even grimmer reality. This world is that of the Pirate King, and to make matters worse, it is the treacherous Grand Line. Undoubtedly, the realm of pirates is suffused with wonder and dreams, yet it is equally fraught with peril, stemming from both the ferocious pirates and the vast ocean itself. Thus, it is without question that Xin Gang's commencement is extraordinarily unique and profoundly unfortunate. He might just as easily be devoured by a sudden sea beast, or engulfed by a towering wave amidst the frigid and tumultuous waters. The only entity accompanying him that retains a semblance of warmth is the heart of steel. He was never an avid player of League of Legends. Rather, he had dabbled in it a few years prior with friends, subsequently only watching matches and gameplay videos. Recently, upon hearing of the Heart of Steel, he promptly reinstalled the game. He refrained from matchmaking or rank play to avoid burdening others during moments of melancholy. He would simply launch a custom game, striking the Heart of Steel against AI opponents, and his spirits would lift as he observed the increasing stacks and health limits of the Heart of Steel. Though his memories were somewhat hazy, he surmised that his transmigration was likely a glitch incident of being electrocuted while striking the Heart of Steel in the rift. While it was somewhat regrettable that he did not bring along the skills of a certain champion, one should not underestimate the Heart of Steel as a mere tool. For it bestows a direct increase of 800 health points through reverse calculation of the damage dealt by the Heart of Steel's skill Colossal Devour. He deduced that the original owner's health cap was merely over 200 points, which meant that Xin Gang's vitality had nearly quadrupled additionally. The 200 base health regeneration transformed his recovery capabilities to thrice that of an ordinary individual. In summary, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xin Gang was unlikely to meet his demise anytime soon, yet this is the Grand Line, a place abundant with the unexpected. Not long after Xin Gang grasped the reality of the situation, a perfectly shaped, albeit somewhat exaggeratedly sized, shark fin broke the surface of the water not far from him. Gliding directly in his direction after an initial moment of panic, he activated his steel heart. A red circle gradually formed on the shark's fin by the time the shark approached, opening its massive jaws to bite. The mark of the steel heart was complete. He unleashed a punch, or rather, executed a horizontal strike clang. With a familiar crisp sound, the shark capable of swallowing him whole was struck with pain and turned to flee. This outcome was rather anticipated. The innate damage of the steel heart, based on a foundation of 125, combined with Xin Gang's life force of slightly over 1,000, amounted to a total damage of 185. Considering an average person possesses around 200 life points, this punch could leave an unprotected individual gasping for breath. Indeed, the shark was large, but it could not possibly withstand such a devastating blow without sustaining any injury. In the harsh realm of nature, injury is tantamount to death. Hence, if the shark did not wish to risk its life for a mere snack, it would surely retreat. Subsequently, Xin Gang encountered numerous ferocious marine predators, yet fortunately, none were indomitable creatures that felt no pain from his strikes. After drifting at sea for 4 days, Xin Gang finally spotted land, although his extraordinary vitality prevented him from perishing along the way. By the time he exerted all his strength to climb ashore, he was swollen and soon lost consciousness. He washed up at the town of Haimu. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the town's hospital. Watching over him was Sam, the captain of the village's guard, a one-eyed elder. According to Sam, Xin Gang had been discovered by patrolling guards and brought to the hospital concerned for his well-being. Sam personally came to check on him. Later, Sam inquired about Xin Gang's background. He pieced together the remnants of the original owner's memories and concocted a semi-true tale of a shipwrecked orphan who had managed to escape with 6 legs on board and 2. Upon reaching land, Sam did not contest this narrative, but upon observing Xin Gang's demeanor, he deemed him unlikely to be a pirate and chose not to press further. Once his body had sufficiently recovered, Xin Gang began searching for odd jobs in the town to cover his medical expenses and living costs. After a week or two, Sam approached him again, inviting him to join the guard. Thus, Xin Gang officially settled in Haimu, and 2 months have passed since then. As a town on the Grand Line, Haimu boasts a fierce yet remarkably genuine spirit. With his formidable combat skills and sincere nature, Xin Gang seamlessly integrated into the community. Gang catch. The owner of a fruit shop tossed a glossy, plump, bright red apple to Xin Gang, who was on patrol. Catching the apple, Xin Gang waved at the shop owner, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Joel." "Uncle, you're biased. Why didn't I get one?" The spiky-haired youth, patrolling alongside Xin Gang, remarked with a hint of envy. The fruit shop owner, Joel, cast a disdainful smile at the hedgehog-headed youth. "Once you manage to slay a sea tiger with a single punch, I might consider giving you an unsellable sour apple." Hey, the disparity here is rather significant, don't you think? By the same standard, look at Xin Gang. The hedgehog-headed youth pointed at the apple in Xin Gang's hand, then picked up a small fallen green fruit from the ground in front of the fruit shop and presented it to Joel. "This is what I am." With a dismissive whistle, Joel turned away, indicating his desire to no longer engage with the hedgehog-headed youth. The youth could only pout in disappointment, returning the picked green fruit to the shop's shelf, wearing an expression akin to that of someone who had borrowed $1 million and failed to repay it. As he continued his patrol, "Do not be angry. Here, have an apple." Xin Gang handed the apple, gifted by Joel, to him. After receiving the fruit, the hedgehog-headed individual envisioned the apple's vibrant, smooth surface as the wrinkled visage of the aged Joel, and savagely took a large bite. "Pray tell, why does everyone hold you in such high regard?" The hedgehog-headed one, chewing on the apple, cast a bewildered glance at Xin Gang, pondering whether it was merely due to the fact that he was, perhaps, slightly more handsome than himself. Xin Gang smiled and spread his hands, saying, "Who knows? Perhaps it is because I possess the steel of the heart." "Are you afraid of the steel of the heart?" As soon as he finished speaking, the emblem of the steel of the heart gradually appeared atop the head of the spiky-haired individual. Although he took note of it, he did not panic. Instead, a moment of clarity dawned upon him, and a broad smile illuminated his face. Indeed, it must be because you're a rare user of a devil fruit ability. If I were to consume a devil fruit as well, surely everyone would come to appreciate me even more. So do your best. Xin Gang patted the shoulder of the hedgehog head and squinted his eyes, breaking into a smile. Chapter 3. The Return of Life upon the conclusion of their scheduled patrol. Xin Gang and the hedgehog head returned to the garrison of the guard team situated on the seaside of the town. However, despite being referred to as a garrison, in truth, only the captain of the guard team, Sam, and the homeless Xin Gang actually resided there. The other members of the guard team merely occupied the premises during training and duty hours. After completing the handover with the others, the hedgehog head tossed aside the guard uniform and the patrol firearm, then dashed back to the town as if propelled by the wind, eager to explore the marketplace. Xin Gang shook his head as he arranged his team uniform and weapon, subsequently setting aside his own firearm to change into proper attire. However, he refrained from joining the throngs in the town to indulge in the spectacle. Having been shaped by the immersive entertainment of the information age, he found little allure in the typical wares of a marketplace. Instead, he deemed personal enhancement to be of paramount importance. At present, the additional damage inflicted by his Steel of Heart's charged attack reached 370, rendering a single punch lethal to an ordinary individual. Even Sam, the mightiest of the Haimu village guard, would likely emerge grievously injured. The ferocious beasts surrounding Haimu Town, both terrestrial and marine, had long since succumbed to his prowess. With the absence of pirates, he could no longer accumulate the benefits of the Steel of Heart, yet he could still elevate his strength through traditional training methods. Initially, his resilience stemmed from the vitality and restorative bonuses granted by the Steel of Heart, rendering him quite durable. Nevertheless, without employing the colossal skill known as Devour, he was merely a thick-skinned punching bag. Moreover, he could not rely solely on the Steel of Heart, while its damage erupted upon mere contact. The prerequisite remained that he must first reach his adversary. This was especially true against nature elemental users who became immune to physical attacks after elementalization. Should he encounter an opponent swift enough to evade even the brush of his garment, Xin Gang would find himself on the receiving end of blows. Thus, it was imperative to both enhance the Steel of Heart and engage in regular training, epitomizing a holistic approach to his development. Activities such as running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, although yielding less immediate results than the Steel of Heart, gradually improved his physical capabilities over time. After 2 months of dedicated training, while he still lagged behind seasoned members of the guard who had years of experience, he had made considerable strides. With the addition of a well-timed Steel of Heart strike, he had become undeniably the strongest member of the guard, for even the captain, Sam, could not guarantee that he would evade Xin Gang's touch in combat. Yet, he understood that this was still insufficient. Xin Gang is a man devoid of grand aspirations, lacking the fervor to seek out the elusive One Piece or conquer the world. Even after being transported to this realm, his singular desire is to lead a tranquil and serene life in Haimu Village. However, aspiring to be an ordinary office worker along the Grand Line is no simple feat. Despite Haimu Village being situated in a remote corner of the first half of the Grand Line, it is not immune to the visits of pirates. To safeguard his mundane happiness, strength is an indispensable asset. Although the pirates Xin Gang has encountered thus far are not particularly formidable, capable of withstanding a blow from the colossal Pangran, but ultimately succumbing to a subsequent charged attack after a mere 30 seconds, he is acutely aware that the pirates of this world are surely of a higher caliber. In pursuit of the stable life he yearns for, he must strive to become stronger. You appear to be somewhat anxious. As Xin Gang diligently punched a wooden post, the one-eyed Sam leisurely appeared behind him. It's nothing much. I'm just feeling a bit restless, Xin Gang admitted after a brief moment of hesitation, voicing his concerns. I feel that my regular training has yielded little effect. At best, it merely prevents my physical condition from deteriorating, with negligible improvements. After pondering Xin Gang's words, Sam replied, Indeed, progress in training cannot be rushed. It would be incorrect to say there has been no enhancement. At the very least, it seems to me that your abilities are growing stronger. Xin Gang sighed and remarked, It is not the same. My abilities do not require deliberate training. They strengthen naturally with usage. However, I cannot entirely rely on my own capabilities, can I? Very well. Sam nodded and said, I happen to have a shortcut available, though sometimes it may lead to a longer route. Would you like to learn? Certainly. Xin Gang answered decisively. All right, go take a shower and change into some fresh clothes. Then wait for me in your room. Sam clapped his hands and turned away. I'll rummage through the warehouse and see if I can find anything useful. Thus, Xin Gang obediently went to wash up and change, all the while pondering what exactly Sam intended to teach him. He had heard from others in town that Sam had once served in the Navy, which led him to speculate that he might be imparting some naval skills. Could it be the Six Styles? However, he had yet to witness Sam demonstrating any such abilities. Perhaps it would be the most fundamental form of hockey. The two-color hockey? Although he had not seen Sam utilize armament hockey, the one-eyed man might be a master of observation hockey, much like the blind Fujitora. Ultimately, Xin Gang could not ascertain what Sam was going to teach him before returning to his room. When Sam entered and began to extract several items from the tote bag he had brought, Xin Gang found himself even more bewildered. First, there was a collection of small sewing needles stuck into a ball of yarn, followed by a small bowl, a bottle of alcohol, and finally, a tiny vial of pills tossed his way. After Xin Gang took the vial, he surveyed it thoroughly, but found no product information whatsoever, rendering it even more dubious than an unbranded product. What is this? He looked at Sam with a puzzled expression. Sam replied nonchalantly, "It's a hallucinogen. After consumption, your awareness remains intact, yet you will lose control over your body." Huh? Xin Gang tilted his head in confusion, pondering the purpose of this. You should consume one piece. No, given your physique, 2 pieces would be more beneficial. For a fleeting moment, Xin Gang entertained the absurd notion that Sam might be enamored with his youthful physique. But he swiftly cast aside such an outlandish thought. Based on his understanding of Sam over the past 2 months, it was inconceivable that this old man, even if he descended from the heights of Brokeback Mountain, would resort to underhanded methods to fulfill his clandestine desires. Nevertheless, curiosity lingered. Why must one consume this? Sam inquired as he poured alcohol into the small bowl he had brought. Have you ever heard of the return of life? Xin Gang nodded. This skill might not possess the renown of the Six Styles, yet it left a profound impression on him. Primarily, it was the vivid imagery of 2 principal practitioners returning life through the manipulation of hair that inadvertently evoked the chaotic lion main technique of Jiraiya from the neighboring Naruto series. That's good. It spares me the need for further explanation, Sam remarked as he produced a lighter and ignited the alcohol in a small bowl. What I'm about to teach you is the return of life. Chapter 4. Return of life. Despite hearing that the upcoming lesson would be the return of life, Xin Gang's confusion remained unresolved. If his memory served him correctly, the return of life was the ability to infuse consciousness into various parts of the body, thus allowing one to master control over it with ease. Furthermore, according to the initial proclamation of the lion's main technique, mastering this capability required one to endure the hardships of asceticism, embracing the elements to attain enlightenment and transcendence. However, the items Sam had brought, psychedelics and needles, seemed ill-suited for the cultivation of the return of life. One might mistakenly presume they were intended for some sort of cryptic game. The bewilderment etched on Xin Gang's face was unmistakable, and recognizing the potential for misunderstanding regarding the items he had brought, Sam felt compelled to clarify. Thus, I find it difficult to ascertain whether this is a shortcut or merely a detour. Xingan began to comprehend that Sam's practice was likely a form of nefarious shortcut to enlightenment. With a tinge of concern, he inquired, "Are there any serious side effects?" "Not particularly," Sam replied, shaking his head. "It's just that the process is rather unpleasant and success is not guaranteed. Even if one does succeed, it will certainly not compare to the authentic return of life achieved through years of dedicated cultivation. Continuous improvement will still necessitate prolonged effort." After a brief contemplation, Xin Gang swiftly arrived at a conclusion. His current physical age was approximately 20 years. The notion of progressing gradually, while not dismissing the possibility of having missed the optimal moment, posed a concern. By the time his training concluded, he might very well be in his 40s or 50s. Moreover, there appear to be no intolerable side effects. Thus, why not embark on this endeavor? With unwavering determination, Xin Gang fixed his gaze upon Sam and inquired, "What should I do?" Sam, without any unnecessary elaboration, gestured towards the bed and replied, "Take 2 pills, lie down, but maintain a heightened state of mental focus. Then, follow my instructions." Understood. Xin Gang opened the medicine bottle and poured 2 pills into his palm, then tilted his head back and swallowed them whole. Lying on the bed, it was not long before the effects of the drug began to take hold. The sensation was akin to being anesthetized, reminiscent of sleep paralysis. He was acutely aware of his corporeal form, yet could only faintly sense it, utterly unable to move, save for the slightest rotation of his eyes or the flutter of his eyelids. To be candid, it was quite uncomfortable, enveloped in a murky fog of helplessness. A profound unease began to fester within him. "Do not fear, I am here," came the steady and reassuring voice of Sam from nearby. accompanied by a coarse touch emanating from the palm of Xin Gang's right hand. Soon, the visage of Sam, with his singular eye and resolute demeanor, came into focus. Focusing on Sam's face provided Xin Gang with a modicum of relief from his anxiety. Sam began to recount a tale. This method was discovered among an indigenous tribe on a distant island, where the inhabitants would consume hallucinogenic and anesthetic mushrooms during their coming-of-age ceremonies. Those who could muster the will to rise again during the mushroom's effects were revered as warriors. Remarkably, these warriors often possessed a diminished yet remarkable ability to return to life, enabling them to control their bodies with greater agility in battle. The most exceptional among them held a complete capacity for life restoration. You have heard of life restoration, so surely you comprehend the value of an ability that aids individuals in better controlling their bodies. It allows one to achieve remarkable results while honing other skills. Upon learning of this tribe, the Navy promptly initiated similar experiments, hoping to mass-produce soldiers endowed with life restoration abilities. The initial results were disheartening. Nearly no one could stand again by sheer will alone. Consequently, they refined the experimental conditions, applying specific stimuli when the subjects lost control of their bodies. At this juncture, Sam presented Xin Gang with a sewing needle, its tip reddened from being sterilized in flames, stating, like this, using a heated sharp object to prick various parts of the subject's body. The pain serves to re-establish their connection with their corporeal form. Reflecting on a number of needles Sam had brought on the yarn ball, Xin Gang felt an involuntary chill run through him, yet paralyzed as he was. He could only gaze at Sam with wide, fearful eyes. Rest assured, I will not pierce you just yet, Sam assured him, placing the needle aside. The effects of this drug should last over 2 hours. If you remain immobile after an hour, I shall assist you with external force. However, before Xin Gang could momentarily exhale in relief, Sam suddenly grinned and asked, "Do you know why I insisted you bathe and change your clothes?" A sense of foreboding blossomed within Xin Gang. First and foremost, being in a refreshed state will aid you in sensing your own body. Sam leisurely began to speak, stating that, in such circumstances, apart from activities essential for sustaining life, most muscles remain in a relatively relaxed state. This implies that you are akin to an elderly individual unable to care for themselves. Need I elaborate on the consequences of failing to regain control over your body in a timely manner? Maintaining dryness beforehand would at least ensure that, when the time comes, you possess only a singular form of uncleanliness. Xin Gang was in a state of utter panic. He understood that anyone undergoing surgery would typically be fitted with a catheter, as many normal physiological responses are uncontrollable under anesthesia. In other words, should anything go awry, the inconvenience of cleaning clothes and bedding was trivial compared to the potential damage to his illustrious reputation. With a taunt that seemed more akin to the anticipation of a spectacle than a blessing, Sam finally vanished from Xin Gang's sight, taking with him the coarse sensation that lingered in the palm of his right hand. "Sam, you have plotted against me." After a silent roar of indignation echoed within him, Xin Gang immediately endeavored to regain control over his body. However, the process proved to be far from smooth. Indeed, it was marked by utter despair. At times, one may fall prey to the illusion that with sufficient effort, anything is achievable, akin to the notion that a human could pierce through a 50-meter thick steel plate in a fit of rage, misjudging their own capabilities. Yet, humanity is ultimately bound by limitations. What one cannot achieve remains unattainable, unless one is the protagonist of a fervent manga, where sheer willpower conquers all. No matter how fervently Xin Gang urged himself within the confines of his mind, he found himself unable to move even a single finger. After the initial surge of impatience, he gradually calmed and began to contemplate how to regain dominion over his corporeal form. Since this was a nefarious shortcut to the return of life through cultivation, he could reverse engineer the process from the desired outcome. The so-called return of life hinged upon the ability of self-awareness to govern the body. Thus, to escape this state, he needed to infuse his consciousness into his physical being. Yet, if Xin Gang had known how to channel his awareness into various parts of his body, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. However, he soon realized that he did not need to attain the level of manipulating his form or controlling the roots of his hair. His sole task was to acknowledge the authentic existence of his body. Chapter 5. Young Man. Keep Going. Xin Gang still recalls encountering a rather absurd premise in a Japanese light novel, where the protagonist finds himself in a world where humanity is incapable of even upright locomotion. Remarkably, due to his ability to stand, he is revered as a sage. Initially, he perceived the author as somewhat foolish, Yet he now realizes just how incredibly challenging it is to simply stand and walk. In fact, after the effects of the hallucinogen began to manifest, Xin Gang was not entirely immobilized. At the very least, he could still manage to twitch his eyelids. Thus, he envisioned his consciousness flowing forth like a spring, emanating from his eyes and gradually radiating outward. The progress of this method was excruciatingly slow. It was far superior to the impotent rage he had felt moments before, desperately striving within his mind to no avail. At least, he could slowly begin to sense the presence of some facial muscles and exert control over them for slight contractions. Not bad, came a voice from beside him, tinged with surprise. To regain control over your facial muscles so swiftly is impressive. Perhaps you truly can achieve it. Xin Gang instinctively attempted to gaze in the direction from which the sound emanated, yet he had not yet regained control over the muscles in his neck, rendering his effort futile. Consequently, he also lost the previously regained control over his facial muscles, necessitating a fresh start. Observing Xin Gang's return to his expressionless demeanor, Sam comprehended that he had intruded upon him, and, feeling somewhat apologetic, spoke up, "I sincerely apologize for the interruption. Since you now understand how to reclaim control over your body, the needles are no longer necessary. Take your time." With these words, Sam lapsed into silence, and the room returned to a tranquil stillness. Xin Gang continued to envision his consciousness as a spring, overflowing from his eyes. Initially, the muscles around his eyes were activated, restoring his ability to furrow his brows. Next, his cheeks followed suit, allowing him to slightly part his lips. Progressing further, he engaged the muscles of his throat and neck, gently turning his head to behold Sam, who sat motionless beside him. Upon witnessing Xin Gang's ability to turn his head, a look of relief graced Sam's face. Drawing from his previous experience, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to silently observe Xin Gang. However, although Xin Gang had extended his consciousness to his neck, he found himself incapable of performing the intricate task of speech. Thus, he too remained silent as he continued to expand his consciousness. His shoulders, arms, and hands, being the most frequently utilized limbs, experienced a remarkably smooth flow of awareness, yet he could only manage to shift his arms slightly and execute simple, feeble flexions of his fingers. Xin Gang did not insist on immediately restoring his hands to their normal state. The current level of progress was sufficient for the time being. He continued to direct his consciousness downward. After completing this process through his waist, thighs, calves, and feet, he felt his entire body begin to awaken, gradually transitioning from a state of minimal movement to one of normal activity. Before long, he was able to lift his right hand entirely. Initially, he thought he had finally mastered his skills, but Sam's words doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. Had the effects of the medicine truly manifested so swiftly? It appears that next time, you will need to consume at least 4 or 5 tablets. Next time? Surely, you do not believe that a single attempt will suffice to embark upon the path of life restoration? There is still much work ahead. At the very least, this practice must continue for a week, allowing you to remember the sensation of your consciousness traversing your entire body, before infusing that awareness into every part of your being under normal circumstances. Xin Gang sat up from his bed, gazing at Sam with a bottle of hallucinogenic drugs in hand. "Can I try again now?" he inquired. "Absolutely not." Sam's voice escalated in intensity as he forcefully snatched the bottle from Xin Gang's grasp. "Even with your constitution, it is inadvisable to enter that state of consciousness detachment too frequently within a short span of time. You are permitted to practice only once a day, and it is imperative that I am present." "All right then," Xin Gang conceded. Xin Gang reluctantly accepted reality. After waiting for a while and confirming that Xin Gang had fully recovered, Sam picked up the assortment of miscellaneous items he had brought and prepared to leave. Before departing, he advised, "Make sure to sleep early tonight, rest well, and I will bring you some food shortly." "All right." Xin Gang nodded slightly. Indeed, he felt a profound drowsiness, unsure whether it stemmed from the fatigue of overexerting his consciousness or the lingering effects of the hallucinogenic substance. Over the course of the following 4 days, during his moments of rest, he ingested the hallucinogen, succumbing to a state of bodily disarray as he practiced the infusion of awareness. By the 4th day, half an hour after consuming the hallucinogen, he managed to sit up from his bed. Although it was incredibly challenging, according to Sam, he had reached a satisfactory level in this phase of training. The subsequent training phase required him to exert deliberate control over every facet of his daily activities. For instance, while most individuals merely need to issue a simple command from their brain to lift their leg when walking, Xin Gang had to meticulously manage the contraction of each muscle, regulating both the degree and speed of movement. The consequences of failing to micromanage his actions were all too evident. Initially, he found even standing to be a formidable task, resembling a character from a light novel in a fantastical realm. After 5 arduous days, he finally managed to rise to his feet, albeit with a stiff gait, and he had to concentrate all his attention on controlling the movement of his legs, often finding it impossible to even look ahead. Just like now. Oh dear. The sensation of impact against his chest, accompanied by the sharp, high-pitched cry of a little girl, jolted Xin Gang out of his state of awareness infusion. Looking down, he discovered that the one who collided with him was Shirley, the daughter of the ramen shop owner from the east end of town. The little girl, with her flaxen hair cut in a bob, looked up at him with an expression of sincere apology. Sorry, brother Gang, I didn't TC you. It's all right. I also forgot to watch where I was going. Xin Gang waved his hand to indicate that Sherry need not concern herself with such matters, then smiled and inquired, Where are you off to, little Sherry? Sherry waved the banknotes in her hand and joyfully replied, I'm going to buy salt for my mother, and she mentioned that I could keep the remaining money as pocket money. Oh, then do hurry along, but do take care and stay safe. Xin Gang gently patted Sherry's head and then stepped aside to let her pass. Goodbye, brother A Gang, and also farewell, brother B Lang. After Xin Gang waved goodbye to Hedgehog Head, the young girl darted away like a little rabbit. Slow down, Xin Gang called out to Shirley, his voice laced with futility as he sighed. Beside him, Hedgehog Head wore an expression of displeasure. What does it mean to say farewell as an afterthought? Am I so unappreciated? Or are you simply too beloved? With a resigned shrug, Xin Gang remarked, Who knows? Perhaps it's because I frequently treat the children to snacks. How despicable to win people's hearts with mere treats. The hedgehog-headed fellow cast a disdainful glance at Xin Gang, his expression dripping with contempt. Then, with a look of concern, he inquired, You seemed lost in thought just now. Are you feeling unwell? Not at all, Xin Gang replied. I was merely practicing the art of life restoration and inadvertently lost focus on my surroundings. Ah, so old Sam has been teaching you that as well. Now it makes sense. I thought you seemed a bit off lately. The hedgehog-headed one nodded in sudden realization. This revelation surprised Xin Gang, prompting him to ask, You practiced it too? Indeed, he replied, shaking his head repeatedly as if recalling some unpleasant experiences, then placing a hand on Xin Gang's shoulder with a wicked grin. Best of luck to you. Chapter 6. A step towards a tranquil life. After receiving encouragement from the hedgehog-headed friend, several days passed, and Xin Gang finally managed to keep his eyes on the path while walking. However, despite his progress in life restoration, he found himself fortifying his heart of steel once more due to another pirate incursion, which had boosted his life points by several hundred, surpassing the threshold of 4,500. Yet, Xin Gang was no longer as frantic as he had been at the outset. He was prepared to dedicate a year or two to mastering the fundamentals of life restoration. Upon reflection, he realized that Hima Town was, overall, relatively safe. The current year marked the 10th anniversary of Roger's demise. The fervor of the early Great Pirate era had waned, and the notorious generation that included Luffy would not emerge for another 12 years. Even during the initial tumult of the Great Pirate era, when pirates flooded the Grand Line like a deluge, Haimu Town had not suffered significant harm. This was in part due to Sam's diligent efforts in establishing the guard after retiring from the Navy, as well as the fact that Haimu Town had largely avoided encounters with formidable pirates. While past luck does not guarantee future safety, the absence of powerful pirate incursions for a decade signified that Haimu Town's location had indeed rendered it obscure and secure. Therefore, there was no need for undue haste, and the acquisition of life restoration could not be rushed. Having already taken shortcuts in the introductory phase, it is advisable to proceed gradually along the subsequent path. Furthermore, progress is not entirely absent during these days of practicing the restoration of life. Xin Gang has once again experienced that reassuring sensation of steady advancement. After another fortnight has elapsed, Xin Gang has finally attained the ability to act normally while in a state of conscious infusion. Simultaneously, the advantages of life restoration have begun to manifest. Although constrained by his body's self-protective mechanisms, he is unable to unleash his full muscular potential, yet he finds himself moving with greater coordination during physical activities. This is particularly evident in his running, which feels more effortless, and in the precision and smoothness of his punches. Even the previously insurmountable barriers to his physical fitness seem to be loosening. For Xin Gang, this marks a small step towards strength, as well as a stride towards the tranquil life he envisions. When he shared his progress with Sam, a look of undeniable astonishment crossed Sam's composed face. Have you ever considered joining the Navy? Sam inquired after taking a few puffs from his pipe. Huh? Xin Gang tilted his head in perplexity. unable to comprehend why Sam had suddenly uttered such words. After taking a few more puffs of a cigarette, Sam continued, even among the Navy. There are few who can gradually master the art of life restoration in such a manner, and those who achieve it in merely a month, like yourself, are exceedingly rare. Trust me, once you join the Navy, you are bound to achieve great things. Although Xin Gang had no intention of enlisting in the Navy, he pondered briefly out of politeness before shaking his head and replying, "Never mind, I believe I may not be suited for the Navy." "Why?" Sam furrowed his brow. "Are you perhaps contemplating a life at sea as a pirate?" No. Xin Gang shook his head repeatedly, stating that as for pirates, there was no need to mention them. He had already made preparations to enjoy his twilight years in Haimu Town. Huh? This time, it was Sam who was left utterly perplexed, his brow furrowed in confusion for quite some time before he finally broke into a peculiar smile. "You, my friend, do you truly have no desire to explore the vastness of this world?" Xin Gang immediately responded, "I do not wish to. The outside world is fraught with peril. It is far better to remain in Haimu Town." Sam's lips twitched slightly before he inquired further, "Yet, you exert yourself so diligently. There is no one in our guard team quite like you. Does my desire to stay in Haimu Town conflict with my aspiration to grow stronger?" Xin Gang smiled at Sam and remarked, "The human condition is undeniably frail. The more one strives for a tranquil existence, the more susceptible one becomes to unforeseen disruptions." Sam gazed at Xin Gang in bewilderment, questioning, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Xin Gang continued, "Thus, my pursuit of strength is not for any other reason. It is solely to ensure that when unexpected calamities threaten my serene life, I possess the capability to confront them." Sam nodded, grasping Xin Gang's perspective. Yet still felt a hint of confusion. "In truth, if your desire is merely to reside in Hima Town, there is no need for such relentless effort. Your unique abilities would suffice for peace of mind. That is certainly inadequate." Xin Gang waved his index finger in front of Sam, reminding him that they were in the Grand Line, where anything could happen. What if, one day, one of the four emperors were to drunkenly plummet from the sky? Thus, it is indeed essential to grow stronger. Only through sufficient power can one attain a profound sense of security. "Well, you certainly have a penchant for absurd reasoning," Sam replied, shaking his head in resignation. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "What exactly is a four emperor? Is it some kind of fearsome giant bird? But how could a bird consume alcohol?" It was only then that Xin Gang recalled that the four emperors had yet to be officially determined. Only Whitebeard could be unequivocally regarded as the sovereign of the seas. Kaido and Big Mom could merely be considered among the most formidable powers in the New World, while Shanks, though he had gained considerable renown, was not yet compared to the other three due to his smaller crew and later debut. Therefore, he could only clarify, "What I mean is that should a formidable pirate emerge, I must possess sufficient strength to repel them." "Never mind. Your words, even if somewhat forceful, are not entirely unwelcome." Sam first sighed and chuckled helplessly, then suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, turned to Xin Gang with a knowing smile. "So what you meant was that you're planning to settle in Hima Town, correct?" "Yes, indeed," Xin Gang replied uncertainly, instinctively taking a small step back, sensing an ominous premonition. His apprehension was soon validated. "So do you want a wife?" Sam's aged face beamed with delight. "What?" Xin Gang's face was etched with bewilderment and astonishment. How could it be that he had traversed time only to be pressured into marriage? In truth, many had previously entrusted me with inquiries regarding this matter. Yet I believed that you would not remain in Haimu Town for long. Thus I declined to engage. However, since you have now expressed your intention to settle in Haimu Town, it is indeed time to contemplate the prospect of starting a family. Sam spoke in a tone reminiscent of distant relatives during the New Year festivities, remarking upon your age. Several members of the security team who are your contemporaries have already embraced parenthood. If you delay any further, it may be too late. I shall now take my leave for a run." Xin Gang was acutely aware that the most prudent approach to discussing such topics with his elders was to avoid them altogether. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse and swiftly made his escape. Observing Xin Gang's retreating figure, Sam felt a sense of responsibility as his elder to express some concern. Chapter 7. A day in the life of Smith. Smith served as the gunner for the gunpowder pirate crew, tasked with loading and firing the ship's main cannon. The sole reason he held this position was the captain's unwavering trust in him. This trust stemmed from one singular trait, his remarkable simplicity. This is not to imply that he was merely honest. Rather, he exhibited a certain degree of cognitive deficiency. However, in the world of piracy, particularly at the lower echelons, intelligence was not a prerequisite. Obedience was paramount. Smith's endearing foolishness rendered him exceedingly compliant, as he followed the captain's orders without hesitation, regardless of their nature. Nonetheless, despite his loyalty, his standing among the crew was rather low, and most of the other pirates did not hold him in high regard. The captain showed no inclination to remedy this situation. Yet, it was precisely due to his naivete that this subtle form of ostracism failed to affect him adversely. In the early morning, Smith was the first to rise. He would meticulously clean the deck of the giant cannon before performing a series of morning exercises. Subsequently, he would attend to the main cannon, ensuring it was clean and free of any faults. Once these tasks were completed, he would head to the storeroom to procure a meager ration of hard black bread and a small bottle of rum for breakfast. After his meal, he would return to stand by the main cannon in readiness. Lunch consisted of a piece of jerky and a bowl of murky potato soup, after which he would continue his vigil by the cannon. Dinner was a serving of fish stew accompanied by half a roasted meat. Once again, he resumed his watch by the main cannon after eating. Typically, if there were no pressing matters, he would remain by the cannon until around 10 o'clock in the evening. However, shortly after finishing his dinner, the lookout station at the mast called out joyously, "Yo-ho!" The sound swiftly reverberated throughout the entire ship, and Smith, stationed beside the main cannon, naturally heard it. A smile graced his features as he immediately began preparing for the cannon's firing procedure. He understood that the sound signified the discovery of land inhabited by people ahead, heralding the imminent onset of their plundering. The gunpowder pirate crew, even before raiding coastal villages and towns, would typically unleash a barrage of cannon fire, although this might risk damaging valuable possessions. Such a display of force would generally terrify the inhabitants, resulting in little to no resistance during the pillaging process. However, before the thunderous roar of the ship's cannons could erupt, a series of urgent, rapid bell tolls echoed from a distance. The captain of the gunpowder pirate crew, with his wealth of raiding experience, recognized that this chime likely emanated from some form of warning system, which typically indicated the presence of armed forces in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he remained confident that no matter the strength of any opposing force, they would not withstand a full broadside from the mighty ship. If they did, he would simply order another round. As the giant cannon approached the coastal village within firing range, the captain raised his cutlass and commanded, "All cannon mouths, adjust your aim towards the front." The giant cannon was a specially modified warship, in addition to its enormous bow-mounted main cannon. It boasted 20 36-pound cannons on each side of its hull. Remarkably, these 40 cannons were not limited to targeting only lateral enemies. They could pivot through a mechanism that allowed them to aim in all directions, forward, backward, and vertically. Once all cannon muzzles were aligned with the residential area on shore, the captain made his way to the bow of the ship. He stomped his foot forcefully and shouted down to the deck below, "Smith, fire the cannons. Show them what we're made of." Upon hearing the command from above, Smith's not-so-bright mind began to churn slowly. After a few moments, he recalled a relevant memory associated with the keywords "fire the cannons" and "show them what we're made of." This memory stemmed from an event following their last provisioning stop at an island. At that time, the captain had brought back a white iron box and had specifically arranged for a large cabinet to be placed beside the main cannon at the bow, locking the white box inside. After accomplishing this task, the captain had entrusted Smith with one of the two keys to the cabinet. "Smith, you must remember, unless I command otherwise, no one is allowed to touch what lies within." "Understood, Captain. But what command would authorize access to the contents?" Smith inquired earnestly. Deep down, he sensed that he was somewhat different from the others, which is why he would only act on matters he deemed significant when given explicit instructions. The captain recalled Smith's peculiar trait and pondered for a moment, then with a mischievous grin declared, "Then let it be show them what we're made of." "No. For the sake of caution, we must add fire the cannons as well." "Yes, the command will be fire the cannons followed by show them what we're made of. Remember." Upon hearing the phrases fire and show them a thing or two, open the cabinet and utilize the items within. Smith nodded, reiterating the keywords of the command, but then he inquired, "Captain, what exactly is inside? How should it be used?" The captain chuckled slyly, leaning close to Smith's ear and whispering mysteriously, "I shall reveal to you that it is the legendary gas bomb devised by the great scientist Vegapunk. With a single shot, it can obliterate all life within a kilometer radius." "Oh," was Smith's rather unremarkable response. He was unfamiliar with Vegapunk, and thus felt no surprise. Moreover, he was unaware that Vegapunk had never actually researched gas bombs, so he refrained from contradicting the captain. All he knew was that the cabinet contained a formidable weapon that could only be deployed upon the captain's command to fire and show them a thing or two. However, he had forgotten, or more accurately, had never paid heed to the fact that the captain could be rather forgetful at times. While he might not forget such an impulsive command, he was prone to momentarily cast it aside during moments of heightened emotion. This was precisely the situation at hand. The captain, engrossed in ordering his subordinates to unleash fire upon the living forces on shore, had completely overlooked the usage command for the gas bomb. Yet, Smith had not forgotten. He retrieved the key that hung from his chest and unlatched the cabinet door, secured to the wall of the gun chamber, extracting a tin box and opening its clasp to reveal a spherical green shell. With practiced ease, he loaded the shell and ignited it. With a thunderous roar, the gas bomb, purchased at great expense by the captain, was launched. Although the pirate crew had already dined, the sun had only just dipped below the western horizon, leaving the light still relatively good. Naturally, the captain at the bow noticed that the shell fired from the main cannon beneath his feet was somewhat different. Considering the timing of the cannon's discharge, which was unprecedentedly delayed compared to the side cannons, he was jolted into recalling his conversation with Smith a few days prior. He then remembered the price of that gas bomb, and his heart began to bleed at the thought. However, he could hardly fathom that his momentary negligence had unleashed a docile, yet terrifying creature into the sea. Otherwise, he might have felt a sense of pride in that act. Chapter 8. The Grim Reaper only approaches when unprepared in the evening. Xin Gang had turned in early. It was not that he was particularly fatigued. Ever since his life had been restored, he rarely felt exhaustion unless subjected to extremely intense exertion. Yet, as he was scheduled to keep the watch during the latter half of the night, he needed to retire early to avoid becoming distracted during his shift. However, upon hearing the urgent tolling of the watchtower's bell, Xin Gang realized that a brief nap before his watch was out of the question, for the pirates had arrived. As he donned his attire and rushed to the training ground of the guard, the bell tolled once more. This time, the chime signaled a warning: beware of cannonballs. Thus, the members of the guard station at the site promptly took refuge in the air raid shelter under Sam's leadership. Although termed an air raid shelter, it was merely a cellar excavated beside the training ground. Nonetheless, it sufficed for protection against the cannon fire of pirates. Such shelters were ubiquitous in Hima Town. Whenever the watchtower rang the alarm signaling the sighting of pirates, the residents would hastily seek refuge in the nearest shelter, emerging only when the all-clear bell sounded. It appears there is no need to worry about the midnight shift this time, jested Xin Gang from within the shelter. A nearby youth with a buzz cut curiously inquired of Xin Gang. Why is that? Well, of course. Boom, boom, boom. As Xin Gang began to speak, the sound of relentless cannon fire echoed from above. He gestured upward, raising his voice. Given the barrage from above, we shan't find any respite tonight. So there's no need to fret about the night watch. Typically, the artillery employed by pirates possesses limited power, incapable of creating a vast crater with a single shot. And, considering the distance, they might not even breach the walls of residential buildings. However, damaging roofs and windows is certainly within their capabilities. Regardless of how robust the countermeasures of Haimu Town may be, a round of cannon fire will undoubtedly inflict considerable destruction. The guard force must not only repel the pirates but also assist in repairing the havoc they wreak, allowing the residents of Haimu Town to swiftly return to their normal lives. Indeed, there will be much to attend to this evening. The young man with a buzz cut couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly, Sam interjected, interrupting their conversation. Enough idle chatter. Since these pirates can bombard us from across the way, they must have plenty of firearms and ammunition. So be cautious. The members of the guard, including Xin Gang, straightened their postures and responded in unison. Sam's gaze swept over the group before settling on Xin Gang. Especially you. Don't recklessly charge ahead alone. Bullets. Sam intended to warn that bullets are perilous, but upon reflection, he realized that Xin Gang seemed rather unfazed by gunfire. Unless struck in a vulnerable area, such as the eye, being shot would merely result in superficial injuries for him, which would heal in a couple of days if left unattended. Thus, he amended his statement. Getting shot still hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? Xin Gang responded, understood. I want to do that again. Xin Gang smiled and nodded repeatedly. Sam quickly sensed the underlying issue in Xin Gang's words, taking a step closer and fixing an intensely scrutinizing gaze upon him as he pressed. Next time? You mentioned next time? No. Feeling guilty, Xin Gang hastily turned his head to avoid direct eye contact with Sam. What I meant was this time for sure. Regarding Xin Gang, Sam found himself at a loss. Although he was generally obedient, his occasional disobedience could indeed be quite troublesome. With a resigned sigh, he turned to gaze at the entrance of the air raid shelter, offering one final reminder. Well, just be sure to prioritize your safety. The members of the guard team, including Xin Gang, did not respond again. They merely nodded silently. It seemed that the cannon fire from outside had ceased. After waiting a moment longer to confirm that the pirates had indeed ceased hostilities, Sam opened the door to the air raid shelter and was the first to emerge. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and gazed into the distance, where he spotted the formidable hull of the giant cannon, a vessel significantly larger than the typical pirate ship. A sense of unease began to swell within him. Although the pirate ship had halted its bombardment, it showed no inclination to approach the shore, remaining anchored at a considerable distance from the land. A foreboding thought crossed Sam's mind as he muttered softly to himself. What do those pirates intend? Could it be that they are preparing for another round of cannon fire? Xin Gang approached Sam and gazed at the formidable vessel, the giant cannon, positioned upon the sea, subsequently measuring its distance from the shore. Should I secretly swim over and deal with them aboard the ship? Although many perceived him, endowed with the heart of steel, as a user of a devil fruit, he had no intention of concealing this from the residents of Haimu Town. Thus, no one intervened to caution him against entering the water, as a devil fruit user should. Sam did not immediately acquiesce to Xin Gang's daring proposal, instead squinting at the giant cannon for a moment longer. Only after confirming that the ship had no intention of approaching the shore did he contemplate nodding in agreement to this exceedingly perilous request. After all, if left unchecked, that pirate ship loomed above Haimu Town like the sword of Damocles, ensuring that as long as the pirates remained, tranquility would be an elusive dream for the town's inhabitants. Moreover, his previous admonitions to Xin Gang stemmed from a place of elder concern. He genuinely did not believe that Xin Gang would be easily dispatched by mere pirates. Even if they were to discover him during his swim and fire upon him, he deemed it unlikely that he would encounter significant peril. However, just before granting permission for Xin Gang to proceed, Sam suddenly considered another matter. What about the other members of the town's guard? Though not full-time soldiers, they were all well trained. And given that their mission was to protect their homeland, they could not afford to be negligent. Even if they had taken some time to seek refuge in a bomb shelter to evade cannon fire, they should now be assembling at the training grounds. Thus, Sam temporarily set aside Xin Gang's request and turned his gaze toward the direction of the town. Xin Gang followed Sam's gaze toward Hima Town. The remnants of sunlight had yet to dissipate, casting a warm glow over the buildings that stood in harmonious juxtaposition, their silhouettes softened by the fading light, while wisps of smoke lazily ascended. No, that was not mere smoke. It was the dust stirred up by artillery fire, mingled with the black smoke billowing from the burning houses and a faint, ethereal green mist. The yellow-green hue of chlorine gas, one of the earliest and most widely encountered toxins by humanity, has long been represented in artistic works as a symbol of danger. This understanding had insidiously permeated the consciousness of the majority, leading Xin Gang and his companions to instinctively recognize the perilous nature of that green haze. How could this be? Sam's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his jaw. He had heard tales of chemical weapons, but they were merely legends with scant records of their actual deployment, let alone the existence of pirates capable of wielding such lethal munitions. Furthermore, Haimu Town was hardly affluent. Even if they stripped the walls bare and sold the debris, it was unlikely they could amass enough wealth for a single gas shell, much like an ordinary, remote mountain village that need not fear a nuclear strike. Sam had never considered the possibility of a gas attack while fortifying the defenses. This meant that the residents of Hima Town were now almost entirely exposed to the assault of toxic gas. Chapter 9. Poison. The reason Xin Gang had jested about the destruction caused by artillery while in the air raid shelter was due to his familiarity with repairing homes for the townsfolk. He knew that as long as nothing catastrophic occurred, the worst damage would be material, with no harm to life. However, upon witnessing the gas permeating the town, the relaxed expression on his face vanished instantaneously. They needed to act swiftly to save lives. He exclaimed, making a dash towards the town. Sam, quick on his feet. Seize it by the arm. Wait, you can't just rush in like that. Xin Gang nodded in agreement. Right? We must first prepare some protective measures. His gaze darted rapidly around the guard station, ultimately settling on the direction of the warehouse. Under Xin Gang's lead, the members of the guard rushed into the warehouse, searching frantically while Sam remained rooted in place. He understood the necessity of keeping watch over the pirates' movements, and he was acutely aware that the warehouse lacked any protective gear against gas. When Xin Gang and the others finally emerged from the warehouse, they were only a few makeshift masks fashioned from towels. I will go ahead and assess the situation. After putting a mask over his face, Xin Gang addressed the others, urging them to gather some charcoal and bottles during this time, to see if they could fashion a few rudimentary gas masks. Sam extended his hand, hesitating to speak, but ultimately let it fall, understanding that he could not deter Xin Gang in the situation. In the end, he could only utter a cautionary remark, urging him to take care. After Xin Gang nodded at him, he swiftly dashed towards Haimu Town. Upon entering the town, he discovered that the noxious gas had not yet fully spread. He hurriedly sought out the air raid shelters that remained unaffected by the toxic fumes, knocking on doors to urge the inhabitants to emerge quickly. Otherwise, once the gas enveloped the area, escape would become impossible. Upon hearing Xin Gang's voice outside, the people inside the shelters, driven by their trust in him, opened the doors. The sight of the drifting poison gas nearby required no further explanation, prompting them to immediately race towards the guard station. After notifying all the residents of the shelters situated outside the gas zone, Xin Gang finally ventured into the area shrouded in toxic fumes. To be frank, even though his health was 20 times that of an ordinary person and his formidable regenerative abilities, enhanced by the steel of the heart, had reached a terrifying level, he still felt a twinge of apprehension about entering the gas with virtually no protection. After all, no one could ascertain whether the effects of the gas would deplete health in percentages, compounded by severe injury. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Every moment lost could mean more lives extinguished. Initially, upon entering the gas, he felt little discomfort, but the makeshift mask fashioned from a towel offered scant protection. Soon, his throat began to itch, and after several coughs, he felt a modicum of relief. Almost immediately, discomfort settled in his chest, and breathing grew somewhat laborious. Though he pressed on, in the gas, his task remained unchanged from outside. He needed to locate the air raid shelters. Yet, after knocking, he received no response from within. The door was clearly locked from the inside, indicating that there were indeed people present. Observing the surrounding miasma, Xin Gang realized that the worst-case scenario had unfolded. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful blow to the lock of the shelter door, shattering the earthen concrete-covered wooden plank, creating a breach. It was not merely the surge of emotion, but also the intensifying effects of the toxic gas that left him gasping for breath for 2 to 3 seconds before he managed to pull open the door and enter the shelter. Once inside, he immediately noticed that his breathing difficulties had markedly intensified. After a brief observation, he discovered that the color of the gas within the shelter was deeper than that on the ground. This was dire news, signaling that the green gas was denser than air. Moreover, the air raid shelters in Hima Town were all subterranean, with multiple concealed, unfiltered ventilation openings at the surface. This meant that the very shelters that once protected the residents of Haimu Town from pirate threats had now transformed into terrifying gas chambers. Upon entering the air raid shelter, the sight of numerous individuals sprawled on the ground further underscored the grim reality. Perhaps due to a premonition of such a fate, Xin Gang remained remarkably composed, crouching down to inspect each resident who lay motionless. However, with each examination, his heart sank further, for none of them exhibited signs of breath or heartbeat. Coughing violently, the noxious gas within the shelter exacerbated Xin Gang's discomfort. He could feel his oral and throat mucosa beginning to ooze blood, while his lungs throbbed with an excruciating pain akin to being filled with 3 pounds of chili powder. Just as he contemplated abandoning the shelter, his hand brushed against a warm and pliable object, from which he detected the faint rise and fall of breath and heartbeat. Upon encountering a few familiar faces among the lifeless bodies, Xin Gang hesitated to gaze directly at those strewn across the ground. Yet, upon realizing that he had found a survivor, he turned his attention immediately. It was Shelley, a vivacious girl who, despite her young age, had become the beloved leader of the children in Hima Town. However, her condition was dire. Her small face was flushed, with a trickle of green-tinged blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, and the rise and fall of her chest had become alarmingly feeble. Beside Shelley lay her parents, both devoid of any signs of life. After retrieving a rudimentary mask from his pocket and placing it on Sherry's face, Xin Gang swiftly assessed the remainder of the group, ultimately confirming that only Sherry had survived. Without hesitation, he cradled her in his arms and sprinted toward the direction of the guard station. Outside the toxic mist, a handful of young men, led by a crew-cut member of the guard, hesitated at the entrance, clutching makeshift gas masks fashioned from cloth and bottles filled with charcoal and gravel. "Do not enter. The gas is far too perilous," Xin Gang shouted desperately, trying to deter them from stepping inside. The scene within the air raid shelter left little doubt about the gas's rapid onset and potency. The lack of struggle among the inhabitants indicated that they succumbed to its effects within moments of inhalation. Moreover, Xin Gang's own condition was telling. He noted his breathing had become increasingly labored, requiring several hurried gasps after merely a few steps. The likelihood of an ordinary person surviving in such a toxic environment with a hastily constructed mask was virtually non-existent. Additionally, he observed that the toxic gas was spreading toward the guard station. Chapter 10. The end? After entrusting Sherry to those outside, Xin Gang inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air before seizing another gas mask and plunging back into the noxious fumes. This time, his objective was not to rescue those trapped in the shelter. Although he loathed to admit it, the chances of saving them were slim. Sherry, being a fortunate exception, could only be deemed a miracle unless she possessed some unique quality. More crucially, he needed to forge a path for those still clinging to life. The encroaching gas was nearly severing the connection between the guard station and the land. If left unchecked, the survivors in Haimu Town would be forced to flee to the sea, where a ship full of predatory pirates awaited. Given the gas's relentless spread, it was evident that the toxic shell was of a sustained release type, necessitating Xin Gang's mission to eliminate the source of the gas. This was a task only someone with extraordinary vitality could undertake. Truth be told, he did not subscribe to the notion that greater power entails greater responsibility. He would only take risks for those he deemed worthy, and the people of Haimu Town fit that description. Prior to his departure, he had roughly identified the location of the gas shell by assessing the gas's spread and wind direction, leading him swiftly to a wall beside the eastern square of Haimu Town, where he discovered the source of the green gas. It was a cracked sphere, continuously emitting dark green fumes. The impact with the wall had caused its surface to crack, revealing both orderly openings and scattered irregular fissures. Cough, cough, cough. Xin Gang erupted into a violent fit of coughing, expelling a thick sputum tinged with dark red blood. He realized that even he could not endure for long in such close proximity to the source, let alone attempt to carry the toxic gas canister affixed to the wall. Gasping for breath, he surveyed his surroundings, seeking a sealed container suitable for securing the gas canister. Xin Gang's gaze ultimately settled upon the sign of a tavern, a place where he had once gathered with the members of the guard to indulge in a drink, though his poor tolerance had limited him to a single glass of beer. The tavern's proprietor was a burly, bearded man, whose stature, towering at 6 feet tall, starkly contrasted with the typical image of a dwarf. Yet his jovial nature was unmistakable. Ordinarily, at this hour, the tavern would be bustling with weary patrons seeking respite from the day's toil. However, as Xin Gang burst through the door, he found the establishment eerily deserted. Save for the remnants of revelry, glasses and platters still adorned the bar and tables, indicating a recent vibrancy. Without pondering the whereabouts of the unfinished meal's owners or the towering tavern keeper, Xin Gang vaulted over the bar and paused momentarily to catch his breath. He then retrieved a well-sealed barrel from the bottom shelf of the liquor cabinet. After setting the barrel upright, he employed a folding knife to pry off the iron ring at its top, a task that consumed a full 3 minutes, as the noxious fumes forced him to take frequent breaks after loosening the ring even slightly. Once he successfully removed the ring, he dedicated another 5 minutes to unsealing the barrel's lid, ultimately pouring out the amber liquid within. With considerable effort, Xin Gang dragged the empty barrel over the bar and exited the tavern, making his way to the wall embedded with a gas canister. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he leapt to seize the canister. After completing this arduous task, he found himself too exhausted to extract the canister from the wall. Yet fortunately, the force of gravity was on his side. The canister, which had not been lodged too securely, fell to the ground alongside him. Upon landing, Xin Gang's consciousness began to wane, but he persevered to toss the canister into the wooden barrel and secured the lid. He was too fatigued to reattach the iron ring, so he leaned against the barrel to recuperate. Thankfully, the barrel's sturdy construction, coupled with some residual liquid that filled the gap between the lid and the wall, prevented any gas from seeping out. Although the surrounding toxic fumes did not dissipate immediately, their concentration ceased to rise, and having lost their source, they seemed to begin a gradual retreat. After a brief rest, Xin Gang reaffixed the iron ring he had pried off earlier and, with the barrel hoisted upon his shoulder, began to shuffle towards the right. His body's signals indicated that remaining in the toxic atmosphere would lead to his demise, and bringing the gas canister back to the guard station was out of the question. Such a risk could spell disaster for all. Thus, he resolved to return the malevolent canister to the sea from the eastern side of Hima Town, even if the canister were to leak upon the water's surface. It was now nightfall, with an offshore breeze that would not endanger Hima Town. The distance from the eastern square to the shoreline was merely about 300 meters. Yet as he trudged slowly, stopping intermittently, Xin Gang felt as though he had traversed for hours. The sole piece of good fortune he could cling to was that the toxic mist had yet to reach the coast. After walking over 200 meters, he finally discarded the unsightly and ineffective gas mask from his face. As he inhaled the fresh air, it seemed that the toxins within his body began to relent considerably. Upon stepping into the sea, The cool caress of the waves steadied his breath. After bending down to sip a mouthful of seawater to rinse away the foul taste of toxins and the blood seeping from his mucous membranes, Xin Gang clutched a wooden barrel and swam towards the pirate ship, the giant cannon. However, fortune appeared to be exceptionally unkind to him that day. As he swam, the blood seeping from his mouth mingled with the seawater, and not far off, a pufferfish-like sea creature detected the scent of blood in the water. Under normal circumstances, one would not encounter such formidable sea creatures near the vicinity of Haimu Town. Even sharks have been vanquished by Xin Gang's prowess. Yet, this particular sea beast had followed the gunners of the pirate crew. It was not a pet of the artillery pirates. It had come along because it knew that trailing a ship adorned with a skull would guarantee an easy meal. Naturally, Xin Gang, with blood trickling from his mouth, was perceived as just another unfortunate soul cast into the sea, prompting the creature to swim swiftly towards him. Typically, Xin Gang would have noticed the enormous shadow approaching beneath the surface, but he had not yet fully recovered, and his fury had his attention fixated solely on the giant cannon above the waves. Thus, the pufferfish sea creature effortlessly leaped from the water and swallowed him whole. It was only after being consumed that Xin Gang belatedly realized he had been devoured. However, the toxins had impaired his respiratory system, leading to a deficiency in oxygen supply to his brain, and it took him a considerable time to comprehend that he needed to escape quickly. As his heart steeled itself, a red halo illuminated above the pufferfish sea creature's head, signaling an imminent response. Look, that fish has a glowing ring. A pirate aboard the great cannon pointed excitedly at the emblem of Heartsteel. However, when the other pirates turned their gaze in that direction, the symbol had vanished, replaced by the massive form of a pufferfish sea king, thrashing in agony as it leapt towards the great cannon, splashing water all around. Chapter 11. Castaway Island. After delivering a punch to the stomach of the pufferfish sea king, Xin Gang lost consciousness before he could await the next charged attack from Heartsteel. He was already at the end of his strength. Even after escaping the toxic gas's reach and taking a moment to catch his breath, the remnants of poison within him continued to inflict harm. His respiratory system had become riddled with damage, and the conditions of the air inside the Sea King's belly were hardly favorable. Simultaneously, the immense creature writhed in pain from the force of Xin Gang's blow, causing him to be tossed around within its stomach. During this tumult, the back of his head struck an unknown heavy object. With his mind already clouded from oxygen deprivation, this sudden impact rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself amidst a cluster of jagged rocks, his body awash with an array of vivid pains. There was the sharp agony of skin and muscle lacerated by keen edge, the dull ache from the impact, and a searing burn, akin to being immersed in pepper-infused water, igniting every pore. Xin Gang discovered a relatively flat area amidst the sharp and slippery rocks, maneuvering there with both hands and feet before collapsing onto the surface to gradually assess his physical condition. Fortunately, despite the likelihood of having collided like a rubber ball between the stomach of the sea creature and the rocks several times, there were no evident signs of fractures nor any significant open wounds. His limbs remained relatively intact, and there were no protruding intestines from his abdomen. However, he was somewhat unfortunate, as the irregular, lacerated wounds scattered across his body had caused him to lose a considerable amount of blood, coupled with an unhealed respiratory system. Even without the strains on his muscles and ligaments, he found it exceedingly difficult to move normally. Contemplating the myriad of injuries adorning his body, Xin Gang pondered why he had not been devoured by the marine predators. Judging by the sun's position, it was already noon on the second day, which meant he had miraculously drifted through the night unscathed in the perilous sea. As he contemplated whether he had indeed turned his fortunes around to survive the night in such treacherous waters, he detected a faint, sour odor emanating from himself. Reflexively rubbing his nose, he discovered a thin layer of mucus coating his skin. He quickly deduced that this was likely the gastric fluid of the sea creature, which perhaps had spared him from being consumed by sharks and other marine beasts during his unconsciousness. After organizing his thoughts, he began to reconstruct his experience. The sea creature must have sustained an injury after receiving a punch from him, compelling it to regurgitate him. Furthermore, the layer of gastric fluid, imbued with the creature's essence, likely deterred ordinary marine life from approaching him, ultimately washing him ashore to this rocky, desolate place. Thus, the question arose, where exactly was he? At the very least, Xin Gang was certain that this was not near Hima Town, as he had no recollection of encountering such a cluster of rocks. Leaning against the rocky outcrop, he gradually straightened up and surveyed his surroundings. He realized he was on a small island formed by a cluster of rocks, stretching only a couple of 100 meters, with a sparse grove of low trees and coconut palms. Islands of this nature, which would not appear on any shipping route, were quite common in the Grand Line, with several located near Hima Town. However, Xin Gang was also fairly certain that this was not one of those islands, as the guard patrols regularly frequented those areas to prevent pirates from establishing a foothold. Troubling times lay ahead. Xin Gang parted his colorless, cracked lips and let out a sigh, pondering the well-being of his companions. Despite his deep concern for Sam and the others, he recognized that, given the current time and place, any anxiety would prove futile. All he could do was pray that the monstrous sea creature, in its chaotic flailing, would inadvertently destroy the pirate ship and claim a few more of their lives. For now, his foremost priority was to ensure his own survival. Once he felt a modicum of strength returning, Xin Gang cautiously navigated the rocky terrain, making his way toward the small island. The dehydration from his prolonged immersion in the sea, coupled with significant blood loss, left him in dire need of hydration. The coconut trees on the island represented his last glimmer of hope for survival. However, upon finally reaching the shore after arduous traversal, he discovered that the nearest coconut trees bore only a few fist-sized immature fruits. Even if he managed to retrieve them, the likelihood of finding any coconut water or flesh within was slim. Reluctantly, he continued along the beach, searching for ripe coconuts. After circling about half the island, Xin Gang finally spotted a palm tree laden with 4 or 5 coconuts, each roughly the size of a small head. At that moment, he realized he was unable to muster any genuine expression of joy. He could only force a semblance of a smile by straining his facial muscles. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, his body found the strength to persevere. He jogged, at a pace akin to a tortoise, to the base of the tree, summoning his last reserves of energy to climb the trunk. Perhaps instinctively, he activated the effect of life restoration, even as every muscle in his body trembled in protest. His limbs remained steadfast, inching him upward toward the tree's summit. To an observer beneath the tree, Xin Gang would appear as a sluggish chameleon traversing the branches. Yet he pressed on without faltering. Each extension of his limbs would quiver momentarily in the air before securely landing higher up. After an arduous 10 minutes of climbing the tree's towering trunk, Xin Gang finally reached the coveted coconuts, now tantalizingly close. Balancing precariously to avoid falling while attempting to pluck the still unripe coconuts proved to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, he managed the descent without incident, sliding down the trunk and landing safely on the sand. However, once he held the coconuts in his hands, he faced a new dilemma. The shell seemed excessively hard. While he could undoubtedly dispatch a shark with a single punch, confronting a coconut left him a loss, unable to employ his steely resolve. His clothing was in tatters, leaving him with no means to procure tools for opening the coconut. After climbing the coconut tree, his strength had diminished, and striking the coconut with his fist would likely only result in injury. After some contemplation, he clutched a coconut and staggered back in the direction from whence he came, intending to pry it open with a rock. Chapter 12. Stranded on a deserted island. To be frank, the coconuts yielded by this barren isle were hardly delectable, especially when the coconut water was tainted with grains of sand, shards of shell, and a hint of seawater. Yet he had no choice. These slightly immature coconuts represented the best nourishment and hydration he could find. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but after consuming the water from a single coconut, he felt rejuvenated, akin to rehydrated dried vegetables. However, he did not immediately rise to ascertain the authenticity of this sensation. Instead, he picked up a slender black stone and, with the coconut in hand, made his way to a dry stretch of sand beyond the reach of the waves, where he laid down to assess his physical condition. This was not a mere respite after satisfying his thirst and hunger. Xin Gang was conducting a thorough examination of his body. By concentrating his awareness throughout his physique, he performed a more comprehensive and meticulous self-assessment than before. While it was termed a full-body examination, it primarily entailed inspecting the condition of his muscles and ligaments. He could not yet delve into his internal organs or bones, so he could only gauge those areas in a rudimentary fashion. The results of his examination were far from encouraging. Countless strains and sharp wounds adorned his body, and upon further reflection, he discerned a persistent ache emanating from his bones, suggesting that minor fractures were likely present. The most troubling aspect was the significant damage inflicted upon his respiratory system by toxins. He did not need to consciously focus. The pain accompanying each breath and his labored gasps after a few steps were ample evidence of his plight. Moreover, his weakened state severely hampered his recuperative abilities. rendering him simultaneously afflicted by both weakness and severe injury. After concluding his assessment, Xin Gang finally allowed himself to rest. Despite the multitude of injuries rendering him unable to sleep, he closed his eyes and positioned his body in the most natural and relaxed state possible, enabling his body's self-repair mechanisms to operate freely. After lying on the beach for 2 hours, he received a glimmer of good news. His recovery capabilities had begun to improve gradually. At this pace, he would regain his extraordinary self-healing ability before nightfall, and the remaining injuries on his body would heal in just 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, he first replenished his fluids with coconut water, along with vitamins and a small amount of carbohydrates, followed by a well-deserved 2-hour rest. His stamina had already recovered by about 10 to 20%. Thus, he slowly rose and made his way toward the coconut picking area, intent on retrieving the remaining 4 coconuts. After all, on an island where fresh water sources were scarce, coconuts were practically the sole source of hydration and must be utilized judiciously. With his strength returning and his wounds slightly healing, he walked significantly faster than before and soon arrived beneath the coconut tree. However, the sight that greeted him made his blood pressure soar. The beach was strewn with nothing but fragments of coconut shells. These shells were not merely remnants of emptied coconuts, but rather tiny shards that had escaped from the mouth of a thief who had devoured the whole fruit, coupled with the wet traces of coconut water on the sand. It was not difficult to imagine the unseemly manner in which the coconut pilferer had consumed his bounty. The thief had also left traces of his presence on the beach. Aside from several paw prints considerably larger than Xin Gang's open hand, there was a slender drag mark that seemed to indicate the presence of a tail. Sighing at the outcome, Xin Gang felt rather dispirited. He had initially thought that such a small island would not harbor creatures capable of stealing coconuts, forgetting that the sea teemed with gluttonous beings that could easily ascend ashore. Of course, even had he considered this possibility from the outset, his strength had only permitted him to carry away a single coconut. However, he soon came to terms with it, realizing that perhaps it was not entirely adverse. If he could lure a glutton ashore with the coconuts, he would not need to immerse his wounded body in the ocean for protein. Moreover, there were still many unexplored areas of the island, and he might yet find more coconut trees bearing fruit. To alleviate his gloom and replenish his hydration and nutrients, Xin Gang leaned against the coconut tree and thoroughly devoured the flesh of the coconut in his hand. While enjoying the fruit, he was exceedingly careful to preserve the integrity of the shell, which could serve as an excellent container on a deserted island and might even be useful as material for crafting a raft. With his stomach finally filled with something substantial, Xin Gang embarked on the unfinished exploration of the small island. The island was indeed quite small. Having regained a modicum of strength, he soon traversed the coastline of this side, now holding a plump, ripe coconut in his hand. As he stood at the corner of the shore and gazed toward the opposite side of the island, he noticed a marine creature stranded in the shallow waters. This creature was roughly a third the size of the island beneath his feet, with a towering dorsal fin adorned with elongated spines, while its pectoral fins were exceptionally large and similarly spiked. Recalling his experience of being swallowed the previous night, Xin Gang quickly formed a conjecture regarding the identity of this beached marine creature. Yet, a new question arose. He remembered striking this creature just once, even considering the attack from within its stomach. His strike could only deal nearly 400 points of additional damage from his heart of steel and a full-powered punch while in an enraged state. Such an assault should not have inflicted a fatal blow to a creature of such colossal size, at least not instantaneously. Death from a gastroperforation, physical, would typically require some time. However, the creature before him exhibited no signs of gill movement, nor could he activate the heart of steel skill against it, indicating that it had clearly perished. As he approached, Xin Gang discovered that the beach was littered with the corpses of numerous marine creatures, from small shellfish and crabs to tuna and sharks, all lifeless on the shore. Among the pile of carcasses, Xin Gang spotted something familiar, a barrel missing one lid and featuring a hole on the side. Surprisingly, it had not fallen apart and appeared to be of decent quality. As Xin Gang meandered towards the wooden barrel, he idly lamented his boredom, navigating past a shark, 2 sizable swordfish, and a tangle of octopus tentacles as thick as his thighs. Peering into the barrel, he discovered nothing but half a barrel of seawater and a layer of sand at the bottom. This revelation clarified the fleeting confusion that had arisen within him, illuminating the mystery of what had struck the back of his head the previous night. It could only be said that the pufferfish sea king had brought about its own demise. It had misjudged its attempt to consume Xin Gang, and in its subsequent thrashing, had caused his head to collide with a barrel containing toxic gas. The noxious fumes had seeped into his bloodstream through the wounds left on a gastric wall, swiftly traversing his body and robbing him of vitality. Throughout this ordeal, Xin Gang had endured a commensurate degree of harm. However, his robust constitution had allowed him to withstand the concentrated poison until the pufferfish Sea King finally realized its folly and expelled its stomach contents. Regrettably, the marine creatures cast ashore suffered an unjust fate. Blissfully swimming in the ocean, they were suddenly enveloped by the frenzied Sea King's noxious gas. Alas, Xin Gang sighed once more, burdened by the guilt of having participated in the reprehensible act of discarding refuse into the sea, as well as the regret over the inedibility of the protein found on this beach. Chapter 13. A Clever Yet Foolish Turtle. Xin Gang placed the coconut shell and the freshly plucked coconut upon the sandy shore, then upended the barrel filled with seawater and sand. He carried it a short distance away from the remains of the pufferfish king and began to rinse it with seawater. After all, it served as a commendable vessel, one that would undoubtedly prove useful for survival on this desolate island, even though it had once contained a toxic gas canister. A thorough wash in the sea and a brief soak should render it clean. However, Xin Gang should not have left the remnants of the coconut and the newly harvested fruit on the beach. As he scrubbed the barrel at the water's edge, a shadow emerged from the depths, darting towards the coconut and its shell, resembling a husky in the snow. By the time Xin Gang sensed something amiss and turned around, it was too late. The shadow had already seized the large coconut, and as its jaws clamped shut, only a few fragments and droplets of coconut water escaped from the corners of its mouth. After devouring the succulent coconut, the shadow remained unsatisfied, extending its head towards the nearby coconut shell for another bite. This time, however, it found no tender, juicy flesh nor sweet coconut water. Only a pile of shattered shell filled its mouth. The shadow tilted its head in a remarkably human-like manner, expressing its confusion, and this tilt brought Xin Gang, who was charging towards it in a fit of anger, into its line of sight. One must concede that in moments of extreme rage, a person can indeed perform astonishing feats. While one might not be able to penetrate a steel plate 50 meters thick, unleashing a burst of speed from a battered body is certainly attainable. The shadow barely managed to turn around and crawl a few steps before Xin Gang pinned it down with a foot on its carapace, rendering it motionless. After a few symbolic struggles, it tucked its hind legs and tail, remaining still. Indeed, the thief of the coconut was a tortoise, albeit not a sea turtle. Its entire form was cloaked in a deep black, with sturdy limbs adorned with sharp claws, and a long, robust tail that curled and coiled beneath the edge of its shell. The carapace boasted 3 prominent ridges, resembling mountainous peaks, while the edges exhibited a serrated appearance. Was this a snapping turtle? Gazing at the timid creature before him, Xin Gang struggled to find a fitting comparison. He soon noticed something peculiar. This tortoise appeared to be rather young, its claws pristine and devoid of wear, while its glossy black shell showed no signs of algae or aquatic vegetation. Yet, even at this juvenile stage, its shell measured approximately 2 meters in length, suggesting it might be a mere hatchling of a sea creature. However, Xin Gang was not particularly concerned with the creature species, nor did he intend to dwell on the fact that it had consumed one of his coconuts and damaged another shell. After all, why should he hold a grudge against a hefty bundle of protein? Xin Gang grasped the slender stone he had found and approached the turtle, which remained in its retracted state, intending to comprehend its existence through this object. He refrained from employing his steel heart to preserve the integrity of the turtle's shell. Such a vast natural container should not be squandered, whether repurposed as a cooking vessel or the core of a makeshift raft. However, as he reached the front of the creature, he was met with an absurd sight that elicited both laughter and tears. Due to its thick neck and head, the turtle was unable to fully withdraw its head into its shell. Upon noticing Xin Gang approaching with the stone in hand, it initially attempted to shove its head deeper into its shell in a panic, only to realize it could not fit and quickly resorted to covering its face with its robust forelimbs, which bore scythe-like claws. Observing the comical gesture of the turtle cradling its head, Xin Gang found himself inexplicably charmed. It must be noted that this creature, embodying a peculiar variant of the French military salute, seemed to possess an exaggerated timidity. Despite its size, comparable to a small automobile, it cowered before Xin Gang, an ordinary human bearing injuries. Just as Xin Gang hesitated, amused by the turtle's endearingly awkward behavior, it stealthily shifted its left claw aside, allowing its round, bulging eyes to peek through the gap, only to shut them tightly again when Xin Gang's gaze swept in its direction, neglecting to reposition its claw. This amusing display compelled Xin Gang to lower the stone in his hand somewhat, though it appeared foolish. Such a human-like action indicated that this creature's intelligence approached that of humanity. Moreover, its skittish demeanor instilled in Xin Gang a sense of moral superiority. Eventually, Xin Gang delivered a few token kicks to the foolish turtle, which resembled an ostrich in its desperate attempt to shut its eyes, and reminded himself to exercise caution in future encounters before turning to leave. However, he vowed that should fate bring him face to face with this creature again, he would undoubtedly use its shell as a cooking pot for a stew. When he retrieved the wine barrel and glanced back, the beach was devoid of the presence of the grotesque, yet absurdly foolish creature. After strolling along the shoreline for a while with the wine barrel in hand, Xin Gang stumbled upon a coconut tree laden with large fruits. This time, he did not forget the painful lesson from earlier. Ascending the palm tree slowly and steadily, he first surveyed the surrounding waters to ensure that the coconut-loving foolish turtle was not nearby before commencing to harvest coconuts. Each time he plucked a coconut, he diligently verified the absence of the creature before letting it fall. As he grasped the final coconut in his hands, a familiar silhouette emerged in the nearby waters. It was back. Xin Gang was enraged. Previously, he had spared it due to its semblance of sentience, but now it seemed to think him an easy target. He swiftly descended onto the sandy shore, clutching a stone as a shield before the coconut, preparing to indulge in a nourishing turtle soup. However, when that foolish turtle emerged from the ocean, crawling onto the beach, Xin Gang did not immediately rush forward to teach it the meaning of terror, for it was clutching a fish in its mouth. It was a plump fish with a slate-gray back and a silvery white belly, measuring at least half a meter in length. Its abdomen swollen as if inflated. Though its head was ensnared by the turtle's vice-like jaws, the fish was still alive, its tail thrashing vigorously against the turtle's head and neck. For a moment, Xin Gang was puzzled by the creature's intentions, until he observed it slowly approach him, placing the fish on the sand and nudging it towards him with its head. "Is this for me?" Xin Gang, somewhat perplexed, pointed to himself and inquired. However, that foolish turtle seemed incapable of comprehending the meaning behind Xin Gang's words. It merely stretched its neck towards the coconut behind him. Chapter 14. The Taming of the Turtle. Observing the turtle's face, adorned with an expression of ingratiation, how it managed to achieve such a look was a mystery to Xin Gang. He realized that the dim-witted creature intended to barter the fish for the coconut. Recognizing this, Xin Gang's gaze towards the turtle softened, for it had clearly transcended the bounds of mischievousness, having committed wrongs without a trace of remorse. Yet, this was still insufficient. Setting aside the coconuts that had previously fallen victim to the turtle's antics, for Xin Gang, the coconuts, which promised a bounty of hydration, were far more valuable than a mere fish. Thus, he refrained from retrieving the fish that was flopping about on the beach, while the foolish turtle nudged the fish in his direction with its head. No, this would not do. Despite knowing that the creature likely could not understand human speech, Xin Gang shook his head and spoke. Realizing that this approach was futile, the turtle reluctantly withdrew its head and slowly turned back towards the sea. After its departure, Xin Gang picked up the fish, which bore a dent where it had been bitten, for he had already lost several coconuts to theft and felt justified in claiming the fish. Sitting cross-legged, Xin Gang first opened a coconut and drained its refreshing juice in one go, before seizing the fish and violently tearing it in two. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a pregnant female, her belly swollen with vibrant, red roe. Examining the flesh, which bore a striking red hue accented by white striations, he deduced that this was a sizable salmon. As a staunch advocate of well-cooked cuisine, Xin Gang preferred his steaks thoroughly done, yet he occasionally found himself swayed, and salmon was among the few delicacies he desired to consume raw. Moreover, it was not merely the act of consuming raw fish, it was a wild indulgence. Standing beneath a small waterfall with mouth agape, awaiting the salmon to leap into it. The primary inspiration behind this notion stemmed from the documentaries featuring brown bears feasting on salmon, their enjoyment so palpable that he found himself drooling through the screen each time he watched. Now, he was finally on the verge of realizing this dream, albeit the salmon was not caught directly from the waterfall. Nonetheless, gnawing on salmon on a deserted island felt sufficiently wild. In truth, even without such an eccentric dream, he would have resorted to consuming the fish raw, as kindling a fire without any tools proved to be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. The documentaries depicted brown bears occasionally feasting solely on fish roe, prompting him to begin with the roe, which bore a resemblance to pomegranate seeds in both size and color. He eagerly grabbed a handful of the roe and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Honestly, the flavor was not particularly delightful. At least, not to his palate. Perhaps if savored slowly, it might reveal some uniqueness, but the circumstances were hardly conducive to leisurely enjoyment. After indulging in the extravagant consumption of fish roe, he then proceeded to devour the salmon he had torn in half, quickly reducing the arm-length fish to merely a head and a heap of skin and bones, with the innards discarded. Remarkably, despite consuming such a substantial quantity, he did not feel overly satiated and even contemplated having another. Just then, a turtle adorned with sharp spikes on its head emerged from the sea, clutching a salmon in its mouth, which was considerably larger than the one he had just eaten, and the force of its presence was notably more formidable. The foolish turtle, enduring the harsh slaps of the cold fishtail, approached him, depositing the salmon before nudging it forward with its head, gazing at him with palpable anticipation. It was a rather peculiar experience to be observed with such eagerness by a reptile, as one would not expect them to display any expressions. Yet, the muscular structure of this turtle's head allowed it to exhibit a modicum of expressive variation. Upon glancing at the large salmon flopping futilely on the beach, he nodded in acknowledgement. Although the turtle could not comprehend the gesture, it excitedly bobbed its head upon seeing him place a hand on a coconut beside him. However, he did not toss the entire coconut to the exuberant turtle. Instead, he picked up the one from which he had already drained the juice. He first inserted his fingers into the opening he had made and forcefully broke off pieces of the coconut shell, complete with the flesh. The discarded shell pieces were swiftly caught and devoured by a head that was both fierce and adorably clumsy. The action was remarkably swift. Xin Gang could not help but exclaim, for he believed that he could never execute such swift movements with his mind alone. Once the opening in the coconut shell was sufficiently large, he paused his actions momentarily. This caused the foolish turtle beside him, who had been craning its neck, to become somewhat anxious. Boldly, it extended its head towards Xin Gang's hand, gently nudging the back of his hand with its pointed beak, clearly expressing its desire for favor. Was this creature a dog or a turtle? Xin Gang has ample reason to suspect that this fool is merely incapable of sticking out his tongue. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly indulge in a few self-licks. Now, be on your way. Xin Gang extended his hand to gently push aside the turtle's head, which appeared incongruous both in its exterior and essence. At the same time, he curiously stroked the spiky surface of the head, finding the texture surprisingly pleasant to the touch. He then commenced scraping the flesh from the inner wall of the coconut shell with a stone tool that he was becoming increasingly adept at wielding. With each scrape, he casually discarded the shavings, all of which ultimately found their way into the turtle's eager mouth. Once Xin Gang had finished processing the coconut shell, the foolish turtle, clearly unsatisfied, gazed vacantly at the other coconuts scattered on the ground. For now, however, it would have to wait. Xin Gang delivered a sharp slap to its head, a gesture that transcended language barriers and conveyed the message that it was time to cease its actions. Indeed, the moment before, its head had been held high, but after receiving that relatively mild blow, it withdrew, resembling a child who felt wronged. By the way, how should I address you? Xin Gang suddenly turned towards the timid turtle, a playful smile gracing his face as he bestowed upon a name. What do you think of the name Anton? Very well, from now on, you shall be called Anton. The turtle, however, was utterly bewildered by the words of the creature before it. It had no comprehension of what was being said, nor did it even recognize the being in front of it. Yet, this individual possessed the remarkable ability to retrieve those hard-shelled, sweet and sour delights from a tree without posing any threat. Consequently, it decided to remain close to this person for the time being. Anton, Xin Gang called out loudly the foolish turtle's newly acquired name, and naturally, there was no response. However, he did not feel disheartened. Rising to his feet, he began to gather the coconuts on the beach and the fish brought by Antoine into a wine barrel, continuing his quest for the coconut trees that bore fruit. Antoine closely followed him, appearing formidable yet behaving as docile as an old plow ox. Nevertheless, Xin Gang remained vigilant, not allowing himself to be lulled into complacency by the turtle's temporary gentleness, always on guard against this large creature that inexplicably had a penchant for coconuts. Chapter 15. The taming of the turtle. Antoine gained Xin Gang's trust only after he had climbed a tree to pluck a coconut, a moment that served as a test of the turtle's character. Xin Gang placed a barrel filled with coconuts on the ground, then turned his back and began to climb the tree, feigning an intent to pluck coconuts. In truth, most of his attention was focused on the movements behind him. Although Antoine had just demonstrated that he was not merely a creature driven by instinct, Xin Gang remained uncertain whether he only displayed such docility when under observation. What if, in a moment of relaxed vigilance, Antoine stealthily removed all the coconuts? Thus, It was imperative from the outset to ascertain that this formidable creature was not merely a thief poised to pilfer coconuts, but rather a companion suitable for survival on a deserted island. Although it was all in jest, Xin Gang nonetheless executed the entire charade, climbing to the treetop in the absence of any activity from Antoine and plucking a coconut to drop it down. Initially, Antoine had been craning its neck, fixated on the coconuts within the barrel, but upon the coconut landing, it finally stirred. Xin Gang, too, slowed his actions, redirecting his attention to the movements on the sandy beach below. Antoine ambled toward the coconut, and due to its proximity and massive stature, it reached the coconut in just a few strides. It extended its neck, opening its great maw to bite down. However, as Xin Gang prepared to descend and impart a stern lesson to Antoine about the fearsome upright ape, he was taken aback to discover that Antoine did not consume the coconut. Instead, after gingerly closing its mouth around the coconut, it merely held it delicately and proceeded to place it back into the barrel. Upon completing this task, Antoine raised its spiked head to gaze at Xin Gang in the tree, its eyes reflecting both eagerness and a desire to please. At this juncture, Xin Gang could no longer deny that Antoine was indeed more astute and disciplined than he had anticipated. The duo, a man and a turtle, collaborated seamlessly to gather every edible coconut on the island, filling an entire barrel to the brim. Subsequently, Xin Gang opened a coconut, sharing its contents with Antoine. During this process, he noticed that Antoine began to be discerning about its food. After consuming the scraped coconut flesh, it started to show aversion to the fragments still bearing flesh. Although it continued to eat, its pace was no longer as swift as before. Upon reflection, Xin Gang quickly grasped Antoine's perspective. For it, coconuts were not a staple, but rather a delicacy, thus it naturally preferred the highest quality flesh over mere remnants. Simultaneously, the reason for Antoine's obedience became evident. Its 4 large claws were incapable of separating the flesh from the shell, leaving it reliant on Xin Gang for assistance. Otherwise, it would have to swallow everything whole. This realization brought Xin Gang greater comfort, for it indicated that Antoine would likely refrain from pilfering and ending up with a belly full of coconut shells. After enjoying the coconut water and discarding the remaining flesh to Antoine, Xin Gang officially embarked on his wilderness survival endeavor. He first scouted a relatively flat and clean area at the junction of the beach and the forest near the rocky outcrops, setting down the barrel filled with coconuts to establish his temporary abode. Utilizing the surrounding tree trunks as support pillars, he wove branches and coconut fronds into 3 walls that allowed for airflow, along with a roof that offered minimal sun protection, thus creating a small shelter the size of a public restroom stall. Next, he ventured into the woods to gather firewood, while Antoine remained by the small shelter, guarding the barrel of coconuts. Once he had collected suitable materials for burning and igniting a fire, Xin Gang commenced his endeavor to create fire by friction. He was grateful for his previous fascination with survival shows, which now provided him with a semblance of knowledge on how to proceed. He first stripped the bark from a plant resembling hemp to fashion a slender cord, which he then tied to a curved branch, completing a bow drill. He selected a hard wooden stick as the drill bit, while the fireboard consisted of a dry, soft log, beneath which he placed a layer of fibrous material taken from a dry coconut shell to catch the spark. Xin Gang pressed 1/2 of a dry coconut shell, which bore the drill bit, while deftly pulling the bow back and forth. Perhaps fortune favored him with suitable materials, as sparks soon flew from between the bow and the board, landing on the tinder below. He quickly set the bow and coconut shell aside, carefully cradling the glowing tuft of velvet and gently blowing upon it. Once the tuft ignited in earnest, Xin Gang tenderly placed it into a prearranged pile of firewood, where flames erupted vigorously. Despite the smoothness of his fire-starting endeavor, the sky remained dark upon his completion. The flickering flames served as a substitute for the setting sun, illuminating the nearby beach. The purpose of this fire extended beyond mere illumination and warmth. Xin Gang retrieved the second fish sent by Anton from the barrel, briefly prepared it on the shore, and then divided it into several portions, skewering them on branches for later use. After allowing the fire to burn for some time, generating an ample amount of charcoal, he finally extracted some coals and commenced the grilling of the fish. Given that he had torn the fish apart by hand, each piece varied in size and thickness, with the smaller and thinner portions cooking rapidly. Xin Gang sampled a piece, although the texture was somewhat compromised due to partial charring. The flavor was undeniably superior to that of eating it raw, albeit lacking in seasoning and thus somewhat bland. Nevertheless, stranded on a deserted island, what more could one desire? A warm meal was indeed a stroke of good fortune. With a self-deprecating smile, Xin Gang finished off the remaining meat in his hand. At that moment, Anton emerged from the water, its head breaking the surface as it clutched a fish in its mouth, vigorously slapping its own head with its tail. Upon noticing the fire beside Xin Gang, it startled and instinctively leaped back a step, dropping the fish it held. After hastily dipping its head back into the water to recapture the escaping fish, Anton squinted its eyes, a look of sheer delight as it approached the fire. "Ah, Anton, you have arrived." Xin Gang greeted it with a smile. Although Anton was yet unaware of its own name, with repeated calls, it would not be long before it comprehended that this was indeed its designation. Anton did not respond to Xin Gang. Instead, it placed the fish it had been holding down beside him and found a suitable distance to lie down near the fire. He seemed to be quite content. Observing Anton's comfortable demeanor, Xin Gang revealed a knowing smile, for despite its considerable size, it was merely a turtle that relished warmth. Suddenly inspired, he took a piece of roasted fish off the branch, held it in his hand, and called out to Anton, "Dinner time." Anton, with half-closed eyes, lifted its head upon hearing Xin Gang's voice and saw him toss something in its direction. Having experienced being fed coconut flesh by Xin Gang on 2 occasions, Anton instinctively opened its mouth to catch the thrown item. However, it quickly realized that this was not coconut flesh, though it appeared to be quite delightful nonetheless. Chapter 16. The Taming of the Turtle on the Beach. Xin Gang stood behind Anton and shouted, then tossed a piece of coconut flesh straight ahead. Responding to Xin Gang's command, Anton had already begun to step forward on the sand, stretching its neck just in time to catch the falling morsel. Left. Another command rang out, and Anton promptly turned to the left, successfully catching yet another piece of fruit that was thrown its way. Forward. Anton continued to advance in its current direction, eventually consuming the 3rd piece of coconut flesh. After expending half a coconut's worth of fruit, Xin Gang concluded today's training, feeling it was time to embark on the next phase of his regimen. This marked the 5th day of his sojourn on the island. His wounds had nearly healed, although he still experienced the occasional cough. The raft for his departure was prepared, and he had successfully distilled and smoked a sufficient supply of fresh water and provisions for his journey at sea. The sole dilemma lay in the lack of propulsion. In ordinary waters, one could easily fashion a makeshift sail, allowing the vessel to be propelled by the sea breeze, making minor adjustments by instinct until landfall was achieved. However, this was the Grand Line, where even seasoned navigators, piloting finely crafted sailing ships, could easily find themselves adrift. This was particularly true for Xin Gang, an amateur who could only vaguely discern the cardinal directions by the positioning of the sun and stars. Furthermore, even if he possessed the innate talent of a navigator like Nami, who could sense weather changes through her skin, it would be impossible to traverse these vast waters relying solely on a sail fashioned from rags and leaves. Naturally, Xin Gang began to contemplate utilizing Anton. Although the creature possessed sharp claws, its toes were connected by a thin yet resilient membrane, which, when fully extended, formed a paddle-like flipper of considerable size. Additionally, its robust tail, adorned with a row of spines, served as a formidable source of propulsion. Most importantly, its substantial physique could easily tow a small raft measuring over 2 meters in length. Thus, he commenced training Anton. Recognizing the creature's intelligence, he opted not to start with simple hand gestures, but rather to instill basic directional commands. Initially, he would toss out pieces of coconut flesh while issuing commands. But this yielded no results. Anton merely dashed after the flying morsel, disregarding any verbal instructions. Subsequently, Xin Gang modified his approach by first calling out the commands and then throwing the coconut flesh in the corresponding direction. At last, Anton began to grasp the meanings of forward, backward, left, right, and stop. The subsequent training sessions followed a similar pattern, although Xin Gang ceased to toss out coconut flesh after issuing commands. Instead, he rewarded Anton with a substantial portion of fruit only after it accurately executed his directives. This process progressed remarkably smoothly. Anton did not abandon compliance upon realizing that no food was forthcoming, continuing to act according to Xin Gang's commands. It appeared that the creature had genuinely comprehended the essence of Xin Gang's words, rather than merely associating them with a conditioned reflex tied to food. However, after completing the training, Xin Gang still offered the remaining half of the coconut to Anton. Thanks to the creature's cleverness, he soon advanced to the penultimate stage of training, which necessitated leaving the shore. He also required the company of Anton in the water for the training to proceed effectively. This segment aimed to prevent Anton from inadvertently dragging the raft underwater while performing its tasks, while Xin Gang himself was unlikely to succumb to drowning easily. The provisions and fresh water aboard the raft could not withstand the ravages of seawater.
Xin Gang swam alongside Anton, adjusting its swimming posture by cradling its abdomen according to the commands given during the descent and ascent. In just a day, Anton comprehended the meanings of these three commands and could navigate the waters with instructions to move forward, backward, left, right, and halt, as per Xin Gang's guidance. Thus, the training reached its final phase. Xin Gang secured the raft to the second row of carapace protrusions on Anton's back with ropes crafted from tree bark. Together, they glided across the sea near the deserted island. Initially, Anton was reluctant to tow the raft. However, Xin Gang enticed it with 2 coconuts, prompting Anton to willingly venture into the water with the raft. Over time, it seemed to perceive this as a peculiar game, growing less resistant to the idea. Nevertheless, Xin Gang noticed that a single rope appeared insufficiently secure. While Anton swam steadily ahead, the raft frequently deviated from its intended path, sometimes spinning in circles. Consequently, he fashioned 2 additional ropes to attach to the third row of carapace protrusions on either side of Anton, ensuring the raft could be towed more reliably as they progressed. Xin Gang spent several days testing the sturdy wooden raft near the solitary island, ensuring that it would not disintegrate, that Anton would not suddenly exhibit capricious behavior, either swimming erratically or submerging into the depths of the sea. He even imparted some more intricate commands to it. Everything was prepared. On a bright and serene morning, under a sky devoid of clouds, Xin Gang secured the unfinished coconut, distilled freshwater, and sun-dried fish on the raft. He offered another coconut to Anton, providing it with both the juice and the flesh before tying the rope connected to the raft to his shell. "Anton, let us set sail," Xin Gang exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he sat on the raft's bench. However, he was met only with a perplexed expression from Anton, who had not been taught the meaning of "let us set sail." Thus, he revised his command, "Advance, stay afloat." At this, Anton comprehended, and together they ventured forth into the vast ocean, the raft and its occupant in tow. Xin Gang was oblivious to his location and unaware of which direction might lead him to a large inhabited island. Consequently, he had no choice but to select a direction and persist in that course, hoping that fortune would favor him with a serendipitous discovery of a populated isle or the chance encounter with passing vessels. Perhaps it was the ill-fated nights spent with the cannon-wielding pirate crew that had exhausted his streak of misfortune, for during his subsequent maritime journey, he and his tortoise companion encountered no particularly harsh weather. Occasionally, a marine creature would present itself, offering them heart of steel and fresh sustenance. On the 4th day after their departure, at midday, Xin Gang finally spotted an island on the horizon ahead. The island was vast, and by his estimation, it was several times larger than the one where Haimu Town was situated, almost resembling a miniature continent. As he drew nearer, he discerned that the side of the island facing him was adorned with towns and a harbor, causing him to exhale with relief. However, he opted not to approach the harbor directly. Instead, he chose to land on a secluded beach some distance away from the town. Upon reaching the shore, he first untied the rope tethered to Anton and then opened the last 2 remaining coconuts to feed his loyal companion. He reserved only a few pieces of dried fish that looked particularly appealing and likely to fetch a good price, while the rest was devoted to rewarding the tortoise that had aided his escape from the deserted isle. As Anton relished his meal, Xin Gang gently caressed the creature's shell, followed by a playful pat. "Farewell, Anton." Upon hearing his name, Anton swallowed the fishing rod he had been nibbling and lifted his head to gaze at him. Realizing he had never taught Anton the meaning of goodbye, Xin Gang managed a wry smile and pointed towards the ocean. "This way, Anton." He then gestured towards the direction of the town on the island. This way." After a moment of contemplation, Anton grasped Xin Gang's intent. The lively sparkle in his eyes, once bright with the joy of eating, dimmed instantly, and his head drooped. Xin Gang felt a twinge of reluctance, for Anton had not only facilitated his escape from that island, but also served as a confidant during that period of solitude. To him, Anton was far more than a mere pet or steed. However, Anton was, after all, a ferocious juvenile sea creature destined to roam the vast ocean, whereas he, upon returning to Haimu Town, would likely find himself devoid of any opportunities to venture out to sea. Furthermore, he could not possibly keep Anton near Haimu Town. Even if Anton posed no threat, its considerable size and the inevitable growth it would undergo would render the local fishermen's livelihoods precarious. Thus, for this singular duo of man and turtle, parting ways was almost the only viable option at this moment. With gritted teeth, Xin Gang turned to leave, but Anton extended his neck, blocking his path with his head. Gazing at the adorably spiky black head, Xin Gang pondered whether he should be a bit more resolute.
He remembered an amusing anecdote he had come across, suggesting that scientists, when releasing rescued seal pups, would give them a kick to instill an understanding that humans are not benevolent creatures. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Regardless of the veracity of that claim, it was evident that Anton was astute enough to discern right from wrong. Oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly escaped a beating, Anton continued to obstruct Xin Gang's way, determined not to let him pass. Farewell. Xin Gang gently patted Anton's head and then leaped away swiftly, seizing 2 pieces of dried fish before Anton could react. Once Anton emerged from its momentary stupor, it immediately set off in pursuit. However, it soon realized that it could not match Xin Gang's speed on land. Then, as if sensing something, it twitched its nose and carefully inhaled the scents in the air. Instinctively retracting its neck, Anton identified a certain aroma that, in its understanding, belonged to a perilous black sphere capable of flight. After observing Xin Gang's departing direction for a moment, it turned back towards the sea, neglecting even the remaining dried fish. Meanwhile, Xin Gang, noticing that Anton had ceased its chase, decided to pause and tidy up his appearance. Having lived in seclusion on a remote island for over 10 days and adrift at sea for 4, he found himself still some distance from the well-clad Tarzan. Yet even the most disheveled beggar on the streets would appear better dressed than he. His clothing had been tattered upon his arrival on that island, with only his undergarments remaining intact. After frequenting the forest and sea, and often lingering by the fire, his upper body was now bare, while his lower half consisted of a makeshift skirt fashioned from tattered cloth, with his feet completely devoid of any covering. Despite the lack of grime on his body and face due to regular washing, his hair had become excessively oily, forming clumps, and white crystalline particles dotted his eyelashes and eyebrows. Yet, upon reflection, Xin Gang suddenly realized that there was little to tidy. In this world, a bare upper body was hardly remarkable. Many individuals roamed about clad in nothing but undergarments. In comparison, he is quite well covered. Moreover, Xin Gang's body bears no tattoos or horrifying scars. The previous injuries have healed into mere faint marks. His physique slightly exceeds the bounds of being merely well-proportioned and sturdy, lacking any exaggerated musculature or a hulking frame. Walking through the streets, he is hardly intimidating. Rather, he might find himself at a disadvantage. A quick application of crystalline particles to his face poses no issue, but as for his hair, it is best left unaddressed, as even the most skilled artisan struggles without materials. Additionally, his body currently exhibits only a few fine soft hairs around his lips, not yet reaching the age of rampant beard growth, thus avoiding the appearance of being unkempt. Even with a disheveled and greasy hairstyle, he retains a measure of charm. After a moment of self-reflection, reassured that he does not present a frightful visage, Xin Gang continued his journey towards the town. Chapter 17. The visitor of Scarlet Town. Scarlet Town possesses a name that might evoke femininity, yet is far from a suitable abode for ladies. In truth, it is hardly a fitting place for any ordinary soul. This locale is a gathering point for pirates, gangs, slavers, thieves, gamblers, and prostitutes. A realm woven from chaos and desire. Although a port exists here, it serves only the vessels of pirates and merchant ships under gang control. At first glance, it resembles other coastal towns, yet it is devoid of any laws or regulations. All inhabitants adhere to a primal survival of the fittest. While the weak may manage to exist temporarily, it is merely because the strong have had their fill. Those who appear benevolent often reveal their true predatory natures soon enough. Today, an individual who stands out even amidst such a tumultuous crowd has arrived. His skin exhibits a hue born of the sun and sea. His hair resembles that of the unkempt sailors aboard pirate ships. His face, though relatively handsome, pales in comparison to the refined young lords and ladies of the pleasure houses. His bare torso showcases well-defined, yet not exaggerated, musculature, and he wears an odd skirt fashioned from scraps of cloth around his waist, with his feet similarly wrapped in matching fragments. In his hands, he carries no weapons, but rather several large pieces of dried fish, which appear quite appetizing. This unarmed, solitary figure is unmistakably Xin Gang. The reason he strolls confidently through Scarlet Town without anyone challenging him is simple. He is indeed distinct. Although the island on which Scarlet Town resides is merely the second in a series on the Grand Line, the pirates who reach this place are far from the narrow-minded bandit king, Sigma. They have encountered, or at least heard of, various peculiar individuals. Thus, when Xin Gang appears, walking calmly down the street, the pirates are reminded of those strange characters that have left lasting impressions on them. Furthermore, Xin Gang's visage suggests he possesses little of value. Any potential captors would find him worth merely a few $100,000 at the slave market, and as for the fish he carries, forget it. In Scarlet Town, one can at most purchase a single drink. Amid the potential high risks and the glaringly apparent low returns, Xin Gang surprisingly made his way unimpeded to the most bustling street of Scarlet Town. The sides of the street were aglow with vibrant lights, bars, casinos, and houses of ill repute lined up in succession. The thoroughfare was filled with a myriad of characters, swaying drunks, gamblers stripped down to their undergarments, and rugged pirate captains, each embracing alluring women as they passed by. Xin Gang stood in the center of the street, surveying his surroundings before entering the tavern nearest him. Upon stepping inside, he realized that this establishment was far from lively. The modest space of 30 square meters was sparsely occupied by a mere 7 or 8 patrons. Behind the bar stood a burly man, resembling a bodyguard more than a bartender, clad in an ill-fitting black and white tuxedo. Xin Gang approached the towering figure, placing the dried fish he held upon the counter. "What do you intend to do?" The bartender inquired with a low, gruff tone, casting a glance at Xin Gang. "Do you accept this here?" Xin Gang pointed at the dried fish that had just been placed down, all of which were crafted from the tenderloin of sea king species. The bartender cast a skeptical glance at the fish, only to be astonished by his own inability to discern the type of meat. Yet, this was of little consequence. Once Xin Gang spoke, the bartender was already bracing himself for confrontation, for he had encountered such situations before, an audacious ruffian, adorned in flamboyant attire, believing that such a facade permitted him to extort others at will. This instance was merely a touch more peculiar, as the young man sought to impose a high price for several pieces of unidentified fish meat. Consequently, the bartender refrained from responding to Xin Gang. Instead, he slammed his palm against the bar, revealing a fierce countenance, his robust muscles quivering slightly, nearly bursting the collar that had been so painstakingly fastened. Typically, any ordinary thug would be terrified into submission at such a sight, rendering the bartender's intervention unnecessary. However, Xin Gang was by no means an ordinary ruffian. He was indeed intent on selling the dried fish, and given his experience in overpowering pirates far more formidable than this burly bartender, he regarded the threat as utterly trivial. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Xin Gang lifted his head to face the fierce-looking bartender and said, "Trust me, this is indeed the finest cut of sea king meat, freshly slaughtered and air-dried by my own hands. I am merely seeking a modest sum in exchange." Noting that Xin Gang showed no intention of leaving, the bartender flexed his fingers, indicating that he was ready to take action. "Tom, cease at once." A small door beside the liquor cabinet opened, and an elderly gentleman with a grizzled beard emerged. The old man pushed the burly bartender aside, nodded amiably at Xin Gang, and then picked up the dried fish from the bar to examine it closely. "Quite remarkable indeed." The old man swept all the fish toward his side and turned to Xin Gang, inquiring, "Pray tell, how much do you intend to sell, my good sir? If it is too exorbitant, our humble establishment may find it hard to manage." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xin Gang hesitated, perplexed as to how a few pieces of dried fish could be deemed unmanageable. After a moment, he realized that the old man suspected him of extortion, albeit with the intent of settling for a small sum to avoid trouble. Thus, he earnestly replied, "Sir, I assure you I am not here to extort anyone. I have suffered a shipwreck, and now I am penniless. I only wish to exchange these fish for a bit of money to procure clothing and sustenance." "Oh, I see." The old man sighed in relief and nodded. He then turned to the bartender, who had been standing like a stone statue beside him. "Tom, please escort this young gentleman to the back, provide him with some clothing, and see to it that he receives something to eat." Although the bartender seemed somewhat reluctant, he opened the bar door and gestured for Xin Gang to proceed. "Thank you." Xin Gang expressed his gratitude to the elder before following the bartender into the backstage area. Upon entering through the small door, they were greeted by a dimly lit, narrow corridor, prompting Xin Gang to remain vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. As the saying goes, one must not harbor ill intentions, yet one should always be wary of others. Despite his genuine gratitude moments ago, he felt it prudent to remain cautious and guard against any potential threats. However, until he reached the end of the corridor, no assault befell him. The hunched bartender did not suddenly turn to attack, and the walls posed no mechanisms to ensnare him. At the corridor's end, 3 doors were aligned along the walls, and the bartender, Tom, opened the door on the right. Inside, there was a long bench and 2 cabinets. He pointed to the left cabinet, saying, "In there are my old clothes. Please help yourself to something that fits." Xin Gang glanced at the entrance, ensuring that there were not 500 cutthroats concealed within before stepping inside. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed Tom opening the left door and entering. With a brief glimpse, Xin Gang discerned that it was a kitchen, albeit one that appeared to lack proper sanitation. As a mouse scurried out from the gap of the door and darted towards the changing room, though not particularly afraid of mice. He swiftly closed the door to prevent the rodent from gnawing on his clothes before it could approach. Chapter 18. I shall go out and slay you. After closing the changing room door, Xin Gang opened the cabinet pointed out by Tom, revealing it to be crammed with uniforms consisting of black jackets, white shirts, and long trousers, catering to sizes from children to adults. Xin Gang selected an outfit that suited his physique from the assortment available. Upon acquiring it, he first inhaled its scent, discovering only a faint musty odor accompanied by a sharp, camphor-like aroma before he began to don the attire. Once he had adorned himself in this ensemble reminiscent of a formal dress, he was pleasantly surprised by how well it fit, though it could have merely been an illusion stemming from his prolonged absence from wearing clothing. Subsequently, he unearthed a nearly new pair of deep brown leather ankle boots from the lower shelf of the wardrobe, discarding the cloth that had been wrapped around his feet. After changing into the new attire, Xin Gang felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment, akin to wearing new undergarments to welcome the new year. Admittedly, he did not possess new undergarments, and his hair remained greasy. Thus, this sense of invigoration was merely a fleeting illusion. While the acquisition of new undergarments might take some time, he was resolute in addressing the issue of his hair without further delay. He exited the changing room and entered the adjacent kitchen, where he briefly communicated with Tom before seizing a dishwashing detergent to wash his hair at the sink. Given the disheveled and filthy state of his hair and the ineffectiveness of dishwashing detergent for hair cleansing, he required a bit of time to rectify the situation. After Xin Gang had managed to wash his hair to a satisfactory extent, Tom placed a plate of vegetable and ham fried rice beside him. Eat up. I'm heading out. Do not meddle with anything here, he instructed before turning to leave the kitchen, crouching as he slipped back through the passage to the bar area. The elder was then attending to the patrons and mixing drinks in Tom's absence, with the fish jerky Xin Gang had provided hanging by the liquor cabinet. Tom glanced at the pieces of fish jerky before turning to the elder. Boss, are those jerky truly from the Sea King? He inquired. The elder's response was succinct. I do not know. Hey, Tom exclaimed, stepping forward in astonishment to press further. Then why? But the elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, who has faced difficulties at some point? If we can lend a hand, we should. Besides, trading some old clothes and a bowl of rice for a few pieces of fish jerky is hardly a loss for us. At this point, Tom chose to remain silent, obediently accepting his duties from the elder, who then retrieved a stack of wanted posters from beneath the bar and proceeded to post them on the bulletin board. Upon noticing the new wanted notices, the patrons of the tavern immediately gathered around to see whose bounty had increased or if there were any newcomers on the scene. However, as they beheld the posters affixed by the elder, silence fell over the crowd, with some even expressing their disdain with hisses. Old Jeff, are you mocking us? How could these few ruffians have bounties that high? A robust bald man in the front row, not much less wiry than Tom, began to heckle. Exactly. That so-called gunpowder pirate crew is merely armed with a few guns and cannons on their ship. I could take on 3 of them barehanded. Such an excessively reliant pirate crew on external weaponry was destined for a short-lived existence. I cannot fathom how their bounty could possibly escalate to such heights. Others joined in, and the old man chuckled, saying, I have heard that they used gas bombs to massacre an entire town, prompting the Navy to assign such a bounty. It appears that they acquired that weapon, which makes sense. Only a band of such weak pirates would resort to using it as their trump card. Among the onlookers, a voice of sudden realization emerged, only to quickly morph into mockery. Yet, they actually used that weapon to slaughter innocent people. What a waste. Indeed, if the Navy were aware that there was only one gas bomb, they would surely think twice before assigning a bounty of 20 million for merely annihilating a small town. By now, we would have become billion-dollar pirates. This remark came from a stout, one-eyed man, who burst into hearty laughter afterward. While the others did not join in his exaggerated mirth, most wore faint smiles, except for the old man, who shook his head in resignation before silently returning to the bar to polish the glasses. After a while, as the crowd before the bulletin board began to disperse, Xin Gang emerged through a small door behind the bar. Boss, thank you for your hospitality. Upon exiting, he bowed slightly to the old man. This gesture was not only an expression of gratitude for the old man's assistance, but also an apology for his earlier suspicions regarding both the old man and Tom. Xin Gang's earlier washing of his hair in front of Tom was, in fact, a test. Had Tom harbored ill intentions, he likely would not have missed the opportunity to exploit Xin Gang's vulnerable state. Later, before indulging in fried rice, he had taken the liberty of scouring the kitchen corners to catch a rat for testing the food. While caution is prudent when one is away from home, If it was merely a misunderstanding, one should carry a measure of regret in their heart, even if unspoken. There's no need for that. After all, we are engaged in a fair transaction, and no one owes anyone anything. The old man smiled and shook his head before adding, "It seems you are quite suited for this attire. If you find yourself in need of money, you are welcome to stay here and work as a server for a while." "No, I must return home as soon as possible." Xin Gang politely declined the elder's kind offer, then recalled something and inquired, "By the way, where exactly is this island located? Which route does it belong to? And which number island is it?" The response he received revealed that this was the second island along the first shipping route, starting from the direction of the East China Sea. Upon hearing this, Xin Gang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about drifting to another route, or worse, a more distant island. To his surprise, it was much closer than he had anticipated. Haimu Town is situated on the third island of the first shipping route from the East China Sea. This meant that Xin Gang could easily find a pirate ship to hitch a ride back home. "Then I shall take my leave," he said. Xin Gang effortlessly vaulted over the bar, intending to exit, but as he passed the bulletin board, he abruptly halted, swiftly retreating to scrutinize a particular wanted poster. The pirate depicted was unfamiliar to him. However, the distinctive skull emblem adorning the captain's hat left a profound impression on Xin Gang. Unlike the conventional skull symbol associated with pirates, this emblem featured a flintlock pistol and cannon barrel intricately intertwined beneath the skull. The last time he encountered this motif was aboard the pirate ship that had launched gas bombs at Haimu Town, suppressing the surge of anger within. He pointed at the wanted poster and inquired of the elder, "Is this pirate still alive?" "Indeed," the elder replied, glancing at Xin Gang with keen interest. "I just received this wanted notice today. What is your intention? Do you plan to claim his head?" "That seems rather unlikely," the elder continued. "His pirate crew has probably reached the fourth island." Upon hearing this, Xin Gang's lingering hope dissipated entirely. The fact that this pirate crew could advance to the fourth island indicated they had not suffered significant losses amidst the struggles against the Sea Kings. In such a case, the survivors of Haimu Town faced a dire fate. Xin Gang forced himself to remain composed as he pointed at the pirate adorned with the captain's hat and inquired, "Do you possess any photographs of the members of this scoundrel's crew?" The elder replied in a perfectly normal tone, "Ah, the latest wanted posters all feature members of his pirate crew." By this point, the old man had gathered a general understanding of the situation, yet he refrained from making it explicit or offering any consolation. Xin Gang widened his eyes, striving to engrave the appearances of those pirates from the wanted posters into his memory, and in his fury, he exclaimed, "Damn pirates, you all deserve to perish." "Hey, you brat, mind your words," the short, stout man with a single eye barked as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Xin Gang. "I'm a pirate too. Are you implying that I should die?" Perhaps due to Xin Gang's overly submissive demeanor in the presence of the elder, coupled with his rather ordinary attire that resembled that of a pampered young master, he appeared somewhat vulnerable. Now, if Xin Gang displayed even the slightest hint of trepidation, the one-eyed man would take great pleasure in humiliating him, ultimately selling him to a brothel to be treated as a genuine young master. However, Xin Gang was unperturbed. He directed a cold gaze at the man and queried, "Have you plundered villages along the shore and slain innocent lives?" The man, oblivious to the looming threat, mistook this as a sign of Xin Gang's fear and eagerly boasted of his illustrious exploits. "In truth, I have raided not merely villages but large port cities several times." "Innocent lives? Does a 10-year-old girl count as innocent? I've toyed with several of them to their demise. Then I speak of you." With a voice steeped in murderous intent, Xin Gang uttered these words, casting a glance at the elder before addressing the man. "Come outside with me. I'm going to kill you." In Chapter 19, titled "He Deserves to Die," upon meeting Xin Gang's gaze, the one-eyed man realized that this youth was no ordinary character. Though he was blind in one eye, he could still discern whether a person was genuinely formidable or merely posturing. However, the one-eyed man did not feel compelled to yield. He jested, as if to imply that everyone present was equally ruthless. Being a seasoned pirate with years of experience on the high seas, boasting a bounty in the millions, he was unconvinced that he could not handle a mere youth who had just begun to come into his own. "You should not be overly brash." The one-eyed man rose, twisting his neck as he approached Xin Gang. Seeing that he was prepared to accept his invitation, Xin Gang said little and stepped outside. Once on the street, the two men stood facing each other, and soon, a crowd began to gather. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacles, particularly in Scarlet Town, where a congregation of unruly and idle ruffians would naturally flock to any display of entertainment. "Kid, if you kneel and apologize to me now, I might let you go," the one-eyed man taunted, his hand sliding to the short gun holstered at his waist. Despite having just mocked the gun-toting pirate crew, he had a considerable reliance on firearms himself. He preferred to carry a loaded gun on his belt, for even a misfire would be preferable to facing an unexpected situation unarmed. However, just as he intended to distract Xin Gang with words before launching a surprise attack with his gun, Xin Gang initiated his assault. In an instant, the figure clad in a black suit appeared before the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man had intended to reprimand Xin Gang for his lack of decorum, but his words were abruptly halted by a punch directed at his jaw, sending him sprawling onto his back. As a pirate with a bounty in the millions, it was impossible for him to be felled by a single blow. Yet, as he prepared to draw his gun and retaliate, a sudden thud resounded as a foot landed heavily on his chest, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of ribs cracking. With a spurt of blood, the one-eyed man's grip on his gun slackened, and it clattered to the ground. Well done. Keep going. Take out his remaining eye as well. Today, the one-eyed Nemo shall become blind Nemo. Hurry up, one-eyed dragon. Summon the vigor you exhibited when playing with young girls. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. However, the one-eyed man, one of the protagonists on the stage, paid no heed to the uproar, for he realized, the moment he stepped onto the ground, that he was unequivocally no match for Xin Gang. With the gun slipping from his grasp, he lost even the slightest glimmer of hope. "Spare me, please," he implored, his voice dripping with desperation. "You see, I had no intention of taking your life just now. I know that kneeling may be excessive, but it does offer you a choice, does it not? How about this? I shall kneel and bow my head 3 times, no, 9 times, in reverence in you and your magnanimity. Well, let me go." Yet, Xin Gang remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at the firearm that had tumbled from the one-eyed man's hand, as if to convey, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your recent intentions." Realizing that the possibility for negotiation had evaporated, the one-eyed man resolved to muster every ounce of his strength for a final desperate gamble. But Xin Gang was still a step ahead. Xin Gang lifted his foot from the chest of the one-eyed man, and, without allowing him a moment to react, swiftly placed it upon his right shoulder. The sound of shattering bones was drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd surrounding them. However, the man's anguished screams soon reverberated throughout the street. Yet, Xin Gang had no intention of sparing the one-eyed man, for he had vowed to extinguish his life completely. Thus, as the wretched man writhed in agony, clutching his injured shoulder, Xin Gang borrowed a rusted, blunt knife from a sympathetic bystander. Despair filled the one-eyed man's eyes as he beheld Xin Gang advancing towards him once more. He struggled to rise, yearning to escape the encirclement of the crowd. But no amount of furious shouts could persuade the onlookers to part ways. When he attempted to force his way through, he was instead shoved toward the knife-wielding Xin Gang by the still engaged spectators. "You bastards, venomous snakes, soulless corpses, wretched beings destined for the depths of the sea." He cursed the cold-hearted and ruthless crowd. Yet, were he to witness such a barbaric act of slaughter himself, it was likely he would not have spared the unfortunate soul being butchered. But it mattered little now. He was destined to perish here today, and the surrounding crowd would hardly take offense at the curses of a dying man. Consider it mere seasoning for this gruesome spectacle. Despite his indignation towards the onlookers who treated him as a source of entertainment, he could not muster any defiance before the executioner, Xin Gang. In a moment of desperation, he knelt before Xin Gang, bowing his head thrice with a resounding thud. The only response he received was a swift kick aimed at his forehead, sending him crashing back to the ground, once again lying on his back. Xin Gang swiftly plunged the rusted, dull blade into the corpulent belly of the one-eyed man, piercing through to emerge from his back and anchoring him to the ground, resembling a grotesque specimen of a bloated insect. Perhaps the previous excruciating pains had rendered the one-eyed man numb, for this penetrating wound elicited little more than a faint grunt. Xin Gang was unfazed. After all, this act merely served to secure his victim, while the true spectacle was yet to unfold. He retrieved the fallen short gun from the one-eyed man, ensured it was loaded, and aimed it at the man's groin, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. The one-eyed man, who had thought he was becoming accustomed to suffering, was suddenly overwhelmed by a searing pain radiating from his lower abdomen, engulfing all awareness. Instinctively, he sought to curl his body, yet the knife embedded in his gut intensified the agony with any movement, leaving him to collapse on the ground, weeping and wailing. Among the onlookers, every male present felt a chill at the sight, instinctively crossing their legs and retreating a step. Yet, Xin Gang showed no intent of granting the one-eyed man any reprieve. Grasping the gun barrel devoid of bullets, he knelt beside the man's head, using the butt of the gun to deliver stinging slaps across his face. In a matter of moments, several shattered teeth flew from the man's mouth, but Xin Gang persisted, determined to extract every last tooth in this manner. "Friend, must you take things to such an extreme?" Emerged a well-dressed, middle-aged man with a disarming smile from a throng of spectators. Approaching Xin Gang, he intervened to halt the brutal assault, suggesting, "If there are grievances between you two, perhaps we could discuss them. I may be able to mediate." Xin Gang scrutinized the smiling middle-aged man, then replied with an impassive expression, "No, I bear no personal grudge against him. I act solely because he deserves to die." In Chapter 20, The Demon of the Death Star, it would be inaccurate to claim that Xin Gang harbored no animosity towards the one-eyed man. After learning of the dire circumstances faced by the survivors of Hima Town, he was nearly on the brink of losing control when the one-eyed man stumbled into his line of fire. Of course, had the one-eyed man merely spoken boastfully, Xin Gang would likely have disregarded him entirely. Even if he had declared himself a pirate, Xin Gang would have simply pummeled him to relieve his pent-up frustration. However, the one-eyed man, seemingly eager for a swift demise, brazenly flaunted his so-called achievements, prompting Xin Gang to cast aside any psychological burdens and regard him as less than human. "Deserve to die?" The middle-aged man inquired with a persistent grin. "What makes him deserving? His indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent and the torment of children is more than sufficient." Xin Gang retorted. Taken aback by Xin Gang's explanation, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. "I was wondering what the fuss was about. It turns out a righteous ally has arrived in Scarlet Town. How utterly dull." With an air of arrogance, he then directed a condescending gaze at Xin Gang. "Let me offer you a piece of advice, kid. This is not a place for you to play the hero. By your standards, even I would deserve to die." To perhaps deepen the impact of his words, he prodded Xin Gang's forehead with his fingers, adopting a patronizing tone as he asked, "Do you understand?" After delivering his threats, the middle-aged man produced a cigar, and amidst the crowd, several individuals clad in black raised their weapons, aiming at Xin Gang. As one of the de facto rulers of Scarlet Town, the middle-aged man permitted pirates to wreak havoc but would never tolerate a righteous figure seeking justice on his territory. Thus, upon hearing Xin Gang's explanation, he had effectively condemned him to death. His menacing remarks served merely to satiate his sadistic pleasure in teaching a lesson to those who dared to embody justice. Had he reflected further, he might have reconsidered. For those who previously sought to uphold justice in Scarlet Town had never employed methods as ruthless as Xin Gang's. Just as the middle-aged man lit his cigar, he caught a glimpse of Xin Gang displaying a peculiar smile. "I remember you deserve to die." The straightforward and direct words took a considerable amount of time for the middle-aged man to comprehend. By the time he grasped the meaning of Xin Gang's words, a fist had already begun to loom larger in his field of vision. The onlookers, as mere spectators, had sensed something amiss much earlier. They had witnessed an odd symbol gradually materializing above the man's head, even before Xin Gang flashed a smile. However, the middle-aged man did not panic in the face of the approaching fist. He maintained his composure, stepping backward while tilting his head to the side. Yet, due to his initial hesitation, he was unable to completely evade the blow, and Xin Gang's fist grazed his cheek. Generally speaking, such a scenario could be considered a successful dodge, but given that the fist belonged to Xin Gang, the outcome was far more severe. As the red halo above the middle-aged man's head vanished with a resounding thud, the area around his face where Xin Gang's fist had made contact erupted, transforming a significant portion of his head into a gruesome spray of blood and bone fragments. The closest onlookers only realized the gravity of the situation when they were splattered with blood and debris. Mr. Leon had been slain. Panic surged through the crowd, with terrified screams erupting. A demon, the demon of the Death Star. Whether it was fear of the middle-aged man's demise or dread of the demon Xin Gang, the curious onlookers swiftly dispersed, leaving only a dozen or so bewildered black-clad individuals, stunned by the sight of their leader missing half his head, alongside a few ominously dressed spectators at a slight distance who continued to observe the chaos. During the ensuing turmoil, while the surrounding crowd fled in disarray, Xin Gang was not idle. Upon the formation of the Heartsteel emblem, he crushed the one-eyed man's skull beneath his foot, then drew the knife embedded in the middle-aged man's abdomen and severed his head, ensuring his complete demise. After executing these actions, Xin Gang turned his gaze toward the remaining black-clad figures and the distant onlookers. "Do you believe you deserve to die?" he inquired, prompting the already panicked black-clad individuals to collectively step back. Xin Gang then posed another question. "Do you wish to die?" The black-clad men shook their heads in unison. "Then what are you still doing here?" Having concluded his words,
Xin Gang waved his hand grandly, signaling that they could depart. The figures clad in black, upon hearing this, felt as though a great reprieve had befallen them, and promptly turned to flee from this place of turmoil, escaping the terrifying creature that could obliterate them with a mere punch. Following this were the onlookers in the distance. After witnessing the formidable power of Xin Gang's fist, which rivaled that of artillery, they naturally dared not approach him, fearing that their own heads might suffer a similar fate. However, they did not follow the retreating black-clad figures, remaining instead to observe from a safe distance. Upon hearing the crowd call out for Boss Leon, Xin Gang immediately comprehended that the middle-aged man was indeed a person of significance. He also realized that it would be impossible for him to leave easily today. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If someone wished to eliminate him, he would retaliate in kind, as his mood had yet to settle. "Are you not leaving?" Xin Gang cast aside the rusted, dull blade and took a step forward. The onlookers in the distance reacted accordingly. Some retreated several paces, while others reached for their weapons. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no desire to take a life." With an expression of indifference, Xin Gang spoke, yet in light of the two headless corpses behind him, his words held little persuasive power. The standoff continued for a moment, until an onlooker took a step towards Xin Gang. "Young man, do you comprehend the identity of the individual you have slain?" he inquired. Xin Gang glanced at the two lifeless bodies on the ground and remarked, "One is a notorious pirate, and the other, a scoundrel who delights in prodding others with his fingers." Regarding the identity of the middle-aged man, Xin Gang harbored a general suspicion. He was likely the godfather of this locale, albeit far inferior to the godfather of the Corleone family in various respects. "Haha, you truly possess a sense of humor." Among the onlookers, one individual took a step closer to Xin Gang. It was Mr. Leon, who held dominion over 70% of Scarlet Town. No one here could dare to refuse him. Following this, a flamboyantly dressed woman swayed forward, her waist accentuated. She partially concealed her face with a folding fan as she gazed at Xin Gang. "You know," she began, "if you were willing to take the place of that well-dressed gentleman, you could eliminate him without hesitation. However, it seems you have no such intentions." And being a righteous ally as you are, the enchanting woman left her sentence unfinished, retreating behind her fan with a mischievous laugh. Xin Gang surveyed his surroundings and quickly comprehended the reason behind the woman's laughter. From both ends of the street and the alleyways on the sides surged a throng of armed individuals, a chaotic mass that, despite its disarray, exuded an air of lethal intent. Thus, whether for the legitimate acquisition of Leon's territory or for our own safety, you must perish here. In the distance, onlookers simultaneously pointed their fingers at Xin Gang, urging, "Charge." Chapter 21. The atrocities of the demon confronted by a tide of adversaries advancing toward him. Xin Gang sighed, categorizing them, along with the immobile spectators, as his foes. As the interconnected marks of the heart of steel manifested, he plunged into the fray. The crisp sounds of combat rang incessantly through the crowd, accompanied by dismembered limbs and flesh flying through the air, as blood swiftly transformed the ground into a crimson river. The once mighty thugs, brimming with bravado just moments ago, descended into chaos, with those nearest to Xin Gang frantically attempting to flee, while even those further away, though unaware of the unfolding turmoil, could discern that something was amiss from the flying remnants of carnage. The spectators, having anticipated such a turn of events, swiftly relayed orders from their vantage point. "Whoever can eliminate this man shall stand on equal footing with us." Simultaneously, a voice echoed within the crowd, declaring, "Brothers, no matter how formidable that man is, he too will exhaust his strength. With our numbers, he cannot possibly contend with us all." Following this, those closest to Xin Gang continued their desperate retreat, fully aware that charging forward would only lead to their demise as cannon fodder. Yet, the more distant individuals began to entertain alternate thoughts. Just as the voice had suggested, even the most powerful killer has limits to his endurance. Facing a multitude, he would surely falter. Once he showed signs of weakness, a swift strike could elevate one from the ranks of the lowly to that of a leader. Thus, while those in the inner circle sought to escape, the outer ring pressed inward, pushing the front line deeper into the fray. In this moment, not a single thug dared to attack Xin Gang. They were too busy jostling one another. At the very center of the encirclement, Xin Gang halted his actions. Standing atop the mound of corpses and the river of blood he had just created, coldly observing the throng of thugs still desperately trying to push their way out. Mere meters away, they had approached with such ferocity, yet now they began to flee. "Clear a path if you wish to live." Xin Gang directed a fierce reprimand towards the distant onlookers,
then gradually made his way in their direction. Upon hearing his voice, the henchmen in the inner circle immediately ceased their struggles with their counterparts outside and quickly retreated to the sides. Those who had sought assistance in exhausting Xin Gang's stamina found themselves momentarily at a loss, while they could push others towards the center. They had no choice but to step aside as the individuals before them dispersed, lest they confront Xin Gang directly. Observing the path that had been reluctantly forged for him by the seemingly fearsome henchmen, Xin Gang could not help but recall the rhyme praising the renowned General Qin Qingji of the southern Liang dynasty, who commanded legions to part in awe of his white robe, while he himself was clad only in a blood-stained little garment. Yet, he did not dwell on such thoughts for long, resolutely charging down the path wrought by fear towards those scoundrels who had remained mere spectators. Some of these henchmen might not have merited death, but the few clearly identified as leaders undeniably deserved a fate of torment and execution. For only by eliminating them could this turmoil be brought to an end. However, after taking only a few steps, a henchman wielding a large sword emerged from the wall of bodies on his right, blocking his path. The man shouted, raising his weapon high above his head, poised to strike at Xin Gang. Swiftly sidestepping the incoming blade, Xin Gang extended his hand and pushed against the man's side, causing the point of contact to erupt as if it were a dung pile embedded with firecrackers. Witnessing the grim fate of this bold intruder, the surrounding henchmen instinctively recoiled several paces, fearful of suffering a similarly light yet devastating push. With an air of nonchalance, Xin Gang stepped over the fallen assailant, armed with a knife, and continued his approach towards the distant figures observing him with cold indifference. However, once again, his advance was thwarted, mere steps into his journey. An unforeseen event transpired. Among those figures, one suddenly raised his right hand, then swiftly lowered it. Instantly, the windows of the second floor and above on both sides of the street swung open, revealing an array of henchmen brandishing flintlock pistols. Almost in unison, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, targeting only one individual amidst the crowd, Xin Gang. The cacophony of gunfire echoed like the festive firecrackers of a New Year celebration. A dense cloud of bullets, forming a veritable black curtain, struck at the henchmen surrounding Xin Gang, while the majority of the projectiles hurtled towards him in a relentless assault. Realizing the peril, Xin Gang instinctively raised his hands to shield his face, protecting his vulnerable features from the onslaught. As the bullets found their mark, plumes of crimson mist erupted around him, enveloping him in a shroud of blood almost instantaneously. "Has he been dealt with?" murmured the observer who had signaled the command to fire, watching the sanguine cloud coalesce around Xin Gang. The recent volley had exhausted the ammunition of all his subordinates, and reloading would take precious moments ample enough for Xin Gang to advance. They could not flee, for retreating would not only demoralize the henchmen, but also forfeit their claim over Leon's territory. He must be finished. That brute's strength lies in destruction, and he is likely ill-equipped for defense. Another spectator chimed in. "Look, he has already ceased moving." Yet, the moment of reckoning arrived swiftly. A figure, drenched in blood save for his face, emerged slowly from the crimson haze as dark, blood-soaked bullets cascaded from his body, pooling into a small river at his feet. He resembled a vengeful demon, having fought his way back from the depths of a hellish battlefield. This sight sent even the distant onlookers instinctively retreating a step. However, among those who had risen to leadership, few had not tasted the brutality of war. One quickly realized that retreat was not an option. He pressed forward, vocally urging the others, "Do not falter. That beast is on his last legs. Charge. Vanquishing him will reward us with boundless wealth and women." Upon hearing these words, the spirits of the henchmen were rekindled, their previously paralyzed minds awakening from fear. Indeed, though Xin Gang appears formidable, he has taken so many hits, surely, even the strongest must succumb. Now is the most opportune moment to eliminate him. Should he be slain, the latter half of one's life would be devoid of worries. Thus, the henchmen, who had previously cleared a path, once again encircled Xin Gang, and those on the periphery ceased to push the individuals within, but instead scrambled eagerly to press forward, fearing they might miss the chance to deliver the final blow to Xin Gang. However, had they pondered a moment longer, they might not have rushed so recklessly. For instance, why were those leaders still observing from a distance? If they were to intervene personally, they would eliminate a contender for their territory. Chapter 22. The disparity between us, the onlookers in the distance, with their wealth of experience, perceive that Xin Gang, though seemingly fearsome, was merely enduring on the last remnants of his strength. Yet, it was also this very knowledge that led them to understand that the more desperate a beast finds itself, the more ferocious it becomes. They lack the courage to face the lethal strike that might come before his demise. As for the casualties among the henchmen below, they were entirely indifferent. In this era, there is no need to worry about recruitment. Pirates vanquished by the Grand Line and civilians devastated by the scourge of piracy are abundant. With just a modest expenditure, one can craft yet another illusion. The cannon fodder is abundant. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that while the barrage indeed caused injury to Xin Gang, it has not reached a critical level. A regular individual struck by a flintlock bullet would undoubtedly suffer wounds. A hit to a vital area could lead to severe injury, or even death. Thus we shall assign a damage value of 50. Xin Gang, having honed his skills through encounters with various marine predators and sea kings during his time adrift on the island, has significantly increased his vitality, surpassing 1,000 additional points. Coupled with the defeat of the one-eyed man, the middle-aged adversary, and the numerous thugs reduced to mere fragments, his maximum life force has now exceeded 7,000. Even if we consider a rounded figure of 7,000, it would require a staggering 140 bullets to bring him down. Among that vast hail of gunfire, there may indeed have been around 100 shots that struck Xin Gang. Yet, it is essential to remember that flintlock bullets inflict 50 points of damage only upon ordinary individuals. Xin Gang is anything but ordinary. Even disregarding the enhancement from a steel heart, his physique is inherently far more resilient than that of a typical person. Moreover, upon sensing the incoming barrage, he took measures beyond merely shielding his face. The practice of life restoration has been a constant endeavor for Xin Gang. In fact, he is almost perpetually engaged in consciously fine-tuning his bodily movements. While he has yet to master the control of his hair, he has achieved basic command over his muscles and skin. Just before the bullets made contact, he had already halted, tensing all his muscles and ensuring his skin adhered closely to the contours of his physique, entering a rudimentary state akin to iron. This implies that while the deluge of bullets appeared formidable, their impact on Xin Gang was akin to a mere scraping, with only a few penetrating his skin. In the deepest, merely embedding themselves within the superficial muscle layer without further progression. Ultimately, though his body bore the marks left by the bullets, the injuries were not severe. The blood mist and the crimson streams flowing down were largely remnants of others' blood. However, the thugs surrounding him were not only oblivious to Xin Gang's true condition, but they also hesitated to contemplate the implications of confronting a seemingly dying powerhouse. It is possible that some among them recognized the inherent risks, yet, enticed by the immense allure presented by the onlookers, they were willing to take the gamble. At the very least, the chances of success now appeared significantly greater than before. Did they not? Just as one is aware that the final zero, one on a certain platform, is exceedingly difficult to attain, there are always those who cannot resist the urge to attempt it. The enforcers believe that they can land that decisive blow. Observing the fervor in the eyes of those around him, Xin Gang realizes that he is likely to take many lives today. He lets out a sigh, then performs a spinning kick that strikes all those nearest him. In an instant, the once vibrant individuals erupt, their limbs and flesh scattering, transforming Xin Gang into a more terrifying figure. Yet, even as he effortlessly dispatches several foes, their blood splattering across his face, the enforcers no longer appear intimidated. To them, each life Xin Gang takes merely represents an additional expenditure of his strength, bringing them closer to success. However, unbeknownst to them, with each act of slaughter, Xin Gang is continually layering his mental fortitude, each strike granting him over 50 points of maximum health, and this enhancement continues to grow. What then is the damage the enforcers inflict upon Xin Gang? It cannot be said that there is a complete absence. However, the presence is indeed minuscule. Although they possess an absolute advantage in numbers and weaponry, the majority of them are merely ordinary individuals driven by bravado, lacking even the most rudimentary training. Their combat skills are derived solely from street brawls and skirmishes among local toughs. Furthermore, their irrationality stemmed from the reward for slaying Xin Gang. Yet their primal instincts cause them to involuntarily tremble and falter in his presence, let alone engage in a fierce battle. On the other hand, since arriving in this realm, Xin Gang has never ceased his training, and his physical prowess has long surpassed the limits of ordinary men. Moreover, thanks to the pirates who plague Hima Town, he possesses ample experience in real combat. Importantly, he is acutely aware of the resilience of his health, understanding that these adversaries pose no genuine threat to him. Thus, he is devoid of any fear or concern. Consequently, very few of the assailants can inflict damage upon him, even when they manage to strike. It merely results in superficial wounds,
with damage barely reaching 20 or 30 points, an outcome for which he is grateful. If his vitality were to be displayed in a health bar, it would be astonishing to observe that instead of diminishing, the markings on the scale have only grown denser. Yet, reality is not a game. Those blinded by power and wealth cannot perceive the subtle shifts in Xin Gang's condition. They only recognize that during this time, he has endured several strikes, inching closer to his demise, perhaps just a slash away from defeat. As the saying goes, the players are bewildered while the onlookers see clearly. A truth that resonates across all worlds. The closest henchmen to Xin Gang failed to grasp the situation, while others observed the telltale signs. The distant spectators, obstructed by the henchmen, could not see clearly, and since little time had passed, they merely perceived Xin Gang's desperate struggles as excessively terrifying. However, the marksman perched above had an unobstructed view. Xin Gang's hands, unwavering and his speed undiminished, betrayed no sign of impending demise. Fire! Quickly eliminate him! Came a command from the leader of the marksmen below. The shooters, compelled to set aside their apprehensions, once more raised their weapons, aimed at Xin Gang, and pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted like a series of festive firecrackers, a relentless downpour of bullets raining upon him. This time, Xin Gang altered his strategy. Rather than bracing himself with tense muscles, he began to maneuver amidst the surrounding chaos. The Crimson-Eyed Enforcer acted as a human shield, absorbing the majority of the bullets aimed at him. However, a few still found their mark. Following another barrage of gunfire, the assailants momentarily ceased their assault. This was partly due to the fact that those who had ventured too close had already been dealt with by Xin Gang and the marksmen, and partly because, after witnessing Xin Gang's agile evasion amidst the hail of bullets, they finally comprehended the nature of the formidable adversary they faced, abandoning any thoughts of delivering a final blow. Seizing this opportunity, Xin Gang lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, meticulously marking each of the marksmen. This was merely a habitual tactic of his. Regardless of whether he intended to engage, he would initially mark any hostile presence to avoid wasting precious seconds when a confrontation became inevitable. However, to the marksman, this act appeared profoundly menacing. Despite the absence of murderous intent in Xin Gang's eyes, when such a gaze emanated from a blood-soaked, seemingly indestructible monster who had just effortlessly dispatched a multitude of foes, any onlooker would interpret it as brimming with lethal intent and intimidation, especially considering the marksman had just unleashed a volley of fire upon him. Consequently, the marksmen collectively interpreted that look as a declaration. You have enraged me. I shall annihilate you. The emblem of the steel heart hovering above them only reinforced their conviction in this interpretation. Thus, in a remarkable display of unison, the marksman made a decisive choice to flee. After all, when an ADC witnesses the enemy's formidable champion descend from the heavens, obliterating allies with a single blow, one would hardly consider approaching to offer a mere scratch, would they? Such an act would only invite a swift demise at the hands of the advancing Titan. Chapter 23. After the carnage as the marksmen scattered in disarray, Xin Gang felt a momentary pang of confusion, as he could not fathom why they fled as if death were imminent. Nevertheless, this contemplation occupied but a fleeting instant of his time, and he swiftly redirected his focus, resolutely determining his next course of action. Do you wish to continue? As Xin Gang advanced, he inquired with a resounding voice directed at the surrounding thugs. The group of henchmen, already stripped of their fervor, found their courage to oppose Xin Gang swiftly dissipating upon witnessing their ally, the marksman, retreating in the heat of the moment. It appeared that their resolve had vanished completely. With a smile, Xin Gang surveyed the surroundings and then menacingly commanded, "Then why do you not hasten to depart?" The group of henchmen immediately, as though granted a reprieve, scrambled away from the bloodied figure of Xin Gang. Thus, the barrier between Xin Gang and the onlookers dissipated once more. However, unlike the initial calm confidence, the leaders of the gang factions exchanged anxious glances, some already poised to flee. They had been unable to discern the intricacies of Xin Gang's combat due to the obstruction from the henchmen. Yet the reactions of the gunmen and thugs revealed enough. They could ascertain that Xin Gang was far from being a spent force. "You may take your leave." Xin Gang opened his mouth, revealing a set of white teeth that stood out starkly against his bloodied face. Upon hearing his words, the gang leaders instinctively exhaled in relief, only to begin pondering the true meaning behind Xin Gang's statement. Their confusion was soon clarified by Xin Gang himself. "However, I will relentlessly pursue the one who flees first." As this declaration resonated, those who had initially contemplated escape cautiously retracted their outstretched feet. Yet,
Only those who had taken half a step forward felt a shiver of trepidation, while the others silently breathed a sigh of relief. For to say he would chase down the first to run implied that if they remained, their lives would be spared. Xin Gang's merciless slaughter had irrevocably altered the gang leaders' perceptions of him. They no longer regarded him as a righteous ally. Instead, they began to suspect that his true aim was to confront Leon, the unacknowledged king of Scarlet Town. Eliminating the one-eyed dragon, Namo, was merely a means to draw out Leon, and confronting them afterward was intended to establish his dominance through sheer violence, ultimately aspiring to rule Scarlet Town completely. Do you have any commands? The individual who had first approached Xin Gang spoke again, though this time he dared not refer to him as little brother. His tone was filled with utmost respect, fearful of incurring Xin Gang's ire. You are quite astute. Xin Gang laughed once more, his smile radiant yet unsettling, given the blood that stained his visage. Nonetheless, this reaction relieved the gang leaders, for it suggested a lack of murderous intent, hinting at the possibility of dialogue. With the prospect of conversation, all seemed well. Consequently, one by one, they echoed Xin Gang's laughter, their expressions dripping with sycophancy and shamelessness. Xin Gang approached the gang leaders, whose smiles resembled blooming chrysanthemums, with a deliberate calmness, while simultaneously engaging in conversation. Are you the only ones in charge around here? He inquired. Not exclusively, but if you wish to take control of Scarlet Town, we suffice. They replied. The gang leaders dared not lie about a matter so easily verifiable, yet they had no qualms about embellishing their significance. This tactic not only diminished the likelihood of Xin Gang turning against them, but, should he indeed intend to seize Scarlet Town, it also provided them an opportunity to eliminate some rivals, yielding benefits that could rival the division of Leon's territory. Is that so? In other words, if you were all to perish, the dynamics of this place would undergo a radical transformation? As Xin Gang continued to approach with a smile, he inquired playfully. Initially startled by his words and demeanor, the gang leaders soon dismissed it as mere jest, awkwardly chuckling in response. However, as Xin Gang drew closer, almost within reach, a palpable sense of fear enveloped them, each on high alert and bracing for the worst. Yet, Xin Gang refrained from taking action. Instead, he paused to wipe his face, seemingly attempting to remove the blood that marred his features. Yet, the blood only multiplied on his hands, rendering no visible change. Please allow me. A woman adorned in alluring attire swayed forward with a serpentine grace, respectfully offering a handkerchief to Xin Gang. Xin Gang extended his hand towards the handkerchief and nodded at the woman, saying, "Oh, thank you. No need, no need." As Xin Gang took the handkerchief, the woman inadvertently brushed her fingers against his hand, and in a seamless motion, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Xin Gang responded with a blink, prompting the woman to be overwhelmed with joy, believing she had successfully aligned herself with a new towering presence. After Xin Gang had roughly wiped away the blood around his eyes, the handkerchief had lost its original hue, transforming into a deep crimson. The fragrance upon it was excessively strong, almost pungent, which I found unappealing. Xin Gang disdainfully returned the handkerchief to the woman. She, unfazed by his reaction, simply smiled and said, "I shall use less perfume in the future, for your sake." "That won't be necessary," he replied. Xin Gang smiled as he reached out towards the woman's chest. Initially, she responded with a seductive smile and leaned closer, but in the next moment, she recalled the fate of Leon, whose head had exploded from merely grazing Xin Gang's fist, and the inexplicable carnage of the henchmen that lay shattered around her. Fear instantly filled her eyes, yet it was too late. Xin Gang's fingers, nestled between her collarbones, activated the skill of steel of the heart. Before the woman's body could erupt, Xin Gang swiftly moved to confront others, unleashing a series of strikes. The crisp sounds of impact echoed, and one by one, the gang leaders transformed into grotesque bursts of filthy fireworks, reduced to mere chunks of flesh, indistinguishable from those unfortunate henchmen. I possess a rather unfortunate habit. I never allow those who seek my life to see another year. After accomplishing this grim task, Xin Gang addressed the lifeless gang leaders sprawled on the ground. "Do you see this, Tom? Had I not intervened earlier, you too would have become mere remnants scattered across the street." The voice of the tavern elder echoed from behind Xin Gang, and he turned to see the elder at the tavern entrance, lecturing the bartender while pointing at the gruesome demise of the henchman, who stood in silence, his head bowed like a chastised child. "Surely not. Even if he had attacked me, I would have merely given him a good beating." Xin Gang felt it necessary to clarify his position, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be misinterpreted as a murderous fiend. Yet, gazing upon the countless corpses strewn across the streets. He pondered whether any amount of explanation would convince others that he harbored no affinity for taking lives. Alas, Xin Gang sighed deeply once more, unaware of the number of lives he had taken. He only knew that his total number of charged attacks had surpassed 200, and his maximum health had exceeded 10,000. Chapter 24. Under the pirate's flag, what are your intentions now? The old man inquired softly as he crossed the street, which was carpeted with blood and flesh, and approached Xin Gang. Is there a vessel heading to the next island? Xin Gang had long since regained his composure, realizing that he must swiftly return to Haimu Town to ascertain the specific circumstances. However, those gang members insisted on provoking him. Such encounters were commonplace. This island was not devoid of pirates. The old man chuckled, acknowledging that as the second island along the route, there were still individuals whose edges had not been dulled. They were eager to continue their quest for the treasure of the Pirate King. That was fortunate. Xin Gang glanced around, striving to discern the direction of the port. However, his vision was obscured by blood, prompting him to wipe his eyes, which only resulted in an even more crimson haze before him. He regretted not having taken a few handkerchiefs from that alluring woman, as the pungent scent of her perfume was certainly preferable to blood in his eyes. The elder beside him chuckled and remarked, "In my opinion, your immediate priority should be to find a place to cleanse yourself and change in a fresh attire." After a brief moment of contemplation, Xin Gang nodded and then turned to the elder, inquiring, "Might I request your assistance?" "Of course," the elder replied with a smile, gesturing toward the direction. "Head over there. There's a large bathhouse. Just mention that Jiafu sent you." "Thank you," Xin Gang responded appreciatively. Xin Gang immediately dashed towards the direction indicated by the elder. His body, drenched in blood, appeared truly terrifying. Yet, the discomfort he felt was even more alarming, particularly as the blood continued to congeal, evoking in him a sensation akin to that of a hawthorn freshly coated in syrup. Upon reaching the entrance of the bathhouse, Xin Gang realized that it was indeed a grand establishment, as the sign at the door boldly proclaimed Grand Bathhouse. However, the interior of the bathhouse was rather spacious, albeit adorned in a rather austere manner. Upon entering, he found nothing but a front desk adorned with a few small vases, devoid of any long benches for temporary repose. Moreover, the only occupant was an elderly man, half buried in the ground, hunched over with skin wrinkled like crumpled paper, and not a single customer in sight. As Xin Gang stepped through the door, the old man rose and cast a glance his way, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems you are the one who has sent those fellows into a frenzy. In light of the splendid spectacle you have provided, I shall charge you half price for your visit. However, since you have frightened away a number of my patrons, I must impose a double fee upon you." "Isn't that still the original price?" Xin Gang regarded the intriguing old man with keen interest. "Are you not afraid of me? What if I were not here to bathe, but rather to take your life?" The hunchbacked elder hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile, revealing a mouth with precious few teeth remaining. "Oh, my dear boy, of course I wish to live longer. Yet, in my youth, I committed many indiscretions. It is only natural that I might not enjoy an extended life. Thus, should anyone seek to end it, I must simply endure." Such a perspective indeed reflects a remarkable acceptance of life's uncertainties. Xin Gang did not intend to pursue the matter further. Instead, he stated his purpose for being there. "I wish to take a bath, but I lack the funds." The hunchbacked old man pointed towards the door and retorted, "You are bleeding profusely, leaving a mess that will be troublesome to clean up. It was Jeff who summoned me." Xin Gang added, amidst the old man's disdainful gaze. "Him?" The old man retracted his gesture to dismiss him, then scoffed. "Is it really necessary to take revenge over a few years of unpaid bar tab?" After uttering this, he reluctantly gestured towards the door draped with a cloth next to the front desk. After Xin Gang lifted the curtain and entered, he turned a corner, startling the individual in the changing room who was in the midst of dressing, before discarding his tattered, blood-soaked garments. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he hurried off to take a shower. Once he had rinsed away the majority of the blood, he conducted a cursory examination of his various injuries. Among them, the wounds from blades and swords were few. The contusions from blunt objects numbered less than 10. However, the most numerous were the gunshot wounds, which left his skin pockmarked and nearly triggered his fear of clusters. In truth, most of these injuries were on the verge of healing. The cuts from blades and swords had already formed scabs, and touching them elicited little pain. The bruises from blunt force had faded to faint shades of blue. As for the gunshot wounds, while they appeared gruesome, they were primarily confined to the superficial layers of skin, with only slight areas beneath still in the process of healing. Xin Gang clenched his fist and swung it through the air, realizing that, aside from a slight tugging pain, it did not hinder his normal movements in the slightest. Although his recovery, to this extent, was largely due to the dramatic increase in the layers of his heart of steel, to an outsider unaware of the specifics. Xin Gang appeared to be a monstrous entity with an astonishingly formidable resilience that evoked a sense of despair. In this light, the previous exclamation of demon by an unknown voice seems quite apartment. With a self-deprecating tone, Xin Gang remarked. But soon he realized that the prefix used to address him seemed far more significant. How had that individual referred to him? The demon of the Death Star. As far as Xin Gang was aware, there was no such concept as the Death Star in this world, and he had merely mentioned the term to a group of pirates just over a month ago. This meant that the person who uttered that phrase was undoubtedly a member of that pirate crew. Given that this crew had previously visited Seawood Town, their familiarity would undoubtedly grant them an advantage on their second visit. Contemplating this, Xin Gang swiftly wiped the water from his face, wrapped a towel around himself, and dashed out of the shower room. Upon returning to the changing room, he discovered that the clothes he had carelessly discarded on the floor had been removed, and a pristine set of the same elegant attire was neatly arranged on the bench. Beside the outfit lay a pair of pure white cotton undergarments, and on the floor rested a pair of leather ankle boots. After donning the fresh garments, Xin Gang paused for a moment before stepping out, fully aware that he was likely to encounter some troublesome matters. Indeed, as soon as he exited, he found that the previously solitary foyer, occupied only by a hunchbacked old man, was now filled with numerous individuals, led by the tavern's elder Jeff. Surely, you do not intend to eliminate me to carve up the territory? With a hint of jest, Xin Gang inquired. We are not that foolish, are we? The elderly man chuckled and shook his head, responding, Indeed, there is a matter for which I seek your assistance. However, there is no need for concern, as we do not require you to undertake any tasks. On the contrary, you may freely stipulate your conditions, and we shall strive to accommodate them to the best of our abilities. The notion of being both sought after and yet not required to perform any actions, while having my needs met, seemed rather dubious to me. Having studied legitimate fraud prevention, Xin Gang found it hard to believe in such fortuitous occurrences. The elderly man, recognizing the incredibility of his own words, elucidated, to say you need not do anything would not be entirely accurate. Rather, it is to say that you have already accomplished what is necessary. Ah, you are referring to the elimination of those individuals. I see. Xin Gang immediately realized that the individuals present here were likely to be prominent figures in this area. After he eliminated those gang leaders, they could ascend to power. Indeed, the elder nodded and, with a sincere expression, said, In truth, we have one more matter we would like to request your assistance with. What is it? Curiosity piqued. Xin Gang inquired, then promptly added, Let it be known, I have no intention of becoming the new leader here. Please lend us your pirate flag. The others in the bathhouse foyer, along with the elder, bowed in request to Xin Gang. Chapter 25. The devil does not seek the good. Xin Gang was somewhat familiar with the concept of lending a pirate flag, which was a tactic employed by certain locales to safeguard themselves by aligning with formidable pirates. A notable instance was when Whitebeard lent his pirate flag to Fishman Island, resulting in a significant reduction in the rampant human trafficking cases targeting its residents. However, Xin Gang could not fathom why anyone would seek to borrow a pirate flag from him. Firstly, he was not a pirate in any sense. He did not even possess a pirate flag. Secondly, the customary recipients of such a flag were typically powerful pirates, at the very least at the level of the 7 warlords, possessing sufficient deterrent power. Xin Gang considered himself, at best, a mere bounty pirate with a reward of a few million, still a considerable distance from the infamous supernovas of 2 years past. Thus, regardless of any underlying motives, his only option was to refuse. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not as formidable as you envision, nor do I possess any renown to command respect. Ah, but you do command respect, the elder replied, lifting his gaze and smiling at Xin Gang. At the very least, the remaining members of the gangs in this town would dare not defy you. Otherwise, they would be shown the grim realities of that street. Thus, the meaning became clear. Xin Gang comprehended their intentions, which were no different from those of the gang leaders who realized they could not match him in strength. However, he had no desire to remain here as a celebrated figure of the underworld, nor did he appreciate others acting in his name. Furthermore, the abrupt elevation to leadership by a multitude was rather dubious. He harbored grave suspicions that these individuals intended to use him as a scapegoat, perhaps under the guise of some decree of reward and punishment. Nonetheless, I still declined. Xin Gang smiled and took a step back, indicating that he did not accept the bow from those before him. Is that so? It was also within expectations. The elder, however, did not appear particularly disappointed. He turned around and retrieved 2 white aluminum briefcases from others, extending them toward Xin Gang. Nevertheless, you have indeed rendered us a significant service, and we kindly ask you to accept this token of our appreciation. Xin Gang did not decline. He accepted a box and, upon opening it, discovered it was indeed filled neatly with bills of 10,000 berries. Each of these 2 boxes contained 100 million berries, amounting to a total of 200 million berries as remuneration for assisting us in eliminating those individuals. The elder explained from the side, assuring him that this was merely compensation, devoid of any ulterior motives, as we would not dare to harbor such thoughts. Very well, I shall accept the money, but I have not lent you the pirate flag. Xin Gang did not hesitate much, accepting both boxes, as he was indeed in dire need of funds. Regardless of the current state of Haimu Town or the number of survivors that remained, a substantial amount of resources was necessary to reconstruct homes and sustain life after the pillaging. Simultaneously, Xin Gang was not concerned that Jiefu and his associates would misuse his name. After all, if they truly wished to do so, they would proceed regardless of his consent. Moreover, lacking any tokens of legitimacy, no one would believe their claims of having Xin Gang as their backing. To avoid further complications and to expedite his return to Haimu Town, Xin Gang carried 1 box in each hand, parting the crowd as he departed from the bathhouse, heading towards the port, ignoring any calls behind him. What shall we do now, Jiefu? With just the 2 of us, we cannot swiftly take control of Scarlet Town. A middle-aged man, his face etched with worry, spoke to the elder. This wretched place is likely to remain in chaos for quite some time. Yet the elder appeared unfazed, walking to the reception desk and tapping it lightly. Shortly thereafter, a hunchbacked old man emerged from within, carrying a heavy cloth bag, originally a brownish-white. The bag now exhibited a conspicuous spread of red. Pointing at the bag, the elder proclaimed, "This is the pirate flag we managed to acquire." Amidst the puzzled gazes of others, the hunchbacked old man emptied the contents of the bag, revealing a white shirt stained a dark crimson with blood, riddled with numerous circular bullet holes. This should be sufficiently intimidating, no? The elder gazed proudly at the others, adding, "Unless one of you decides to speak recklessly, I believe those scoundrels will still afford us a semblance of respect, given the reputation of that demon who single-handedly slaughtered several gangs in Scarlet Town. We should enjoy a period of stability. The rest will depend on our own capabilities. But won't this be perilous?" Someone voiced dissent, prompting others to express their concerns in a cacophony of voices. Indeed, the individual earlier did not acquiesce to our demands, did he? What if our unauthorized use of his name is discovered? Wouldn't we be doomed to repeat the folly of those fools? Silence. The elder raised a hand to hush the others, signaling them to listen. You need not worry about this matter, although that young man likely resides on the next island along this route, making it easy for him to return. He is a good person, so please do not be overly concerned. A good person? One individual scoffed, prompting laughter from the group, as if they had heard a splendid jest. Clearly, no one believed that Xin Gang, who had committed such acts, could be deemed a good person. The elder refrained from elaborating further and continued. As long as we refrain from actions that threaten him, and our own deeds are not excessively vile, he will not seek retribution for our unauthorized borrowing of his name. After finishing his words, the elder scrutinized the others for a moment before shifting the conversation. So, do you truly believe that your desire to transform this wretched place is anything more than mere rhetoric? In reality, do you wish to engage in the same foolishness as those imbeciles? Upon this inquiry, silence enveloped the group, their eyes involuntarily darting about, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, the elder broke the silence with a resounding declaration. If you all wish to persist in your previous reckless existence, then let us disband. I too could easily navigate a life devoid of any commendable deeds. However, he continued, if you aspire to strive towards being virtuous, then fret not about the demons that may come to collect debts. At this moment, the hunchbacked old man beside him jestingly inquired, Hey, old Jeff, if I follow you, can my prior debts be wiped clean? Yet, the elder regarded him with solemnity and replied, Malvin, no matter how many good deeds we perform, we cannot escape the shadows of our past misdeeds, so my answer is no. With a dismissive scoff, the hunchbacked old man shook his head and returned to the front desk of the bathhouse, addressing the crowd outside. I think we should let it be. What is wrong with continuing to be scoundrels together? At worst, we might be exterminated by the Navy or meet our end at the hands of an enemy in some foul gutter. After all, I am unencumbered at my age. I have lived enough. Strangely, this seemingly disheartening speech sparked a moment of clarity among many. Not everyone present was as aged as Jeff and Malvin, nor were they all free from attachments. Quite the opposite. Their willingness to heed Jeff's call to gather here stemmed from their youth, familial ties, and a desire to escape the chaos of a life lived in aimlessness. This opportunity, so hard-won, must not be squandered. A voice that wavered before resolutely declaring a decision suddenly echoed, determining the course for all present. Chapter 26. A Marvelous Fate. Caleb was in a state of urgency, wishing he could instantly traverse the doldrums and cross the Red Earth continent to return to the West Sea. Initially, he believed his misfortunes had ended upon escaping to Scarlet Town, where he encountered another pirate crew also intending to return to the West Sea. His spirits soared upon learning of the massacre by toxic gas in a place called Haimu Town, prompting him to celebrate with a few more drinks. Just as he lifted his celebratory cup, he heard of a commotion outside and eagerly joined the crowd. Arriving late, Caleb found himself on the periphery, straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene, just in time to witness a moment that sent a chill through the men present. Instinctively, he clenched his legs together, becoming slightly more alert as he recognized the figure relentlessly striking the one-eyed, rotund man with the butt of a gun, a sight oddly familiar, yet elusive in his memory. Then Leon made his entrance, and Caleb thought the spectacle had lost its charm. For the ensuing developments could only lead to two outcomes. Either the two individuals would reach an agreement under Leon's mediation, paying him a hefty service fee, or they would defy Leon, only to be eliminated and stripped of everything. Typically, due to Leon's formidable presence, the former outcome was more common, though there were always some reckless souls unaware of their limitations. Unfortunately, even if they could evade the bullets of Leon's guards, they could never best the formidable Leon himself. However, today presented a third scenario. Leon was vanquished. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as Leon's head was blown apart, yet Caleb stood apart. He sobered up entirely when the emblem of the Heart of Steel illuminated above Leon's head, falling into a state of shock. The subsequent sharp sound plunged him back into the very nightmare he thought he had escaped. He had assumed that with the massacre in Hima Town, the demon who spoke of the Star of Death while exploding heads with his finger had vanished as well. To his astonishment, not only had the demon survived, but he now stood before him once more. Thus, when someone nearby gasped, Caleb instinctively exclaimed, "A demon! The demon of the Star of Death!" He blurted it out. Then, like a startled chicken, he shrank his neck and fled, not daring to glance back even once. Upon finally making his way back to his pirate ship, he discovered that more than half of his crew had yet to return. The few remaining aboard were insufficient for setting sail, leaving him in a state of frantic agitation. When his crew inquired about what had transpired, he recounted his encounter with Xin Gang, which instantly enlightened those who had visited Haimu Town regarding their captain's peculiar behavior. Although they had not confronted Xin Gang directly like Caleb, they had witnessed the horrific sight of a comrade bursting apart from a mere touch, comprehending the terror embodied by that fiend. Consequently, they too grew anxious. Only those recent recruits deemed Caleb and the others overly dramatic, thinking it peculiar if the Grand Line lacked oddities. However, the new crew members only dared to mock them internally, refraining from vocalizing their thoughts, as they still needed to return together to the West Sea. Moreover, they had no standing to deride Caleb and the others. For if not for their own cowardice in the face of the perilous strangeness of the Grand Line, who would willingly board the vessel of a defeated captain to find companionship back to their homeland, amidst the anxious waiting and the eagerness of some meddlesome souls. The crew finally began to appear at the harbor, not only Caleb's men, but also pirates from various other ships emerging from Scarlet Town. What had transpired? Eager crew members leapt ashore to inquire about the situation. What a spectacle it was! A towering, nearly 3-meter-tall, bare-chested giant exclaimed loudly, "The Grand Line has certainly broadened my horizons once again." The crew member who had disembarked immediately turned to the giant. "Captain Hans, please enlighten us." Just as the giant was about to speak, Caleb shouted from the ship, "Hans, get aboard quickly. We must leave this place at once." The giant, puzzled, glanced at Caleb, who was now agitatedly gesticulating. Why the rush? Yes, there might be some chaos with the change of authority in Scarlet Town, but it shouldn't significantly impact us. Don't ask so many questions. Prepare to set sail quickly, or it will be too late. Caleb, fearing Hans would learn of his grievances with Xin Gang, had no intention of providing further explanation. "That won't do," the giant said coldly. "Caleb, you better clarify what is going on. Your reaction, along with some crew members, is quite unsettling. Otherwise, you can return to the West Sea alone." Caleb internally cursed the giant, who spoke as if he himself was not terrified of being unable to return to the West Sea alone. Yet, faced with the unavoidable question, he reluctantly began to divulge some truths. With a sigh,
He said, "You're aware of the gunpowder pirates, correct?" The robust man nodded. Having heard about this fortunate pirate crew, whose bounty had skyrocketed several times today. That fiend was indeed one of those from the place decimated by the gunpowder pirates with their toxic gas bombs. Caleb, his expression grave, gazed intently at the sturdy man, saying, "Surely you comprehend the implications of this?" Initially indifferent, the man suddenly shuddered, for if Caleb's words held any truth, then that cold-blooded killer might not be intent on seizing Scarlet Town, but rather on venting his fury. What would be the most suitable target for someone whose homeland had been ravaged by pirates? Undoubtedly, it would be pirates like them. Upon reflection, the one-eyed dragon who had been struck down was indeed a pirate. Leon had merely walked into the line of fire. With great urgency, the man dashed towards his ship, vociferously commanding his crew, "Hurry! All aboard! Prepare to set sail." Once all the crew members were in position and the sails hoisted, Hans and Caleb exchanged a glance across the adjacent deck, both releasing a sigh of relief. As the ship beneath them began to move, Hans felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, his countenance returning to a state of composure. "You refer to that individual as a demon, which reminds me of a certain little wretch known as the child of the demon. It was her deceit that led me to the Grand Line," he mused. "Is she the same girl who single-handedly destroyed several warships 8 years ago?" Caleb gasped, initially believing his encounter with a monster like Xin Gang was already misfortune enough, only to discover that Hans had encountered someone capable of dismantling warships with her bare hands. "Not quite so sinister," Hans replied, shaking his head. "She is merely a young girl. While she can create some frightening contraptions to ensnare others, her true strength is rather limited. I set off after hearing her tales of gold scattered throughout the Grand Line, only to find no gold, but an abundance of peril. When I returned, suddenly, Hans fell silent, his eyes widening in astonishment, much like a famished goldfish. Caleb, puzzled, followed Hans's gaze, only to find Xin Gang's half-smiling, half-serious face beside him. "What amusing things are you discussing? Care to share them with me?" Chapter 27. Those who seek trouble shall not escape unscathed. Xin Gang sprinted with fervor and finally managed to catch up with Caleb's pirate ship just before its departure. He held 2 chests filled with coin in his left hand, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, extending his right hand to grasp the ship's rail. With remarkable agility, he executed a somersault and landed gracefully beside Caleb. Startled by this sudden appearance, Caleb stumbled back 3 steps before ultimately collapsing onto the deck with a thud. "Am I truly that fearsome?" Xin Gang continued to regard Caleb with a bemused expression, seemingly relishing in the palpable fear that had gripped him. In truth, Caleb's dread towards Xin Gang was not as profound as it appeared. However, the days following their escape from Haimu Town had seen that fear intensify, exacerbated by a series of haunting nightmares. The sudden appearance of a demon today had ignited those emotions within him. At this moment, Caleb managed to refrain from soiling himself solely due to the decorum expected of an adult. "All right, I shan't terrify you further," Xin Gang declared, taking a step back to allow Caleb's panic to subside slightly before he resumed speaking. "Once you board our ship, there's no escaping so easily." Nearby, 3 pirates stood beside the mast of Caleb's ship, their guns aimed menacingly at Xin Gang, with their leader exhibiting an air of arrogance. "Please, spare me your bravado," Caleb muttered, collapsing onto the deck, rendered incapable of rising as he stammered incoherently. The leading pirate regarded Caleb with disdain and spat in his direction. "What a coward! You ought to relinquish the captaincy to me." "Fire!" came the command from a neighboring pirate ship, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Yet the intended target was not Xin Gang. The 3 pirates, struck by several bullets, struggled to turn around. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed towards Hans's vessel. "Fire!" Hans ordered once more. The previously armed pirates stepped back, making way for a fresh line of crewmen, who had just reloaded their weapons, to take aim and pull the triggers at the 3 bewildered pirates. The sound of gunfire coalesced into a single report as bullets exited the barrels almost in unison, striking the 3 pirates who remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, ultimately extinguishing their lives as they collapsed onto the deck. "What is happening? Are you being taken down from within?" Xin Gang cast a teasing glance at Caleb and remarked, "Given our somewhat fortuitous connection, I might be inclined to assist you." As he spoke, he subtly directed his gaze towards the direction of Hans's pirate ship. Caleb remained trembling in silence, while Hans, aboard the adjacent vessel, grew increasingly anxious. "No, please don't." "I merely intervened because I perceived those 3 individuals attempting to harm you. I had no intention of any underhanded dealings," he implored, a mixture of urgency and obsequiousness evident in his tone, his towering stature rendering the scene quite comical.
Of course, he understood that firearms posed little threat to Xin Gang. Even if armed with 3 guns, it would make no difference. For even 100-fold would not deter Xin Gang from cutting a bloody path through the crowd. He certainly did not believe that his meager crew could halt someone capable of such carnage. Thus, his act of shooting the 3 pirates was not motivated by a desire to protect Xin Gang, but rather to avoid inciting his wrath and triggering a massacre. It appears that you are quite familiar with each other, he observed. Xin Gang turned and smiled as he pointed at Caleb, asking, "Are you 2 friends?" Hans hesitated for a moment and then vigorously shook his head, saying, "No, I am not. I do not know him. We merely crossed paths. If there is nothing more, I shall not impose. Oh, then farewell." Xin Gang waved his hand at Hans, and the towering figure, over 2 meters tall, turned around with the relief of a child who had just received a pardon from a teacher, ready to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized he was aboard a pirate ship and immediately commanded the crew to set sail. Meanwhile, on Caleb's pirate vessel, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The audacious crew members, who had not recognized Xin Gang and had witnessed his earlier display of violence, discreetly retreated back to the cabin, as they could sense the extraordinary nature of Xin Gang from Hans's demeanor. On the deck, only Xin Gang and Caleb remained, the latter cornered against the ship's railing. "Have you regained your composure?" Xin Gang inquired softly. Caleb nodded. He had indeed calmed down considerably, as Xin Gang had refrained from making any aggressive moves, indicating that there should be no immediate danger. "Do you recognize me?" Xin Gang inquired once more. Caleb hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Very well. Do you recall the place where we first crossed paths?" Xin Gang continued to press for answers. This time, Caleb remained silent for an extended period, contemplating whether this was a matter of life and death. After all, he had encountered Xin Gang in Haimu Town, which was now ravaged by slaughter. Who could predict that revealing this information might provoke Xin Gang's ire? Ultimately, he decided against further inquiries and spoke plainly. "I demand that you escort me back to the place where we first met, and you have no authority to refuse." Xin Gang resolutely articulated his demands, then seized Caleb by the collar and hoisted him up. Caleb, trembling with trepidation, feared that Xin Gang intended to drag him to Haimu Town to behead him as a sacrificial offering to honor the slaughtered souls. The events that transpired there hold no connection to me, not in the slightest. Indeed, I have been in this vicinity for days. It is impossible for me to have ventured there. After uttering this confession in one breath, Caleb appeared utterly drained, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. Had it not been for Xin Gang's grip on his collar, he would likely have crumpled into a puddle upon the deck. "I understand." The smile on Xin Gang's face abruptly vanished, prompting Caleb to nearly believe that he was about to strike. However, Xin Gang merely cast him aside, placing 2 chests from his left hand onto the deck and opening them to reveal a stack of money, which he tossed to Caleb. "This is your fare. Ensure I arrive swiftly, and there will be more upon our arrival." Although Xin Gang's movements were not grandiose, Caleb could not help but notice that one of the chests was filled to the brim with currency, and there were 2 such chests. For a moment, the dazzling allure of wealth eclipsed the fear in his heart, emboldening him to gather the money Xin Gang had thrown and tuck it into his pocket. It was only after seeing that Xin Gang did not seize the opportunity to attack that he found the courage to rise. "You truly have no intention of killing me?" Caleb inquired tentatively, seeking reassurance. "Why would I wish to kill you?" Xin Gang retorted. Caleb and his band of pirates had gained no advantage in Haimu Town. Rather, they had suffered significant losses among their crew. Therefore, Xin Gang harbored little animosity towards them. Moreover, with Xin Gang's emotions having settled, as long as Caleb and his companions did not act recklessly like the one-eyed pirate before them, he had no intention of taking their lives. Chapter 28. Yet humanity never ceases to tread the path of self-destruction. Having received Xin Gang's assurance, Caleb's courage swelled. He approached the cabin door and kicked it forcefully several times. "Cowards, come out!" he shouted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Caleb glanced at Xin Gang, for he still did not know the latter's name. "Xin Gang, that is my name," came the response. Xin Gang calmly introduced himself. What a splendid name. Although his true thoughts were that the name and its pronunciation seemed rather peculiar, Caleb still feigned admiration and turned away to call out to the crew within the cabin. "This esteemed Xin Gang seeks to employ us, the wretched pirates destined for doom. Should you wish to embrace death, remain inside. However, if you choose to assist in navigating the ship, you shall earn your reward. Make your choice." After uttering these words, he kicked the tightly shut cabin door several times before quietly standing beside it, awaiting the outcome. Curious to observe his intentions,
Xin Gang remained silent and stepped aside, ensuring that those inside would not immediately see him upon the doors opening. After a minute of patient waiting, a narrow crack appeared in the stubbornly shut cabin door, revealing a pair of furtive eyes peering out. What mischief is afoot? Are they up to no good? Suddenly, Caleb leaped forward, brandishing a small stack of money to force the door open and scrutinize the pirate's face. He then flung the bills at him, exclaiming, "Here, take this. It is your share." The pirate, taken aback, almost retorted, "Aren't we pirates too?" However, upon encountering a banknote with a denomination of 10,000, all emotions immediately dissipated. He reached out, gathering the impending fall of money into his embrace. Ultimately, the majority of pirates set sail for monetary gain. Most are fearful of death. Yet nearly all harbor an insatiable love for wealth. Not to mention, the conditions set forth by Xin Gang presented him with an opportunity to avoid immediate demise. Not only could he survive, but he also stood to gain riches. Thus, unity swiftly prevailed among the crew, and after discarding the 3 corpses from the deck, they hoisted the sails and embarked, guided by the recorded compass and the navigator's recollections towards Haimu Town. Initially, Xin Gang remained vigilant on the deck, attentively observing the ship's course. However, soon, an overwhelming fatigue began to encroach upon his senses. He had not rested during his drifting days with Anton, and the recent carnage had left both mind and body in a state of protest. Possessing a modest understanding of life restoration, Xin Gang recognized that persisting in this manner could inflict subtle, yet challenging to heal injuries upon his body. Furthermore, there was no immediate need for action. He simply had to await Caleb and the others as they maneuvered the vessel to Haimu Town. Consequently, Xin Gang commandeered the captain's quarters, meticulously inspecting the area to ensure there were no hidden doors or peepholes. After securing the windows and doors, he drew the curtains and settled into a chair in the corner of the room, crossing his arms over his chest and slipping into a light slumber. In such circumstances, even if Caleb and the others harbored ulterior motives, they would rouse him at the moment of intrusion, should they attempt an assault outside the captain's quarters. Pinpointing Xin Gang's location would prove difficult, and any attack would immediately alert him. Yet, Xin Gang overlooked one crucial detail. These pirates were unaware that his abilities did not stem from a devil fruit, instinctively perceiving him as a mere landlubber vulnerable to water. Coupled with the 2 chests brimming with money in his possession, the pirates conceived a daring notion. Initially, a young pirate, sharp-witted and audacious, approached Caleb with a proposal. Rather than relying on Xin Gang as promised not to kill them and to return their fare, why not eliminate him outright? This way, they would not have to fear for their lives and could seize the entirety of the wealth contained in those 2 chests. Caleb was inclined to reprimand the young pirate, but fearing that a loud outburst might attract Xin Gang's attention, he discreetly pulled the young pirate aside for a hushed admonishment. "Are you courting death?" After scrutinizing the young pirate for a moment, Caleb suddenly nodded in realization. "No wonder. You boarded after that incident. You have no idea of his terror." However, the young pirate shook his head. "Of course I am aware. I witnessed his rampage from a distance yesterday. It's clear that we are utterly insignificant before him." "Then why?" Caleb's reprimand was interrupted by the young pirate, who appeared unfazed. "It is precisely because I witnessed his brutality that I dare to entertain this thought. The power that causes a red circle to glow atop one's head, which can be shattered with a mere touch, is undoubtedly not something achievable through mere training or innate racial talent. Thus, it is evident that he possesses the abilities of a devil fruit user. This much is clear without further elaboration." The young pirate was abruptly interrupted by Caleb, with evident impatience, remarked, "Are you merely suggesting that being at sea favors our position? Yet, do you truly believe we can drive him into the water? Our only option is to leap into the ocean to evade his pursuit. What if we were to sink the entire ship?" The young pirate responded with an enigmatic smile. "You," Caleb, filled with indignation, pointed at the young pirate, nearly losing his temper. As the captain of a pirate ship, Caleb had endured mutinies from his first mate and revolts among his crew, witnessing numerous members replaced and many lives lost. Yet, the ship beneath him had remained steadfast, accompanying him from a West Sea to the Grand Line, and he intended to return it to the West Sea. However, the young pirate remained unfazed, calmly presenting his analysis to Caleb. "Based on my estimates, the money in those 2 chests should total around 200 million. With such wealth, acquiring a new vessel would be more than sufficient. To be frank, this ship faces considerable challenges traversing the doldrums. It would be wiser to procure one that is swifter and sturdier. Moreover, Captain, while I understand your attachment to this ship, you cannot possibly take it with you when crossing the Red Land, can you?" Caleb found himself wavering. Indeed,
even though the pirate ship felt like a beloved wife. Sometimes financial necessity could lead to a separation, not to mention the prospect of eventually finding a younger, more alluring vessel. Sensing his opportunity, the young pirate pressed on, "Captain, eliminating that fellow not only secures the riches within those chests, but if we present his head in Scarlet Town, how much do you think they would be willing to pay for it?" Caleb, with a sudden flourish of his hand, inadvertently raised his voice considerably. Driven by the allure of the immense wealth depicted by the young pirate, and spurred on by a desire to reclaim the dignity he had lost before Xin Gang, he resolved to wager his very life. Chapter 29. When one is killed, one will die. Caleb swiftly sprang into action, clandestinely gathering his crew to share his plan regarding the young pirate. Most of the pirates, lacking in intellect, were easily swayed by Caleb's promises of substantial riches and his fervent assurances of success, leading them to join him without hesitation. A few pirates harbored doubts, however. As the majority rallied in agreement, they too succumbed to the prevailing sentiment, unwilling to betray the group by reporting to Xin Gang. The pirates first prepared an ample supply of food and fresh water, storing them in empty barrels, before they proceeded to bore several fist-sized holes in the bottom of the ship. With their provisions in hand, they squeezed into 5 small boats to make their escape. Once they had rowed to a distance of over 100 meters from the sinking pirate ship, they paused to await Xin Gang's demise in the water, eager to claim both his treasure chest and his head. Xin Gang awoke from a light slumber, his senses sharpened by the eerie silence that enveloped the ship following the pirates' departure, coupled with the gradual sinking of the vessel. He forcefully kicked open the door to the captain's cabin, only to find the deck devoid of life. Venturing onto the deck, he scanned the surroundings and soon spotted several small boats drifting on the water, occupied by pirates in the distance. As Xin Gang emerged onto the pirate ship's deck, a few sharp-eyed rogues noticed him and pointed him out to their comrades. Almost immediately, a barrage of insults and provocations, as if procured at a discount, rained down upon him. This unexpected behavior left Xin Gang utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why, after merely a brief nap, those pirates, who had previously regarded him with dread, now exhibited such audacity and bravado. Simultaneously, he pondered whether this might be a trap, designed to lure him into the depths of the sea in pursuit of them. It was only when he discerned frequent references to terms like sitting duck among their taunts that he grasped the nature of their foolish intentions. It dawned on him that they had mistaken him for a wielder of devil fruit powers. Xin Gang, with a helpless smile, shook his head, lamenting that he was not among them, lest he fall victim to their schemes. He then removed his coat, trousers, and shoes, placing them alongside the 2 chests of money on the deck of the sinking pirate ship. After performing a few stretching exercises, he executed a remarkably precise diving maneuver and leapt into the sea. Lacking professional training, Xin Gang's takeoff appeared standard. However, in the air, he maintained his form, failing to perform a somersault or adjust his entry position, resulting in a less than graceful splash. With a resounding splash, a great plume of white foam erupted upon his entry into the water. The distant pirates, equally perplexed by Xin Gang's actions, assumed he was driven to despair by their taunts, and had chosen to end his own life by plunging into the sea. A jovial atmosphere enveloped the small boats as the pirates began to fantasize about how they would revel in the vast sums of money they believed would soon be theirs. However, it did not take long for the more vigilant pirates, still fixated on the direction of the sinking ship, to realize that Xin Gang had not succumbed to the depths, but was instead surging through the waves like a ravenous great white shark. A sense of dread washed over them as they noticed the ominous sign above, known as the Star of Death. Although there was no explicit warning within the circle of steel, the pirates understood all too well that death was looming ever closer. Caleb swiftly drew his sidearm and aimed it at the young pirate who had suggested this reckless course of action, pulling the trigger. The searing bullet penetrated the young pirate's wide, incredulous eyes, shattering the disbelief within his pupils and invading his mind, where it wreaked havoc upon his brain. After kicking the lifeless body of the young pirate overboard, Caleb's serious demeanor remained unchanged. He finally comprehended that one must not be overly greedy, lest one be driven to such a desperate fate. Though he could not fathom why Xin Gang was not only unafraid of the water, but also swam with remarkable speed, he was acutely aware that death was his most likely companion. Most of the other pirates were not as contemplative. They rowed vigorously with their paddles, while those without paddles leaned over the sides of the boats, frantically splashing with their hands. However, their chaotic efforts yielded no advantage as the 5 small boats, rather than accelerating away, began to spin awkwardly on the surface, some even turning towards Xin Gang. As he approached, 7 or 8 pirates leapt from their boats, scrambling in every direction, followed by their comrades who imitated them, all praying that Xin Gang would not manage to seize them all. Only Caleb remained aboard the small boat, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death while watching the pirate ship sink. He had not yet had the chance to reflect on his life, which had been intertwined with the ship for over a decade when Xin Gang stood before him. Can we reach an understanding? Even though he knew it was futile, Caleb numbly posed a question. Yet, Xin Gang remained silent, merely leaping from the surface of the sea to deliver a strike upon his chest. In that moment, the small boat erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Thus began Xin Gang's relentless slaughter of the fleeing pirates, reminiscent of a great white shark in a horror film. The cacophony of sounds echoed repeatedly across the water, each resonance birthing a new bloom of vivid red. By the time Xin Gang concluded his grim endeavor and boarded one of the 5 small boats, the once scattered crimson had merged into a vast expanse, resembling a scarlet birthmark adorning the heart of the ocean when viewed from above. After accomplishing this, Xin Gang gathered all the food and fresh water taken by the pirates, loading them onto a small boat and rowed back to the pirate ship. At this juncture, the pirate vessel had sunk to a mere half-meter above the surface, allowing Xin Gang to effortlessly leap aboard. Unhurriedly, he donned his attire and hoisted 2 chests. For the height of the pirate ship's deck was now nearly level with that of the small boat. With a single step, he returned to the small boat laden with supplies. Alas, how did I come across such a band of fools? Xin Gang picked up the log pointer acquired from the pirate navigator, lamenting that he would still have to row the boat himself to continue his journey. He had contemplated leaving a few pirates behind to serve as laborers. However, considering their propensity for mischief, it was evident that if they could cause trouble once, they would do so again. Thus, it was more prudent to eliminate them entirely. Moreover, these pirates were of little utility. Typical pirate sailors merely exerted random strength, and their navigator could only discern direction based on the position of the sun and manage the sails. Such individuals were ineffectual on a small vessel powered by human effort. Had they ever considered how they would return from the sea once they had succeeded? As Xin Gang navigated his boat, he derisively remarked on the folly of the pirates, drifting past the lifeless bodies that floated upon the surface of the sea. Were they all engaged in a wager, betting on their ability to eliminate him, or on the notion that even without a pirate ship, they could paddle their small vessels back to shore? Contemplating this, Xin Gang felt an even deeper disdain for these pirates who were destined to remain adrift. They failed to grasp the simple truth that to be killed is to die. Yet, they recklessly gambled their precious lives, hoping to defy fate, to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, without considering the grim reality that they might end up with nothing more than the means to walk back on foot. Chapter 30. Return. Xin Gang is known for his efficiency and decisiveness in his endeavors. After dealing with all the pirates, their ship had yet to fully submerge, which is indicative of his swift actions. However, as the saying goes, you may be quick, but there are those who are even quicker, especially when others are hastening to partake in a meal. Before Xin Gang arrived, the sea, stained red with the blood of pirates, began to boil beneath the surface. Nearby predators, enticed by the scent of blood, gathered in droves. This is troublesome. Xin Gang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although ordinary marine predators and even the formidable sea kings posed no threat to him, they certainly endangered the small vessel he occupied. With so many corpses adrift in these waters, accompanied by the scent of blood, it would indeed be peculiar if the frenzied predators refrained from assaulting the tiny boat floating on the surface. Thus, he had no choice but to swiftly shed his outer garments and plunge into the water, safeguarding the vessel while simultaneously urging it onward. As anticipated, the unfolding events aligned with his predictions. The aquatic hunters, while tearing into the pirate corpses, also launched assaults on the wooden craft bobbing above. The first to suffer was a small boat that had inadvertently drifted alongside several bodies, likely caught in the crossfire as the predators scrambled for their meal. However, it wasn't long before those hunters that had failed to secure a corpse began to target the small vessel deliberately, with Xin Gang becoming their primary object of aggression. Without waiting for them to approach, Xin Gang took the initiative to strike, circling around the small boat and delivering blows to each of the sharks and sea beasts that were heading his way. The rhythmic sound of impacts echoed, and soon the surface of the sea was adorned with several new corpses, though this time they were not human. While this intensified the metallic scent of blood in the surrounding waters, the predators lurking nearby remained undeterred. The newly surfaced bodies served as a stark reminder to these apex hunters of the ocean that Xin Gang was a force far mightier than themselves. Furthermore, the slain predators presented a fresh source of sustenance, prompting them to instinctively withdraw from his presence.
Thus, Xin Gang navigated effortlessly through the encirclement of predators. However, just as he was about to escape the clutches of these ravenous hunters, a figure emerged from the crimson waters, its size twice that of the small boat, swiftly approaching. As Xin Gang was poised to deliver a powerful punch, a menacing black turtle head, adorned with sharp spikes and possessing an endearingly foolish gaze, emerged from the water surface. Anton, what brings you here? After a blend of surprise and joy, Xin Gang lowered his fist and released the mental grip he had on Anton. The turtle then approached, affectionately nudging him with its head. Xin Gang gently patted Anton's head with one hand, gazing into its unusually round eyes, and inquired, "Could you do me a favor?" Naturally, Anton did not refuse Xin Gang's request. Thus, the duo, one human and one turtle, returned to the pirate ship, which had only sunk slightly beneath the waves, to retrieve a few ropes for connecting Anton to the small vessel. Much like their earlier escape from the deserted island, Xin Gang commanded the course based on the recorded pointer, while Anton dutifully towed the small boat under Xin Gang's guidance. Along their journey, they occasionally encountered a few unwary marine predators eager to offer them fresh meat. The only notable difference this time was that shortly after departing from the site of the shipwreck, they passed by the deserted island. In defiance of orders, Anton took Xin Gang on a delightful detour around the island before resuming their voyage. Following this, the pair adhered strictly to the direction indicated by the pointer, traveling day and night until, upon the second nightfall, they glimpsed distant lights on the horizon, with the recorded pointer aligning with that very direction. Upon reaching the shore, Xin Gang inquired about his surroundings, borrowed a map of the island, and replaced the wick of the ship's oil lamp to enhance its brightness and illumination range, before continuing along the coast with Anton. After traversing a portion of the night, Xin Gang finally caught sight of the vague outline of Haimu Town's silhouette amidst the dim lights. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet he hesitated to approach any closer. It was not a sense of homesickness that held him back, but rather a fear of confronting the grim reality of numerous deaths that might await him, and the dread that within those flickering lights, no familiar faces might emerge. However, this emotional turmoil was fleeting, as he soon resolved to face the truth, urging Anton to swim toward the humble port of Hima Town, a place he knew all too well. This time, Xin Gang did not allow Anton to depart alone upon landing. Instead, he chose to accompany it toward Hima Town. His reasoning was twofold. First, the remote and sparsely populated nature of Hima Town meant that Anton would likely be safe ashore. Second, he feared he might lack the courage to confront the impending harshness alone, requiring companionship to traverse the path from the port to the town. To his surprise, the journey was shorter than he had anticipated. After merely taking a few steps ashore, he noticed several figures approaching, brandishing torches from Hima Town. In the darkness, the faces of the approaching individuals were obscured, and initially, Xin Gang could not discern friend from foe. Hence, he stepped forward, shielding Anton behind him, squinting to scrutinize the figures carefully. As they drew closer, Xin Gang recognized them as residents of Hima Town, among whom were two members of the guard. "Gary, it's me, Xin Gang," he called out to avoid any misunderstandings, raising the lantern in front of him so that they could see his face. "You're alive. It's a gang. A gang has returned. How wonderful. We can finally breathe easy." Those who once held torches in one hand and flintlock pistols in the other immediately cast aside their flames and firearms, rushing excitedly towards Xin Gang. Upon arrival, they exchanged no words but embraced Xin Gang one by one, then, in a cacophony of voices, inquired about his experiences during this time. "It's nothing of great consequence. I possess a resilient spirit and encountered no peril, though it did take some time to find my way back." Xin Gang succinctly summarized his experiences before pausing to pose the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "And what about you all? How is everyone faring?" Upon uttering these words, the previously animated crowd fell into a profound silence. Observing this reaction, Xin Gang sensed that something was amiss, yet he yearned for a definitive answer. He cast his gaze upon each individual, silently imploring them for a response. However, none dared to meet his eyes. They either averted their gazes or lowered their heads in avoidance. Finally, Xin Gang grasped the shoulder of Gary, the young man who had once jested with him in the air raid shelter, and earnestly inquired, "Gary, please tell me, what truly transpired in Hima Town?" Yet, the now disheveled Gary offered no reply. Instead, he lifted his head to reveal a relieved smile. "Your return has brought me peace," he murmured before his head tilted, and he slumped into unconsciousness. Chapter 31. Everything will be all right after Gary lost consciousness. Xin Gang and the others were thrown into a state of panic for a considerable time until they confirmed that his breathing had stabilized, indicating he had merely fallen asleep. Xin Gang soon learned that Gary had scarcely rested since that fateful night, and upon seeing him, the tension that had been taut within him had finally relaxed, leading to his sudden slumber. Nevertheless, no one was willing to directly disclose what had transpired later that night. Left with no other option, Xin Gang resolved to accompany them back to Hima Town to witness the situation for himself. He helped Gary to his feet and turned to shout, "Anton, we are leaving." Suddenly, a spiky black head, roughly the size of a small table, emerged from the shadows. "What on earth is that?" exclaimed Anton, his deceptively menacing visage startling a young boy, who stumbled back in fright, nearly losing his balance. "Fear not, this is Anton. He is actually quite gentle." As Xin Gang gently explained, he affectionately patted Anton's head, affirming that the creature was indeed not as ferocious as it appeared. With Xin Gang's reassurance, the collective fear of Anton among the onlookers diminished significantly. However, their apprehension lingered for the beast's imposing stature, nearly a meter tall when prone, and its formidable beak capable of crushing a human skull like a watermelon, left them unsettled. Yet, whether due to an innate calmness or sheer oblivion to their trepidation, Anton followed Xin Gang leisurely toward Hima Town. Upon their return to the town, specifically the former garrison of the guard, Xin Gang found himself once again surrounded by inquiries from the townspeople. This time, however, the gravity of the situation rendered him incapable of offering lighthearted responses. If the survivors in the vicinity constituted the entirety of Haimu Town's populace, then the once thriving community of hundreds had dwindled to a mere 17 souls. Xin Gang recalled that he had called out dozens of people from the air raid shelter, yet he had not seen Sam, who should have been the steadfast anchor of their group. Observing that the others present, apart from Gary and the 3 members of the security team, appear to be no older than 15 or 16, it was not difficult to surmise the gravity of the situation. Consequently, Xin Gang provided a vague response and refrained from asking further questions, both to shield himself from the stark and bloody reality and to avoid reopening the hard-won scars of others. Everyone returned to rest. "Tonight, I shall keep the vigil." As Xin Gang spoke, he and 2 other members of the guard team ushered a group of children into the room, for it was indeed essential for everyone to rest properly. The survivors resided in the collective dormitory of the guard team, which had originally remained unoccupied since the members of the guard in Haimu Town typically lived in their homes within the town. However, it was now repurposed due to the necessity for the survivors to see one another, offering a modicum of comfort in their shared ordeal. Upon entering the dormitory, Xin Gang noticed 4 individuals still reclining on the beds. As they became aware of the newcomers, they attempted to sit up, only to be met with a chorus of persistent coughing. "Do not move." Xin Gang gently laid Gary, who had succumbed to sleep, upon the nearest bed before hastening over to assess the condition of the 4 individuals. Their faces were ashen, with dark crimson stains at the corners of their mouths, and their breaths resembled the labored wheezing of a long-neglected bellows, newly pressed into service. Having endured a similar ordeal, Xin Gang instantly recognized that they were exhibiting symptoms of excessive gas inhalation. In truth, their conditions had improved considerably. During our passage through the toxic gas zone that fateful night, we had all sustained some degree of exposure, albeit with varying manifestations of symptoms. Yet we had largely managed to endure. A young member of the security team stepped forward, attempting to reassure Xin Gang by stating that they were not the most severely affected. However, he realized midway through his statement the inappropriateness of his words. To imply that those who were not the most afflicted were in such a state only underscored the grim reality that many had perished due to poisoning. Although this was indeed the case, he had not wished to broach such a heavy topic with Xin Gang upon his return. Nevertheless, Xin Gang remained unfazed, at least outwardly, and calmly inquired, "Have you sought medical assistance?" The young security member immediately appeared troubled, awkwardly responding, "No, we lack the funds. And given that we were victims of a gas attack, no one dares to come to our aid. Surely, the situation must be more dire than this." Xin Gang squinted his eyes and whispered, fully aware that the reality was far from being so simple. The fact that Gary and his small group had no choice but to continue residing in the ruins of Haimu Town spoke volumes. The young member of the guard felt both aggrieved and hesitant, biting his lip. "Speak up. What else has transpired?" Xin Gang patted him on the shoulder and said, "I have returned. Everything will be all right." Originally, Xin Gang was considered a junior member of the security team, often mingling with his younger counterparts. However, at this moment, he found himself compelled to assume the role of a steadfast pillar. The reason was quite simple.
He was the only one capable of safeguarding the others. If he did not step forward to offer them a source of support, those who had narrowly escaped disaster would soon plunge into the abyss of despair. The young members of the security team seemed to harbor some reservations, their words lingering on the tip of their tongues before being swallowed back down. Xin Gang placed his other hand upon his shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes, and said, "Kellen, could you have a little faith in me?" This gesture shattered the last vestige of Kellen's bravado, and though he had already come to be regarded as a man, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. Naturally, the situation between the two was not lost on the others in the room, who turned their attention towards them. Many of the children, stirred by Kellen's emotions, felt tears welling up in their own eyes. "Let's speak outside." Xin Gang grasped Kellen's shoulder and led him outside, hoping to prevent a collective outpouring of tears. They stepped into the training grounds of the guard unit, where Xin Gang leaned against a wooden post used for martial arts practice. Listening to Kellen recount their harrowing escape from the pirate massacre, they had spent an entire night fleeing to another town, where the locals welcomed them with warmth and enthusiasm upon learning of their ordeal. However, news soon emerged of a gas attack on Hima Town. Although the released gas was non-contagious, the inhabitants of this world struggled to distinguish between the two. Furthermore, the gas assault targeted the respiratory system, leading to severe symptoms that bore a striking resemblance to those of plague. Consequently, the locals' attitude towards them grew increasingly frosty. While they continued to receive occasional food and basic medical supplies, no one was willing to engage with them. As time progressed and the aid dwindled, Gary and Kellen, now healthier, sought employment to earn some money, only to be met with rejection. Ultimately, a few ne'er-do-wells began to harass them intermittently. Gary had no choice but to return everyone to Haimu Town, which, despite being ransacked and left in ruins, still offered shelter. A careful search through the collapsed buildings yielded some useful supplies, and the surrounding fields provided a modicum of sustenance. Nevertheless, life in Hima Town was far from stable. Some unemployed drifters, having heard of the town's plight, ventured in, hoping for a stroke of luck. Fortunately, Gary and the others still had a few firearms, and those intruders, at most, only dared to steal a few sweet potatoes, occasionally hurling stones but refraining from any egregious acts. Eventually, the Navy made an appearance, but their inquiry was limited to examining the pirate flag of the attackers before hastily retreating, as if fleeing from a plague. With several individuals in dire condition failing to recover, Gary decided to part with some of the valuables he had collected, sending Kellen to exchange them for medicine and nutritional supplies. However, the townsfolk easily recognized Kellen's origins from his appearance and refused to even touch the items he brought. Ultimately, those goods were taken by a local thug, half by force and half by purchase. Yet when Kellen, clutching his meager funds, attempted to buy medicine, he was still met with unwillingness to engage. "Your hardships during this time have been considerable." Xin Gang patted Karen on the shoulder and gestured towards a group of children huddled at the dormitory entrance. "It's time to rest. The hour is late." Under Xin Gang's weighty insistence, the tearful little ones retreated inside, and he gave Karen a gentle push. "You too. Don't worry with me around. Everything will be fine." After wiping away his tears, Karen nodded earnestly and obediently returned to the dormitory. Once everyone had settled down for the night, Xin Gang gathered some firewood and ignited a blaze in the training ground, poking at the glowing embers with a stick, seemingly passing the time without purpose. Anton, meanwhile, lay beside him, stretching out his limbs and relishing the warmth emanating from the fire. As Xin Gang had arrived in the early hours of the morning, he tended the fire for 3 or 4 hours until the distant sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. At that moment, Anton suddenly stood up, extending his neck to sniff the air, and upon discerning a particular direction, he swished his tail to alert Xin Gang. "Is someone approaching?" Xin Gang abruptly rose to his feet, his expression grave as he and Anton gazed in the same direction. Before long, a hasty procession came into view, a group of individuals dragging 2 flatbed carts, each encased with iron cages. Some bore thick hemp ropes over their shoulders, while others busily loaded tranquilizer darts into blowpipes. Their evident experience shone through. Despite their swift movements, they made little sound and exchanged no words. Even as they approached, the sight of Xin Gang failed to incite panic among them. Instead, several blowpipe wielders simultaneously directed their darts toward him, concerned about disturbing those deep in slumber within the dormitory. Xin Gang silently charged towards the unmistakable slave-capturing party, marking each one with his Heartsteel. The captors, initially taken aback by his approach, were further astonished when they witnessed his agile evasion of the tranquilizer darts. However, by the time Xin Gang reached them, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting vital areas such as the chest, jaw, and neck. Each member of the capturing squad fell lifelessly to the ground before they could even utter a scream. Having disposed of the slave captors, Xin Gang jogged to the dormitory entrance, peering inside cautiously. To his relief, no one appeared to have been roused by the brief commotion. They seemed to be sleeping soundly. Xin Gang smiled and nodded, then turned to attend to the corpses. However, he soon noticed Anton stretching its neck, attempting to gnaw a piece of flesh from the heap of remains. In a state of urgency, he rushed over and delivered a firm slap to Anton's head. Do not consume that meat. It will upset your stomach. Chapter 32. Unnecessary growth. By the time Gary and the others awoke, it was already noon. It was evident that they had not enjoyed a restful slumber during this period. Xin Gang ladled out the freshly prepared fish and grain porridge, serving each person a bowl before replenishing his own from the pot. He then, alongside Gary, tended to the 4 individuals lying in bed, offering them a taste of the fish broth. Afterward, he leaned against the training post and engaged in conversation with Gary. I believe it would be more prudent to take them to the metropolis for treatment. Prolonging the situation is truly untenable. However, Gary appeared hesitant, his expression revealing his inner conflict. Xin Gang gently smiled as he patted Gary on the shoulder. I have heard about your predicament from Karen. There is no cause for concern, as it is resolvable. Firstly, the issue of being ostracized by the neighboring towns is understandable. It is only natural for anyone to feel a twinge of apprehension in such circumstances, which makes this problem rather challenging to address. However, fortunately, we need not tackle it, for I intend to lead everyone to a more distant inland city, where we should remain unrecognizable, thus eliminating any concerns of rejection. But where shall we procure sufficient funds? Gary lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. It seems that in any realm, housing prices remain consistent. The closer one is to the central area, the steeper the costs. In Xin Gang's previous life, property values soared near the city center, while in this world, they escalate as one approaches the heart of the islands. In a world ravaged by pirates, distance from the coast signifies safety, especially since the onset of the age of great pirates has created a stark disparity between coastal and central property prices. Although we have yet to reach the point where coastal townsfolk toil their entire lives only to find themselves unable to afford even a restroom in the central area, it is enough to evoke a sense of yearning in someone like Gary, who has grown up by the sea. Who says we are without means? Xin Gang vistled, and Anton ambled over, carrying 2 white aluminum cases. Gary was initially startled, but soon realized from Xin Gang's demeanor that the formidable tortoise was likely his pet. His attention was then drawn to the open cases, which were brimming with currency. There was a total of 200 million belly. Wait, I think I spent 10,000. So it should be 199,990,000 belly. With this amount, I should be able to settle down inland for the time being. Xin Gang closed the box and handed it to Gary, saying, I entrust this to your care. No, this is too much, Gary replied, stepping back to evade the box Xin Gang was offering, creating a certain distance between the two. What do you mean by this? Xin Gang lowered his gaze, fixating on Gary, causing the latter to retreat a step further, his earlier sense of inadequacy magnified. However, as the eldest and comparatively more mature survivor of Hima Town, Gary did not exhibit the childishness of avoiding conversation. Slowly, he lifted his head, a bitter expression adorning his face as he confessed, I recognize that my thoughts are misplaced. Yet I cannot help but wonder what would happen if you chose to abandon us. I also realize that I should not take your assistance for granted. This sentiment did not stem from a lack of trust in Xin Gang, but rather from the psychological turmoil that followed a significant upheaval, leading to a precarious mindset filled with both hope and despair. Throughout the preceding period, Gary had exerted himself tirelessly to ensure the survival of everyone, living under an immense strain, and now, with the sudden relaxation of that tension, signs of a subtle breakdown began to manifest. Deep down, he harbored a trust in Xin Gang, as evidenced by his peaceful slumber after their encounter the previous night. Yet, the more comforting Xin Gang proved to be, the more Gary found himself grappling with thoughts of how he would ensure the stability of others in Xin Gang's absence. This worry was not unfounded, for Xin Gang had only resided in Hima Town for a few months, without any obligation to assist them. It's good that you recognize this, he concluded. Xin Gang let out a cold snort and declared, As long as I draw breath, I shall not abandon you, for my assistance is but a natural obligation. Yet, you possess such extraordinary prowess, existing in a realm far removed from ours. Gary pointed to the boxes in Xin Gang's hands and remarked, for instance, the sum of money contained within, I may never earn in my lifetime.
while you can effortlessly produce 2 boxes of it. You are truly remarkable. Xin Gang helplessly scratched his head and said, "Do not overthink. I am merely a bit more resilient. Furthermore, Hima Town is my second hometown, and you all are my family in this world. How could I possibly neglect you? I understand, I truly do." Gary shook his head vigorously, yet he could not help but ponder what we would do in the event of your absence. "Well, think whatever you wish. The reality is, I am right here. Am I not?" Xin Gang smiled and said, "Moreover, you have already performed admirably before my return, and there remains much for you to accomplish. I will do my utmost." Gary replied with a wistful nod. Xin Gang chose not to speak further, for he understood that Gary needed to extricate himself from this state of chaotic thoughts, and that the more others spoke, the heavier his burden would become. As they both sat in silence, a group of children, aged around 7 or 8, approached. However, unlike their usual boisterous selves, they were subdued, their footsteps lacking the light-heartedness customary to their age. Leading the group was a sturdy boy who stepped forward and addressed Xin Gang, saying, "Brother A Gang, we have finished eating." "Very well, then go and play. Just remember not to wander too far." Xin Gang smiled and nodded. However, the children did not leave just yet. The boy continued, "We would like to go into the fields to search for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Rest assured, should we encounter any strangers, we will flee without hesitation and will certainly avoid any danger." Xin Gang turned to Gary, inquiring about the situation. Gary paused momentarily, recovering his composure before responding. "A few plots of land have been indiscriminately excavated by others, resulting in the destruction or removal of most crops. However, some remnants remain buried in the soil, and these children have ventured there to sift through the earth in search of edible provisions to bring back. Indeed, they're all good children." With a gentle smile, Xin Gang affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "However, for today, you need not go. You may play beside the training ground for a while. Later, I shall escort you into the city for some amusement." As the children obediently wandered off, he observed their retreating figures, his smile gradually fading. "I recall these children to be the most mischievous in the town. Am I not mistaken? There was an instance when they stealthily infiltrated the guard's warehouse at night, intending to pilfer firearms for their amusement. It was I who discovered their antics, and they subsequently ignored me for a fortnight." Indeed, Gary concurred with a melancholic expression. For having endured such calamities, even the most playful of children must undergo some maturation. Watching the children who now stood there, having forgotten how to frolic and play, Xin Gang let out a sigh. "I would prefer for them to remain spirited. Such growth is unnecessary for anyone, for the cost is exceedingly steep." Chapter 33. I seek to settle a debt. The proposal to journey to the inland city received unanimous approval, and soon everyone had bundled their meager belongings, preparing for departure. Subsequently, all gathered to transform the cages on the 2 flatbed trailers brought by the slave-capturing team into warm, sealed compartments, carefully lifting the 4 injured individuals inside. Before officially embarking, all, including the 4 injured, visited the cemetery of Haimu Town, where generations of ancestors lay buried, along with those who had perished in gas attacks and the massacre by pirates. Due to our severe shortage of manpower, we were compelled to dig a large pit to inter them all together. Addressing a mound resembling a small hill, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Xin Gang gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. "There is no way to avoid this. It is not your fault. Moreover, due to the considerable time that had elapsed since our return, the corpses on the ground had become disfigured or even vanished entirely." Gary, filled with sorrow, produced a black eye mask and handed it to Xin Gang. "This is the only relic we found belonging to Teacher Sam." Upon gazing at the bloodstained mask, Xin Gang's facial muscles involuntarily contorted. If one were to consider who held the closest relationship with Xin Gang in the entire town of Haimu, it would undoubtedly be that old rogue Sam, who had incessantly urged him towards marriage. Initially, Sam harbored great suspicion towards Xin Gang, believing him to be a pirate spy, and often monitored him from a distance. However, once he confirmed that Xin Gang was indeed a survivor of the shipwreck, perhaps out of a desire to make amends for his earlier misjudgments, Sam began to take special care of him. The moment Sam truly acknowledged Xin Gang was when he revealed that he had been observing him. At that time, Xin Gang had responded with a smile. "I already noticed. You did nothing wrong, and I am unconcerned." This revelation led Sam to understand that Xin Gang was not only more astute than he had presumed, but also capable of viewing matters from another's perspective. From that point onward, Sam regarded Xin Gang as one of his own. Unmarried, Sam ultimately came to view Xin Gang as a surrogate son, which explained why he had arranged several unsuccessful matchmaking endeavors for him, even after Xin Gang had clearly declined. Although Xin Gang had long accepted that Sam could not possibly be alive, The sight of his relic stirred deep emotions within him. Nevertheless, he refrained from shedding tears, suppressing all emotions as he nodded with a calm demeanor. Yes, I understand. He did this because he could not afford to show any weakness. Otherwise, others would also succumb to the weight of past sorrows and remain unable to move forward. It was likely that before his return, Gary and the others had feigned strength in a similar manner. Now it was his turn. By the way, let's speak of something more uplifting. That scoundrel Bailang should still be alive. Gary, perceiving Xin Gang's thoughts, promptly tucked away the eye mask and shifted the conversation. This indeed allowed Xin Gang to maintain a semblance of composure, and his spirits lifted as he eagerly inquired, "Oh, have you seen him?" "Not at all." Gary shook his head, his expression relaxing a bit. "That night, we did not encounter him, and after the gas in the air raid shelter dissipated, we did not find his body inside either. I surmise he might have sneaked out to enjoy himself that evening, and by the time he returned, everything had transpired, and we had already left, leaving him to depart alone. In fact, it is plausible that Bailang was present that evening, perhaps discreetly fleeing to preserve his own life, abandoning others in the process." Gary did not dismiss this possibility. Rather, he acknowledged that, despite Bailong's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he would never commit the egregious act of abandoning his companions in a moment of peril. That fellow, on his own, could likely thrive quite well. For now, we need not concern ourselves with his fate. Xin Gang feigned a light-hearted demeanor as he remarked that it would be best to wait until he had thoroughly enjoyed his time outside before seeking him out. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. However, Xin Gang's words were merely a reflection of his emotional intelligence. The underlying truth was that they had yet to stabilize their own circumstances. Thus, finding the energy to search for the missing Bailang was an impossibility. Nevertheless, Bailang's rather cunning nature and his propensity to feign foolishness do not warrant excessive concern. "Ladies and gentlemen," Xin Gang called out loudly at the grave mound, "today, we must depart from Haimu Town. We can no longer safeguard everyone as home, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, the survival of the living is paramount. In this world, where souls undeniably exist, the departed may indeed be listening." Yet, Xin Gang's words were primarily directed towards the crowd behind him. Remaining here would mean that the injured would go untreated, they would face various disturbances, and the children would be deprived of education. Thus, we must leave this ancestral land and move to an inland city where the wounded can receive care, and the children can attain superior education to become remarkable individuals. Moreover, we need not fear the pirates approaching from the sea. After speaking, Xin Gang bowed deeply 3 times, each time bending to a perfect 90 degrees. Once everyone stood upright, he surveyed the group, meticulously observing each expression. "Let's depart." With a sweeping gesture, he signaled the 22 individuals to commence their journey along the predetermined route. Karen and Johnson, the last member of the guard team, took the lead to scout the way ahead. Following them were several young teenagers wielding rifles, while the weaker girls and younger children lagged slightly behind. Next came Anton, pulling 2 flatbed trailers, which contained not only 4 injured individuals, but also the youngest child in the group, merely 4 years old. Xin Gang and Gary brought up the rear, allowing them to keep watch over everyone, ready to react promptly to any unforeseen circumstances. "This is for you." Gary handed the tattered black eye mask to Xin Gang. He believed that, in terms of both strength and his connection with Sam, Xin Gang was far more suited to inherit from Sam than he was. Xin Gang gazed at the eye mask for a moment before ultimately diverting his gaze and shaking his head. "No, it is better for you to keep it for now." "Why?" Gary initially appeared puzzled, but soon a sense of anxiety began to envelop his thoughts. After much hesitation, he quietly inquired, "You aren't planning to leave, are you?" "I said I wouldn't." No. Xin Gang swiftly waved his hands in explanation, assuring everyone that after settling them in, he would indeed depart for a time. But he would certainly return. Gary finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet curiosity gnawed at him regarding Xin Gang's reason for leaving. "What are you going to do?" The moment the question escaped his lips, Xin Gang's gaze sharpened, and a sense of unfamiliarity enveloped him that left Gary unsettled. "I'm going to collect a debt." Chapter 34. The red-haired pirates on the evening of the 3rd day after Xin Gang and his companions had departed. The desolate town of Haimu welcomed a new group of visitors. They emerged from the sea, a band of pirates. The prow of their ship bore a square red dragon's head, while their pirate flag depicted crossed swords alongside a skull marked with 3 claw marks beneath its left eye. They were none other than the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. However, at this juncture, they had yet to ascend to dominion over the latter half of the Grand Line, and their captain was merely a notorious pirate who had just surpassed a bounty of 1 billion. Nonetheless,
even before attaining the status of a maritime emperor. The red-haired pirates were an indomitable behemoth in the first half of the Grand Line. Should a discerning soul have witnessed their arrival in the obscure and unremarkable Haimu Town, it would surely have sparked sensational headlines. The notorious pirate had clandestinely ventured to this locale, and Shanks' appearance here could have been the stuff of major news. Fortunately, Hima Town remained sufficiently remote. Despite having gained notoriety due to a gas attack, it still went largely unheeded. Furthermore, the bodies of the slave-capturing crew slain by Xin Gang had been discovered, deterring any curious onlookers or treasure-seekers. Thus, the arrival of the red-haired pirates went unnoticed, and the editors of the sensationalist tabloids lamented their missed opportunity for a major scoop. In truth, the purpose of the red-haired pirates' visit was quite straightforward. As the ship, the Red Force, with its striking dragon head, had yet to fully dock, a young man donned in a straw hat and a flowing black coat leapt from the bow and dashed into Hima Town. His demeanor a stark contrast to his billion-dollar worth. This straw-hatted youth was none other than Shanks himself. Upon arriving in the town, he immediately began his search from house to house. When confronted with a closed door, he would politely knock 3 times and inquire, "May I come in?" before peering inside, even if the room consisted solely of a door and its frame still standing. Shanks moved with remarkable speed in his search, and since few doors remained intact in Hima Town, he quickly scoured the area. However, the look of disappointment etched on his once handsome face suggested he had not found what he sought. Unwilling to accept defeat, Shanks pressed on, knocking on every door once more, and like a child hunting for crabs, he lifted every wall fragment larger than a human being, checking beneath them for any signs of life. Each time he entered a door or lifted a piece of debris, he would call out, "Are you inside, Death Star?" Ultimately, he returned empty-handed, his face a mask of frustration. As he stormed back to the port, his crew had already secured their pirate ship and were disembarking in succession. Leading the group was a man with slicked-back hair, streaked with hints of silver, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Shanks approached, immediately launching into a tirade of complaints directed at Beckman. "Did you not say that the harbinger of death was here? Why have I found no one?" With remarkable composure, Beckman cast an exasperated glance at his captain, refraining from an immediate response for the sake of his own heart. However, Shanks, undeterred by Beckman's silence, seized his shoulder and began to shake him insistently. "Beckman, speak. Where exactly is the harbinger of death?" Beckman believed it prudent to remain silent for the moment. Yet he could foresee a future filled with regret for having trusted Shanks' dubious tales and joining his crew. The thought of his advancing age weighed heavily on him, especially since he had aged prematurely due to the incessant worries that accompanied life with his pirate crew. Since aligning himself with Shanks, Beckman felt he had encountered nothing but misfortune. From the outset, Shanks had insisted on venturing into the sky in search of sky islands. After finally exhausting their search by hot air balloon, he then sought islands hidden within the bellies of fish. Following fruitless underwater explorations, they found themselves embroiled in chaos at Sabiti Archipelago, where they clashed with several celestial dragons, provoking the ire of a marine admiral. While passing Fishman Island, they were pursued by the entire island for peeking into the royal palace to glimpse the newborn mermaid princess. Their escapades in the New World had only intensified. On average, the Red Force encountered someone eager to confront Shanks or someone who had previously done so for every nautical mile they traversed. Of course, Shanks did possess moments of seriousness. Yet these were rare, occurring only during official holidays throughout the year when he could momentarily embody the demeanor of a mature adult. For the majority of their time together, he resembled a child, whimsically conjuring up ideas without cause. This particular instance arose while passing through Scarlet Town, where he had heard tales of the harbinger of death and insisted on tracking down this individual. Beckman personally deemed such rumors to be unreliable and a waste of time. Yet what could he do? After all, Shanks was the captain. Beckman initially sought out those who had spoken of the ominous star, inquiring about its whereabouts. However, the information he received was nothing but hearsay, riddled with inaccuracies and lacking in credibility. The only certainty was that the ominous star was the nominal ruler of Scarlet Town. Upon learning this, Beckman directly approached several local gang leaders, employing both persuasion and coercion. Yet all he could ascertain was that the ominous star had departed Scarlet Town aboard a pirate vessel. Remarkably, it was Shanks who, while mingling in a tavern and engaging in drinking games, stumbled upon valuable intelligence. A drunken patron claimed to have witnessed the events unfold firsthand, revealing to Shanks that the ominous star had initially reacted in anger to a bounty notice, only to be approached recklessly by a pirate, which consequently led to a bloody confrontation. Beckman promptly made his way to the tavern where the incident had occurred.
Through meticulous observation amidst the evasive responses of the bartender and the owner, he discerned which bounty notice had captured the ominous star's attention at the time. He then cross-referenced the bounty with a recent massacre committed by a pirate in Haimu Town. Given the subsequent rampage of the ominous star, Beckman deduced a significant connection to Haimu Town, concluding that his hasty departure was likely aimed at that very destination. Frustratingly, when Beckman relayed his findings to Shanks, the latter dismissed his urgency and instead celebrated with the other crew members aboard, claiming they had found a lead on the ominous star. Ironically, it was Shanks, in his frantic excitement, who had initially seemed the most anxious to act. However, as the captain, Beckman had no choice but to wait. Observing Shanks raise his glass in merriment with the crew, Beckman felt a surge of irritation, almost wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to him. Wait a moment. Why does Shanks have a bruise on his face? The shape suggests it was inflicted by a gunstock. Ah, so he has already been dealt with. Beckman cheerfully twirled his gun in hand, his spirits lifting considerably. Chapter 35. The Gift. Shanks, why are you seeking that particular star? Inquiring beside a bonfire at the port of Haimu Town, a little girl wearing earmuff-style headphones gazed up at Shanks with curiosity. Her hair was strikingly unique, half a softer shade of red than Shanks's own, and the other half a gentle beige. After taking a sip of his drink, Shanks smiled and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Did you not hear what they said? That fellow can cause a red halo to appear above one's head. Do you not find that intriguing? Are you hoping to invite him to join your crew? The girl tilted her head, continuing to inquire. Absolutely, Shanks replied with a gleeful expression. Someone so fascinating must surely come aboard. Then you might as well forget about it. Beside them, Beckman casually doused Shanks with a bucket of cold water. According to the intelligence currently at hand, it seemed virtually impossible for that person to board her ship. Why? Shanks looked at Beckman in confusion. Why? The girl mirrored his gaze, directing her eyes toward Beckman. Foolish father and daughter, Beckman thought to himself almost instinctively. Yet he quickly corrected his assessment, reminding himself that the girl, Yuta, was their daughter, innocent in her demeanor. It was only the captain, with his foolish expression, who remained firmly in the realm of folly. Nevertheless, he proceeded to explain to the pair. If my conjecture holds true, this place is likely the homeland of the Star of Death. With such calamity befalling his homeland, how could he possibly find the inclination to venture out to sea? Is that so? I don't understand. Shanks and Yuta struggled to comprehend Beckman's words, having grown up aboard a pirate ship, devoid of any sentimental attachment to a homeland. Even if such sentiments existed, they were tied solely to their ship. Beckman quickly recognized this and decided to rephrase his explanation. For instance, if someone on our ship were to be attacked and injured, would you abandon them? No. Shanks and Yuta replied in unison, their voices resolute. That is precisely it. Beckman nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, indicating that the individual in question would not forsake his compatriots, even if he were to set sail. It would be in pursuit of vengeance, making it unlikely that he would join us. Sighing, Shanks initially sank into a brief moment of despondency, but within a heartbeat, he regained his spirits. Even so, I must find him. At the very least, I want him to adorn my head with a red circle. Observing his captain once again succumb to folly, Beckman considered mentioning that such phenomena induced by abilities are unlikely to endure. However, what could he do? After all, he was the captain. He could only remain silent, allowing Shanks to harbor a fleeting hope. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers inland from Hima Town lay the city of Windblown City, situated on an island that was already sufficiently distant from the coast. Xin Gang meticulously organized the wanted posters sprawled across the table into a neat stack and placed them into a black satchel. He then added a military-style canteen and several packets of compressed biscuits. With utmost care, he opened the door, ready to step outside. Brother Gang, where are you going? As soon as the door opened, Sherry appeared before him, clad in a white cotton nightgown, her large eyes shining brightly in the dimly lit room. The cold-blooded Xin Gang was nearly startled into an arrhythmic heartbeat, taking a while to regain his composure. Brother Gang, are you going out at such a late hour? Sherry glanced at the bulging bag Xin Gang was carrying and timidly inquired once more. Yes, I hadn't intended to disturb anyone, but I suppose I have been caught out by you. How unfortunate. Xian Gang chuckled softly as he affectionately ruffled Cheryl's hair, which still felt as delightful as ever. However, unlike her usual self, Cheryl did not twist her head to escape from Xian Gang's playful grasp. Instead, with a tremor in her voice, she lowered her tone and asked, Are you going to abandon us? Oh, you foolish child, what are you thinking? Xian Gang decisively transformed his gentle caress into a swift chop with his hand, landing a light yet firm strike upon Sherry's little head. I merely stepped out to procure a few gifts. I shall return shortly. Sherry halted her tears and fervently clutched Xian Gang's thigh.
We do not desire gifts. We only wish for you to remain with us. Whoever claimed that the gifts were intended for you? Xin Gang, caught between laughter and tears, gently pushed aside Shelley's hand and squatted down to meet her gaze. However, if you obediently comply, I might consider bringing you a few gifts, he remarked. Shelley remained silent, standing resolutely at the doorway, seeming to block Xin Gang, yet refraining from any overt act of obstruction. Observing this, Xin Gang felt compelled to continue reassuring her. You needn't worry excessively. Our current residence is quite secure. Moreover, even in my absence, your brother Gary and the others are fully capable of protecting you. Shelley persisted in her silence. Of course, I cannot guarantee absolute safety, which is precisely why I am venturing out, to diminish the likelihood of danger that may befall you. Shelley still did not respond, though a flicker of confusion crossed her features. She could not comprehend how Xin Gang's departure could render them safer. Rest assured, I shall return in just 2 or 3 days, and there is no need for you to fret over my absence. Upon hearing that Xin Gang would soon return, a faint smile graced Shelley's lips. Noticing the positive effect of his words, Xin Gang exhaled in relief. Although he believed that Shelley would not raise an alarm at his abrupt departure, he feared it might deepen the fissures in her heart. By the way, what are you doing awake at this late hour? He inquired. I wish to express my gratitude to you, brother Xin Gang, Shelley replied, lifting her gaze to meet his with her clear, earnest eyes. I have heard that you ventured into the gas-filled air raid shelter to rescue me. I delayed my thanks until now because you and brother Gary have been so busy. There is no need for thanks, he replied. Xin Gang continued to envelop Sherry's petite head with his magical claws, playfully kneading it, while locking eyes with her and asserting, because we are family. It is only natural to do anything for family. No, I refuse, Sherry retorted, grasping Xin Gang's magical claws and pushing them aside. Then gazing at him defiantly as she said, very well. How do you intend to show your gratitude? With a mischievous intent. Xin Gang smiled and declared that he would not accept a mere dry thank you. Just as if she had been eagerly awaiting his words, Shirley swiftly leaned in, pecking gently on Xin Gang's forehead. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, she darted back to her room, softly closing the door behind her. Such are the ways of children nowadays. Xin Gang shook his head, rising to his feet as he continued to stride outward. Chapter 36, The Shopping List. Upon exiting the dwelling, Xin Gang let out a whistle, prompting Anton to emerge from the warehouse nestled beside the courtyard. Affixed to its back was a stove, secured with leather straps and wooden planks, which served both as a source of warmth and, upon the removal of a few panels, provided a modicum of illumination. Additionally, a wooden barrel filled with water was tethered to the rear of its shell, ensuring it remained hydrated and avoided dehydration. Let us be off. It is time for us to procure our supplies. Xin Gang gently patted Anton's head and walked alongside it out of the courtyard. After closing the wrought iron gate, Xin Gang surveyed the entire yard once more. The courtyard spanned several hundred square meters, featuring a square 3-story building and a spacious warehouse. It appeared to have once belonged to a minor noble, although that was many years ago, placing it at a considerable distance from the bustling center of Windblown City. Situated at the confluence of the inner and outer districts, surrounding it were predominantly buildings from the same era, inhabited largely by middle-class citizens who had resided in Windblown City for generations, devoid of any criminal undertones or overbearing nobility. While settling in did present a fair share of challenges, a remarkable 90% of these could be resolved with monetary means, while the remaining 10% largely dissipated after Xin Gang showcased his strength. The final 1% comprised a myriad of bureaucratic paperwork, including the cleaning, repairing, and renovating of the premises, as well as the procurement and installation of furniture and various household items. By the time all was accomplished, it had already turned to yesterday. Despite the flurry of activity, there was no cause for alarm, allowing everyone to settle into a sense of stability. Thus, Xin Gang felt at ease to depart for some final arrangements before embarking on his quest to pursue the gunpowder pirate crew. It was not that he was overly eager to leave. Rather, the unpredictable nature of the Grand Line necessitated a swift departure, lest the gunpowder pirate crew be wiped out before he could confront them, which would be an unfortunate windfall for them. This time, Xin Gang's destination was Serenity City, aptly named for its rare, tranquil waters amidst the tumultuous Grand Line, making it the largest port city on the island. Most merchant vessels and pirate ships passing through the area would dock in Serenity City to rest and resupply. Xin Gang prepared to randomly select a fortunate pirate crew, thus bringing their journey to an abrupt conclusion. However, while the selection process was labeled as random, it was not entirely so. During the days spent settling in Wind Breeze City,
Xin Gang had gathered intelligence on various pirate crews, particularly those likely to traverse this island and those that lingered in its vicinity. He meticulously sifted through this information, targeting the more nefarious and ruthless pirates. In this stage, Xin Gang proceeded with utmost caution, although it is said that on the high seas, for every 100 pirates, perhaps only one might be innocent. There indeed exist some who have done little wrong, yet have been unjustly maligned. He aimed to exclude such individuals from his procurement list. The final step involved comparing the remaining pirate strengths and the bounties on their heads, dismissing any with bounties under 30 million. Only those who were both vicious and formidable, with bounties that stood out, could be considered targets by Xin Gang. Additionally, the shipyard in Serenity City was the largest on the island, where Xin Gang needed to commission a saddle for Anton, enabling them to embark on longer voyages together. After all, it would be unthinkable for him to pursue the gunpowder pirates aboard a merchant vessel, setting aside the fact that merchant ships could not match the speed of pirate ships. The necessary transfers along the way would waste considerable time. Moreover, it was utterly impossible for one to row a boat out to sea alone. Fortunately, Anton was there. Its explosive speed in the water rivaled that of the most elite marine predators, and its steady cruising pace surpassed that of most vessels, with its endurance having already been proven during the 2 previous journeys with Xin Gang. Consequently, Xin Gang purchased several baskets of fruit and sought out Anton, simply expressing his need for its assistance. Whether it was due to the enticingly plump and juicy fruits or the camaraderie forged over time, Anton did not hesitate for a moment before agreeing, diving its head straight into the pile of fruit. Interestingly, while Anton was quite voracious when it came to meat, its enthusiasm for fruit was almost frenzied. Perhaps it consumed meat for survival, but indulged in fruit for the joy of living. Once the tortoise agreed, it did not mean they could immediately set sail. Previously, the decision to have Anton drag the boat was necessitated by constraints. However, this time the duration of the voyage was uncertain, necessitating thorough preparations. Firstly, they could not allow Anton to drag them along again, as such an arrangement would be laborious and risky, especially when faced with turbulent currents that could lead to entanglement. Consequently, Xin Gang designed a saddle that would enable Anton to carry both him and essential supplies on its back. This saddle was to be secured with durable yet flexible marine beast leather and must possess the ability to adjust its size to accommodate Anton's growth. The base of the saddle was to align with the protrusions of Anton's shell for enhanced stability, requiring features for adjustment and cushioning. Additionally, each side was to house a large barrel for storing fresh water, along with a compartment for clothing, tools, and various necessities. Given that both Xin Gang and Anton occupied the apex of the food chain in the ocean, a small supply of emergency rations, such as compressed biscuits, sufficed, thus eliminating the need for extensive food storage. Instead, a designated space for firewood was essential, as Anton, despite its intelligence and uniqueness, remained a cold-blooded creature requiring external heat. The climate of their current maritime region leaned toward spring. However, even under these conditions, Anton would need a stove to stay warm during the night for ease of movement. Should they find themselves near a winter island, Anton would likely need to hibernate on spot. Thus, the saddle must also be equipped with a heater to provide warmth for Anton in case of unforeseen circumstances. Lastly, it was impractical for Xin Gang to sit astride Anton as one would on a horse. Maintaining such a position for extended periods would be uncomfortable, and attempting to straddle Anton's shell would necessitate an impractically wide stance. Therefore, a small platform was essential, measuring approximately 1 meter by 1.2 meters, upon which a foldable reclining chair could be secured, addressing the need for rest. Moreover, the surrounding area required an inflatable ring that could detach from Anton and remain buoyant on the water surface, allowing Anton some freedom to rest and move. Once this saddle was completed and the gifts procured, Xin Gang would indeed be ready to embark on their journey. Chapter 37. The Ominous Star Devours. After placing an order for a turtle saddle at the shipyard and offering a bonus for expedited completion, Xin Gang left Anton behind as a supervisor, facilitating the shipwrights in adjusting the saddle's intricacies according to its form. He then made his way to the port of Serenity City, meticulously inspecting each vessel that docked, yet failing to locate any item from his procurement list. Consequently, he ventured into a bar perched high above the port, settling into a window-side seat. After ordering a few items at random, he gazed out, surveying the entire harbor and the adjacent maritime expanse, awaiting the appearance of any target from his shopping list. This anticipation stretched into a full day. Numerous ships traversed the waters, yet none presented themselves as suitable gifts. Ultimately, the turtle saddle was completed instead, Crafting a saddle for Anton was not a monumental task, and with Xin Gang's additional financial incentive, the shipwrights managed to finish it by working a little overtime that evening. After inspecting the saddle and confirming its quality, Xin Gang made the payment and fitted it onto Anton for a trial. Initially, Anton was not particularly fond of this added burden, but after Xin Gang's persuasive entreaties, it decided to endure for the sake of practicality. Coincidentally, Xin Gang began testing and practicing maritime navigation with Anton near the port of Serenity City, also keeping an eye out for targets on his shopping list among the passing vessels. At first, due to the absence of railings around the saddle platform, both Xin Gang and Anton were unaccustomed to coordinating their movements on the turtle's back, leading to Xin Gang falling into the water several times. However, akin to learning to ride a bicycle through repeated tumbles, he gradually mastered the art of synchronization with Anton through these ongoing splashes. Anton also ceased its erratic tilting, learning to glide steadily across the surface of the sea, executing turns with a gentle arc rather than abrupt maneuvers. This duo gradually became a distinctive sight at the Serenity City harbor, with passers-by and those on nearby vessels frequently waving at them. Xin Gang typically responded with a smile, whether the onlookers were aboard merchant ships or standing on the decks of pirate vessels. However, some troublemakers emerged. A few individuals, presumably nobles or high-ranking figures, inquired whether Anton was for sale. Even after Xin Gang resolutely expressed his unwillingness to part with Anton, they persisted annoyingly. Thus, Xin Gang prepared to deliver a minor shock to these insolent individuals, contemplating a display of force to serve as a warning. Before he could act, a group of pirates, having recognized Xin Gang through the slowly forming emblem of his steel heart, shouted, "Death Star! It's the Death Star!" In an instant, the previously aggressive thugs and their leader were taken aback, hastily retreating in fear and apology. From that moment on, no one dared to greet Xin Gang again, and all vessels departing the harbor were compelled to navigate around him and Anton. Xin Gang was aware that as a port city, Serenity City would likely witness the passage of merchant vessels and pirate ships reminiscent of that day in Scarlet Town. He presumed there would be some whispers about him here as well. However, he was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of intimidation his name seemed to evoke. He found himself unable to inquire about the various versions of his tale, as the ships would steer clear of him at sea and upon landing. Not a soul dared approach him. The most alarming aspect was that wherever Xin Gang ventured, the locals would instantly vanish, retreating into their homes with doors firmly shut, exhibiting a fear more pronounced than that of evading pirates. Fortunately, a few audacious merchants, either disbelieving the rumors or unwilling to forego profit, did not shy away from engaging with him. Otherwise, Xin Gang might have struggled to procure sustenance or a place to rest. In truth, this situation was not entirely unfavorable, as his sole purpose for social interaction in this city was to acquire a saddle for Anton. With the saddle now in hand, he relished the solitude afforded by the absence of conversation. Nonetheless, the people of Serenity City may have refrained from directly confronting Xin Gang, yet their clandestine discussions about him never ceased. The most prevalent topic of speculation revolved around the ominous Death Star and its intentions. Initially, before they discerned Xin Gang's true identity, they merely regarded him as a mere plaything, without delving deeper into the implications. However, akin to how a high school student's bizarre narrative might attract criticism, while another's could become a focal point in college entrance exams, the revelation of Xin Gang's ability to cause heads to explode with a mere gesture transformed their perspective entirely. They began to surmise that there must be some dreadful ulterior motive at play. In truth, their conjecture was not entirely misguided. The only ones who would face misfortune were those named on his procurement list. Indeed, the unfortunate individuals finally arrived on the third morning of Xin Gang's presence in Serenity City. At that moment, Xin Gang was skillfully coordinating with Anton on the waters near the port when a black two-masted sailing ship gradually emerged on the horizon. The sails of this pirate vessel bore the distinct insignia of a canine skull, unmistakably marking it as a pirate ship. The intelligence he had gathered enabled Xin Gang to immediately recognize it as the infamous Wild Wolf pirate crew, captained by an individual possessing the powers of the Inu no Mi model Wolf with a bounty of 51.4 million. Moreover, this pirate crew was indeed listed on Xin Gang's procurement list. Moreover, even among the few pirate crews that have survived several rigorous screenings by Xin Gang, the Wild Wolf pirates stand out prominently. Their strength may not be the absolute strongest, yet their captain's bounty surpasses the second place by a staggering 30 million. This notoriety stems from their vicious conduct, as they leave no survivors after each raid,
cementing their reputation as one of the most notorious among pirates. It is said that their captain, akin to a true wild wolf, devours the hearts and livers of victims raw. Concerned that the reputation of the wild wolf pirates might have been unjustly tarnished, Xin Gang meticulously reviewed all reports concerning them, discovering that even certain tabloids, which often embellish the image of pirates, harshly criticized the wild wolf pirates for bringing disrepute to the pirate community. With this reassurance, he confidently included them on his shopping list. Xin Gang promptly commanded the pirate ship of the wild wolf pirates to approach, then leapt onto the right side of the ship's railing and deftly ascended to the deck. Having long deemed these pirates deserving of their fate, he marked each one he encountered with the steel of the heart upon boarding. Meanwhile, in the tranquil city of Ningjing, a sentinel stationed at the lookout tower of the port spotted the rising red rings on the wild wolf pirate's vessel. Recalling the exaggerated tales he had heard about the Star of Death, he was instantly seized by trepidation and stumbled down the lookout tower, shouting as he ran. The Star of Death is devouring people. Chapter 38. I come to borrow some items as Xin Gang touched down on the deck. The marks of the Heart of Steel had yet to fully form when 6 pirates swiftly encircled him. "Who are you?" demanded one pirate, brandishing a sailor's knife with an air of menace. "Spare the chatter. Just kill him," urged another impatiently, pulling the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling towards Xin Gang's head. Anticipating the attack through the pirate's motions, he deftly tilted his head aside, evading the projectile, then lunged forward, pressing his hand gently against the pirate's chest. The man's torso erupted into a gaping wound, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connecting his shoulders to his neck. As this brash pirate collapsed, a profound silence enveloped the remaining crew. I ask again, who dares to board my ship? Ah, it appears to be the infamous harbinger of death. From the captain's quarters emerged a towering figure, a man with a grayish-white wolf's head and a massive wolf's tail. In contrast to the next presumed user of the Inu no Mi, the dog fruit, named Gabra, whom Xin Gang was acquainted with. This man not only boasted a more imposing stature, but also exuded a raw savagery, lacking the cunning that characterized Gabra. The most striking difference lay in their transformations. While Gabra's visage retained a semblance of humanity, adorned merely with a large, rounded wolf's nose, this man had fully assumed the form of a wolf, his sharp fangs unmistakably visible even when his mouth was closed. Upon his descent from the captain's quarters to the deck, the man cast a glance at the lifeless body of his subordinate, shaking his head in regret at the sight of the gaping wound in the chest. He was the finest lad aboard my ship. Aside from occasionally puncturing hearts during his killings, he had no flaws, never touched smoke or drink. To think you've taken him, and in such a manner, I have been curious to sample the essence of a healthy pirate. Then I must sincerely apologize. Xin Gang spoke with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarking, "But who prompted him to point a gun at me? I possess a temperament that remains unruffled even when threatened. Yet should one inadvertently pull the trigger, the situation would be altogether different, would it not?" The man sneered coldly as he continued to advance towards Xin Gang, who, in turn, marked him with the steel of his heart. Upon witnessing the gradual formation of a red halo above his head, the man, who had some understanding of Xin Gang, halted in his tracks. "May I inquire what the harbinger of death seeks aboard my vessel?" Although his words posed a question, the areas of his body exhibiting beastly traits began to spread, and his nearly 3-meter frame swelled further, clearly indicating his intent to engage in combat. Xin Gang took a step back, his body tensed as he entered a state of readiness for battle. "I wish to borrow something from you, Captain Wall." "Oh, what is it?" Despite the imminent clash, the two continued their conversation. "Your heads." As soon as Xin Gang's voice faded, he charged forward, aiming directly at Wall's chest. Wall, aware that a mere touch from Xin Gang could cause his body to explode, especially with a victim's corpse nearby, chose not to confront Xin Gang head-on. Witnessing Xin Gang's movement, Wall propelled himself off the deck, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air, executing a somersault before landing behind Xin Gang. I had anticipated that the so-called harbinger of death would be an extraordinary figure, yet he turned out to be merely a reckless bounty hunter destined for demise. Wall swiftly pivoted and delivered an upward slash with his claws directed at Xin Gang's back. Having completed his beast transformation, Wall's nails had morphed into jet-black talons, rendering them far more terrifying than a swift blade, enhanced by his considerable strength and the powers bestowed by his devil fruit. As Xin Gang regained his balance and turned to face Wall, for slender rents silently tore through the fabric of his back, and, subsequently, for lines of blood emerged upon his exposed skin, culminating in the emergence of several crimson droplets. Xin Gang realized that he had suffered defeat in this initial confrontation, involuntarily clicking his tongue in frustration. However, the expression on Vol's face, the one who had managed to inflict a wound upon Xin Gang, was hardly more favorable. His claws, capable of leaving deep and long gashes on the barrel of a cannon, had encountered a palpable resistance when striking Xin Gang. They had merely cut through the skin and subcutaneous fat, inflicting minimal damage to the muscle beneath. Moreover, Xin Gang did not falter despite the wound on his back. He charged Vol once more without hesitation. "What are you all dawdling for? Do you intend to wait for him to sever your heads and exchange them for gold?" Vol bellowed at his crew, simultaneously retreating to create distance from Xin Gang. Only then did the crew snap back to reality, scrambling to take action. Yet, upon recalling Xin Gang's fearsome reputation and glancing at the gaping, blood-soaked corpse on the deck, they instinctively recoiled a step. Vol was acutely aware that most of his crew lacked the courage to confront an invincible adversary, yet he also understood that they feared him even more. Thus, he swiftly plunged his claws into the chest of a retreating pirate, extracting the heart with ease, as if the pirate's body were composed of mere tofu. Immediately afterward, Vol stuffed the still pulsing heart into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. With his maw stained in blood, he roared once more, "Those who retreat shall perish." With such motivation, the other pirates were compelled to charge at Xin Gang with their eyes closed. Being slain by Xin Gang was merely a fleeting moment, and, judging by the expression on the corpse on the deck, it seemed devoid of suffering. However, the individual whose heart was extracted by Wall continued to convulse. Since death was inevitable, one might as well choose a more merciful demise. Xin Gang had originally included these pirates on his procurement list, so upon witnessing their thoughtful delivery service, he accepted them without reservation. After a series of crisp sounds resonated, the deck became littered with corpses, each with gaping wounds in their chests. Although Wall did not highly value his crew, he did not squander the opportunity they had created with their lives. As Xin Gang was surrounded by the crew being driven to their deaths, Wall vanished from his sight. When Xin Gang finally noticed his disappearance, Wall reverted to his human form, crouching behind a pirate, and approached Xin Gang. When they were within a certain distance, he suddenly transformed completely into a massive wolf. The wolf's claws pierced through the pirate, blocking the way, subsequently striking Xin Gang's back. This assault left a gaping hole in Xin Gang, the size of a soup bowl, rather than mere flesh wounds. The sensation from Wall's claws made him aware that they had not only penetrated his ribs, but also pierced his lung. Xin Gang did not react passively. Without turning his head, he swung a massive hammer horizontally behind him. As the unfortunate pirate that Wall had used as cover finally breathed his last, his head exploded into fragments. Taking advantage of Wall's line of sight being obstructed by the pirate's severed head, Xin Gang's strike landed on Wall's arm, which was covered in tough bristles. With a sharp crack, the forearm section that could pierce human flesh like tofu exploded, leaving only a portion that was scarcely as thick as a finger, including the skin. Chapter 39. Who truly is the Zoan? Despite the surrounding chaos of scattered bones and red-white brain matter, Wall, with his remarkable observational skills and beastly instincts, noticed Xin Gang's change in tactics. He withdrew just before being struck. Otherwise, the explosion would have occurred at his elbow joint. However, having his forearm nearly obliterated was hardly a favorable outcome, even with the regenerative capabilities granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit. It was unlikely that a significant portion of his forearm could regenerate instantly. After creating a distance between them, Wall felt the pain and emptiness radiating from his arm. Baring his teeth in a grimace, his already menacing wolf visage becoming even more fearsome. Yet, he was not consumed by anger as he charged at Xin Gang. Instead, he forcefully tore off the already burdensome appendage, then grasped the severed edge of his arm and exerted pressure, employing this unscientific brutality to staunch the flow of blood. On the other side, Xin Gang, having repelled Vor, continued to clear the remaining pirates from the deck to prevent another ambush of that nature. After a few swift punches, Xin Gang created several more corpses, and the life force he extracted from them allowed some of the wounds on his back to mend, serving as a temporary remedy. Once the remaining pirates were dealt with, only Xin Gang and Vor remained on the deck. More accurately, one man and one wolf. Vor further transformed, his appearance shifting from a werewolf with numerous wolf-like features to a grotesque hybrid of man and wolf, his stature towering over 4 meters despite his bent posture. Observing this monstrous figure, akin to a man clad in an entire giant wolf, Xin Gang furrowed his brows. His instincts warned him that even if he struck Vor's vital spots with his steel of heart, it would not result in a fatal blow. Vor's life force seemed to hover around 4,000 to 5,000. Moreover, only about 10 seconds had passed since he triggered the steel of heart against Vor.
and he would require nearly another 20 seconds before he could unleash it once more. In the midst of battle, these 20 seconds could determine much. Initially, Vor had been cautious, fearing that Xin Gang might activate his ability upon contact, but now that he had been wounded, and with no red ring forming above him again, he cast aside his trepidation and launched a direct assault on Xin Gang. His legs, as thick as the mast of a pirate ship, propelled him forward with the force of a speeding tank, while his left hand unleashed a flurry of clawed shadows, intent on tearing Xin Gang to shreds. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, Xin Gang dashed towards the ship's railing without a backward glance. Wall, having forcibly carved a large hole in the deck, turned sharply to pursue Xin Gang. While it was undeniable that Wall, empowered by his fruit abilities, was swifter, the crux of the chase often lay not in the speed differential, but rather in the position of the finish line. Just as Wall's claws were about to grasp Xin Gang, the latter leaped directly into the sea. Observing this, even Wall, whose fury and murderous intent had reached a peak, was momentarily taken aback. Being an ability user himself, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of falling into the water. Then a thought struck him. Perhaps Xin Gang had allies waiting below. He craned his neck, his wolfish head larger than that of a water buffalo, to peer into the depths. To his surprise, he saw Xin Gang provocatively gesturing towards him with a universally recognized sign of politeness across the multiverse. Wall, already teetering on the edge of reason, instinctively extended his neck, yearning to sink his teeth into Xin Gang. Yet, to bite at Xin Gang in the sea from the ship, he would need to grow at least twice his size. Ultimately, common sense prevailed, preventing Wall from leaping into the water for a fatal confrontation. For such an act would only assure Xin Gang's survival and his own demise. Seeing Wall merely gnashing his enormous jaws in vain on the ship, Xin Gang shook his head in disappointment and then submerged, disappearing from Wall's sight. Left without a target, Wall could only shake his head and howl his frustration, only to find another illusory ring forming above him. It was then that he comprehended the terrifying truth. Xin Gang's formidable ability was not limited to a single activation per individual. This realization intensified the pain in his right hand. Before Wall could further contemplate this revelation, a tremor from the deck compelled him to turn. It was Xin Gang, having reemerged from the opposite side of the pirate ship, nimbly darting towards Wall, his form dripping with diluted seawater tinged with blood. Spotting the emblem of the Heart of Steel above, Wall instinctively sought to evade, fearing another activation of Xin Gang's powers. However, he quickly reconsidered. If he had initially intended to avoid him, why should he now, in his second beastly transformation, continue to do so? Wasn't his second stage rendered futile by such caution? Thus, he resolved to confront Xin Gang head-on. This decision was not solely born of bravado. His previous experience with the explosive power of the Heart of Steel had granted Wall a clearer understanding of the destruction it could wreak. He was confident in his ability to endure another assault from Xin Gang and intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Although he had neither turned red nor grown horns, his speed and strength were now thrice what they had been before. Consequently, Wall spread his arms wide, clearly inviting Xin Gang to launch an attack. Xin Gang undoubtedly comprehended his intentions, yet he cunningly continued to charge forward. Just as believed his strategy had succeeded and prepared to strike, Xin Gang executed a sudden halt, retreating swiftly to evade an attack that could have severed him into multiple segments. Seizing the opportune moment when Wer's left hand was momentarily weakened, he delivered a powerful punch that struck Wer's left forearm. A sharp crack resonated through the air as a gruesome mass of flesh erupted from the impact site, bending Wer's forearm at a right angle without completely shattering the bones. Nevertheless, Xin Gang had achieved his objective. Such an injury would necessitate the insertion of several steel needles for even a Zoan-type ability user to recover, rendering Wer's hands incapacitated in this battle. In a desperate attempt to demonstrate that he could still fight without his hands, Wer lifted his right arm, using the jagged remnants of his forearm as a weapon to thrust at Xin Gang. Due to his overconfidence in having successfully damaged Wer's left hand, Xin Gang failed to evade the initial attack. Consequently, Wer inflicted a jagged wound that stretched from Xin Gang's left shoulder to his right side with the broken bone. Emboldened, Wer pressed the attack, thrusting his right hand once more, while Xin Gang, undeterred, charged towards the ship's railing. This time, Wer nearly caught up to him, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash across his back. Yet, he refrained from venting his frustration upon the sea, convinced that Xin Gang, having endured 4 strikes, 3 of which would have gravely injured an ordinary person, must be severely wounded and incapable of remaining submerged for long.
His sole concern was that Xin Gang might seize the opportunity to flee. Fortunately, this worry dissipated swiftly as Xin Gang returned to the deck. However, he brought with him disheartening news. The seawater had washed away much of the blood from Xin Gang's chest, revealing the wounds beneath the torn fabric, where the bleeding had ceased and scabs had begun to form. A glance at Xin Gang's visage revealed no trace of the debilitating injury one would expect. In stark contrast, Were, having suffered the loss of both hands and significant blood loss, began to experience a faint sense of dizziness. Was utterly crushed, convinced that the world had gone mad. How else could it be explained that he, a Zoan-type user, could not prevail against Xin Gang, an enigmatic individual whose abilities remain a mystery? Chapter 40. The struggle of flesh and blood. Xin Gang had long observed that his regenerative abilities were rather formidable, and they were escalating at an astonishing rate. Initially, upon his arrival in Haimu Town, although his healing capabilities far surpassed those of an average person, even a minor cut would require 2 or 3 days to heal completely. However, after joining the guard and undergoing systematic training, his recovery seemed to surge as if he had consumed a miraculous elixir. The healing time for small wounds diminished from 2 or 3 days to merely 1 or 2, and ultimately, he could recover within half a day, leaving no trace of scars whatsoever. While it is true that an enhancement in physical constitution naturally leads to improved self-healing abilities, the rapidity of this enhancement left Xin Gang somewhat apprehensive. After considerable contemplation, he deduced 2 potential reasons. The first was linked to the base life regeneration provided by his Heart of Steel, which amounted to 200. The improvements in his recovery capabilities, attributed to his training, were effectively counted as part of this base life regeneration, thus resulting in a growth rate 3 times that of an ordinary individual. The second reason likely stemmed from his continuously increasing maximum health. In this world, where health points were not visibly displayed above one's head, maximum health essentially equated to vitality. Generally speaking, the greater the vitality of a being, the more robust their regenerative abilities. Moreover, Xin Gang speculated that it was highly probable that the enhanced healing capabilities derived from his formidable vitality were also considered part of his base life regeneration. Otherwise, merely tripling his recovery rate, combined with the inherent benefits of vitality, would not suffice to achieve a recovery speed comparable to that of a battle maniac in armor. Yet, it was only during this time that Xin Gang truly experienced the terrifying potential of his regeneration in combat. Previously, during the incident in Scarlet Town, superficial injuries did not provide a clear illustration of his capabilities. However, Wall's assault had genuinely inflicted damage upon his bones and internal organs. Yet, what was the outcome? His combat effectiveness had hardly diminished. Although he had swiftly dispatched several pirates to temporarily boost his maximum health after sustaining a stab to the lung, the subsequent healing was merely a rudimentary bandaging, unlike the current ability to leap around effortlessly on land and at sea without so much as gasping for breath. Could you possibly be a phantom beast? Wall inquired, observing Xin Gang as if he were unscathed. You lot shouldn't hastily attribute everything to phantom beasts. Xin Gang voiced his complaints loudly, maintaining a distance from Wall while keenly observing his movements and awaiting the formation of the third Heart of Steel emblem. The injury inflicted by the bone spike still throbbed painfully. Xin Gang would not naively assume that incapacitating Wall's hands would allow him to easily dispose of him. In truth, Xin Gang harbored no desire for an effortless resolution. If that were the case, he could simply bore holes beneath Wall's pirate ship, ensuring both Wall and his vessel would sink into the depths of the sea, leaving Xin Gang free to act as he pleased. The primary concern was that pursuing this debt could lead him to the next island. If fortune favored him, he might only need to travel a short distance. However, if luck were to falter, reaching the Sabeti archipelago was not an impossibility. Along the way, he would inevitably encounter various pirates, many of whom would possess formidable strength. Thus, during this procurement journey, he sought to recruit a powerful pirate as a sparring partner, allowing him to acclimatize to high-intensity combat and identify his own shortcomings. Wall served as a competent training partner, having already helped Xin Gang uncover 2 significant weaknesses. Firstly, his attack patterns were overly simplistic, relying solely on his fists and the special effects of the Heart of Steel, with a notably limited range. In summary, his attacks were primarily basic strikes, lacking the reach found in ranged combatants and falling short even compared to many melee heroes. Secondly, while he boasted considerable durability, that was all he had. He could not simultaneously possess high resilience and substantial damage output. The charged attacks of the Heart of Steel were adequate for dealing with ordinary pirates worth millions. Yet against those with bounties exceeding 100 million or against resilient foes like Wall, Achieving a one-hit victory was increasingly challenging, at least for the time being. Both issues were, in essence, easily solvable, yet simultaneously complex. The existence of devil fruits, those rare treasures within this world, offered a straightforward solution. Should Xin Gang find a suitable fruit to consume, these problems would cease to exist. Lacking attack range? Setting aside fruits that enabled long-range attacks, abilities like the spring fruit, which altered physical characteristics, could significantly enhance attack distance. Even the typical size-increasing effects of zone-type devil fruits could greatly extend one's reach. The methods of attack could also vary widely, depending on the fruit's capabilities. Insufficient damage? Aside from a few purely auxiliary fruits, the majority of devil fruits bestow a significant enhancement to attacking power. After much contemplation, Xin Gang unexpectedly discerned that the devil fruit most suited to him was, surprisingly, of the same zone type as the one before him, Wall. Not only would it further augment his physique, resulting in an immediate and substantial increase in both speed and strength, but it would also elevate his already formidable vitality to new heights. It is conceivable that the indomitable spirit of Xin Gang would further amplify the restorative properties of the zone devil fruit, potentially yielding an additional enhancement of 200 to his baseline life recovery. Should this come to pass, Xin Gang would indeed embody an unparalleled resilience. Leaving Marco to reconsider his fruit's name to Crispy Chicken Fruit, for Xin Gang would be far more deserving of the epithet Undying. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that devil fruits are exceedingly rare, and the repercussions of consuming one are equally daunting. Despite the portrayal in anime, where devil fruit users abound, even wielding firearms and blades, it seems that the starting price of 1 billion units is akin to Zimbabwean currency. In reality, since Xin Gang's arrival in this world, he has encountered only Wall as a devil fruit user and has heard naught of any others. Furthermore, Xin Gang is about to embark on a solitary pursuit with the company of a turtle along the Grand Line, and consuming a devil fruit at this juncture would render him utterly defenseless, verging on self-destructive folly, unless one possesses a fruit ability akin to Akiji's, which can mitigate the risk of drowning to a certain extent. Even the ordinary devil fruits are hard to come by, making such extraordinary abilities even more elusive. Consequently, Xin Gang ultimately realizes that he must devise his own solutions to this series of dilemmas, such as enhancing his life recovery training in hopes of soon being able to utilize his hair as a means of attack. However, before addressing those matters, Xin Gang must first find a way to pacify his training partner. After inquiring whether Xin Gang was of the mythical Zoan type, Valor clenched his teeth and began to emit low growls, as the scant remnants of his rationality were wholly supplanted by savage haze. As the third heart of steel mark was about to form, Valor's physique inexplicably began to swell for a third time, this time not merely by 1 or 2 meters, but escalating several-fold. In the span of a single breath, Valor's stature surpassed 5 meters. With another blink, he grew yet another meter taller. By the time the Heart of Steel emblem was fully realized, an enormous werewolf exceeding 10 meters in height manifested upon the deck. Gazing up at the fully restored colossal werewolf, Xin Gang felt that the intensity of this battle might be somewhat excessive. Chapter 41. A bountiful return as the confrontation with Valor transitioned from a standard duel to a battle of giants. Xin Gang instinctively placed a hand upon his chest, confirming the absence of any divine light rods or mecha summoners. He then contemplated whether it might be unsporting to breach the ship. Ultimately, he decided to remain unhurried and engage Valor playfully. The rationale behind this was that Xin Gang understood that such a Zoan beast in its frenzied state possessed minimal intellect and lacked agility, with the guards and Impel Down and Chopper from 2 years prior serving as prime examples. Since it was merely a warm-up, he figured it best to make it thorough, while simultaneously practicing how to contend with oversized foes. His experiences for various games had imparted 2 essential strategies for dealing with such colossal adversaries: go low and strike the feet. Without hesitation, he charged beneath Valor, raising his fist to strike at the heel of the right foot. This time, the only sound that echoed was the sharp crack of the Heart of Steel, devoid of any flesh tearing or bone shattering. This strike merely caused Valor's heel to twist and contort slightly, nearly sending the massive werewolf tumbling over. But fortunately, the main mast of the pirate ship was nearby for him to grasp, preventing a direct plunge into the sea. Simultaneously, having completely lost his rationality post-transformation, Valor was initially oblivious to the whereabouts of his opponent. However, after his heel was struck, even in a state of primal instinct, he instinctively recognized where to retaliate. The gargantuan werewolf bent down to peer at his feet, where Xin Gang greeted him with a smile and a wave. It must be admitted in this moment, You certainly appear more substantial. Moments ago, the injury inflicted by Xin Gang on Wall's heel had nearly healed, with the cooldown of the Heart of Steel's charged attack not yet surpassing 1/3 of its duration. This indicates that the rate at which Xin Gang could inflict damage paled in comparison to Wall's remarkable recovery. Experience within the game suggests to Xin Gang that against such an opponent, the notion of merely scratching the surface is futile. It is far more effective to utilize environmental damage to secure a victory. Incapable of comprehending human speech, Wall opened his maw and lunged towards Xin Gang. However, Xin Gang was well prepared, swiftly darting towards the ship's railing without glancing back. It must be noted that even after transforming into a towering figure exceeding 10 meters in height, Wall's speed remained impressively intact. The ferocity of his bite was no less swift than during his initial ambush on Xin Gang. Nevertheless, one must consider that Wall was now bending over, attempting to bite beneath him, an action whose difficulty becomes evident upon attempting it oneself. Perhaps his speed was considerable, but regardless of how rapid he was, it was improbable that he could bend low enough to catch Xin Gang, who had already dashed behind him, unless he had consumed the snake fruit instead of the dog fruit. As Xin Gang deftly maneuvered beneath Wall, he felt no sense of humiliation. After all, Wall was merely a colossal beast at this juncture. Moreover, why should one concern themselves with the sentiments of the lifeless? Once again, Xin Gang plunged into the sea. After much effort, who had finally straightened his back and turned around, decisively leaned over the ship's railing to bite at the spot where Xin Gang had entered the water. Although he succeeded in reaching the surface, Xin Gang had already submerged into the depths of the ocean, leaving Wei with nothing but a mouthful of bitter seawater. In his current state, Wei understood that he could not enter the water. After scanning the surface for a considerable time without spotting any trace, he relinquished his search and curled back onto the deck, abandoning his pursuit of Xin Gang. Wei was immediately enticed by the intense metallic scent of blood emanating from the deck, the aroma of his favorite delicacy. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a trove of exquisite delicacies and instinctively reached out to indulge. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from beneath the ship, accompanied by a subtle tremor of the vessel. As Wei was about to feast, the jolt not only thwarted his attempt, but also caused his nose to scrape against the deck, inflicting a pain akin to that of a stubbed pinky toe. With a howl, Wei turned and thrust his head over the ship's side, roaring a few words toward the source of the disturbance below. It seemed he could discern the origin of the muffled sounds and tremors. Yet his roars were merely a reaction to the discomfort on his nose, devoid of any understanding of the impending danger. His cries garnered no apologies from anyone. Instead, they were met with an unrelenting series of thuds and continuous rocking of the ship. Thus, Wei continued to bellow, attempting to intimidate the unseen troublemakers beneath the vessel until he realized that merely lowering his head allowed him to touch the water. Woof! Wei finally comprehended that the pirate ship was sinking, but it was too late. Water had already flooded the cabin and was spilling onto the deck. While Wei struggled in desperation, Xin Gang had already climbed onto the back of Anton, 50 meters away. Shaking off the water, he reclined on a lounge chair and retrieved a black satchel from its base. He first took out a cup and drank deeply, then pulled out a stack of wanted posters, carefully selecting and reviewing the ones pertaining to the Wild Wolf pirate crew. Once he memorized the faces of the corps members with bounties, the pirate ship of the Wild Wolf pirates and had completely disappeared beneath the waves. Unhurriedly, Xin Gang retrieved a compact, folded white woven bag from his satchel, and then, with a single bound, plunged into the depths of the silent sea, swimming towards the ghostly pirate ship. Within the water, he beheld the colossal werewolf, Wolf, still floundering helplessly like an insect ensnared in a spider's web. Thus, he deftly circumvented him and continued his course towards the pirate vessel. Grasping a sailor's knife from the deck, Xin Gang began to identify the corpses suspended in the water, severing the heads of those with bounties and securing them within the unfurled woven bag. Although the Wild Wolf pirate crew was notorious for their misdeeds, most of their powers stemmed solely from Wolf's imposing presence. Apart from him, there were merely 2 others with bounties exceeding 10 million. The remainder were worth only a few million each, collectively amounting to just over 50 million, still less than Wolf's solitary price. After collecting all the less valuable pirate heads, Xin Gang turned his gaze toward the direction of Wolf, only to find that he had reverted to his human form, ceasing his struggles, and now floated quietly in the water above him. Xin Gang then approached and severed Wall's head, which was not only a third larger than those of other pirates, but also featured an elongated snout akin to that of a canine, rendering it particularly peculiar and distinctive.
He secured Wall's bizarre head into a woven bag and hastily swam towards the surface as he was on the verge of suffocation. Upon his return to the surface, Anton swam over, extending his head to grasp Xin Gang and hoist him onto his back. What a remarkable feat. You truly possess great prowess. Xin Gang patted Anton's shell and remarked, once we reach the shore, feel free to choose whatever you desire to eat. With such assurances, Anton immediately sped towards the harbor of Serenity City like a swift boat. Upon disembarking, he was disheartened to discover that not only were there no fruit vendors, but the streets of Serenity City were utterly deserted, with even the cats absent. Every shop and residence had its doors firmly shut. This scene was not unfamiliar to Xin Gang, who had witnessed similar desolation in recent days, though previously it had only been confined to a few households or a small area nearby. Now, however, it was evident that the entire Serenity City had succumbed to an eerie silence. Thus, after completing his errands, Xin Gang had no choice but to depart from this city that was poised to add a new chapter to the tale of the Death Star. Embarking on his journey back to Breeze City. Chapter 42. A token of meeting Gordon's day typically commenced in his modest apartment located in the DC district. Rising from a rather cramped single bed, he would proceed to the petite bathroom to attend to his personal hygiene before making his way to the kitchen, where he would prepare a simple yet comforting breakfast in the rather confined space. After finishing his evening meal, he would step outside, greeting all the neighbors he encountered, before heading straight to the cotton mill in Breeze City. Upon entering the factory, Gordon eagerly exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces among the workers, before hastening his way forward. Eventually, he arrived at the depths of the factory, at the boiler room, where he confirmed with a mute old man tending the fire that the area was clear of onlookers. He then opened a decrepit boiler tucked away in a corner of the room and stepped inside. This concealed entrance led directly from the boiler room to a solitary villa nestled on the adjacent hillside. The owner of the villa was none other than Russ, the leader of the Bat Gang, the most powerful criminal organization in Breeze City and on the island. In truth, his name was Gordon. The middle-aged worker paused in the transit chamber of the tunnel to don his disguise. He first stuffed several pieces of gelatinous film into his mouth to widen his cheekbones, then affixed a grotesque scar to his forehead. Next, he donned dark red contact lenses, exchanged his gray wig for a more refined one, and swapped his blue work uniform for a sharply tailored suit. Lastly, he retrieved a walking stick that cleverly concealed a fine blade and could also discharge a bullet. Thus, the formidable underworld figure known as Russ, who controlled a significant portion of Breeze City's gray market while also owning several legitimate businesses, was born. Traversing the remaining half of the tunnel, Russ opened the hidden door at the end and emerged from the villa's bedroom wardrobe. He did not hastily close the wardrobe door. Instead, he took a moment to inspect the room, checking the fine threads of a pulled curtain, strands of hair caught in the door, and the deliberately creased sheets. Once he confirmed that all three remained undisturbed, he felt reassured enough to shut the hidden door, rearranging the clothing to obscure it before finally closing the wardrobe door as well. Taking a deep breath, Russ commenced his day as a crime lord. First, he opened the door to allow the waiting maids to enter. These maids had served him for several years, diligently working in silence. The maid responsible for tidying up collected the deliberately disheveled bedding and replaced it with fresh linens, while another maid used pristine silk cloths to wipe down the impeccably clean floor. The maid assigned to personal grooming presented a basin for washing, while another offered a warm towel to Russ. After enduring the excessively lavish yet torturous morning routine, Russ dismissed the maids and resolved to have breakfast alone in the room. The main dish on his plate featured a perfectly shaped and colored fried egg, though its size suggested it was likely not a standard chicken egg. Beside it, two small plates held enticing slices of ham and an assortment of unfamiliar yet undoubtedly expensive fresh fruits. Russ took a small portion from each of the three plates and tossed it into a cage on the windowsill, which housed a large brown rat, a common sight in most households. As the rat devoured the food, Russ observed intently, scrutinizing its condition. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. The sleek-furred rat remained lively, allowing Russ to temporarily set his mind at ease. However, he chose not to partake in the validated breakfast, opting instead to open the wardrobe, draw the clothing aside, and open the hidden door to dispose of the food into a black bag behind it, intending to discard it later that evening. After all, there existed poisons that would not act immediately, and he had already had breakfast before arriving. Once he handed the empty plates to the maid for removal, Russ officially began his day's work. However, he need not step outside the villa. All he had to do was sit in the study adjacent to the bedroom, review the reports submitted by his subordinates, and dispatch individuals to address the matters therein. Only in cases of utmost importance would he personally intervene.
Let me see what trivial matters those incompetent fools are incapable of resolving. After delivering his customary opening remarks, Russ took hold of the topmost report. Typically, prior to his arrival, the secretary would have organized the documents, placing the most pressing matters at the forefront. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that what lay in his hands was of utmost importance. However, upon scanning the contents, Russ initially tilted his head slightly back, and then his facial features contorted into a chaotic expression, culminating in him forcefully slapping the report onto the table. What on earth is this? How could you possibly place such a tedious matter at the top? He erupted, directing his ire at the secretary. The secretary, trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow, timidly replied, "But I truly believe this matter holds significant importance." In response, Russ slammed the report against the secretary's face. "Then do enlighten me as to how the so-called star of death annihilating a pirate crew near the port of Serenity City pertains to us. Is it truly worthy of our informants preparing a detailed report, only for you to place it atop my desk?" The secretary, still holding the report, respectfully offered it back to Russ. "You see, the report mentions that all the slain pirates bore a large hole in their chests, and even the captain and crew had their heads severed. This indicates that the rumors surrounding the Star of Death are not mere fabrications. It suggests that this entity not only predicts death, but also has a penchant for consuming human heads." "Nonsense," Russ bellowed, tearing the report in half. He had certainly heard the tales of the Star of Death before. Rumors of an individual capable of withstanding bullets and causing enemies to explode like fireworks with a mere touch. Such accounts were terrifying, indeed. Yet in every year on the Grand Line, there emerged one or two such horrifying legends. Ultimately, how many of these tales endured? Many were simply rumors, propagated until they dissolved under scrutiny. The protagonists of the most credible tales often vanished into the sea, unable to escape the confines of a few islands. Thus, what astonished Russ more than these dubious legends were the fools who believed every whisper. "This is no mere fabrication," the secretary insisted, kneeling in fear as he attempted to piece the torn report back together. "Our informants witnessed a gigantic werewolf creature aboard that pirate ship. Perhaps it is a demon summoned from the depths of hell by the Star of Death." "Fool!" A glance at the photograph accompanying the report reveals the type of devil fruit possessed by the pirate captain, and you dare tell me that the werewolf originates from hell? Russ, furious, kicked the secretary to the ground. "It is precisely because I'm surrounded by you imbecilic insects that I cannot manage the gang effectively." Yet the secretary remained undeterred, rising as he continued to plead, "Boss, we must employ scientific reasoning. Even those with devil fruit powers cannot transform into a 10-meter-tall monster. Such things defy the laws of nature." In a moment of both frustration and amusement, Russ found himself perplexed by the naivety of his secretary, a cultured individual who seemed so blindly devoted to science. If science could govern the world with absolute certainty, what purpose would the devil fruits serve? Convinced it was time for a new secretary, he kicked the one who had just risen back to the ground and issued a death-like ultimatum. "Mark my words, unless the Star of Death appears before me today, you and that informant shall be ground into feed for the pigs." No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted outside, as if the bodyguards were frantically shouting about something. With a disdainful snort, Russ contemplated whether he should replace his bodyguards as he approached the window, intending to crack it open to discern the cause of the disturbance. However, just as he reached the windowsill, the window was thrust open violently, and the latch flew past his face. Startled, Russ instinctively unleashed a ninjutsu technique, firing a bullet from his civilized staff towards the window. Outside stood a figure named Xin Gang, clutching an enormous woven bag. Rather than evade the oncoming bullet, he stood his ground, allowing the projectile to strike his chest, before grinning at the two individuals within the room. "I initially came to present a gift, yet it seems I have received quite an extravagant one instead. I must admit, this is somewhat embarrassing." Chapter 43. No offense taken for generosity. Witnessing Xin Gang, who had taken a bullet yet remained unfazed, left Russ gasping in astonishment. Although they were merely on the second floor, the villa's yard was a vast expanse, devoid of anything but a few sentinels, surrounded by towering walls. Even if his bodyguards were somewhat inept, they should have detected Xin Gang's intrusion into the courtyard. This revelation indicated that Xin Gang had likely entered the courtyard just as the ruckus began, yet managed to traverse through layers of guards to reach the window during the brief time Russ had approached it. This realization underscored that Xin Gang's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, while the bullet he had fired from the civilized staff, though not comparable to larger caliber firearms, was still formidable against smaller handguns, Xin Gang had not flinched or taken cover.
displaying remarkable confidence as he accepted the impact. In truth, the window's narrow opening offered no opportunity for evasion. Furthermore, the absence of blood at the site of the gunshot suggested that the bullet had not penetrated Xin Gang's defenses. Indeed, after tossing the woven bag into Russ's office, Xin Gang casually probed the bullet hole in his clothing, extracting a clean, intact black bullet and tossing it back to Russ. This generous gift is something I truly hesitate to accept, so I shall return it for now. If you come again, it would lose its charm. Russ naturally understood that Xin Gang was warning him to cease his actions. Since ascending to this position, no one had dared to threaten him in such a manner. So he resolved to observe what Xin Gang intended. It was not that he was timid. Rather, he was excessively cautious. After all, he had painstakingly risen from selling fish on the streets to attain his current status, all the while meticulously guarding against various potential dangers. To lose his life due to a moment of impulsiveness would be disastrous. Please come in. Russ gestured invitingly, simultaneously signaling to his secretary to offer Xin Gang a seat. Thus, Xin Gang traversed the windowsill and entered Russ's office, awkwardly scratching his head. It is quite a hassle to meet a figure of your stature, so I had no choice but to intrude. No worries, this is the fault of those foolish subordinates for being so rigid. Russ replied politely while making his way to the window. He placed his hands on the open window and exchanged a discreet glance with the bodyguards gathered outside before gradually closing the window. Xin Gang, unfazed by the surroundings, nonchalantly settled into the chair the secretary had brought over, casting a casual glance around Ruth's office. He noted the remarkable cleanliness of the space. Aside from the desk directly before him, there was a conspicuous absence of substantial furniture. Even the chair beneath him had been transported from outside, rendering the entire room an immaculate cube. It brought a smile to his face, for the matters discussed here pertain to the growth of our organization. To avoid the risk of being monitored by eavesdropping devices, I had to resort to such measures. Ruth, with an amiable demeanor, strolled from the window toward the desk, casually inquiring along the way, "By the way, may I ask your name?" Xin Gang, although many prefer to call me the Star of Death. While Xin Gang was not particularly fond of nicknames, he found the moniker the Star of Death carried a certain notoriety. Thus he embraced it without hesitation. The effect of this title was more pronounced than he had anticipated. Ruth, a formidable figure in the underworld, nearly staggered, narrowly avoiding a collision with the corner of the desk. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to regain his composure swiftly, as if nothing had transpired, and he briskly seated himself behind the desk. Am I truly that intimidating? Following Ruth's reaction, Xin Gang couldn't help but question whether he had reached a level capable of silencing the cries of children at night. Not at all. I am merely somewhat astonished. Ruth replied, his words ringing true. The cause of his fluster was not Xin Gang's reputation, but rather the fact that he had just issued a stern warning to his secretary, only to have the Star of Death appear at his door moments later. In contrast to Ruth's self-doubt, the secretary, upon hearing Xin Gang's introduction, first felt a wave of fear, which was quickly replaced by a sense of relief. For the presence of the Star of Death meant that he and the spies from Ningjing City would not be sacrificed to the pigs. May I inquire what brings the illustrious Star of Death to my humble office? Ruth asked, his hands clasped on the desk, adopting a serious expression as he faced Xin Gang. The phrase illustrious seemed unnecessary, as it evoked a sensation of being treated as a fool to be commanded. Xin Gang smiled and remarked, "My purpose for coming this time is rather simple, merely to present a gift." "A gift?" Lucy inquired, tilting his head in confusion, his sense of caution significantly heightened. He could not fathom the connection between himself and Xin Gang that would warrant such a gesture. In the world of the underworld, the term gift often carried a connotation of an unrefusable condition, imbued with an underlying threat. Indeed, Xin Gang maintained his smile, resembling a clumsy middle-aged employee presenting local specialties to a superior. "I recently relocated to Wine Breeze City with my family, and heard you're the local gang leader. So I came to pay my respects. I seek no favors, just a wish to avoid being bullied." "Just jesting. With a guardian like you, who would dare to bully?" Russ replied nonchalantly. Yet internally, he began to feel a genuine sense of unease at Xin Gang's presence. Initially, he did not view the Death Star as a threat, believing Xin Gang would, like other legendary figures, seek to conquer the Grand Line. However, now that Xin Gang stood before him, claiming to have settled in Wind Breeze City, a sense of concern arose. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced that Xin Gang harbored ulterior motives. I wish I could, but there are certain matters that necessitate my departure to sea." Xin Gang also collected his smile, turning to look at Russ with a serious expression. He felt a twinge of concern for them, worried they might be bullied, and thus came to solicit a favor from the esteemed Russ. Upon hearing Xin Gang's intention to set sail, Russ felt no reassurance. Instead, a multitude of doubts began to surface in his mind. He contemplated the true purpose behind Xin Gang's visit and remained silent for a while. We have been talking for so long, yet I have yet to present my gift. Xin Gang finally broke the silence. Rising to open the woven bag he had previously discarded on the ground and extending it towards Russ. However, Russ did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he recoiled, along with his chair, as if fearing that the bag contained some form of weapon of mass destruction. Seeing that no one was willing to accept the offering, Xin Gang had no choice but to empty the contents of the bag onto the floor, revealing not explosives, but rather a collection of severed heads. Chapter 44. A joyous gathering as the heads tumbled out of the woven bag. Rolling across the floor, Russ became increasingly convinced that Xin Gang had come to provoke him. Just as he was about to summon the bodyguards waiting outside, Xin Gang began to announce the bounties associated with the heads scattered on the floor. This is Wooden Leg Songi with a bounty of 11. 4 million. This is Blade Hanlonka with a bounty of 5. 14 million. Russ initially paused, but soon realized that all these severed heads belonged to pirates. Coupled with what his secretary had previously informed him, it was not difficult to deduce that these were the missing heads of the Wild Wolf pirate crew. This revelation made Russ reconsider his impulsive desire to call for his guards. After all, if Xin Gang truly had ill intentions towards him, he could have simply eliminated a few of his subordinates and delivered the heads as a threat. From the rumors and his observations in this brief span of time, it seemed that this would not pose a challenge for Xin Gang to entertain an alternate possibility, even if Xin Gang was attempting to intimidate him. The choice of targets seemed too far removed from the intended message. If it were not for the informants in Quiet City, he would likely assume these heads belonged to random, unfortunate souls. Or perhaps Xin Gang was aware of the eyes he had in Quiet City, prompting him to venture there for this act. Thus, a bold thought began to take shape in Russ's mind. Could it be that Xin Gang had genuinely come bearing gifts? Meanwhile, Xin Gang had completed his inventory. The heads could fetch around 50 million in bounty from the Navy. Perhaps those engaged in grand enterprises might dismiss such a trifle, but it was a gesture of my goodwill. Xin Gang smiled. It was not a smile of flattery or sycophancy, but rather one of congenial cooperation. What is it that I am to assist you with after I receive these heads? Russ inquired tentatively. Did I not mention it? During my absence, you are to keep an eye on my family. There is no need for excessive care. Simply ensure they are not bullied, Xin Gang replied. And where might they be located? Russ asked. At 71 Old Street. That is our residence. Rest assured, since you hold me in such regard, I shall guarantee their safety, Russ declared, thumping his chest as if to emphasize the strength of their bond. Though his demeanor was somewhat insincere, the assurance he provided was not mere empty words. Throughout their conversation, Xin Gang had not overtly threatened him, yet his mannerisms were laden with implicit menace. To complicate matters further, Xin Gang possessed the capability to back up these threats. While Russ was no slouch himself, he could never disregard bullets as Xin Gang could. He realized that uttering a simple no could lead him down the same treacherous path as the Wild Wolf pirates. Moreover, complying with Xin Gang's request would not exact a heavy toll on Russ. It became evident that Xin Gang's family was not composed of monsters like him, and safeguarding a few ordinary individuals from harm would be a trivial task. A mere word to the right people would suffice, at most requiring some discreet protection. Furthermore, what if Xin Gang were to venture out to sea and emerge as one of the few survivors from a perilous ordeal? In that case, out of gratitude for his family's safety, Xin Gang might extend a helping hand to Russ in times of need. As for leveraging his family as a weakness to compel Xin Gang into servitude, such tactics might work on ordinary individuals but would be far too perilous against a figure like Xin Gang, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving even the smallest of minions in a dire state. Russ, being one who valued his life, would never dare to tread such dangerous waters. Then I shall entrust this to you. Xin Gang slightly bowed to Russ and promised, upon my return, I shall offer a substantial reward. Russ replied, that is unnecessary. Your safe return is all I desire. His words were a blend of sincerity and pretense. By the way, what has become of our captain's head? The secretary, upon witnessing the severed head roll out, was momentarily overtaken by a renewed fear of the ominous star. Yet, he remained dutifully attentive, mentally noting the bounties as Xin Gang reported them. He had already discerned the absence of the head that bore the highest reward, but only summoned the courage to voice his concern as Xin Gang was about to depart. Could it truly be, as the rumors suggest, that you have consumed it? Tony, Russ hastily interjected, urging the secretary to refrain from implicating him in such perilous talk. So the rumors have escalated to the point of suggesting I feast upon humans. Xin Gang, surprisingly unperturbed, cheerfully disclosed the whereabouts of the severed head. How could I possibly consume a human head? I merely delivered it to the City Defense Command to ensure they could look after my family. One must be prepared on both fronts. One must navigate the underworld while also tending to the legitimate realm. For such diligence is the essence of safety. Russ immediately donned an expression of understanding. My dear friend, I admire your cautious nature. Perhaps we will find much common ground. This sentiment was genuine, for Russ had often been mocked for his habit of meticulously preparing for every eventuality before taking action. At last, he had encountered a kindred spirit. We shall discuss this further at another time. Xin Gang politely nodded and then strode to the office door, swinging it open with determination. Outside, a throng of robust bodyguards clad in black filled the space, tightening their grips on their weapons instinctively upon catching sight of Xin Gang, uncertain of his identity. They awaited only a command from Lu Si to surge forward, ready to reduce Xin Gang to mere pulp or to batter him into a viscous paste. Do you see this? Xin Gang cast an awkward yet polite glance at Russ. In response, Russ coldly instructed his bodyguards, do not be rude to my guest. Upon hearing this, everyone crowded in the corridor outside the door instantly pressed themselves against the walls, creating a clear path for Xin Gang. After casting an appreciative glance at Russ, Xin Gang departed, while a secretary, at Russ's gesture, followed closely behind to prevent the bodyguards and henchmen from making any aggressive moves toward Xin Gang along the way. Upon escorting Xin Gang to the entrance of the villa's courtyard, the secretary called out to him just as he was about to leave. May I trouble you with a small favor? The moment the words escaped his lips, the secretary felt a wave of relief, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. What is it? Could you please sign this for me? The secretary, trembling, retrieved a pen from his chest pocket and produced a notepad from his right pocket, extending it toward Xin Gang. Faced with the unexpected request for his autograph, Xin Gang was momentarily taken aback. He was vaguely aware of his notoriety on one or two nearby islands. Though it was predominantly for his infamous deeds, it bewildered him that anyone would desire his signature. Was this what they called a reputation? Any notoriety being better than none? However, the secretary remained silent, bending lower and extending his hand further. Reluctantly, Xin Gang took the pen and inscribed his name on the paper, only to suddenly recall that it was not merely Xin Gang that was sought after. He added the 3 characters Death Star before returning the notepad. The secretary paused for a moment upon receiving Xin Gang's signature. Just don't mention how ugly my handwriting is. Xin Gang immediately expressed his anxiety. His handwriting was indeed unsightly, not in a chaotic manner, but rather akin to a poorly constructed building where each layer, when viewed individually, appeared passable. However, when seen as a whole, it resembled a dilapidated structure, each part askew and misaligned. No, how could this be? The secretary promptly closed the notepad and declared, I shall cherish it dearly. The true reason for his astonishment was that Xin Gang instinctively inscribed his name in Chinese characters, and, subsequently, the ominous Death Star was also penned in the same script. The universal language of this world resembled English, rendering those 5 characters unintelligible to him. Yet, with Xin Gang's escalating reprimands, from the secretary's perspective, he could only obediently remain silent. Once Xin Gang's figure vanished from view, the secretary realized that his clothing had long been dampened by cold sweat. Chapter 45. A favor please. After departing from Lucy's villa, Xin Gang first visited the commercial street near the port, for he had previously promised Sherry to bring gifts for the children. As he would be away for at least 10 days to half a month, and possibly even longer, it was indeed time to comfort those children who had lost the love and care of their parents. Xin Gang swept through the toy store street with an enthusiasm akin to a fervent shopper, collecting plush dolls, robotic toys, and comic books. However, mindful of the necessity to cultivate the martial virtues of children, he took it upon himself to procure several wooden swords and high-quality model guns. Just as he was about to depart the shopping district, his attention was captivated by a small figurine displayed in a nearby shop window. The exquisite little figures, with their adorably oversized heads, were no less impressive than the industrial clay models he had encountered in his previous life. Even their joints were articulated, and they featured interchangeable expressions. In that moment of admiration, Xin Gang couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar juxtaposition of technology and culture in this world. While sailing ships and flintlock guns still dominated the seas, the craftsmanship of toys was remarkably refined, astonishingly, amidst an era rife with piracy and chaos. Various types of comics had emerged. Having concluded his musings, Xin Gang reached out, intending to gather the entire array of figurines into his possession. Yet, just as he extended his hand toward the yellow-haired figure adorned with a headset, another hand shot forth from his side, and their fingers brushed together in midair. They exchanged smiles, but while the other party remained unfazed, Xin Gang was taken aback. Not to mention anything else, the straw hat passed down from the legendary Pirate King. GOLD. Roger was enough to leave any fan of One Piece momentarily speechless. Given the current timeline, even without noting the striking red hair and the scars on his face, Xin Gang should have recognized that the young man vying for the figurine beside him was none other than the future renowned Shanks, known as Red-Haired Shanks. Indeed, even in this moment, Shanks had already garnered considerable fame, far exceeding that of Xin Gang's own legacy. Considering you have already amassed quite a collection, would you kindly leave this one for me? Shanks inquired politely, his gaze fixed on Xin Gang. Very well, Xin Gang acquiesced. Xin Gang chuckled softly as he withdrew his hand. After all, Shanks had indeed activated the face fruit, and thus, the favor was undoubtedly to be granted. What are you laughing at? Shanks inquired, perplexed by Xin Gang's seemingly inexplicable amusement. Xin Gang nonchalantly remarked, I am reminded of a delightful memory. It became clear to Shanks, who absent-mindedly nodded, as he crouched down before a girl with striking red and white hair, gently shaking a doll in front of her. The girl's distinctive hair and the conspicuous headphones adorning her head made it evident to Xin Gang that she was none other than Luffy's unexpected childhood companion, Yuta, the antagonist of the film. Xin Gang's sole impression of Yuta's movie was that the music was quite enchanting, while the plot itself revolved around a foolishly well-meaning bear who inadvertently created chaos, leading to a tedious narrative of others' futile attempts to mend the situation. As for Yuta herself, Xin Gang held no strong opinions. A girl who had been sheltered in a near-greenhouse environment from a young age suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Faced with the world's darker realities, her descent into madness, though regrettable, seemed almost mild in comparison. Under ordinary circumstances, one might expect that with a few more years of exposure, Yuta would shed her fervor. However, the fact that she possessed a formidable devil fruit power, which she believed could alter the world, complicated matters. Ultimately, the root of all evil could be traced back to the Song King, vanquished by the combined forces of two Yonko and a multitude of other strong beings. Had it not been for its escape utilizing Yuta, leading to the destruction of the musical realm of Elegia, Yuta could have grown up more normally, whether accompanying Shanks on his adventures or remaining in a place populated by more than just two individuals, avoiding the radicalization scene in the film. Thus, in order to prevent a future incident where he might hear a song echoing from shop while out shopping and inadvertently find himself transported to another world, Xin Gang felt it prudent to offer a gentle reminder. It would be best to spare the Pirate King from another film. If that proved impossible, he would have to keep earplugs at hand. This child is truly adorable. Is she your daughter? Xin Gang also crouched down to observe Yuta. Shanks opened his mouth, ready to respond, but Yuta swiftly interrupted by making a face at Xin Gang. I would never call Shanks daddy. Uncle. After saying this, Yuta swiftly hid behind Shanks. Uncle. Xin Gang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The children of Haimu Town, regardless of their age, all referred to him as brother. Moreover, given that Xin Gang's physique suggested he was at most in his early 20s, he might even be merely 17 or 18, as he had shown signs of continued growth in recent months. Thus, he was genuinely taken aback to be addressed as uncle by a child of similar age to Shirley. Yuta, I mentioned before, even if that is the case, one should refrain from speaking so directly. Shanks chided Yuta, whether out of naivety or cunning. It's fine. At my age, being called uncle by this child might actually suffice. Xin Gang looked at the foolish father and daughter with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He then suddenly, with a blend of caution and curiosity, inquired, You must be the infamous red-haired Shanks, am I correct? Oh, you know me? Shanks exclaimed, pointing to himself in surprise. Is it true that I am this renowned? Certainly, as a young pirate whose bounty exceeds a staggering 1 billion, it is impossible for him to remain obscure. With a blend of caution and curiosity, Xin Gang continued to inquire, Yet, a powerhouse such as yourself should undoubtedly reside in the New World. What brings you to such a forward place? Oh, why are you pinching me? Shanks suddenly glanced back at Yuta, and after enduring a fierce glare from the girl, he continued, I intend to journey to the East Blue, thus departing from the Grand Line, re-entering it through the North Sea. It was merely a whim. Abruptly, Shanks leaped in pain, casting a bewildered look towards Yuta, who had withdrawn her hand and was now whistling innocently. After staring at Yuta's seemingly innocent expression for a considerable time, Shanks finally came to a realization. Oh,
That is something I cannot disclose. I was presumptuous. Xin Gang, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked that he shouldn't have asked so many questions. It's nothing. After all, I have yet to reveal what cannot be spoken. Shanks nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that Xin Gang need not dwell on it. That's reassuring. Although Xin Gang was not particularly intrigued by the secrets Shanks alluded to, he yearned solely for Shanks to articulate his intention to journey to the EC. In a deliberate effort to change the subject, Xin Gang momentarily pondered before abruptly stating, "Speaking of the EC, I have heard of a legend regarding a unique treasure located on a certain island there." Unique treasure? Shanks' eyes immediately gleamed with interest. What sort of treasure could it be? Even Yuta, who had been vigilant towards Xin Gang until that moment, widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing his unembellished words, clearly reflecting the influence of growing up aboard Shanks's pirate ship. Xin Gang had no intention of keeping secrets, so he began to recount the information he had gleaned from the theatrical version. It seems there exists a nation of musical civilization in the East Sea, correct? Indeed, Shanks replied with great enthusiasm, indicating that our destination is that very place. Therefore, is the treasure located on that island? Yes. Xin Gang nodded slightly, then feigned ignorance and inquired, "But what brings you there?" Shanks did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he extended his hand behind Yuta, gently urging her forward. And like any proud father, he began to boast about her. "Our Yuta possesses an extraordinary talent for singing. I dare say there are few musicians in this world who can rival her prowess. I have heard of a place in the East Sea renowned for its exceptional musicians. Yet I am determined to prove that the musicians on my ship are the finest of all." Ah, that is indeed fortuitous. Xin Gang also contributed to the elevation of emotions by approximately 10%. The treasure I referred to is a musical score, rumored to be capable of performing the most powerful melody in existence. How could the Song King, who can only be defeated by a multitude of elite warriors, not be formidable? Is it truly so? Shanks and Yuta simultaneously leaned their bodies towards Xin Gang, their faces brimming with anticipation. It must be genuine, wouldn't you agree? Xin Gang deliberately employed a somewhat ambiguous tone to pique the curiosity of the two individuals, before abruptly shifting the conversation. However, to this day, no one has been able to perform that particular score, so I cannot assert it with absolute certainty. It must be awaiting Yuta to bring it to life. Shanks, exuding an unexpected confidence, asserted with great conviction. Yet he was indeed correct. That score, which sealed the Demon King of Song, was indeed waiting for Yuta, the wielder of the Song fruit, to perform it. However, the still immature Yuta would undoubtedly be unable to control the Demon King of Song should it escape from the score. And Xin Gang had witnessed the potential consequences of this in the theatrical release. Thus, he repeatedly gestured dismissively, stating no, that score cannot be sung. Why not? Yuta inquired, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Xin Gang. Isn't that the most powerful score? Finally, they were approaching the crux of the matter. Xin Gang understood that whether they could avoid producing another theatrical release in 13 or 14 years hinged on this moment. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he spoke again. "Are you familiar with the awakening of devil fruit users?" "Yes, it's quite a tricky matter," Shanks replied nonchalantly, indicating that he had likely encountered those who had awakened their powers. After ensuring that no one was around, Xin Gang glanced around and, covering his mouth with one hand, whispered, "That musical score seems to be a creation of an awakened one's ability. It is said to seal a great demon lord within. Once someone plays the score, the demon lord will break free from its confinement and then manipulate the player to wreak havoc." Upon hearing Xin Gang's seemingly earnest account, Shanks displayed a look of grave concern for the first time. What was the awakened one's devil fruit? The Song fruit. At last, Xin Gang managed to convey all the words he wished to share with Shanks. Although he was not entirely certain about the origins of the Song King, he had not encountered any definitive references to it. Nonetheless, attributing it to the powers of a devil fruit seemed quite plausible. Moreover, informing Shanks that the Song King was a creation of past users of the Song fruit should heighten his alertness. Indeed, upon hearing the name of the Song fruit, Shanks fell into a deep contemplation for several seconds. "Thank you. This information you have provided is truly significant," Shanks remarked as he concluded his thoughts, grasping Xin Gang's right hand firmly in gratitude. "I owe you a favor. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Xin Gang feigned confusion, tilting his head as if genuinely unaware of the reason behind Shanks' gratitude. He then pointed at Yuta, chuckling, "Surely, you do not believe that this child is capable of playing that score? It is not that I doubt her exceptional talent. I even concede that she might surpass the majority of musicians in the world, as you suggested. However, from the moment that score was conceived, countless eminent musicians have endeavored to master it, yet none have succeeded. Therefore, even if this child possesses the potential to perform it, that would only come after a decade or so of rigorous practice, not at this moment. This child is indeed a user of the song fruit, Shanks slowly remarked. Xin Gang naturally displayed a look of astonishment, and after a moment of contemplation, he gradually nodded in agreement. Indeed, if this child possesses the power of the song fruit, it is entirely plausible that she could play that musical score, perhaps even having it miraculously find its way into her hands. It is imperative that you exercise greater caution, for some devil fruit abilities can be quite sinister. Thank you for your reminder. Shanks sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xin Gang once more. No need for thanks. I merely recalled it by chance. But it is indeed a fortunate occurrence that I could be of assistance to you. Xin Gang decided not to continue his conversation with Shanks. With one hand grasping a large bag filled with an assortment of toys and comics, and the other cradling a small figurine he had just acquired, he prepared to proceed to the checkout. You must be buying all these items because Gary has so many children, Shanks remarked with a grin, eyeing Xin Gang's exaggerated bundle. You must be absolutely besieged by them every day. I do hope they possess a cheerful and mischievous spirit like Yuta. Xin Gang sighed and shook his head in response. His words were entirely heartfelt, yet to Shanks, they seemed somewhat pretentious. However, Shanks refrained from any sarcastic remarks, casting a frustrated glance at Yuta instead. Why are other children so well-behaved and understanding, while my own daughter lacks any semblance of femininity? Perhaps he hoped to inspire Yuta to realize her shortcomings and evolve slightly towards the nurturing disposition of a loving daughter. Yet, as he himself noted, Yuta hardly exhibited any feminine qualities. Thus, her response was to lift her foot and bring her shoe down forcefully onto his instep. Although it was not particularly painful, the rebellion of his daughter in her teenage years struck a deep chord in Shanks' heart. Consequently, he contemplated continuing his lament to Xin Gang about the heartache of parenting, while also sharing insights on child-rearing. However, Yuta had no intention of allowing him to speak ill of her further and promptly urged, "We should leave. Didn't you say we were running out of time?" Oh. Shanks suddenly realized the urgency, waved goodbye to Xin Gang, and with a firm grip on Yuta, sprinted toward the harbor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching the dust cloud stirred up by Shanks, Xin Gang could only think to himself about how strong Shanks' grip was. After placing the doll on the counter and shaking off his right hand, which had just been grasped by Shanks, he entertained a second thought. Did Shanks forget to settle the bill? Chapter 47. Return when Xin Gang returned to Old Street No. 71. He found several young children joyfully playing with Anton. In reality, the children were merely using Anton, who lay sprawled in the yard, as a playground, climbing up and down its form. Accustomed to having people on its back, Anton felt no discomfort. Rather, the warmth radiating from the children prompted it to comfortably close its eyes. Beside Anton and the little ones was Shelly, who seemed to be supervising the children to prevent any mishaps. Upon seeing Xin Gang enter the courtyard, Shelly immediately dashed toward him, her arms filled with a plethora of plush toys. After surveying the surroundings of the courtyard, Xin Gang casually inquired, "Where are the others?" "Brother Gary is cooking inside. Brother Kellen has taken a few older children to the hospital to pick someone up, and Brother Johnson has gone to the street to buy some things." Claiming it is to celebrate the discharge of Longxi and the other three, came the reply. Upon hearing that the 4 injured patients had also recovered, Xin Gang's expression lightened considerably. He truly had little left to worry about. It seemed he had returned at just the right moment. With a smile, Xin Gang took out a handful of toys from his bag and waved them at the children who were playing around Anton. "Do not bully Anton anymore. Look at the delightful treasures your brother has brought for you." At the sight of Xin Gang and the enticing toys in his hands, the group of children, none older than 7 or 8 years, abandoned Anton with a fickle excitement and rushed towards him. Anton, now bereft of his human heater, shot Xin Gang an indignant glare and sought out a sunlit spot to bask in the warmth. As Xin Gang distributed gifts to the children, Sherry stood nearby with a furrowed brow, her heart heavy with concern, showing no joy for the pile of plush toys in her hands that would have once thrilled her. Unlike the still Navi children, she understood that Xin Gang's bundle represented not merely a casual gift upon his return, but also a farewell token. However, Sherry ultimately refrained from inquiring whether Xin Gang was leaving again, nor did she plead for him to stay. Instead, she quickly adjusted her demeanor and greeted him with a warm smile when his gaze finally fell upon her. "I shall go help Gary with dinner."
Xin Gang gently parted the circle of children surrounding him and entered the house, carrying the remaining gifts. He casually tossed the unfinished toys and comic books into the hall after the entrance, then made his way directly to the kitchen, where, alongside Gary, two girls around 13 or 14 were assisting with the meal preparations. Upon seeing Xin Gang, the three of them paused their tasks. But he rolled up his sleeves and moved to wash the vegetables. "Why are you all staring at me? Continue," he encouraged, and the kitchen soon returned to its bustling rhythm. "Pirates came looking for you before," Gary remarked, slicing meat as he recounted the events of Xin Gang's absence. "They arrived the day after you left and seemed to wait until today, suddenly departing in a hurry, as if they recalled something." Pirates. It was now Xin Gang's turn to halt his actions and direct his gaze at Gary. "They didn't trouble you, did they?" "No," Gary shook his head. "Those pirates appeared quite different from those we've encountered in the past. How should I put it? They seem like a rather easygoing and amicable group." "That's good to hear." Xin Gang finally felt a sense of relief. Yet it was soon overshadowed by a pressing question. What did they seek from him? Initially, his instinct had been to assume they were seeking vengeance. However, given that the pirates had not troubled Gary and the others, the likelihood of such an assumption seemed quite slim. Moreover, Xin Gang believed he had no enemies among pirates, as any adversaries should have been eradicated long ago. "I am uncertain," Gary confessed, his expression one of bewilderment. "They inquire daily whether the Star of Death is present, yet they never disclose their intentions. I instructed Karen to stealthily follow them, but he was invariably discovered and dragged off to the tavern, where they indulged in revelry until dawn." Nonetheless, Karen did manage to return with a morsel of useful information. It appears that the pirate crew includes a girl not much younger than Shelley, who seems to possess the powers of a devil fruit. Her singing caused Karen to fall into a deep slumber. "Huh." Xin Gang stood up in astonishment, then, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Is their captain a red-haired man wearing a straw hat?" "Indeed," Gary nodded. "How so? Do you know him? You do not recognize him?" Xin Gang countered with a question. Gary found it somewhat perplexing, yet after careful reflection, he confirmed that he truly did not recognize Shanks before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seemed that no one in Hima Town had the habit of subscribing to newspapers. With a sense of helplessness, Xin Gang scratched his head and remarked, "That fellow is a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, and his future is limitless." In the kitchen, the other three individuals gasped in astonishment. After all, pirates are typically perceived as ruthless villains, and the higher the bounty, the more fearsome the pirate. Therefore, upon learning that Shanks had a bounty of a staggering 1 billion, Gary and the others were naturally filled with trepidation, despite the fact that Shanks had never exhibited any overtly menacing behavior. They could not help but ponder what they would do if they inadvertently provoked him. Nevertheless, Gary, being a reliable adult, quickly regained his composure and looked at Xin Gang with a concerned expression. "Why would such a formidable pirate seek you out?" "Indeed, why could that be?" Xin Gang lowered his head, deep in thought. Firstly, based on their previous encounter at the puppet shop, it seemed that Shanks did not recognize him. However, it was also possible that Shanks was deliberately feigning ignorance. Yet, what advantage would that bring? Thus, it appeared he truly did not know him. This meant that Shanks' interest in him was likely a spontaneous whim, perhaps sparked by hearing about the Star of Death, leading him to seek a meeting or to invite him aboard. The current Shanks did not exhibit the same composure he had during the Summit War. He seemed capable of such impulsive actions. It was unlikely to be anything malevolent. Xin Gang gently patted Gary on the shoulder, reassuring him. "Let us hope for the best." Gary replied with a hint of uncertainty. "There is one more thing before we departed. They mentioned they would wait for you at Carnival City and offer to keep an eye on the movements of the gunpowder pirates. I am unsure whether to trust them, so I leave that judgment to you. It may be worth a try. After all, their capacity for intelligence gathering regarding such a formidable pirate crew is undoubtedly superior to my own." Xin Gang was not particularly concerned about the potential threats posed by Shanks and his crew, akin to how a rabbit remains unconcerned about the hunting prowess of an orca, a scenario deemed nearly impossible. However, he soon stumbled upon a blind spot. How did Shanks and his crew come to know of his intent to pursue the gunpowder pirates? What was the source of their knowledge? Was it you who disclosed this information? Xin Gang gazed at Gary, the only one privy to his forthcoming arrangements. It was not merely Gary, but rather one of the imposing men among them with a slick-back hairstyle who had surmised the situation. Initially, when we mentioned your departure would be permanent, it was he who asserted that you would undoubtedly return soon, claiming that our current predicament was not yet sufficient to assuage your concerns. With a hint of trepidation, Gary recalled this moment, and as though possessing the ability to read minds, he remarked that since you had departed once, upon your return,
you would inevitably seek to confront the gunpowder pirates for retribution. Xin Gang was not particularly astonished, for he was aware that the man with the slicked back hair was none other than Beckman, the one designated by the author as possessing the highest intellect. It was hardly surprising that he could deduce Xin Gang's intentions. However, his concerns lay elsewhere. Chapter 48. Departure. So, you all know that I am about to leave? Xin Gang gazed at the two girls in the kitchen and inquired. The girls nodded in unison. Well, that simplifies matters. I need not exert myself pondering how to convey my thoughts to you. Xin Gang forced a light-hearted smile, though in truth, he had no intention of sharing this matter with others. Originally, he had planned to depart stealthily once more. He believed that after his initial experience in procurement, even if he were to suddenly vanish again, others would assume he would return promptly, thus sparing them from excessive alarm. By the time they comprehended that he might not return for a while, they would have already realized that they could continue to thrive in his absence. However, he did not anticipate the sudden interjection of Beckman, who not only discerned his intentions but articulated them directly. This revelation left him somewhat troubled. In reality, he felt he had already contributed all he could to the community of Hima Town. Yet, as Gary had previously expressed concern, the more reassurance he provided, the harder it became for others to let go of him. This was not a matter of genuine need, but rather a quest for a steadfast psychological anchor. People were not as fragile as one might assume, Gary remarked with a smile, noticing Xin Gang's evident worry. Indeed, we shall not be frightened by your absence, Brother Gang. A girl chimed in supportively. Exactly, and it's not as though you have abandoned us. We will patiently await your return, another girl added, her tone betraying a hint of reluctance. Upon observing the situation, Xin Gang quickly discerned the likely circumstances. It was probable that Gary had patiently engaged in some psychological persuasion with the others. Otherwise, how could those who had just escaped from the brink of death be so remarkably magnanimous? Thank you. Xin Gang nodded at Gary. Did you not previously tell Shirley that family members need not express gratitude? Or was that merely a way to placate children? Gary replied with a smile, then, with a serious demeanor, added, moreover, your departure is for our vengeance. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be from us. As Xin Gang's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, uncertainty gripped him, prompting a swift change of subject. Then let us hasten with the meal. We cannot afford to wait until everyone returns, leaving our stomachs empty. That evening, after lulling the children, who eagerly anticipated Brother A Gang's tales, to sleep, Xin Gang made his way to the hall, where Gary and his companions had already gathered in anticipation. When do you intend to leave? Gary inquired directly. I plan to set out tomorrow morning, came the reply. Xin Gang did not beat around the bush and responded directly. Since their brief conversation in the kitchen upon his return, both Xin Gang and Gary had mutually agreed to refrain from mentioning his impending departure, not because he could leave without addressing it, but rather to avoid discussing such matters in front of the children. So soon, Kellen expressed his surprise, then hesitated to ask, can't you stay a little longer? The children are clearly much happier to see you, and Longchi and the others have only just begun to recover. If you leave early, those wretched pirates won't have time to flee too far, and you can return sooner. Johnson took it upon himself to clarify for Xin Gang. On the contrary, if we don't act swiftly, every additional day Xin Gang stays could translate into several wasted days searching for those scoundrels. Upon seeing that Kellen understood his perspective, Xin Gang solemnly addressed the trio, saying, after I depart, I will rely on you to take care of everyone. Rest assured, you've already made arrangements to this extent. If you return and we Haven Tea manage the children well, I'll strip off my clothes and run around the streets. Kellen boldly vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Johnson and Gary silently nodded in agreement. By the way, after some time, we should send the children of appropriate age to school. It will alleviate some of the burden and be beneficial for them. Although Xin Gang was aware that Gary and the others would likely have thought of this, he felt compelled to reiterate it. However, Gary's expression revealed some concern. I have considered this, but since we have just settled here, enrolling the children in school may prove challenging. Even with money, finding a way might be difficult. That was indeed my oversight. Xin Gang felt a sense of relief for having voiced his concerns. Otherwise, he might have forgotten that sending children to school is never an easy undertaking, regardless of the world. In their original world, the difficulty of enrollment primarily pertained to the challenge of gaining admission to prestigious institutions. In stark contrast, in this current realm, it is a struggle even to find a place where children can receive an education. The age of pirates naturally lacks the luxury of compulsory education. The few schools that exist not only charge considerable tuition fees, but also consider the social standing of the students' families. One of the admission criteria for schools in Windblown City is that parents must hold stable and respectable jobs within the inner city, a requirement that is nearly impossible for the survivors from Haimu Town, who have only recently relocated. Fortunately, Xin Gang had just delivered gifts to the local crime lord, and with Ruse's assistance, he could resolve the issue of the children's enrollment. Thus, when the time is deemed appropriate to send the children to school, one need only visit the heavily guarded villa adjacent to the cotton mill and seek help from its inhabitants. He had already made the necessary arrangements. Understood, Gary replied quietly. Nodding, he then inquired, but how can I indicate that we are united in this endeavor? Indeed, it was only then that Xin Gang realized a crucial oversight. Although those from Russ would likely contact Gary and his companions soon, it was indeed wise to provide them with a means to authenticate their identities. However, to approach Russ now with a request for some token would not only diminish his stature, but also seem excessively forward. Such an intrusive act, if repeated, could undoubtedly provoke Russ's ire, leading to counterproductive consequences. Nevertheless, Xin Gang quickly recalled the signature his secretary had requested before his departure. He thus retrieved paper and pen, inscribing his name along with the characters for Death Star on several sheets, which he then entrusted to Gary. Just take this with you, he instructed. Gary examined the papers closely, then pointed to the 3 characters for Death Star and inquired, what does this signify? While Xin Gang was in Hima Town, he had also inscribed his name using Chinese characters. Thus Gary and the others were able to recognize the other 2 characters on the paper. However, the term Death Star fell within their realm of ignorance. This trio of characters signifies Death Star, and it seems that a considerable number of individuals now refer to me in this manner, even though I merely uttered it as a casual jest at the time. Xin Gang smiled as he explained and made a jest. All right, I understand. Gary carefully folded the sheets of paper and tucked them securely into his pocket. However, do not engage with them too frequently. Seek their assistance only when absolutely necessary. Once again, despite knowing that Gary comprehended, Xin Gang could not resist offering his counsel. Yet, Gary displayed no signs of impatience, listening attentively and nodding in acknowledgement. This time, Xin Gang finally managed to restrain himself from unnecessary admonitions and instead smiled, reminding him, remember to keep my room tidy. In the early hours of the following day, before dawn had broken, Xin Gang set forth with Anton, drifting down the nearby river into the vast sea. Chapter 49, Maritime perils are an inherent part of navigation. If you dislike it, do not engage. The azure sky, fluffy clouds, sandy shores, crashing waves, and a shipwrecked soul emerging from the depths of the ocean. This was Xin Gang on the 3rd day after setting sail. The initial 2 days of their voyage had proceeded smoothly, encountering only a few unusual currents that slightly deviated their course, as well as some predatory marine creatures intent on preying upon him and Antoine. However, on the 2nd night, as Xin Gang prepared to inflate the airbag for rest, a tempest suddenly surged in from the distant horizon. The sky darkened ominously, and the increasingly tumultuous sea, accompanied by distant flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, alerted even the inexperienced sailor, Xin Gang, that something was amiss. He hastily released air from the airbag and opened the ballast tank to allow seawater to flow in. Next, he retrieved a diving mask connected to a small tank from his toolkit, ensuring all retractable parts of the turtle saddle were secured. By the time the storm approached, Xin Gang had donned the diving mask and, with Antoine, submerged into the ocean, swimming diagonally forward. Despite the tempestuous surface, 50 meters beneath the waves, the water remained relatively tranquil, though pitch dark and devoid of visibility. This solitary drawback was somewhat alleviated when Xin Gang fumbled in the turtle saddle's toolbox for a foldable fluorescent light stick. Unexpectedly, as they swam, a peculiar current ensnared both him and the turtle. Initially, Xin Gang attributed it to a mere fluctuation in the sea current until he noticed the recording pointer in his hand spinning wildly in tandem with his movement, realizing they were caught in a gigantic underwater vortex. By then, it was too late. The vortex, as if aware that its identity had been unveiled, intensified its grip. No matter how vigorously they struggled, they could not escape. Antoine, burdened by the weight of his shell, lost balance and accelerated toward the vortex's center. Xin Gang could only hasten towards it, violently tearing apart the straps of the turtle saddle, allowing it to better protect itself amidst the swirling vortex. Subsequently, due to the disparity in size between man and turtle, they became increasingly separated by the accelerating currents, each struggling valiantly for survival. Before Xin Gang could be drawn into the vortex's center, he was ensnared by another, larger whirlpool with a swifter current. After being tossed around like a rag doll in a washing machine for several revolutions, he was captured once more by yet another whirlpool. After enduring several tumultuous encounters with these whirlpools, he finally managed to break free from the disorienting spins and escape to a relatively calm stretch of sea, where he then discovered the island upon which he now stands. This island is not particularly large, yet it is not solitary. Several similarly sized islands can be seen nearby. Their distances from one another less than a nautical mile. Why does it seem that I have grown accustomed to this sensation? As Xin Gang expelled the bitter seawater from his mouth, he lamented his unfortunate affinity for maritime disasters, including the incident that had just transported him to this realm. This marked his third encounter with calamity at sea, ultimately leading him to an unfamiliar island. After ascertaining that he was relatively unscathed, Xin Gang called out for Anton several times with increasing urgency. Yet after a considerable wait, Anton remained conspicuously absent from both the shore and the waters. It appeared that they had been cast ashore in disparate locations. Xin Gang could only engage in self-soothing monologues to find solace. However, given that the aquatic Anton was undoubtedly superior, it was reasonable to conclude that if he had survived without his diving mask, Anton was likely unharmed. After battling the currents throughout the night, Xin Gang refrained from immediate exploration, instead sprawling out on the soft sand in a starfish position, waiting for the warm sun to dry his clothes. Once his garments were sufficiently sun-dried, he flipped over to bask in the sun. After his clothes had mostly dried, Xin Gang emerged from a state of half-sleep, rejuvenated. With the aid of life's restoration, a mere hour of light slumber had alleviated most of his fatigue, restoring him to full vitality, save for a slight protest from his stomach. Thus, Xin Gang commenced his exploration of the island beneath his feet, as well as a quest for sustenance. He first circumnavigated the beach, discovering that the sandy shore occupied only 2/3 of the coastline, with the remaining third marked by sheer cliff. It appeared that this precipice was not a permanent fixture, as the upper edges revealed many rough, unpolished surfaces that had yet to be smoothed by the sea. Moreover, at the base of the cliff, there were no rocky outcrops or shallow waters, but rather an unfathomable expanse of deep blue sea. Not merely at the cliff's base, but extending across the horizon in that direction, the waters were impenetrably deep, dotted with several conspicuous, enormous whirlpools. At the heart of these whirlpools lay an island lush with verdant vegetation, from which the distant roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard. What manner of place was this? Though filled with questions, and having found no edible flora or fauna, Xin Gang concluded his exploration of the island's periphery and ventured inward. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a human figure, a gaunt man whose only garment was a tattered piece of cloth wrapped around his waist. Before Xin Gang could utter a greeting, the man bolted into the thicket, fleeing in a state of panic. "Hey, don't run. I mean no harm," Xin Gang called after him, but the man did not pause. Yet his speed was so slow, compounded by the entangling vines and branches along the way, that Xin Gang needed only to walk briskly to easily catch up to him. "Why are you running?" Xin Gang pressed his right hand firmly upon the man's shoulder, compelling him to halt. Initially, the man desperately endeavored to continue running, but upon realizing the formidable strength of Xin Gang's grip, reminiscent of a vice, he trembled and crouched down. Noticing the man had ceased his flight, Xin Gang released his hold and stepped back slightly to observe his next move. The man then knelt upon the ground, littered with a mixture of withered leaves and sharp stones, and turned to face Xin Gang, shifting his position on his knees. Before Xin Gang could discern his features, the man began to repeatedly bow his head in reverence. Initially perplexed by the man's actions, Xin Gang wondered why he was so fervently prostrating himself. However, he soon discerned faint murmurs emanating from the man, and upon closer inspection, he recognized them as pleas for mercy and admission of wrongdoing. While Xin Gang could comprehend the entreaties for forgiveness, he noted that the man's declarations were predominantly filled with promises of future diligence and assurances that he would not flee again. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Gang surmised that the man had escaped from somewhere nearby, likely not far from their current location, perhaps on this very island or a neighboring one. Otherwise, he would not have assumed that anyone approaching him was intent on capturing him. This revelation was undoubtedly fortuitous for Xin Gang, as the presence of human settlements in the vicinity meant he would not have to resort to the trials of solitary survival once more. Chapter 50. The Wild Shepherd. Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. Xin Gang seized the man's shoulders, forcibly yanking him from the ground. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to Xin Gang's voice, persistently avoiding his gaze while continuing to utter pleas for mercy and apologies. Hey. Xin Gang gently patted the sunken cheeks of the man, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Forget about that fellow.
He is beyond saving. A male voice echoed from behind Xin Gang, followed by a piercing scream as the man seemingly lost consciousness once more. Xin Gang promptly released the unconscious man and turned to glance behind him. Do not be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. A towering man, just over 2 meters tall, clad only in floral trousers and black pointed leather shoes, spread his arms wide, indicating he had no plans to assault Xin Gang. Upon witnessing the man's appearance, Xin Gang felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet could not recall in which chapter he had previously appeared, let alone ascertain his identity. This was entirely understandable, for the world of One Piece is populated with a myriad of characters, many of whom evoke a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Moreover, considering that the current timeline is nearly 14 years prior to the official onset of the storyline, certain characteristics and distinctive traits would undoubtedly not align. Who are you? Xin Gang inquired with a hint of perplexity. Just call me Huang Mu, the man replied casually, then regarded Xin Gang with keen interest. Huang Mu? Xin Gang murmured the name softly, only to find that it evoked no recollection within him. He was left wondering whether it was a man concealing his true identity, or if perhaps a nickname had been employed upon his introduction, or even if he simply bore no name at all. And what about you? Inquired the discerning Hao Mu, having scrutinized Xin Gang thoroughly. Xin Gang felt no need to conceal his true name, so he readily revealed it. Oh, what an intriguing name it is. Huang Mu propped his chin on his hand and broke into a grin. What makes it intriguing? Xin Gang retorted, expressing his skepticism that you might not truly grasp the significance of my name, which I consider to be rather peculiar to most. Indeed, Huang Mu laughed heartily, declaring that this is precisely what I find intriguing. Encountering someone with a name as distinctive as yours is nothing short of fascinating, is it not? I see. Although Xin Gang struggled to comprehend such a thought process, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. By the way, you seem quite formidable. Would you care to serve as my subordinate? Huang Mu unexpectedly extended an olive branch to Xin Gang. Xin Gang hesitated for a moment, refraining from responding to Huang Mu's invitation, and instead inquired, what led you to conclude that I am quite formidable? It is quite simple, Huang Mu replied with a hint of jest. Your appearance suggests that you have recently been caught in those whirlpools, yet you bear no injuries. This indicates that you possess the ability to shield yourself amidst those terrifying, relentless eddies. In fact, you may even be stronger than I, for when I first arrived here, I bore a few minor fractures, while you exhibit no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Perhaps it is simply due to my resilience, Xin Gang mused. With a blend of jest and earnestness, Xin Gang elucidated that, indeed, upon his emergence from the sea, he had sustained minor fractures and strains in his muscles and ligaments, though he had since largely recovered. However, while his demeanor suggested otherwise, he was meticulously extracting the crucial information embedded in Huang Mu's words and conducting a thorough analysis based on that. From the olive branch Huang Mu had initially extended, Xin Gang discerned the existence of a human settlement in the vicinity, wherein Huang Mu held a position of considerable standing. Furthermore, it appeared that this settlement adhered to the primal law of survival of the fittest. Otherwise, Huang Mu would not have so readily invited Xin Gang solely on account of his prowess. Throughout their subsequent dialogue, Huang Mu effectively conveyed to Xin Gang that the whirlpools were likely not mere occasional or cyclical phenomena, but rather a constant presence. Should Xin Gang have been fortunate enough to arrive in a moment devoid of whirlpools, he might have escaped unscathed. Yet, Huang Mu's remarks fundamentally negated such a possibility. It was probable that Huang Mu, alongside the inhabitants of the nearby settlement, had all endured calamities at sea, swept away by the very whirlpools, as evidenced by Huang Mu's use of his own injuries upon arrival as a benchmark for assessing strength. Ultimately, or perhaps from the outset, Xin Gang gleaned a rather grim piece of intelligence. Escape from this place was nearly impossible. The omnipresent whirlpools indicated a one-way passage, and the presence of those unfortunate souls like Huang Mu, who had not managed to leave, extinguished any remaining flicker of hope Xin Gang harbored. Despite not having engaged in combat, Xin Gang sensed that Huang Mu was formidable, perhaps even capable of besting him without the aid of the Heart of Steel. Given that someone of Huang Mu's caliber had also been unable to flee, the likelihood of Xin Gang's own escape diminished further, as the Heart of Steel did not inherently augment swimming speed. However, this was merely a conjecture drawn from his limited observations and Huang Mu's fragmented insights. Further information was imperative for clarity. The most expedient means of acquiring such knowledge was to directly inquire from an experienced individual like Huang Mu. What is this place exactly? It appears that this locale is known as Vale Mayu, though we now refer to it as the Whirlpool Islands. Appears?
Why has it been renamed? It is said that the island's inhabitants angered the sea god, leading to the devastation of both the residents and the majority of the islands by the deity's wrath, leaving behind only these fragmented isles and the ceaseless whirlpools. What? Xin Gang bore a countenance reminiscent of the moment when the valiant warrior Wu Song was trapped beneath the Wuxing Mountain, awaiting the rescue of Liu Bei. Upon hearing the name of Vortex Isle, he nearly found himself transported to the adjacent realm of Pokemon. It was not merely the nomenclature and topography that echoed familiarity. Even the origins seemed strikingly similar. This led Xin Gang to ponder whether he had once again been ensnared by the vortices, leading to yet another inexplicable traversal through dimensions. Thus, he tentatively inquired of Huang Mu, "Are you familiar with the devil fruit?" "Indeed. What's the matter?" Huang Mu's expression mirrored that of someone confronted with an earnest inquiry, akin to being asked the sum of 1 plus 1. Observing this reaction, Xin Gang grasped that he was still within the confines of the Grand Line, rather than having arrived in a realm occupied by some hyper-advanced new beings. However, the comfort of this realization came at the cost of Huang Mu's peculiar demeanor. To avoid being perceived as mentally unsound, Xin Gang felt compelled to provide an explanation. "Truth be told, I am a wielder of a devil fruit's power. Logically, I should be content not to have perished in a maritime calamity, yet I still yearn to return to my homeland. But as a landlubber, how might I extricate myself from this place? Fear not, for you shall not be unable to leave merely because you have consumed a devil fruit," Huang Mu reassured him, patting Xin Gang on the shoulder, giving a thumbs up, and flashing a hearty smile. "For even without having consumed a devil fruit, we would still be unable to depart." Upon hearing Huang Mu's candid admission regarding their inability to escape Vortex Isle, Xin Gang felt a chill seep into his heart. This implied that perhaps this place was not truly a one-way journey, yet escaping it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Originally, Xin Gang had hastily set sail to swiftly locate the gunpowder pirates, intending for those scoundrels to experience the anguish endured by the people of Haimu Town. If he were to squander 10 days, or even half a month on Vortex Isle, those ruffians might well vanish into the ether, perhaps even transforming into the detritus of sea kings to nourish the algae. In such a scenario, Xin Gang feared that he would carry an unrelenting weight upon his chest for the rest of his days. Was there truly no means of departing from this place? Xin Gang, undeterred, persistently questioned Huang Mu. With a shrug, Huang Mu replied, "I'm not entirely certain about that. After all, I've only been in this dreadful place for a few months. However, there's someone from our side who has been here for 6 or 7 years." Although Huang Mu did not provide a direct answer, the implication was unmistakable. It was impossible. If that individual who had been here for 6 or 7 years had not left out of fear, they must have encountered at least a few who successfully escaped. Is it truly impossible? Xin Gang remained reluctant to accept this reality. Huang Mu chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. "You may certainly give it a try. However, after I swim out a couple of 100 meters, I find myself utterly unable to move a single inch further, having nearly been drawn into the vortex's center on several occasions, unable to return." "Is that so?" Xin Gang nodded with a hint of disappointment before posing another question. "Do all individuals captured by the vortex end up here?" The answer is uncertain. Some may find themselves ensnared at the vortex's center, unable to break free, ultimately dragged down into the depths of the sea. In such cases, their fate is essentially sealed. What about you? Did your companion get separated by the vortex? "Well, that fellow is a stronger swimmer than I, so he should be fine." Huang Mu immediately burst into hearty laughter. Of course, compared to those with abilities, anyone else could be considered an expert swimmer. Xin Gang wished to explain, but suddenly recalled the persona he had just adopted as one who has consumed the devil fruit, and merely responded with a feigned smile. "Come join me." Aramaki casually draped his hand over Xin Gang's shoulder, proclaiming, "Unlike those of inferior status, we need not endure a life of hardship even in such a place." Xin Gang's previously favorable impression of Aramaki shattered in an instant due to this remark. Xin Gang does not naively believe that everyone in the world is absolutely equal. He is acutely aware of the inherent disparities among individuals. However, the casual manner in which Huang Mu refers to others as inferior beings crosses a line for him. There is no need for extensive explanation. One only needs to consider the absurdity of a failed art student, Little Mustache, who also categorizes people into hierarchies to understand how foolish such behavior is. Nonetheless, Xin Gang refrains from immediate reaction, merely casting a discreet glance at the man who has crumpled to the ground, reduced to mere filth. "Is this fellow truly among those you deem inferior?" Huang Mu approaches the man, disdainfully prodding his head with the tip of his shoe, only to discover that he has already breathed his last. What a foolish and indolent wretch. If he had exerted more effort on the construction site instead of fleeing, would he not still be alive? Dead? Truly dead? Xin Gang was taken aback as he turned around and crouched down to examine the man's lifeless body, confirming that he had indeed drawn his last breath. What on earth has transpired? My previous actions shouldn't have led to this. But who cares? On the other hand, Huang Mu appeared utterly indifferent, as such foolish individuals tend to surface from time to time, despite laboring tirelessly at the construction site and having the opportunity to gnaw on animal hides. They inexplicably choose to venture out in search of tree roots and bark. If it weren't for the necessity of finding someone to accompany me fishing today, I would have been disinclined to seek him out at all. Xin Gang meticulously examined the man's corpse from head to toe and discovered that, despite his gaunt frame, his abdomen was distended and as rigid as stone. Drawing upon previously encountered information, Xin Gang surmised that the man had likely ingested a considerable amount of indigestible substances, such as guanine soil, in a desperate attempt to alleviate his hunger. Although Xin Gang was uncertain whether he had exhausted his last ounce of strength to evade him or if had succumbed to the fright instilled by Huang Mu, one thing remained indisputable. Even if neither he nor Huang Mu had appeared today, the man would not have survived for long. Noticing the peculiar behavior of Xin Gang, Huang Mu, adopting a casual yet subtly authoritative tone, inquired, "By the way, could you assist in carrying this fellow back? We cannot afford to waste this morsel." Xin Gang lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon Huang Mu, his eyes filled with confusion, yet predominantly brimming with anger. However, Huang Mu remained unfazed, merely offering a calm explanation. "Do not look at me in that manner. I have never suggested that I wish to consume a human. I merely require a corpse to attract the scarce fish and shrimp that linger in the nearby waters." He then seemed to consider the potential strength of Xin Gang, adding, "In such a desolate place, every resource must be utilized to its fullest extent. Otherwise, we cannot sustain our numbers. Indeed, if one were truly in a dire situation where humanity must be forsaken for survival, then using a corpse to fish would seem trivial, and even the act of cannibalism could be deemed excusable." Yet, from Huang Mu's demeanor, Xin Gang could ascertain that the circumstances on the Vortex Isles had not yet descended into a loss of all humanity. Otherwise, the signs of malnourishment and fatigue would be evident on Huang Mu's frame. Nevertheless, Xin Gang refrained from expressing his indignation and silently lifted the heavier-than-expected corpse of the man from the ground. Under Huang Mu's guidance, Xin Gang arrived at a protruding corner of the island, where a crudely constructed yet passable small wooden boat lay anchored. After discussing their plans, Huang Mu stood at the bow of the vessel for a moment before settling down to row towards a nearby islet, explaining as he paddled, "Although the outer and inner whirlpools are perpetual, there are periods when calm seas emerge among the several islands surrounding the central isle, allowing even ordinary individuals to traverse freely." Xin Gang silently nodded, then began to observe the conditions of the sea. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "The opposing forces of the inner and outer whirlpools created a remarkable tranquility in this expanse of water, a truly wondrous phenomenon." However, following Xin Gang's remarks, Huang Mu halted his rowing, regarding Xin Gang with a somewhat condescending demeanor. "It seems you harbor a certain disdain for my attitude towards those of a lower status." "I cannot say it is disdain. Rather, I must express my complete disagreement." Although Xin Gang stood significantly shorter than Huang Mu, his imposing presence was unwavering as he locked eyes with him. "You do not comprehend. Only by creating a class of inferiors and standing upon their backs can we forge enduring happiness and stability," Huang Mu asserted, adopting a didactic tone. However, Xin Gang was entirely unfazed, retorting with a dismissive laugh, "You're talking nonsense." Chapter 52. Do you wish to test that? Moments ago, the atmosphere had been amicable as Huang Mu and Xin Gang leisurely glided across the sea, yet it swiftly transformed into a palpable tension, rife with unspoken hostility. Ultimately, it was Huang Mu who broke the silence. "I initially believed you would grasp my perspective. It seems you are merely a fool tethered to the inferiors. This is the very reason for my disdain towards you." Xin Gang scoffed with a sneer. "What? A person like you, who speaks of dividing others into inferior classes, truly believes that in your eyes, the only superior being is yourself. Even if others possess equal or even higher status, it is merely ephemeral. They could easily be cast into the ranks of the inferior just as I am now." Xin Gang cast a glance at the lifeless body lying between himself and Huang Mu. "So, in your eyes, I am no different from this unfortunate soul, merely a consumable to be used for fishing at any moment. Why, then, should I acquiesce to your demands?" "Indeed, how true that is." Huang Mu chuckled in response, a fierce glint beginning to flicker in his eyes. After all, you're equally as foolish as that fellow. Despite being a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, you still dare to turn against me upon the sea. Oh, is that so? Xin Gang was not daunted by the murderous intent that was exposed by Huang Mu. Instead, his smile grew even more radiant. Observing the situation, Huang Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that the matter might be more complex than it appeared. Why don't you take a look above your head? Xin Gang extended his hand and pointed upwards. Instinctively raising his head, Huang Mu beheld a red ring, imbued with an ethereal hue that had mysteriously materialized directly above him. What is this? Having been ensnared on the Whirlpool Islands for several months, Huang Mu was, of course, unaware of the ominous tales surrounding the Star of Death. Yet he instinctively sensed a hint of danger in the air. To be honest, utilizing this ability of mine proves to be rather troublesome. With an air of sarcastic grandeur, Xin Gang began to express his grievances. Firstly, after marking an enemy, one must wait 3 seconds for the circle to materialize, and it is imperative to make direct contact with the marked target to unleash one's abilities. Suddenly, he flashed a relaxed smile at Huang Mu. However, my preparations are now complete, and at this distance, I believe that no matter how swiftly you act, it would be impossible for you to evade my touch entirely. Wouldn't it? Huang Mu swallowed hard, casting a gaze that was a blend of curiosity and trepidation towards Xin Gang. What would happen if he were to be touched? How does he perceive his physical strength in comparison to that of a beast-type ability user? Xin Gang smiled slightly at Huang Mu, causing this over 2-meter-tall, sturdy man to feel a shiver run down his spine. However, Huang Mu realized he could not allow Xin Gang to dictate his actions. So he mustered his courage and, with a hint of menace, declared, "Yet, no matter how powerful a capable individual may be, once they find themselves submerged in water, they become no more formidable than an ordinary weakling. Is that so?" Xin Gang maintained that unsettling smile that sent shivers down the spine of the wild shepherd. When I dealt with that ability user, he did not fall into the water. Thus, a mere gentle touch was sufficient to shatter his arm completely, rendering his proud regenerative abilities utterly futile against such destruction. Who are we deceiving? Though he spoke those words, the wild shepherd's body instinctively recoiled slightly. Perhaps? Xin Gang leaned slightly forward, exuding an air that suggested he was poised to act. "Are you inclined to test me?" he queried. "Even in haste, I believe it would not be overly challenging to incapacitate a significant portion of your physique." Hearing the conviction in Xin Gang's words, which did not seem to be mere bravado, Huang Mu could no longer maintain his earlier arrogance. He finally comprehended that it was not Xin Gang who had been deceived by boarding a vessel into the sea, but rather he himself, who had fallen into a trap by approaching Xin Gang at such a close range. Huang Mu was not inherently a particularly audacious individual. His domineering demeanor was typically reserved for those he deemed inferior. When faced with someone of greater strength or even parity, he wisely abandoned any thoughts of a direct confrontation. Furthermore, despite his fervent proclamations of his beliefs, he had no intention of bearing any cost for those principles. Thus, he hesitated to wager on the notion that Xin Gang's capabilities were overstated or that he would remain untouched by him. Why exacerbate the tension in the air? Huang Moston noticeably softened. Indeed, it was unnecessary. Xin Gang smiled as he ceased his forward lean, sitting upright to continue admiring the scenery upon the sea's surface. After a sigh of relief, Huang Mu glanced upward, noticing that the circular halo above his head had yet to vanish, and then turned his gaze back to Xin Gang. "In truth, I believe there is a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. Once you linger here for a while longer, you shall come to understand the rationale behind my actions. There is no need for concern. I do not intend to voice my opinions about you. Thus you are not required to seek my approval." Xin Gang continued to gaze at the surface of the sea, appearing rather indifferent. "All I desire is to reclaim my companions and depart from this place. Is that not so?" Huang Mu remained non-committal but resumed rowing the boat. Upon reaching the shore of the neighboring island, Huang Mu hoisted a corpse from the boat and led the way for Xin Gang. Yet in truth it was Xin Gang who always walked ahead. For Huang Mu was wary of the Heartsteel mark upon his head, fearing that Xin Gang might strike him unexpectedly from behind. Xin Gang, perceptive as he was, discernet van moes apprehensions. "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life, for it would serve me no purpose. Generally speaking, one who harbors intentions of killing Xin Gang, especially one whose worldview starkly contrasts with his own, would have already met their demise at his hands." However, Xin Gang understood that now was not the time to eliminate Huang Mu. He might yet require his assistance to escape this place. although he could not recall who Huang Mu truly was. The mere fact that he had an impression of him suggested that he had not been confined to the Vortex Islands for long. Should he eliminate him now, he risked losing a crucial lead to his escape. Huang Mu sensed that Xin Gang was not lying, yet an inexplicable oddity lingered in the air. After stepping onto this island, his fear of Xin Gang diminished significantly. Perhaps on solid ground, he need not worry about being weakened by the sea's depths, and he could easily distance himself from Xin Gang. More importantly, he could summon others to assist in overwhelming Xin Gang. As he walked, he whistled a specific tune, signaling the others on the island to gather and prepare for confrontation. Thus, before long, several burly men armed with wooden clubs and spears fashioned from bone stood before Xin Gang. Behind these muscular figures loomed two imposing men, one tall and one stout, both exuding an air of capability. How curious. The chief Huang Mu actually requests our assistance, the tall man sneered at Huang Mu, while the stout man drooled at the sight of Xin Gang. So, we are here to deal with this fair-skinned fellow? Chapter 53. A method to gain trust. This? Observing the figures blocking his path, Xin Gang feigned surprise with a smile. In truth, he had anticipated this turn of events the moment Huang Mu began to whistle. Yet he understood that any attempt to avert it would be futile. Initially, he had hoped to circumvent any bloodshed, allowing the events on the Vortex Islands to unfold naturally while he sought an avenue for escape. However, he neither wished to act under Huang Mu's imposed rules nor desired to be disturbed by him and his associates. Thus, mere verbal warnings and promises would not suffice. He needed to deliver a more impactful shock to earn their trust. Why are there only the two of you? Unlike Xin Gang, Huang Mu's astonishment bore a hint of authenticity. The other leaders expressed their confidence in Huang Mu's prowess, assuring him that they too believed in his strength. However, they had come to assist him, fearing that he might be overwhelmed by an excess of spoils. The tall man replied with a nonchalant tone. It seemed their presence was indeed timely. The stout man licked his lips with a glimmer of greed in his eyes as he fixated on Xin Gang, remarking that it had been quite some time since he had encountered someone with such tender flesh. He would take it upon himself to deal with the corpse. In an instant, the previously unflinching Xin Gang felt a shiver run down his spine. He retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and the stout man, before casting a glance at Huang Mu. Did you not claim that you do not partake in cannibalism? He inquired. Huang Mu casually responded. It's merely that this fellow has a penchant for devouring others. He wouldn't dare strike at a companion, and I can hardly be bothered. Huang Mu then furrowed his brow at the approaching individuals. It appears, my dear Huang Mu, that your faction lacks a semblance of unity, Xin Gang teased, noting Huang Mu's concern. Look, I have just discovered yet another reason not to join your ranks. How could one hope to escape this place while surrounded by such detestable company? Let us see if you retain your bravado once you find yourself in my maw. The stout man glared menacingly at Xin Gang in response to the insult. His current murderous demeanor was far less intimidating than his earlier lustful gaze towards Xin Gang's physique. Consequently, Xin Gang regarded the stout man with an air of indifference, his own presence equally formidable despite the nonchalance. I dare say you must be the least eager to depart from this place, for even among pirates, one who delights in cannibalism would be shunned. The stout man's already dim intellect faltered under the weight of Xin Gang's disdainful demeanor and blunt provocations, leaving him with a singular desire to reduce Xin Gang to literal scraps. He brutally shoved aside the spear-wielding men in his path, charging directly toward Xin Gang, oblivious to the ominous red circle forming silently above his head. Xin Gang did not evade or retreat. He remained steadfast in his position, merely raising his hand to press forward. The burly man, heedless of his actions, collided directly with Xin Gang's palm, utterly oblivious to the impending consequence. With a resounding crack, the man's body erupted at the point of contact, sending countless minuscule fragments scattering in all directions, due to Xin Gang's prior movement to avoid the man's gaze. The previously positioned Huang Mu found himself caught in the ensuing chaos. His bare torso was immediately splattered with the man's greasy fat and viscous blood. Chunks of flesh smeared across his face, and even shards of bone found their way into his mouth. All present stood in stunned silence, save for Xin Gang, who wore an expression of disdain as he wiped his hand, which had made contact with the burly man, against a nearby tree trunk, resembling a protagonist from an absurdly surreal narrative. The first to regain his composure was Huang Mu, who forcefully expelled the excessively greasy bone fragments from his mouth, casting a fearful glance at Xin Gang. He had never harbored doubts about the authenticity of Xin Gang's abilities, yet he was taken aback by the sheer horror of the outcome. He was well aware of the burly man's strength. While it could be considered moderately above average, he was sufficiently robust and resilient, making it challenging even for him to breach defenses without targeting vital points. Yet this burly man, renowned for his formidable defense on the Vortex Isles, was effortlessly dispatched by Xin Gang, and in such a grotesquely fragmented manner. Huang Mu felt fortunate that he had chosen to remain passive on the ship. Otherwise, he doubted there would have been even a complete corpse to recover. My apologies. It was not my intention. Xin Gang earnestly began to recite. It was evident that he had collided with me of his own volition. I was merely engaged in passive defense. Nevertheless, even if Xin Gang had not recited so deliberately, Huang Mu would undoubtedly remain unconvinced. After all, Huang Mu had witnessed it quite clearly. The circular aura atop the portly man's head had begun to manifest the moment he charged towards Xin Gang. Wait, Huang Mu sensed he might have stumbled upon a blind spot. Casually lifting his gaze, he observed that the previously prominent red ring had vanished. I surmised that such formidable abilities must indeed have limitations. It appears he can only exert his powers on one individual at a time. Huang Mu felt a surge of delight at having discovered Xin Gang's vulnerability, although he chose not to express it, or so he believed. Xin Gang, too, felt a sense of relief, for in that fleeting moment of Huang Mu's distraction, he realized that his weakness had been unveiled, yet he refrained from revealing this knowledge, at least to the extent that Huang Mu was unaware. Might I inquire if you are here to escort us? Xin Gang smiled as he gazed at the tall man, who was splattered with hues of yellow, white, and red. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the spear-wielding, muscular men who had remained silent since their entrance, all displaying an eager desire to flee. At that moment, in the eyes of the tall man and his companions, the grinning Xin Gang appeared far more terrifying than a billion murderers. For while a murderer requires tools to dismember, Xin Gang merely needed to touch with a gentle hand, and the blood and remnants would scarcely splatter onto himself. Do not be so frightened. I do not consume flesh. With a smile, Xin Gang stepped forward, prompting the tall men behind him to retreat in unison. They were undoubtedly aware that Xin Gang posed no threat to them. However, the fact that he had effortlessly dispatched the one who did consume flesh suggested that he was perhaps even more formidable. Thus, Xin Gang could only maintain his cheerful demeanor while observing Huang Mu. Wasn't it you who summoned us? Why are they behaving this way? Huang Mu mused, realizing that Xin Gang was not merely toying with him, but also offering him a means of escape. Initially skeptical of Xin Gang's claim that he would not interfere, he found himself increasingly convinced of its veracity. All right, you lot, hasten to collect this unfortunate soul and the scattered Buna and return them. Huang Mu kicked the corpse at his feet toward the tall man, then wiped the grime from his face and stepped forward to lead the way. Chapter 54. Why don't you serve them cake? Having successfully garnered Huang Mu's trust, Xin Gang swiftly arrived at their stronghold, passing through a rather sparse forest. A vast clearing unfolded before him. At the heart of this expanse stood an incongruous three-story building, strikingly out of place within its surroundings. Xin Gang had anticipated finding a few low, ramshackle wooden huts on such a remote, isolated island. Yet here stood a meticulously crafted wooden edifice. Its exterior was composed of flawlessly aligned planks, supported by robust, unblemished logs, and its scale was not that of a mere cottage, but rather magnificent enough to be likened to a castle. Encircling this wooden fortress was a formidable wall constructed from a mixture of gravel and earth. Beyond the walls lay a series of dilapidated shanties precariously perched upon the muddy ground. Unlike the castle, these shelters were built from flimsy twigs and splintered wood, haphazardly assembled into rudimentary, triangular shapes. This stark contrast vividly illustrated Huang Mu's operational style. Simultaneously, Xin Gang noted that while signs of life were evident within the shanties, a glance around revealed a conspicuous absence of people. Where could they be? Xin Gang cast a curious glance at Huang Mu. They have all gone to the construction site. Huang Mu pointed in a direction and remarked, most of the fools should be over there on the coast, constructing a grand vessel. Did you not mention that one cannot depart? Xin Gang's expression was somewhat peculiar. He believed that Huang Mu had not lied previously. So why then? Were they intent on constructing ships? Who could say? Huang Mu chuckled and shrugged. Perhaps they imagined that once they built an exceptionally large vessel, they could disregard those whirlpools. Observing that Huang Mu had begun to evade the truth, Xin Gang ceased to engage with him, directing his gaze instead towards the shelter area, where individuals stared vacantly like soulless husks. Yet, could they still be referred to as human? It was not merely that their bodies were excessively emaciated. In truth, their physiques were merely indicative of general malnutrition, at least healthier than the man Xin Gang had first encountered. However, they were not in a state of robust health either. Their eyes were deeply sunken, revealing a pronounced bony appearance, and their skin was marred by patches of greenish discoloration. More critically, those individuals' eyes had transformed into one-way cameras, entirely devoid of emotional fluctuations or the vibrancy of life. Even in the presence of Xin Gang, a newcomer, they exhibited little concern, casting only a fleeting glance before returning their gaze downward, remaining utterly motionless. Brother Xin Gang, do not waste your time observing these people. They are exceedingly dull, remaining as if lifeless when not laboring, refusing even the slightest physical exertion. Huang Mu remarked disdainfully, adding that even during work hours, they displayed a lack of vigor. Then why do you not offer them cake? Xin Gang gazed at Huang Mu, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. A cake made of eggs? Huang Mu furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of Xin Gang's words for quite some time without reaching an understanding. If only they could indulge in such a cake, they would undoubtedly commence exercising to burn off the excess calories. Xin Gang cast a sidelong glance at Huang Mu. It was then that Huang Mu comprehended that Xin Gang was mocking him for wanting the horse to run while simultaneously desiring it not to graze. He immediately retorted with indignation. Were it not for us, these individuals would not only be incapable of enjoying cake, but would also struggle to survive. You must have witnessed the fate of that fool who fled from here. Had it not been for us, these people would be in no better predicament. Oh, is that so? Xin Gang responded with a calm demeanor, then pointed towards the castle-like wooden structure and inquired, who constructed that? Certainly those fools. Huang Mu replied, without a moment's hesitation, only to immediately grasp the underlying intention behind Xin Gang's question. He added, however, our contributions to this place are undeniably far greater than theirs. If you harbor any doubts, accompany me tomorrow, and all will be revealed. I shall await that day with great anticipation, came the reply. Xin Gang responded in a rather indifferent manner. It was clear that Huang Mu and his companions were not without significance in their lives on the Vortex Islands. In fact, it was quite possible that others would struggle to survive without them. However, even in their absence, the sun would continue to rise as usual. Yet, without the words of those whom he deemed foolish, the wooden castle would undoubtedly remain unconstructed. Noticing Xin Gang's less than enthusiastic demeanor, Huang Mu felt it was prudent to shift the conversation. He extended an invitation towards the wooden castle, suggesting, while we may lack cake, we certainly have an abundance of wine. Let us indulge in a few glasses before discussing matters. No, I do not drink wine, came the reply. Xingong waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Huang Mu's invitation. He surmised that the scene within the castle would likely be quite unappealing, and moreover, he truly had no inclination to drink. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he approached a wooden-faced man and scrutinized him intently. What are you doing here? He inquired. Resting, the man replied, devoid of any emotional inflection, reminiscent of an antiquated speaker relaying pre-recorded phrases. And what will you do after resting? Eat. And after eating? Build houses. No. Now it is shipbuilding. What is the purpose of shipbuilding? I do not know. Then why do you continue? Because it is the command of the leaders. Upon hearing the man's words, Xingong let out a cold laugh and glanced at Huang Mu, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Subsequently, Xingong pointed to the green spots on the man's body and asked, what is the meaning of this? Prolonged contact with green would lead to such a condition. Greenwood? Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated Xin Gang's mind. Before he could weave together the fragmented thoughts swirling in his mind, Huang Mu stepped forward, eager to take credit. This verdant wood was a type unique to the nearby island, causing green spots to proliferate on those in proximity. If left untreated, it could lead to fatal consequences. Were it not for our quest for the antidote, these fools would have succumbed to death, even if starvation did not claim them first. However, Xin Gang could scarcely spare a glance at Huang Mu. Throughout their journey, he had scarcely encountered the so-called verdant wood. The wooden castle was constructed from ordinary timber. How? Then, had the man become afflicted with these green spots? It was likely during the shipbuilding process. There is a strong possibility that the leaders had not only ordered the construction of the vessels, but had also mandated the use of verdant wood as a material. Thus, the calamity that arose from Huang Mu and his companions was, ironically, being credited to others. How could someone as astute as Huang Mu be so befuddled in such matters? However, in contrast to the perplexing doubts that lingered in his mind, Xin Gang's primary concern lay with the origins of the Vortex Islands. Previously, upon hearing the name Vermal, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. Now, with the emergence of the green wood that could induce green patches on the skin or even lead to death, this dual sense of recognition compounded by the legend recounted by the wild herder, finally illuminated for him that the current visage of the Vortex Islands was not the handiwork of some supernatural flying sea deity, but rather the infamous pirate, Golden Lion. As the possessor of the float fruit, Golden Lion indeed embodies the traits associated with the supernatural and the ability to fly. The flight aspect is self-evident, and the name of the float fruit is not arbitrary. Moreover, his ability to manipulate non-living entities that he has touched closely resembles the telekinesis found within the realm of superpowers. Thus, it is rather perplexing how these elements align so seamlessly. However, unlike the wrath of the Logia, which stemmed from human conflicts, Golden Lion's uprooting of an island appears to be a comically absurd act driven by his own ambitions. When Xin Gang first watched that theatrical release, he possessed a limited understanding of the pirate world, finding the multitude of fierce monsters quite exhilarating. Yet, after gaining a basic comprehension of the power dynamics, he concluded that Golden Lion was likely deranged due to a mishap with a ship's helm. Regardless, Xin Gang could not fathom why someone as formidable as Golden Lion would become enamored with a horde of mindless beasts. He could only speculate whether that similarly misguided scientist had deceived Shiki to secure research funding. Nonetheless, whether Golden Lion had fallen victim to academic fraud was a matter beyond Xin Gang's concern. For him, the most significant revelation after uncovering the origins of the Vortex Islands was the potential to conserve considerable energy that would have otherwise been expended on investigation. Although the Vortex Islands were merely remnants of shattered land masses, many circumstances should still closely resemble those of the portion that Golden Lion had whimsically transported across the globe. Primarily, the green wood mentioned by the wild herder was undoubtedly the daft green from the theatrical release, which was planted around villages to repel beasts. And its antidote was the peculiar herb known as IQ. Consequently, if IQ exists here, it is only logical that the resultant ferocious animals would not be in short supply. Perhaps they may not be as formidable or robust as those that had consumed the modified IQ in the theatrical version, but caution is still warranted. If Xin Gang's conjectures are accurate, those creatures should reside on the central island of the Vortex Islands. Thus, he comprehended fully the methods employed by the wild herders to maintain their dominion. They were astute, opting not to impose oppression through overt violence and fear, or rather, they employed such tactics sparingly. However, the foundation of their rule still rested on brute force. During his journey, Xin Gang had noted the absence of marine life surrounding the Vortex Islands. Even in the calmer waters near the islands, only lifeless coral reefs were visible. Moreover, he had not encountered a single bird on either island, rendering it a truly desolate place. So, how did the inhabitants of the island procure their sustenance? Even if Aram and his companions could indeed catch fish using human bait, the ravaged marine ecosystem surrounding them would hardly provide an abundance of sustenance. Simultaneously, it is evident that they are not resorting to cannibalism. Thus, the primary source of nourishment must originate from that central island where the roars of beasts can be heard. Despite the severe degradation of the ecosystem and the sudden contraction of habitats, resilient life forms inevitably find their way. And those ferocious creatures that struggle to survive become the prey of the terrifying upright apes. However, even the most ferocious of animals, having endured the blows of environmental upheaval, are not easily matched by ordinary individuals. In such circumstances, those like Aram, possessing superior martial prowess, effectively control the fates of others. There is no need for them to overtly assert their dominance. Those incapable of hunting naturally acquiesce to their guidance. Furthermore, with the insidious toxin of daft green necessitating the closely related IQ grass for healing, Aram and his group fully dominate the lives and deaths of others. You truly are formidable. Upon reflecting on this, Xin Gang couldn't help but express his admiration. Thank you for what? Aram instinctively nodded in acknowledgement of Xin Gang's praise. Yet he was utterly perplexed as to its underlying reason. I mean, in a sense, you've governed quite well. I have not observed an excessive fear of you in these people's eyes. That is certainly the case. As long as the inferior beings remain submissive beneath our feet, we shall refrain from employing violence. Aram chuckled with a sense of pride. Indeed, that is precisely what I find commendable about you. Xin Gang once again offered his sincere praise without a hint of insincerity. On this isolated island, it was astonishing that the group led by Huang Mu employed their intellect, opting for a roundabout approach rather than resorting to overt violence for oppression. Instead, they ingeniously utilized the method of manipulating food supplies to exert indirect control. This strategy not only proved effective, but also significantly alleviated the resistance mentality among the oppressed. By the time most individuals became aware of the precarious situation, they had already succumbed to a state of numbness. Initially, Xin Gang had assumed that Huang Mu and his associates possessed no more than the capabilities of a benevolent ruler from Africa. Yet it now appeared that they were somewhat versed in PUA techniques. Viewed through this lens, it seemed that this individual was perhaps not as timid as Xin Gang had previously believed. What? Xin Gang's sudden soliloquy once again plunged Huang Mu into a state of bewilderment. Just right. Xin Gang did not respond to him. Instead, he gazed in the direction from which they had come. There, in the distance, stood the tall man and his companions returning to their stronghold. Xin Gang's attention was drawn to the corpse of the first individual he had encountered on Vortex Isle. What was his name? Who was he? Huang Mu turned around and saw that Xin Gang was pointing at the body being carried by two spear-wielding men. Why do you ask about this? Do you not know? What do I know about it? Is there anyone who knows? Who could possibly know? Xin Gang glanced around, observing that no one seemed inclined to respond. With a shrug, he relinquished the desire to learn the person's name. I believe that for fishing purposes, that rotund individual should suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Xin Gang continued to point at the corpse, casting a glance at Huang Mu, and said, I have quite a connection with him. It's best left to me. Huang Mu's expression turned grave. It wasn't that he was particularly attached to a lifeless body. To be candid, he had merely recalled the existence of this foolish runaway out of sheer boredom and thought it a suitable opportunity to admonish others. Thus he took action. Yet, he could not help but be concerned about Xin Gang's intentions regarding the retrieval of this escapee's remains. Rest assured, Xin Gang discerned the unease in Huang Mu's expression. How you govern others, what has transpired here, and what is yet to unfold bears no relevance to me. My sole concern is to escape this place. What do you intend to do with that fellow's corpse? Huang Mu remained skeptical of Xin Gang's words, his demeanor still somewhat unnatural. Grant him the rest he rightfully deserves. Xin Gang spoke with a somewhat forceful tone, asserting that since that fellow had already escaped your grasp and was not captured by you, there should be no need to exploit his corpse posthumously. However, the matter is not so simple. Huang Mu felt compelled to stand his ground, and, after confirming that no red circle hovered above his head, he too adopted a firm stance. That individual had consumed our provisions and utilized our resources while he was here. If we were to let him go just like that, would we not be engaging in a most unwise transaction? Do you truly wish to continue this discussion? Xin Gang stepped forward, locking his gaze on a Huang Mu, who appeared somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. It is indeed true that sustenance is primarily acquired by those like Huang Mu, who excel in the art of violence. However, the same cannot be said for other aspects. It is likely that aside from providing the bare minimum of food to others, Huang Mu and his ilk contribute little else, relying instead on those they disdainfully consider inferior to furnish everything else. Thus, from Xin Gang's perspective, the one who fled owed nothing to Huang Mu and his companions. In fact, it might be argued that the latter were in debt to the former. Ultimately, although Huang Mu failed to grasp Xin Gang's meaning, he conceded out of a sense of intimidation. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Thank you. Xin Gang strode purposefully towards the tall man and his companions, taking hold of the lifeless body before suddenly recalling something and turning to Huang Mu. Might I borrow your small boat as well? What could Huang Mu do? He had no choice but to acquiesce, for Xin Gang's tone brooked no negotiation. Chapter 56. A defeatable opponent. An unacceptable price once Xin Gang's figure vanished from sight. 6 men, distinctly different in demeanor from ordinary folk, emerged from the wooden castle's ramparts. Among them, a lanky man, resembling the tall individual by about 70%, bent over to gaze down at Huang Mu. What is it? Brother Huang Mu, how can you endure such indignity? Is that person truly formidable? The words dripped with sarcasm rather than concern. Yet, Huang Mu did not take offense. He merely chuckled lightly. How should I know? But you are certainly welcome to test him. Upon witnessing Huang Mu's response, the lanky man immediately turned to the visibly shaken tall man. Li Jia, do enlighten us. What exactly transpired? Surely, you must have engaged with that individual. The other 5 men, excluding the lanky one, also directed their attention towards the bloodied tall man, convinced that he had indeed clashed with Xin Gang. Wait, we shall discuss this upon our return, Huang Mu interjected, preventing the tall man from speaking as he led the group back within the castle walls. Once the gates had closed, separating them from the ordinary folk residing in makeshift shelters, Huang Mu gestured for the conversation to continue. Thus, the lanky man reiterated his earlier inquiry. No, we did not engage him, the tall man, Li Jia, replied stiffly, then glanced earnestly at the lanky man, saying, Li Kai, you must not confront that fellow. Victory is unattainable. I understand. The lanky man, Li Kai, recognized that his brother would never deceive him, and he set aside his earlier amusement to nod solemnly. So what truly happened? Another robust man who had emerged from the wooden castle pressed eagerly. Wasn't Buna with you? Where's he? He was obliterated with a mere touch from that man, and the blood on us is the result of that encounter. Li Jia recounted the harrowing events as they had unfolded. A mere touch? Spare me your exaggerations and metaphors. Recount it to me accurately and in detail. A slender, somber man spoke softly, yet his voice commanded attention. Li Jia swallowed hard and cautiously replied, Esteemed sirs, I speak only the truth. Buna was indeed struck lightly by that man, and he exploded on the spot. Please do not press him further. He is speaking the truth. Huang Mu stood confidently, observing the other leaders with a smile that suggested he was the one who had effortlessly defeated Buna. From my perspective, it seemed that he could eliminate any one of us with merely a light touch. The men, Bamboo Pole, Burly Arm, and Grim Man, gazed intently at Huang Mu, hoping to unearth any deceit in his expression. Alas, despite Huang Mu's somewhat peculiar smile, his eyes and demeanor exuded seriousness. Really? Grim Man inquired, still skeptical of Huang Mu's claims. Huang Mu merely responded with a brighter smile, reiterating, As I said, you are welcome to try for yourselves. At that moment, nearly everyone was convinced. Consequently, the expressions of Grim Man and the others turned sour, while Huang Mu appeared even more pleased upon witnessing their reactions. What is there to be so cheerful about? Grim Man was the first to recognize Huang Mu's unusual demeanor, tentatively probing, the existence of such a being around us poses a significant threat, yet you can still smile. Have you colluded with him, claiming to know how to deal with him? Huang Mu directly refuted Grim Man's initial speculation, stating that individual is entirely at odds with my beliefs. How could I possibly conspire with him? He then paused, savoring the moment, teasing the curiosity of the others. It was Grim Man who broke the silence again. If you possess a method to eliminate him, do share. Once that danger is removed, we may consider making you the sole leader. On what grounds do you presume to make such decisions for us? Burly Arm expressed his dissatisfaction with Grim Man's unilateral proposition, yet after a moment of contemplation, he softened his stance, adding, of course, that could be arranged. Bamboo Pole remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Faced with this sudden external threat posed by Xin Gang, 3 of the 4 leaders within the survivor stronghold of the Vortex Islands reached an unusual consensus. However, the final leader, Huang Mu, did not share their common objective. Why should we eliminate him? Huang Mu countered, Why not regard him as a cheerful, sunny fellow simply passing by? What is the need to invite trouble? What do you mean by inviting trouble? Burly Arm retorted angrily, with such a monster around, how could we possibly live in peace? What if he suddenly turned against us? Do you truly wish to eliminate him? Huang Mu suddenly shifted his tone to one of seriousness. Of course, Burly Arm replied without hesitation. Are you willing to die for that? Huang Mu asked, his inquiry striking a chord. Of course. Burly Arm initially responded reflexively, only to realize that Huang Mu was questioning whether he could lay down his life. What do you mean by that? He was enraged, his fists clenched tightly, on the verge of engaging in a fierce confrontation with Huang Mu. My intention was clear, to eliminate that individual, for at least one of us must perish. Huang Mu spoke languidly. Xin Gang, the fellow from earlier, is a devil fruit user. His weakness is evidently seawater. However, this vulnerability is so overt that it becomes difficult to exploit. The other weakness of his abilities requires that at least one of us be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Couldn't we afford to lose more people? The brooding man inquired softly. His implication was not to suggest the leadership should suffer more losses, but rather to use their subordinates as expendable pawns. Xin Gang was not foolish. He would not waste his abilities on mere underlings, and I was certain that even without employing his powers, he was still formidable compared to the rest of us. Huang Mu directly dismissed the brooding man's proposal and continued to articulate his thoughts. If that individual truly possesses strength so overwhelming that he is nearly insurmountable, and if he refuses to join our ranks, we must find a way to eliminate him at all costs. However, Xin Gang is not invincible. He has glaring weaknesses that we must carefully consider. It was the brooding man who first grasped this notion, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the threat posed by that individual was not as terrifying as previously imagined. Thus, we must contemplate the cost of neutralizing him. In other words, although he is a conquerable adversary, the unacceptable price of doing so might compel us to refrain from taking action against him. The Bamboo Pole Man has come to comprehend their current predicament, having unwittingly stepped into the trap meticulously laid by Xin Gang. Chapter 57. A voyage to the Vortex Isles, while Mu guided the other leaders to reach a consensus on refraining from taking action against Xin Gang. He had already embarked on a small boat, carrying a lifeless body. In order to ensure that Haimu and his companions could navigate their way out of the Vortex Isles, according to the unfolding narrative, Xin Gang deliberately revealed some vulnerabilities, so they would not squander their time and lives devising plans to eliminate him. However, Xin Gang did not intend to place the entirety of his hope for escape in the hands of others. He too was actively seeking a means of departure. His first course of action was to thoroughly investigate the conditions of the Vortex Isles, analyzing the information gleaned from the theatrical version. Yet, this was not his most pressing concern. Rather, his immediate priority was to locate Anton. If Anton had merely been taken to one of the outer islands, it would be manageable. However, if he had the misfortune of being brought to the central island inhabited by ferocious beasts, the situation would become dire. Anton's imposing 2-meter stature, along with his sturdy carapace and sharp claws, would suffice against typical marine predators and wild beasts, but he would struggle against the excessively ferocious and peculiar creatures. Even if Anton could plunge into the sea to evade the threats posed by these savage animals, the surrounding waters concealed their own dangers. A moment's carelessness could result in being ensnared by a whirlpool, leading to an uncertain fate. Who knows where these whirlpools might lead? Thus, Xin Gang first circumnavigated the island in search of Anton's whereabouts, only proceeding to the next island after confirming that he was not present. Indeed, as Haimu had stated, it was not solely this island and the one where Xin Gang had disembarked. The waters between several outer islands would periodically maintain a tranquil state, creating opportunities for passage if one were to observe carefully. Nevertheless, there was little need for prolonged waiting, as even outside of the calm periods, the waters near the outer islands remained relatively serene, requiring only a bit more effort when rowing. As Xin Gang rowed towards the next island, he gazed at the relentless whirlpools on either side, marveling at the wonders of the Grand Line, where the mere relocation of an island had given rise to these ceaseless whirlpools that devoured unfortunate souls for years. He lamented his unfortunate fate, questioning why he had to find himself in such a vast expanse of the Grand Line, stranded here. The closest island to Haimu's stronghold was a small, circular isle, approximately 100 meters in length, adorned with a few coconut trees and some wild grass. With a mere glance, Xin Gang discerned that Anton was not present. Thus, he merely anchored briefly before proceeding to the next island. The fourth island resembled a mountain in shape, characterized predominantly by sheer rocky cliffs and a rugged terrain, with the flora largely consisting of low shrubs and wild grasses. However, Xin Gang found no trace of Anton on this island either, compelling him to continue his journey to the next one. The fifth island took the form of a right-angled triangle, its right angle facing the central island. The terrain here was relatively flat, and the vegetation was abundant, yielding several coconuts for Xin Gang. Nonetheless, the surrounding currents were significantly swifter than those near the previous islands, lacking any consistent calm periods. It was likely for this reason that the marauders had not chosen this location to establish a stronghold. From one corner of the right-angled island, Xin Gang could see the island where he had initially arrived, indicating he had thoroughly explored the peripheral islands, yet still no sign of Anton. It was now almost certain that Anton had drifted to the central island. However, upon confirming Anton's whereabouts, Xin Gang did not hastily set off. The whirlpools encircling the central island not only had a more rapid current, but also interlocked more closely, making an impulsive entry perilous. Moreover, he needed to bury the individual he had first encountered at the Whirlpool Islands. Carrying a corpse to the central island was hardly a feasible option. The reason Xin Gang sought the corpse from the hands of the wild shepherd was that, whether deemed foolish or courageous, that individual had managed to escape the grasp of the pioneers nurtured by the wild shepherd, thus deserving a proper burial. It is not to imply that those who remained under the dominion of the wild shepherd are inherently ignorant or unworthy of compassion. Rather, Xin Gang could only offer a resting place for those who had fled the confines of their captivity. As for the question of whom to save, Xin Gang did not believe that such an endeavor was within his capabilities. Recklessly overthrowing the dominion of the arid pasture would not only risk the inability to find a means of escape, but could also prove counterproductive for those who had been severely oppressed. After all, Xin Gang lacked the knowledge to manage others. His highest position had been that of a mere squad leader, a role devoid of real power and primarily responsible for errands. In essence, it was nearly impossible for him to assume control over the survivors on the Whirlpool Islands. And even if he did, the outcome would likely be disastrous. To draw an inappropriate analogy, it would be akin to toppling the fences of a farm under the guise of protecting animals, only to cast those domesticated creatures into the wilderness to fend for themselves. Furthermore, Xin Gang's very existence could be regarded as a form of indirect assistance.
At the very least, the arid pasture should develop a sense of crisis. For those they oppressed seemed to have gained a second option, even if only to avoid incurring Xin Gang's wrath. They ought to slightly improve the conditions for the common folk. However, this notion did not occur to Xin Gang, and even if it had, he would not take pride in it, as he had not extended a helping hand to anyone. Casting aside all distractions, Xin Gang selected a burial site for the individual on a high ground in Right Angle Island. The choice was motivated by two reasons. Firstly, the scenery was appealing, and although it may not be a site of great fortune, it certainly offered a genuine sea view. Secondly, the sea conditions surrounding Right Angle Island should, to some extent, impede the arid pasture, ensuring that the burial would not be disturbed. After determining the grave site, Xin Gang used a paddle to dig a pit in the earth, placed the body within, covered it with soil, and then procured a segment of tree trunk to serve as a gravestone at the mound's forefront. Lacking knowledge of the individual's name and without any suitable tools for inscribing, he left the bark of the gravestone intact, allowing it to stand in its rough form. However, even had he known the name, Xin Gang likely would not have etched it on the stone. Among those navigating the Grand Line, pirates constituted a significant portion. It was possible that this precursor was, in fact, a ruthless marauder. Thus, his decision to ensure a proper burial was predicated on the belief that the individual's escape from the arid pasture's reign merited such respect, rather than any intrinsic worth of the person himself. Since he merely acknowledged a single facet of the individual rather than the whole, Xin Gang naturally did not know what to inscribe on the gravestone. Once the gravestone was established, Xin Gang did not bow or perform any formal farewell. He merely placed his hand upon it and gave a gentle pat as a gesture of goodbye. Chapter 58. The hunting invitation unlike the surrounding islands. The waters near the central island were devoid of tranquil periods and rarely exhibited stable zones resulting from the cancellation of adjacent whirlpools. Xin Gang once again navigated his boat, exploring all 5 islands, yet as darkness enveloped the sky, he found no means to reach the central island. During this time, he made several attempts to swim across directly, relying solely on his physical prowess, but each effort nearly led him to be ensnared by the terrifying pull of the whirlpools. After swallowing several mouthfuls of bitter seawater, he finally managed to escape. He also sought to determine whether it was indeed impossible to leave the whirlpool archipelago, only to discover that the dreadfulness of the outer whirlpools lay in their extensive reach and ever-shifting positions. Even when Xin Gang climbed to the highest point of the mountain character island and gazed outward, he could not discern the boundaries of the whirlpool cluster. The erratic changes rendered it utterly impossible to chart a safe course. Despite his skepticism, Xin Gang attempted to flee the whirlpool archipelago, but he was captured within a mere 100 meters, ultimately being dragged back amidst a struggle. After enduring these trials, Xin Gang realized that to escape this place, he must devise alternative methods, which should involve seeking assistance from the nomads. Likewise, to ascend to the central island, he would require their aid. Just as he began to contemplate how to extract what he desired from the nomads, one of them approached him. Having set up camp and kindled a fire on the very island where he first landed, his position was conspicuously evident in the night. Thus he felt quite confident about being found. Is there something you need? Although he had his own matters to discuss with the nomads, Xin Gang adopted a slightly impatient demeanor. The nomad, however, displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. He merely glanced around before inquiring, "Have your companions not yet been located?" "No." Xin Gang did not intend to obfuscate the matter at hand. He expressed quite candidly, "I believe that fellow has reached the island in the middle." This situation could prove to be rather dire. Huang Mu feigned concern, remarking that the creatures inhabiting that island are formidable enough to challenge even him. As he continued to gauge Xin Gang's reaction, he probed further. "However, since this individual is your companion, they must possess sufficient strength to cope, correct? At best, that person can only manage to protect themselves. Frankly, I am somewhat apprehensive about how long they can endure on their own." Upon uttering these words, Xin Gang noticed that Huang Mu seemed to exhale in relief, his brow and eyes relaxing considerably. After a brief pause, Huang Mu resumed, "In truth, my purpose for coming here is to assist you in resolving this issue." "Oh, so you are willing to disclose the method to reach the central island?" Xin Gang endeavored to soften his demeanor, infusing it with a touch of urgency. Observing this vulnerable side of Xin Gang, Huang Mu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, there is no need for haste. I shall swiftly guide you to your companions. Shall we embark at this very moment?" Xin Gang stood up, exuding an air of impatience. His eagerness to locate Anton was palpable. However,
Having assessed the situation on the Vortex Isles, he understood the futility of haste. Thus, his demeanor was more of a performance for Huang Mu, striving to appear as though he would not impose undue pressure on others. This approach would better enable Huang Mu and his companions to utilize his capabilities, setting aside the fact that they should be able to find a way to depart from this place. They had already survived on the Vortex Isles long before Xin Gang arrived, their accumulated experiences proving to be invaluable. Indeed, as Xin Gang inadvertently revealed more of his vulnerabilities, Huang Mu began to perceive him as less intimidating, gradually relinquishing his excessive apprehension and shifting towards the casual demeanor they had initially shared. Do not rush. Reaching the Central Island is not a matter of mere desire. We must await the opportune moment. Xin Gang silently acknowledged the truth of the situation. His previous failed attempt to reach the Central Island had led him to similar conclusions, and he suspected that the timing was intricately linked to natural phenomena, such as tides. However, given that this was the Grand Line, where anything could transpire, discerning the patterns of the tides was no simple task. Thus, Xin Gang resolved not to rely solely on his own observations. It would be far more advantageous to glean insights from the conclusions drawn by others, such as the likes of Huang Mu. Consequently, he maintained an air of urgency tinged with confusion, inquiring, what timing? Huang Mu began to sense that Xin Gang was not as formidable as he appeared, and that he too could become flustered when matters close to his heart were involved. While it was not incorrect to think so, Xin Gang indeed had moments of concern that led to disarray. He had not yet reached that point in this instance. I can't say for certain. These are merely estimations based on the experiences of the seasoned inhabitants who have resided here for quite some time. When the time comes, I shall send someone to inform you. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Mu's tone gradually shifted to one of casual condescension, culminating in a somewhat authoritative directive. You should remain here and refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Whether Huang Mu's sudden arrogance was intentional or inadvertent was unclear. Yet Xin Gang played along, feigning displeasure before suppressing it, and forcing a smile as he nodded. Very well, I will await your news. Satisfied that he had achieved his objective and even garnered an unexpected advantage, Huang Mu turned to leave. However, he paused, recalling something, and glanced back at Xin Gang, adopting a tone laden with condescension as he remarked, finding something to eat in this wretched place is no easy feat. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you care to join us for a meal? I could offer you some jerky. This statement prompted Xin Gang to realize that it was prudent to subtly press Huang Mu further lest he become overbearing. Thus, he shot Huang Mu a cold glance and retrieved a fish wrapped in leaves from the fire, taking a bite. What did you say? I find it rather easy. A fish this size can be caught with little effort. Huang Mu's mind raced as he observed the fish in Xin Gang's hand. The waters surrounding the Vortex Islands were scarcely populated with fish, and such a sizable catch was not something one could obtain with a mere tattered fishing rod. Moreover, in Huang Mu's eyes, Xin Gang was a person who easily succumbed to water. Acquiring a fish would require a significant degree of skill or luck. He even entertained a bold conjecture. Perhaps Xin Gang was not afraid of water at all and had simply dived into the sea to catch such a large fish. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Xin Gang revealed a composed smile as he issued an eviction order to Huang Mu, expressing the hope that his next visit would be an invitation to hunt. Understood, Huang Mu replied slowly, retreating a few steps before turning to depart. He recognized that Xin Gang, whether in terms of martial prowess or mental acuity, should not be underestimated. Though he had not disclosed their intentions regarding the Central Island, Xin Gang accurately identified their purpose as hunting. Chapter 59. Trust. It was not until the following evening that someone came to summon Xin Gang to the island where Huang Mu and the others were located. Prior to this, however, Xin Gang had not merely waited as Huang Mu had suggested. He had ventured into the sea to procure fish and shellfish to bolster their food reserves, and had meticulously recorded the patterns of stability between several islands, gaining a clearer understanding of how frequently these periods of calm would occur. When the messenger arrived, Xin Gang had only recently come ashore. Upon returning to the stronghold of Huang Mu and the others, he found that Huang Mu and two leaders had already prepared with a dozen individuals. The other two leaders, known as the Bamboo Pole Man and the Stout Arm Man, cast curious glances at Xin Gang upon seeing him. Previously, they had only caught distant glimpses of him from the wooden castle, followed by hearsay from Huang Mu and his companions, which had left them without a clear impression of Xin Gang. However, witnessing him up close now evoked a feeling that was difficult to categorize as either disappointment or relief. Xin Gang neither possessed a towering stature nor any extraordinary features, nor did he exude the aura of a formidable warrior. He appeared to be an utterly unremarkable young man, roughly in his 20s. As a result, The two men instinctively regarded Xin Gang with a degree of disdain, a sentiment that was not lost on him. And even Huang Mu could easily perceive it. Nevertheless, Xin Gang had no intention of acknowledging them before they took any tangible action. While Huang Mu was quite pleased to let them provoke Xin Gang, relishing the opportunity to benefit from the ensuing conflict. Thus, even as they embarked on their journey, the two men continued to regard Xin Gang with cold indifference. Do not take offense. Their temperament is such that they always were a stern expression towards those they looked down upon, Huang Mu remarked, somewhat sarcastically defending the two men, though his tone implied a greater degree of mockery. No worries. Compared to those who consistently avoid me, these two are far preferable. Xin Gang replied, nonchalantly, indeed. That fellow is truly insidious. He doesn't even show his face at this moment, all in anticipation of concealing himself for a future ambush. Huang Mu remarked, half in jest and half in provocation. He was not surprised by Xin Gang's deduction that there were more than 3 leaders, for it was evident that they would not mobilize their entire force for a mere hunt. As expected, there were indeed more. A flicker of subtle concern crossed Xin Gang's face, a nuance perceptible only to Huang Mu, revealing that he was not invincible, even when facing 4 adversaries. Yet, it remained unclear whether Huang Mu's skill in concealing his emotions had improved, or if he believed he understood Xin Gang well enough not to betray any joy at this revelation. Regardless, Xin Gang noticed no change in his expression. Consequently, Xin Gang shifted his focus to the fleet of vessels navigating the waters. This hunting expedition had deployed a total of 7 ships, each more than twice the size of the small boat he had borrowed from Huang Mu. Even after accommodating 4 individuals, ample space remained aboard. At that moment, these 7 boats, propelled by human oars, were making their way toward the smallest island. Were we not heading directly to the central island, but rather making a stop elsewhere? Indeed, the elder indicated that this vortex would manifest in that direction. Huang Mu gestured toward the mountainous island. On what basis, then? Did he ascertain the timing and location of the vortex's emergence? Xin Gang inquired further. Huang Mu shrugged and replied, I don't know. That fellow merely stated that it is an intuition derived from accumulated experience, which cannot be imparted to others. Is that so? Xin Gang smiled faintly, remaining noncommittal. Although the elderly man was not in the twilight of his years, he appeared to be around 60, his physical condition far from its prime, and his frame rather gaunt. Within the stronghold of the wild pasture, Xin Gang did not encounter another soul as frail as he. Not to mention the several leaders and direct subordinates of the wild pasture. Even the oppressed common folk seemed more youthful and vigorous than the old man. Thus, Xin Gang surmised that even if the elderly man's accumulated wisdom could be imparted, he would refrain from doing so, for such an act would diminish his singular value, rendering him susceptible to abandonment. It is worth noting that within the confines of the wild pasture stronghold, Xin Gang observed no signs of the aged, infirm, or disabled. What might that signify? Perhaps it implies that only the young and robust can survive the tumultuous whirlpool and ascend to the aisles of the vortex. Or perhaps it suggests that the leaders of the wild pasture have discarded those deemed devoid of oppressive value. Xin Gang tends to lean towards the latter possibility. For those who voluntarily submit to the oppression of the wild herders exhibit an alarming degree of compliance. It is highly probable that they have witnessed the fate that befalls those who cannot be subjugated, even under duress. Nevertheless, this concern bears little relevance to Xin Gang. His sole objective now is to ascend to the central island in search of Anton's whereabouts. Shortly after the fleet anchored on the inner side of the smallest island. As the full moon rose majestically in the sky above, the swirling vortex surrounding the central island unexpectedly parted, revealing a tranquil expanse of calm sea. Xin Gang was initially astonished by the extraordinary sight before him, reminiscent of Moses parting the sea. He then observed the noticeably elevated water level and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was related to the tides. However, how did the rise in the sea level caused by the tides result in the separation of the whirlpool? Xin Gang had no intention of revealing his destination, for there was no need to clarify matters regarding the Grand Line. Leading the formation was the slender man aboard his vessel, while the burly man brought up the rear. Xin Gang and the wild shepherd positioned their ship in the middle, with the 7 vessels forming a lengthy line as they set sail towards the central island. In order to expedite their journey, even the leaders, including the wild shepherd, took up paddles to row. Under the combined effort of the swift ships and their paddling, the 7 vessels reached the island's shore in less than 10 minutes. Just before the ships docked, Xin Gang leaped ashore in search of Anton. That fellow was indeed audacious, departing without so much as a word. The burly man, while assembling the contingent of guards he had brought, grumbled in dissatisfaction about Xin Gang, who was no longer present. I began to wonder if Li Jia had been deceived by appearances. Was that man truly as formidable as claimed? The slender man also voiced his opinion, suggesting that perhaps the fellow had employed some form of trickery, such as concealing explosive substances in his palm to eliminate Buna. Indeed, that was my thought as well. The burly man concurred, finding this reasoning quite sensible. How could someone so feeble possibly possess such extraordinary strength? The slender man nodded with a smile, casting a glance at the wild shepherd. Yes, even Li Kai understands this, yet some remain oblivious. However, the wild shepherd paid them no heed, for in his eyes, Xin Gang was far more trustworthy than these companions. Chapter 60. The Pain of a Severed Tail, setting aside the wild shepherd and his companions. Xin Gang pressed deeper into the central island in search of Anton's whereabouts. Ideally, one would begin the search for the aquatic turtle along the shoreline. However, the whirlpools encircling the central island rendered the surrounding waters perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared within. It was unlikely that Anton would be foolish enough to linger in such a treacherous spot, and remaining close to the shore would too easily expose his whereabouts. Thus, Xin Gang surmised that Anton had likely found a concealed refuge within the island itself. As he ventured further inward, he periodically called out for Anton. Yet, these calls attracted an unwelcome assembly of guests before they aided him in locating Anton. There were colossal felines with teeth resembling wild sabers, a white anaconda with heads at both ends, and a gray wolf, larger than a typical wild wolf, brandishing a great sword in its mouth. Despite their vastly different forms, they shared a common trait. Their eyes gleamed with a ravenous green light. Under the silver glow of the moon, Xin Gang observed clearly that all the creatures, save for the two-headed serpent, exhibited signs of severe malnourishment. It seemed that while these animals on the central island had been enhanced by IQ grass, they were still on the brink of extinction. Yet, even if they managed to overpower me, the meager flesh upon my bones would scarcely suffice to sate their hunger. With a mischievous grin, Xin Gang gazed at the three creatures eager to feast upon him. In an instant, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to the chin of one of the heads of the two-headed serpent, sending it soaring into the air. Swiftly, he maneuvered to the other head, striking it down with an elbow blow that drove it into the ground. Given that the two-headed serpent had managed to survive on this arena-like central island, it was certainly not feeble enough to be vanquished by Xin Gang's two unarmed strikes. The head that had been struck quickly regained its composure, commanding the body to coil around Xin Gang in a bid to ensnare him. After being ensnared by the serpentine body of the two-headed snake, Xin Gang exerted a modicum of effort to free his hands. However, at that very moment, the snake's head that had been flung away lunged at him with its gaping maw. Although the two-headed serpent bore no venomous fangs, its array of sharp teeth evoked a chilling terror. Yet, Xin Gang was not among those easily intimidated by such a foul and gaping mouth. With an air of nonchalance, he extended his hands, grasping the upper and lower jaws of the serpent's head, and with a forceful tug, he tore them apart. The once formidable mouth, capable of opening nearly 180 degrees, was gruesomely ripped asunder by Xin Gang's strength, and the violence did not cease there. The serpent's throat was also gruesomely torn open. In response to such brutal treatment, the portion of the two-headed snake that coiled around Xin Gang tightened its grip in a desperate struggle, while the other head, undeterred, lunged at the unarmed Xin Gang with its wide-open mouth. With a calm demeanor, Xin Gang firmly grasped both halves of the serpent's head, skillfully capturing the other incoming head with precision. He proceeded to replicate the earlier maneuver, ensuring that both mouths of the two-headed serpent could never close again. At this juncture, the serpent comprehended its inferior position in the food chain relative to Xin Gang, promptly releasing its constricting coils and causing the severed head to frantically attempt an escape. However, with one head still firmly in Xin Gang's grasp, escape was an impossibility. Before the two-headed serpent could tear its own body apart, Xin Gang exerted a strong pull, bringing the other head before him. He then released the grip on the lower jaw, seizing the upper jaw of the remaining head, and deftly tied them together in a charming bow. Once he completed this task, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that the large feline and the sword-wielding wolf had vanished without a trace. It appeared that Xin Gang's actions had evoked a recollection of the terror instilled by the fearsome upright apes, prompting their retreat. Thus, Xin Gang continued to drag the beleaguered two-headed serpent deeper into the island while calling out for Anton, though his words had shifted from summoning to announcing mealtime. It was uncertain whether the gruesome sight of Xin Gang hauling the nearly lifeless serpent was too brutal, or if the large cat and wolf had alerted the island's other creatures of the solitary, fearsome upright ape to be avoided. But along the way, Xin Gang encountered no further dangers. Upon reaching a large pond on the island, a colossal figure suddenly erupted from the water, lunging towards Xin Gang. Remarkably, he did not resist and was knocked to the ground as the figure extended its massive head towards him, seemingly intent on crushing him. Yet no, it merely nuzzled him. The enormous figure was, of course, Anton. Like a lost child finally reunited with a parent, playfully clambered upon Xin Gang, desperately seeking affection. There. All is well now. Xin Gang gently lifted Anton with one hand, then tenderly caressed its head. The excited Anton finally calmed down, only to catch sight of the two-headed serpent nearby. This unfortunate creature, despite having its head twisted into a bow, was desperately writhing in an attempt to escape during the brief moment when Xin Gang was distracted. Very well, you may perish now. Xin Gang grasped the two heads of the two-headed serpent, each with a length exceeding 1 meter, and forcefully collided them together. As the skulls shattered, the life essence of the serpent dissipated entirely, and its lifeless body was subsequently discarded to Anton. Although Anton, being a tortoise, could easily endure a month or two without sustenance, and despite the evening temperature of the Whirlpool Islands being unsuitable for digestion, the sight of the succulent serpent meat prompted it to feast heartily. Observing Anton's joyful consumption, Xin Gang felt a wave of delight and ease wash over him. With a combination of its beak and limbs, Anton swiftly devoured the majority of the flesh, organs, and innards of the two-headed serpent, leaving behind the bones, skin, and gallbladder, parts deemed unpalatable and difficult to digest, carefully pushed aside. Shingan initially intended to remark on its excessive finickiness, yet upon reflection, realized that judging by human standards, its diet was rather clean for a turtle. Thus, he retracted the words that were on the verge of escaping his lips. After satisfying his hunger, Anton suddenly recalled something and cast a pitiful glance toward Shingan. What is the matter? Xin Gang inquired. Have you been bullied by someone? And Tuin immediately turned around, extending the bent portion of its tail, which was tucked beneath the right edge of its armor, for Xin Gang to see. It became evident that, for some unknown reason, its tail had been severed at a small segment, the wound still unhealed, leaving the exposed vertebrae visible. Xin Gang was acutely aware that if this injury were a result of Anton's own carelessness or an unfortunate accident, he would never deign to appear so pitiful, nor would he seek sympathy from him. This indicated that the wound had been inflicted by some rogue on the island. Although this minor blemish might not significantly affect either aesthetics or functionality, it was undoubtedly a source of profound pain and humiliation for Anton himself. Speak. Who was the scoundrel that inflicted this upon you? Xin Gang immediately assumed the protective stance of a doting parent, and Anton joyfully wagged his tail in response. Are you a dog? Chapter 61, Restrictions Lifted. Just as he agreed to help Anton regain his lost dignity, an unmistakable commotion arose from the nearby pond, capturing Xin Gang's attention. First came a subtle sound reminiscent of a shark's fin slicing through the water's surface, followed by a tremendous splash as a colossal creature surged forth from the depths. This figure was far more immense than Anton, both in width and with a length of at least 6 meters. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a massive fish, resembling the giant bony-tongued fish from Xin Gang's memories, yet significantly larger, with a mouth that was proportionally exaggerated and menacing. That gaping maw, which constituted a third of its entire body, was now wide open, poised to devour Xin Gang whole. Could it be that I actually smell delectable? They all seem eager to bite the moment they lay eyes on me. As Xin Gang expressed his grievances, he delivered an uppercut to the approaching fish, sending the once formidable creature soaring into the air, where it remained suspended for 3 seconds before finally crashing down. Just as the fish attempted to regain its footing, Anton swiftly clawed open its gill cover, thrusting his head inside to seize the gills and tear them out. The fish thrashed with even greater ferocity, yet Anton was resolute, pressing his entire weight upon it. Though it managed to shift slightly, it was still far from returning to the water, shedding a considerable number of scales and leaving behind gruesome, torn wounds. Witnessing Anton's decisive assault, Xin Gang immediately recognized that this fish was indeed the culprit responsible for severing Anton's tail. Logically, as a turtle, Anton should possess a higher rank within the food chain compared to this fish. However, just as there exist species of mice capable of preying upon cats, exceptions abound in nature, not to mention the fish's sheer size, which could transform a fisherman into a veritable Hercules for an entire day. coupled with its formidable beak that could send any ambitious assailant straight to the divine rather than to a convent, elevated it several tiers within the food chain. Furthermore, Anton, not being a wholly aquatic creature, was inevitably vulnerable to suffering a defeat in the water. Nevertheless, Xin Gang felt a twinge of melancholy. Typically, during moments of separation and reunion, one would expect the protagonist's animal companion to have fortuitously ascended several levels to become a reliable ally. Yet, Anton seemed to exhibit no growth whatsoever. Instead, he appeared to require the backing of others to exact his revenge. Was the duration of their separation simply too brief? With a smile, Xin Gang suppressed the notion of keeping Anton on the central island. It's all right, Anton. Even if your strength doesn't grow, you are still formidable. This unexpected declaration, neither mere consolation nor flattery, left Anton momentarily taken aback as he endeavored to slay the giant bonefish. It was only after being smacked in the face by the cold, sweeping tail of the fish that he resumed his arduous task. However, when it came to prowess, it was Xin Gang whose improvements were particularly pronounced. Since the creatures on this island were a valuable source of sustenance, he refrained from utilizing his heart of steel, lest he reduce the animals he encountered to mere remnants fit only for dumplings. Initially, he anticipated a degree of exertion, yet the reality was akin to a leisurely spring outing. The two-headed serpent and the giant bonefish fell before him without even surviving a single exchange. Was it that the creatures on this island were inherently weak? Not all. Judging by the constricting force of the two-headed serpent and the speed with which it lunged, its physical capabilities could easily overwhelm a small crew of pirates. The giant bonefish, though not as massive as an elephant, certainly possessed a weight comparable to that of a hippopotamus. Yet, one was effortlessly torn apart by Xin Gang, while the other was sent soaring by a single punch. At least, he had never imagined himself capable of such feats. Despite having previously annihilated a bounty of million-buried pirates in Scarlet Town without relying on his heart of steel, that encounter had been under circumstances of ambush and the adversary's underestimation. Moreover, at that time, Xin Gang had been preoccupied and uninterested in the implications of his actions. Thus, he found himself both astonished and intrigued by his own progress. Why had his strength and speed continued to escalate at an almost exponential rate, despite a recent lack of focus on training? The answer to this query revealed itself after a mere feint of his clenched fist. In truth, his strength and speed, or rather the intensity of his muscles, had not seen significant enhancement. What had genuinely improved was his efficiency in utilizing his own power. Xin Gang once gleaned an intriguing insight from a zombie romance animation. The human body inherently imposes limitations on its own strength, with typical exertion amounting to less than a third of one's full capacity. This phenomenon arises because an ordinary physique cannot withstand the consequences of maximal output. Should one attempt such a feat, the result could range from fractured bones and torn ligaments to a catastrophic shattering of the body. For the average individual, this serves as a form of self-preservation. However, for those endowed with a robust physique and a relentless pursuit of power, it manifests as an unnecessary constraint. Xin Gang was perplexed by how others in this world managed to break free from such constraints. It seemed that he relied on the dominion of life's return over his physical form. Throughout these days, the only exercise he had consistently engaged in was the practice of life's return, which required no elaborate time commitment. It merely necessitated transforming ordinary activities from a simple command issued by the mind into a meticulous orchestration of consciousness, attending to every detail. As he continued this practice, Xin Gang's body gradually cast aside its instinctual self-limitation, reshaping itself in accordance with his will. This transformation was not a sudden occurrence. The shedding of instinct was a gradual process, and the constraints on his body were slowly unraveled. Yet, why had it taken him until now to realize this? Primarily, because the change was so incremental that he did not awaken one morning to find himself suddenly imbued with extraordinary strength. Furthermore, during his previous battles, he had employed the steel of the heart, and with his mind preoccupied with the intricacies of wielding it, his perception of changes in strength and speed had inevitably dulled. It appeared that the allure of touching steel not only fostered addiction, but also rendered one somewhat dim-witted. After this self-deprecating reflection on his belated realization, Xin Gang turned his gaze to Anton, who was gnawing at the carcass of the giant bone-tongued fish with a ferocity more akin to venting frustration than to mere sustenance. Do not waste food. With a swift motion, Xin Gang calmed Anton down, uncertain of how long they would remain on the Vortex Isles. Every morsel of meat should not be squandered. After ushering Anton aside,
Xin Gang knelt beside the carcass of the two-headed serpent, skillfully slicing off the remaining flesh with a small knife borrowed from the nomads, and placing it into a cloth bag, also obtained from them. He then plucked several vines from a nearby tree, using them to secure the corpse of the enormous bonefish to Anton's back. I have gathered sufficient accomplishments for now. It is time to depart from this place of your sorrow. Xin Gang walked alongside Anton toward the location where Huang Mu and his crew had docked their vessel. Previously, he had asserted his dominance through force, then revealed a hint of vulnerability before Huang Mu. Now, it was time to display a touch of goodwill. Chapter 62. Why be so hypocritical? Due to the chill of the night, Anton's pace was somewhat sluggish. Halfway through, he had to rely on Xin Gang to carry the enormous bonefish to continue their journey. By the time they arrived at the shore where Huang Mu and his crew awaited, it was well past 10 o'clock in the evening. Guarding the boat were only 4 or 5 individuals led by the man with the bamboo pole, including an elderly man capable of predicting the duration and position of whirlpools. Upon seeing Xin Gang bearing such a large fish, a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. Shortly thereafter, Anton emerged from the forest, his fearsome visage causing all but the bamboo pole man to instinctively grip their rudimentary weapons. The bamboo pole man, however, regarded Xin Gang and Anton with keen interest, shifting his gaze between them several times before nodding thoughtfully. So, your companion is indeed such a magnificent turtle. You are quite a unique individual. The bamboo pole man offered Xin Gang a warm smile. Huh? Xin Gang tilted his head in confusion. I recall you looked down upon me just a moment ago. How has your demeanor changed so swiftly? The lanky man shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Previously, I was merely provoking both Huang Mu and Mu Er. I have never doubted your capabilities from the very beginning. Oh, is that so? Xin Gang found this explanation somewhat acceptable, then jested. Must there not be a touch more sincerity and a tad less cunning between individuals? We are companions striving for survival on this desolate island. Yet we're constantly digging traps for one another. There's no alternative, the lanky man said with a resigned gesture, in this realm devoid of legal and moral constraints. One can trust no one but oneself. Indeed, Xin Gang conceded. Xin Gang tossed the giant bone-tongued fish before the subordinates of the bamboo pole man, instructing them to process the creature, reserving a portion of meat for himself while the remainder would belong to them. The men exchanged glances, hesitating to act. The bamboo pole man appeared to smirk with satisfaction before issuing commands to his followers. Following his directives, they began to extract the flesh from the fish, setting aside the rest in sizable chunks to be loaded onto Xin Gang's vessel. Only then did the group produce short knives fashioned from bones or stones to dismember the carcass of the giant bone-tongued fish. Initially, Xin Gang was puzzled by the source of the bamboo pole man's pride, but soon realized that the man was likely reveling in his ability to command authority, as none dared to act without his explicit permission. Simultaneously, Xin Gang recognized that his earlier deductions were entirely accurate. The allocation of food among the survivors on the Whirlpool Islands was entirely under the control of the likes of the wild shepherds. The reality was even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. The other survivors lacked even the right to claim any surplus food, even if that food had not been hunted by the wild shepherds. Have you ever considered that it is not merely a matter of trusting no one but yourself, but rather that your group is simply unworthy of trust? Xin Gang maintained a smile, yet the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakably sharp. However, in this moment devoid of other leaders, the bamboo pole man refrained from confronting him. He merely shrugged and scrutinized Xin Gang. Do you truly believe yourself to be the kind of person deserving of others' trust? No, no, no. Xin Gang immediately shook his head, declaring that he was not a person of reliable character. He only deserved the trust of those whom he deemed worthy. To others, he was certainly unworthy of any form of entrustment. Observing that Xin Gang neither evaded nor responded with any pretense, the bamboo pole man became even more intrigued by him and extended his hand. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Li Jia. Without a hint of disdain, Xin Gang extended his right hand, stained with snake blood, the slimy residue of fish and reeking of fish blood, to shake hands with the slender man. You may call me Xin Gang. At the moment their hands met, the slender man's expression shifted subtly, precisely as Xin Gang had anticipated. Once the handshake concluded and he sniffed the odor lingering on his hand, he wore a countenance that suggested he had just consumed something exceedingly unpleasant. Xin Gang, in contrast, cheerfully trotted to the water's edge, shedding his soiled coat and rinsing both his garments and hands. Even Antoine was pushed into the sea for a thorough wash of his carapace. The slender man twitched his lips
branding Xin Gang as eccentric. By the time Xin Gang had nearly finished cleaning up, the Slender Man's subordinates had already extracted and packaged the softest and most tender portion of the fish's belly. Even though this constituted only a small fraction of the fish's body, the size of the fish ensured that it filled an ample bag. After receiving the bag of fish from the Slender Man, Xin Gang prepared to mount Antoine and depart from the central island. Just as he was about to climb onto Antoine's back, he noticed Huang Mu and his companions emerging from the forest, with Huang Mu appearing rather displeased. Thus, he merely tossed the fish onto Antoine's back, intending to observe the unfolding drama involving Huang Mu and his crew. Poachers, Huang Mu exclaimed angrily upon seeing the Slender Man, who immediately matched his fury. Xin Gang, however, was engulfed in confusion. Poachers? Were there others on this wretched vortex island? Yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts, silently observing from the side. The three leaders, Huang Mu and his companions, soon directed their attention toward an elderly man who seemed intent on fleeing. He was the only one privy to the timing and location of their arrival. Did you secretly bring people to the island to set traps? Huang Mu questioned, shaking a metallic noose in a manner suggestive of intimidation. The elderly man shook his head vigorously. Who else could it be? The burly man glared at the elder with dissatisfaction. It seems we fed them too well. They dare to sneak here and poach. At this point, Xin Gang began to grasp the situation. It appeared that some individuals believed the rations distributed by Huang Mu and his group were insufficient and had resolved to procure food for themselves, a notion that was understandably unacceptable to those who wielded control over food supplies. Thus, feigning ignorance, he interjected, "Isn't this a good thing? If they can hunt using traps, wouldn't it make things easier for everyone? That is hardly a good thing." The burly man retorted without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Gang pressed further. Then why is that? It is, of course, to protect the island's ecology. If we allow them to capture and kill indiscriminately, won't the island's animals soon vanish? And what will we eat then? The burly man recited a highly righteous justification with considerable fluency. However, both Aramaki and the lanky fellow remained silent, casting him incredulous glances. "Oh, is that so?" Xin Gang chuckled and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of sustainable development. However, amidst the burly man's apparent conviction, he swiftly shifted the conversation. Why indulge in such hypocrisy? If you genuinely wish to diminish resource waste, all it requires is to waste a few less pieces of meat each day. Ultimately, the sincerity to protect the ecology is absent among you, while the desire to impose ecological sanctions on others is not only present, but also quite pronounced. With a smile, Xin Gang cast a glance over the desolate shepherd and the bamboo pole man, for there was truly no need for you to continue deceiving yourselves with such excuses. I believe everyone comprehends this notion. Thus, why not be more forthright and convey to others that only we possess the capability to hunt and procure sustenance? If you wish to eat and survive, you must heed my commands. Chapter 63. This Wretched World. Xin Gang initially believed that the boorish Huang Mu, who frequently boasted about his lowly status, would not resort to self-deception. To his astonishment, Huang Mu was indeed feasting on the misfortunes of others, yet refused to acknowledge it. "Brother Xing, your words are rather excessive," Huang Mu remarked with a discontented frown. However, Xin Gang retorted directly, "In what way am I being excessive? Is this not the truth? Moreover, is there anyone on the Vortex Isles who remains oblivious to this matter?" Xin Gang cast a sweeping glance over the subordinates of the desolate shepherds. "Are you aware?" All those individuals averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Xin Gang's eyes. He then turned his attention to the elder. "I trust you must be well aware of the situation. Otherwise, you would not have defied their orders to stealthily bring individuals onto the island." Yet, the elder merely continued to shake his head vigorously, adamantly denying any involvement. They claimed ignorance, indeed. Xin Gang gazed at Huang Mu and his companions, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Huang Mu and the Slender Man displayed an air of displeasure, yet were at a loss for how to respond to Xin Gang, resulting in a profound silence. The burly man, on the other hand, remained utterly bewildered, caught in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the subordinates displayed an expression of trepidation, casting furtive glances at Xin Gang, their eyes betraying a hint of resentment as they silently reproached him for revealing matters that were better left unspoken. "What exactly are you attempting to achieve?" Huang Mu did not boldly proclaim his inferior ideology as he had during their initial encounter. Instead, he questioned with palpable anger. "I seek nothing at all." Xin Gang was not at all daunted by the imposing presence of Huang Mu. Rather, he found himself laughing even more scornfully at Huang Mu's evasive demeanor.
I simply find your hypocritical pretense, where everyone from top to bottom feigns ignorance while being fully aware, utterly distasteful. Ultimately, the grotesque nature of your rule bears no relevance to me. However, the need to project a fade of nobility is truly nauseating. Moreover, the continuation of your dominion is not due to any remarkable subterfuge, but rather a mere consequence of no one being able to contend with you. Huang Mu found himself somewhat bewildered by Xin Gang, having previously asserted that the affairs of the Whirlpool Islands were of no concern to him. Why now expose this widely acknowledged truth? What advantage could this possibly serve him? What is it that you truly wish to convey? Huang Mu pressed Xin Gang once more. Xin Gang not only refrained from responding to Huang Mu, but also donned a perplexed expression. Haven't I already expressed everything I wish to convey? I intend to inquire what exactly you aspire to achieve. As Huang Mu emphasized his tone, he took a step closer to Xin Gang, as if poised to act the moment Xin Gang exhibited any transgressive behavior. However, Xin Gang chose not to escalate the tension, merely casting a playful glance at him. Your demeanor is far too contrived. If you truly wish to strike me, it would undoubtedly require others to first extract my capabilities. Or do you intend to sacrifice yourself to create an opportunity for others to eliminate me? If so, I must admit, that would be quite impressive. Realizing that his bluster had been seen through by Xin Gang, Huang Mu deemed it unnecessary to continue the charade. He stepped back, softening his tone. Xin Gang, do not become overly arrogant. It is not impossible for us to take you down collectively. Who among you plans to be the first to embrace death? Xin Gang replied. Of course, it is also conceivable that 2 might perish. I believe that with some effort, we could even manage to eliminate 3, resulting in a substantial reward for the last survivor. With an air of nonchalance, Xin Gang articulated the repercussions of Huang Mu and his companions engaging him in battle. Akin to discussing a mere game, Huang Mu had harbored such suspicions, thus they did not overly doubt the veracity of his words. Naturally, skepticism lingered. However, they merely believed that Xin Gang could not possibly eliminate a second individual and did not question the existence of his alleged flaws in ability. Yet, Huang Mu felt compelled to respond to Xin Gang, determined not to appear defeated. Indeed, we do not intend to oppose you, but you must not challenge our limits. Otherwise, we may very well gamble to see whether you claim the life of one of us first, or if the 4 of us manage to vanquish you together. Xin Gang once again displayed that infuriatingly perplexed expression, which made Huang Mu feel an overwhelming urge to strike. Then, suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "So, in your eyes, merely revealing a universally acknowledged truth crosses the line? How utterly laughable! If you disallow others from speaking, then perhaps you ought to refrain from your own actions." This was followed by another round of uproarious laughter, as the veins on the burly man's forehead throbbed, and he struggled to suppress his impulse to retaliate. Xin Gang spoke again. Honestly, those under your command will not rise against you simply because I have pierced this veil of ignorance. At this point, a tinge of bitterness appeared on Xin Gang's face, for the disparity between individuals in this world is vaster than that between humans and ants. Those devoid of power, no matter how numerous, cannot defy those who wield it. Even language, once capable of slaying dragons, is rendered impotent in this realm, let alone my limited understanding of it. Although Huang Mu and his companions were not entirely clear on the specifics of the language that could conquer dragons, they grasped the essence of Xin Gang's words. Glancing at their subordinates, they noticed them all cowering with their heads bowed, clearly not displaying any willingness to rebel. See, the strong can brazenly oppress the weak, while the weak are denied even the right to voice their dissent. Such is the lamentable state of our world. Xin Gang exclaimed with immense frustration. Logically speaking, if he were compelled to choose between the comfort of his stable modern life, equipped with smartphones and computers, and the perilous adventures of a world rife with pirates, any hesitation on his part would be a profound disrespect to the myriad of culinary delights and games he cherished. However, he found himself with no choice, having unwittingly arrived in such a treacherous realm where even the prospect of living a few peaceful days seemed unattainable. The sole consolation he could grasp was that he did not arrive in this world destitute. He still possessed the strength to seek vengeance for those he held dear, even after they had suffered harm. Xin Gang let out a long breath, adjusting his mindset as a smile that would not evoke warmth in anyone graced his face. Fortunately, I am a formidable being capable of imposing my will upon others, rather than a powerless individual unable to resist oppression even with my utmost effort. He then performed a pantomime of removing a cap in front of Huang Mu and his companions. Farewell for now, proud warriors. May fortune favor you. And to the struggling weak, may you continue to endure. With that, he leapt back onto Anton's back, instructing him to return to the island of Zizi. Are we simply allowing him to depart? The burly man questioned irritably as soon as Xin Gang and Anton had left. What? Do you wish to be the first to confront him? Huang Mu retorted with a sneer. It's nothing. That fellow merely boasts. He wouldn't truly dare to oppose us. The slender man interjected, attempting to mediate. To lend weight to his words, he gestured toward the dismembered giant bone-tongued fish nearby, stating, "This creature bears more significance than mere taunts, does it not?" Chapter 64. Rejecting moral coercion, starting with myself upon returning to his camp. Xin Gang immediately set about smoking the fish, while Anton peacefully succumbed to slumber by the fire. The pressing matter now was how to escape this place. To avoid making the still night seem overly eerie, Xin Gang began to articulate his thoughts aloud. Tomorrow, he could visit Huang Mu's construction site to discern what sort of vessel they were crafting. Yet, it seemed unlikely that he could depart by ship, unless the scale and allure of the surrounding whirlpools diminished significantly. Moreover, if he were to fall victim to the daft green's poison, it would spell trouble. Thus, did he need to wait for the waters surrounding the whirlpool islands to calm? That would indeed be dire. The whirlpools had formed over many years, and it was likely that they would not settle quickly. Another significant possibility was the devil fruit. Huang Mu and his cohort might have acquired one, using its power to escape this place. Wait a moment, if that were the case, Huang Mu must have been a devil fruit user upon his debut. After all, if someone else consumed the devil fruit, given the interpersonal dynamics on the Whirlpool Islands, it was unlikely anyone would kindly assist others, especially not one of the leaders. Huang Mu. If this were indeed the scenario, Huang Mu's identity would be relatively ascertainable. First, he would be a character with limited screen time, and secondly, he would possess the powers of a devil fruit, enabling him to traverse this sea riddled with whirlpools. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Gang furrowed his brow. Yet he still could not recall who the enigmatic figure of the wild shepherd was. However, he did not find this particularly strange, for he was not the type to repeatedly watch an anime or read a manga multiple times. Thus, it was quite normal for him to have a vague memory of certain characters. Perhaps the identity would come to him once that devil fruit made its appearance. After skewering the last piece of fish and placing it in the makeshift smoker, Xin Gang clapped his hands and prepared to rest. As his gaze swept over Antoine, a whimsical thought crossed his mind about offering him some IQ grass to try, but the idea vanished as swiftly as it had come, and he shook his head almost instinctively. Indeed, it was best to refrain. There were risks involved, and even an unmodified native species could potentially harbor irrational and frenzied side effects. It seemed that Antoine, sensing Xin Gang's preoccupation, lifted his drooping eyelids to glance at him. "It's nothing, just sleep," Xin Gang reassured him. Xin Gang gently patted Anton's head and leaned beside it, closing his eyes. However, Xin Gang was not truly asleep, nor completely so. The restoration of life granted him control over his body, allowing him to consciously maintain a state of half-sleep, while simultaneously enabling his physical and mental rejuvenation to proceed as if he were in a normal slumber. The only drawback was that both nightmares and sweet dreams were now beyond his reach. As the night passed, Xin Gang awoke early, nibbling on a piece of dried fish he had prepared earlier, followed by a sip of distilled water to complete his breakfast. Anton, on the other hand, genuinely waited until the sun had risen high before commencing its activities, which merely entailed relocating to a sunlit spot to stretch its limbs and absorb warmth. Once Anton had basked in the sun sufficiently and Xin Gang had finished drying the fish, the duo officially embarked on a new day together. Xin Gang resolved to attempt a collaboration with Anton, hoping to forcibly escape the Vortex Islands. Rather than dilly-dallying with unnecessary details, let me convey the outcome. It proved unsuccessful. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of ill fortune, for this time, the distance he and his turtle managed to flee was inferior to that achieved during his solitary endeavors. Consequently, Xin Gang temporarily relinquished the notion of departing the Vortex Islands through sheer brute force. His next course of action involved seeking out the elder who understood the rhythm of the tides, to inquire whether the surrounding whirlpools might experience moments of tranquility. Simultaneously, he intended to resume his exploration of the Vortex Islands, searching for any overlooked treasures, such as the elusive devil fruits hidden in the most obscure corners. Upon returning to the camp, ready to take a brief respite before embarking on further explorations, he was taken aback to find several unexpected visitors. Among them, one individual sparked a faint recollection. He had trailed behind the tall man and the rotund fellow during Xin Gang's initial visit to the stronghold of the wild. The rest of the group was unfamiliar, yet their tattered garments and rudimentary weapons suggested they were indeed subordinates of the wild.
What business does your leader have with me now? Xin Gang could only surmise the reason for their presence. Leader? Bah! Xin Gang was immediately filled with genuine disdain as he cursed the likes of Huang Mu and his companions. These scoundrels had never led them even a fraction of an inch forward. They merely commanded them while reveling in the comforts afforded by their toil, akin to parasites. Indeed, lesser than parasites. Now, Xin Gang comprehended the reason for their presence. Was it not merely a ploy reminiscent of Gong Rua's appeal to be adopted as a foster father? Yet, a tinge of confusion lingered within him. Although El Bu's reputation may have been somewhat tarnished, he possessed genuine prowess in battle. What audacity did these misfits possess to believe that he would rise against Huang Mu and the others on their behalf? It is not to say that Xin Gang was devoid of compassion, for he could hardly mock those who came to him in desperation. However, truth be told, there was little in these individuals that stirred any sympathy within him. Were they to claim they suffered under the oppression of Huang Mu and his ilk? They were clearly not among the lowest class of survivors from the Whirlpool Islands, and perhaps had their own ways of tormenting those who resided in makeshift shelters. Moreover, these individuals were likely the very ones who had conspired to set traps upon the island, now seeking to incite him out of fear of retribution from Huang Mu, hoping to usurp a new leader and perhaps elevate themselves to the status of minor chief. Indeed, that was quite evident. Xin Gang replied calmly, then brushed aside the individuals obstructing his path and approached the dying embers of the fire. He added a few dry twigs, coaxing the flames back to life. Those who had prepared their words of indignation found themselves at a loss, for Xin Gang did not react with the anticipated outrage, nor did he pursue the matter further. Xin Gang continued to prepare lunch as if they were non-existent, until he noticed that nearly half of his stored dried fish had vanished, particularly the portion of the fish belly that was most delectable. Where has my dried fish gone? Xin Gang cast a disapproving glance at those who aspired to become mere vassals. Some of them, realizing the precariousness of their situation, took a step back. Others wore expressions of confusion, while some swallowed hard, reflecting on their predicament. How presumptuous of you to consider yourselves significant. You dare to approach me with your unsolicited allegiance, and then audaciously partake in my dried fish without my consent. Xin Gang casually tossed a few pieces of dried fish near the fire to heat them, then rose to confront those who had realized their miscalculations. With a swift kick, he sent the nearest man sprawling to the ground. You are the only one with the strength to stand against them. Our salvation rests solely upon your shoulders. The man, whom Xin Gang vaguely recognized, immediately fell to his knees, clasping Xin Gang's thigh, weeping and pleading, "If you dare not confront them, we shall inevitably perish under their oppression." However, Xin Gang merely bestowed upon him a few more kicks, sending him flying far away. Just because I have the ability to assist, must I feel compelled to do so? With a sly smile, Xin Gang raised a middle finger, proclaiming the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 65. Neither a foe nor a companion. Even after being rudely rebuffed by Xin Gang, the individuals remained undeterred, kneeling on the ground as they implored him to usurp the positions of the likes of Huang Mu. However, Xin Gang was no Zhao Kuangyin from the Qinxiao Mutiny. He had never intended to reign supreme in the cursed locale of the Vortex Islands. Thus, no matter how eloquently these individuals spoke, they could not sway his resolve. Yet, Xin Gang pondered a rather intriguing question. What emboldened these people to believe they could vanquish Huang Mu and his companions? Although, in truth, Xin Gang's formidable power, bolstered by the special effects of his Heart of Steel, rendered dealing with Huang Mu and his cohorts quite manageable, he had deliberately feigned weaknesses in his abilities, which only affected one opponent at a time, while also suggesting vulnerability on more than one occasion. Consequently, in the eyes of others, Xin Gang appeared considerably weaker than the combined strength of Huang Mu and his allies, coupled with some subordinates who could only exacerbate the situation. The outcome of a potential conflict was all too apparent, even if these individuals were genuinely fearful of punishment and resorted to desperate measures. Had they not considered that such treachery might lead them closer to their demise? Or had they seen through Xin Gang's ruse, recognizing that he could easily dispatch Huang Mu and the others? Perhaps they cared not for the victor or the vanquished. Their sole desire was for a confrontation between Xin Gang and the leaders of Huang Mu. If this were indeed the case, Xin Gang felt that he should have exerted even more force when he had just kicked one of them, for these individuals were effectively seeking his demise. This was no ordinary moral coercion. A decisive response was warranted. Yet, while the matter concerning the dried fish, if these individuals truly wished to exploit Xin Gang, they ought to have known to first appease him, rather than pilfering his dried fish in his absence, deliberately choosing the most delectable morsels. Soon, Xin Gang discerned the underlying rationale.
Perhaps some among them genuinely believed they were there to assist him in toppling Huang Mu and his ilk. What harm was there in indulging in a bit of dried fish while engaging in such acts of charity? This segment of individuals likely had little understanding of Xin Gang's projected power. Coerced by circumstances and perhaps misled by certain ulterior motives, they simply followed suit. Setting aside these short-sighted souls, Xin Gang was far more concerned about those who had misled them and the inevitable presence of even more shadowy figures behind the scenes. Even if Xin Gang were to engage in battle with Huang Mu and his companions, based on the strength he had attributed to himself, it was likely that at least one or two leaders would survive. If the ones inciting Xin Gang to wage war are merely these few individuals before him, they are, at best, just a handful of those who exert pressure from above. They will inevitably face retribution, a consequence they are unlikely to accept. Thus, Xin Gang is convinced that those who conspired against him are not limited to these few misfits. There must be others entrenched within the stronghold of the wild pastures. Or perhaps the mastermind lies among the four leaders themselves. Upon this realization, Xin Gang refrained from pondering who exactly sought to manipulate him. For as long as he does not acquiesce, their scheming would be in vain. He could not help but feel a twinge of regret, as he had diligently managed his reputation on the Whirlpool Isles, striving to maintain a stance that leaned towards neutrality, only to find that there were still those intent on ensnaring him. Observing Xin Gang's continued indifference, a man resembling a passerby rose and approached him, wearing a mysterious smile. Xin Gang, may I have a word with you? No need. Xin Gang maintained his characteristic indifference. I surmised that you intended to convey that your numbers were far greater than what was apparent, and that a certain leader lurked behind you, thus encouraging me to act without trepidation, confident that assistance would inevitably arrive. Am I correct? As he spoke, a sardonic smile crept onto Xin Gang's lips, while the man opposite him lost the inexplicable confidence he had previously displayed, supplanted by a palpable fear that a clandestine secret was being unveiled. Before the man could regain his composure, Xin Gang spoke again. Return to your superior, and inform him that I have no intention of becoming his pawn, nor do I wish to entangle myself in your trivial affairs. With that, he delivered a forceful kick, infused with significantly greater strength than before, sending the imbecile hurtling into the sea. Very well, if you do not depart at once, I shall be compelled to lend you a hand. Xin Gang lifted one foot, flexing his ankle, and gazed with a smile at the remaining individuals. After such a gesture, even the most obtuse among them ought to realize it was time to flee. In less than 10 seconds, those gathered at the edge of Xin Gang's camp vanished without a trace. Thus, after relinquishing half of his dried fish as the price, he finally succeeded in driving away the bothersome, uninvited guests. How unexpected it was to discover that their camaraderie was so profoundly flawed. No, it should be said they were never true companions, which explained their incessant scheming against one another, each preoccupied with the thought of eliminating the other. Xing'an savored the freshly heated dried fish, chewing heartily while continuing to lament the unreliability of the wild herders. If their actions merely resulted in mutual harm, I would not mind being a silent observer. Yet, how is it that I, too, have suffered the consequences of their actions? Ha 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 ha. I seem to hear you grumbling. Dear brother Xing'an, were those foolish individuals the cause of your displeasure? A hearty laugh echoed from the direction where those people had fled. Indeed, thanks to those imbeciles, I now find myself devoid of food to offer you. Xin Gang, rather miserly, gathered all the well-prepared dried fish before him, only then turning to face the approaching Huang Mu, who bore a barrel of wine. I, on the other hand, happen to have a barrel of exquisite wine for your indulgence. Huang Mu settled beside Xin Gang, placing the barrel between them, and produced 2 large wooden goblets, extending one towards Xin Gang. No, I believe I have mentioned that I do not partake in alcohol, have I not? Xin Gang took the cup, yet refrained from pouring wine. Instead, he rose to fill half a cup with distilled water. Are you truly not drinking? Huang Mu uncorked the wooden stopper of the wine barrel and poured himself a full glass. I shall not partake. Xin Gang took a seat and sipped water to wash down the fish jerky in his mouth. You truly do not drink at all? Huang Mu, lost in his own thoughts, downed the majority of his cup of wine and then inquired with skepticism, have you never once tasted alcohol? I have, came the reply. Xin Gang immediately responded and added, however, that was a matter of a past life. You certainly have a way with words. Huang Mu merely considered Xin Gang to be jesting, and then proceeded to down the remaining half-glass of wine in one swift motion. Perhaps so. Xin Gang chuckled and shrugged, yet the experience following that bout of drinking was far from pleasant, marking it as my final indulgence in alcohol. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, directing his gaze towards Huang Mu, who was pouring himself a second glass. Aren't you curious what those fools want from me? Or are they merely acting at your behest? Oh, so that's how it is. Due to his constant vigilance against others, Hwangmu quickly grasped the situation, smiling as he elucidated, "Regrettably, it is not I. For I am acutely aware that, rather than opposing you, it will be far more foolish to regard you as a mere companion to be exploited at will." Chapter 66. The best candidate, then, I shall take your words as a compliment. Xin Gang symbolically clinked glasses with Hwangmu. Then his gaze fell upon the barrel of wine that Hwangmu had brought. Where could this wine possibly originate? Surely, the Vortex Islands lack anything suitable for winemaking. Ah, it is indeed a gift from the sea. Hwangmu, already somewhat tipsy, began to speak with a jovial tone. The sea does not merely bring forth new misfortunes. Occasionally, it also delivers delightful treasures swept into its embrace. Should you find the time, do visit our castle. It is certain to provide you with unexpected surprises. Nevertheless, one must embrace the lifestyle appropriate to a deserted island. Otherwise, one might become so enraptured by indulgence that leaving would become a daunting prospect. Xin Gang directly declined this invitation, which could have been either a gesture of goodwill or a subtle test. And then, as if pouring wine, he slowly filled a glass with water for himself. "I presume you are not here merely to drink with me, are you?" he inquired with an enigmatic undertone, lightly tapping the back of the rather indifferent Hwangmu. "Ah, you have misjudged. I indeed came specifically to share a drink with you," Hwangmu replied, for the first time revealing a genuinely sincere and hearty smile in front of Xin Gang. "Really? I find that hard to believe." With a smile, Xin Gang inquired. Though he was, in truth, convinced to a significant extent, he was acutely aware that at present, Hwangmu and his companions were likely at a loss regarding how to deal with him. Moreover, given that he and Hwangmu would be cohabiting on the Whirlpool Isles for an indeterminate duration, it was impractical to remain in a perpetual state of heightened vigilance. Thus, it seemed imperative to find ways to ease the tension between them. Additionally, Xin Gang had not entirely concealed his goodwill, which suggested that Hwangmu's visit might genuinely be an opportunity to share a drink and foster camaraderie. "Dear brother, Xin, do you not think that encountering one another amidst this vast ocean is a form of fate, perhaps buoyed by the spirits?" Hwangmu's words carried a tone of affectionate familiarity. "Perhaps so, yet I suspect it must be a malevolent fate." Xin Gang also took a hearty gulp of water. A fateful encounter? Indeed, finding oneself in such a desolate place is undeniably a stroke of misfortune. After finishing his drink, Hwangmu let out a burp, then seamlessly continued the conversation, stating, "However, since we are all here, we ought to coexist harmoniously. Wouldn't you agree?" Xin Gang nodded in understanding. "I must admit, I concur with this sentiment. At such a juncture, remaining adversarial is akin to two devil fruit users dragging each other down into the depths of the sea, ultimately serving no purpose other than hastening their mutual demise." Indeed. Hwangmu chuckled awkwardly a few times before rising to his feet. "Since you have already expressed your stance, my purpose for coming here is fulfilled, and I shall no longer impose upon you. Travel safely. I shall not see you off." Xin Gang could hardly muster the energy to rise, merely waving his hand as a gesture of farewell to Hwangmu. In response, Hwangmu felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, if Xin Gang had offered an overly courteous send-off, it would have struck him as peculiar. Since Hwangmu sought out Xin Gang for a drink, the Vortex Islands had experienced several days of tranquility. During this period, Hwangmu and his companions neither pursued retribution nor continued their inquiries into poachers. Xin Gang refrained from any conflicts, engaging in only a few amicable exchanges. Meanwhile, their research into methods of departure yielded no progress. Initially, Xin Gang consulted the elderly man to ascertain that the outer vortexes would not be significantly affected by tidal movements, rendering the hope of waiting for a path to manifest upon the sea surface futile. Subsequently, he inspected the vessel, and upon observing that it was already largely completed, he immediately recognized its unreliability. How shall one express this? The vessel, one might argue, is not merely unfit for navigation. Its very ability to float upon the ocean's surface appears questionable. This is not solely due to inferior craftsmanship, for it was indeed constructed by the hands of those who fashioned the wooden castle. It possesses a semblance of decent artistry. Rather, the predicament arises from the age-old adage that a skilled cook cannot conjure a meal without rice. The Whirlpool Archipelago lacks the requisite timber to serve as a keel for large vessels, as well as the necessary materials to enhance watertightness. Consequently, the ship's structure has been haphazardly assembled, with visible gaps marring its exterior. Thus, Xin Gang began a quest across the Whirlpool Archipelago,
searching for suitable materials while remaining vigilant for any peculiar flotsam that the sea might bestow. Yet, he was unable to uncover the desired items. Instead, a subordinate of the marauder stumbled upon a chest while patrolling the shoreline. This chest was swiftly transported back to the wooden castle, and the individual dared not even pry open a seam to glimpse its contents, fearing that such an act might result in the forfeiture of his anticipated reward and invoke the suspicion of the leaders, potentially leading to punitive measures for theft. However, should he muster the courage to unveil the chest and witness its contents, the dread and loyalty he felt towards the marauder would likely dissipate in an instant. For within that chest lay a devil fruit, and although the average person could hardly discern its powers prior to consumption without a guide, the iconic swirling pattern on its surface is unmistakable. There exists a consensus in this world. Consuming a devil fruit bestows immense power. Thus, one bite of the fruit contained within would elevate him from an inconspicuous foot soldier to one of the leaders, or, quite possibly, the sole leader. Yet in life, there are no hypotheticals. The chest concealing the devil fruit was ultimately opened in the presence of the marauders' four comrades. Initially, the four had merely convened due to mutual availability, intending to witness the acquisition of the drifted treasure as originally agreed. However, when the chest was revealed, and they beheld the verdant devil fruit within, they were all relieved to be present. Simultaneously, wariness crept in among them, for this fruit would undoubtedly disrupt the fragile equilibrium they had maintained for so long. Whomever consumed, it would render the remaining three vulnerable. As for the notion of abstaining from consumption, that was, of course, out of the question. None of the four harbored any belief that the others would relinquish the chance to seize greater power. However, they did not rush into action, for to do so would render one an immediate target. Thus, the four remained locked in a standoff around the devil fruit contained within the chest. Half a day elapsed, and still, they maintained their unmoving stance. I propose an idea. Amidst the risk of being targeted by the other three, Araki took the initiative to speak. Initially, the trio instinctively considered taking action, but upon realizing that Araki merely intended to speak without any aggressive intent, they hesitated. Thus, Araki continued his discourse. We need not engage in a brutal struggle over this fruit. Can we not determine its ownership in a more civilized manner? That way, we can continue to be friends. Can we not? The other three remained silent, casting skeptical glances at Araki, who wouldn't desire to effortlessly obtain the devil fruit. Yet, even if they resolved its ownership without combat, who would acknowledge the outcome except for the one granted the rights? Ultimately, wouldn't they still end up in a confrontation? Araki was acutely aware of the underlying issues and soon conceived a solution. At this juncture, we require a mediator, someone powerful enough to suppress any dissenters should someone wish to retract their agreement. Someone who harbors no grudges against any of us and possesses no greed for the devil fruit. No sooner had he uttered these words than a singular candidate emerged in their minds collectively. Chapter 67. Who is Greenbull? I shall seize his devil fruit. Naturally, while consensus was reached momentarily, a semblance of contention remained until a final decision was made. No, that individual is merely an outsider. This would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. The brooding man interjected first, voicing dissent. An outsider? The lanky man scoffed, retorting with vehemence. Surely that is preferable to those seeking to manipulate this wolf against their companions, is it not? Is it? The brooding man shot back defiantly. But who exactly is that scoundrel remains uncertain, does it not? Araki quickly intervened to mediate. Do we not agree to refrain from delving deeply into this matter? Besides, Xin Gang's stance on this issue underscores his reliability, does it not? Reliability is one matter. However, he is undeniably the least likely to act against the devil fruit, as he is already a power user. Consuming another would only lead to his own demise, the lanky man remarked, casting a glance at the brooding man. Of course, if he has previously exposed any conspiracies, then Xin Gang would indeed be an unsuitable choice. I have heard that some individuals, after committing wrongdoings, will deliberately feign confidence to accuse others, seeking to divert suspicion from themselves. The brooding man cast a fierce glare at the bamboo pole man, and the atmosphere between them grew tense, as if a confrontation were imminent. It was clear that should a fight ensue, it would likely not end without severe consequences. Observing this, Haimu scratched his head in frustration. This was precisely what he had feared. The four of them could hardly be described as united. Yet they harbored ulterior motives. The devil fruit before them served as a catalyst, a spark that could ignite the accumulated tensions among them. And once ignited, it was likely that only one would emerge victorious. Previously, Haimu had confidence in his survival, believing he would be the last one standing, and even if gravely injured, he could thwart the lower-tier individuals. However, with the addition of Xin Gang on the Vortex Islands, the dynamics had shifted. Huang Mu was acutely aware that Xin Gang's willingness to coexist peacefully while all four were present did not guarantee that he would refrain from showing his fangs if left alone with Huang Mu. Even if he consumed the devil fruit, Huang Mu lacked complete assurance of defeating Xin Gang. In his view, Xin Gang's lethal capability was among the elite within the powers granted by the devil fruit. In summary, Huang Mu was reluctant to push himself to the point of having to confront Xin Gang alone over a devil fruit of uncertain abilities. However, inviting Xin Gang to act as a judge could significantly alter the situation. Firstly, it would allow the others to recognize the substantial external threat he posed, thereby preventing them from engaging in a reckless struggle against one another. Secondly, as previously mentioned, having such formidable power would ensure that the four would adhere to their agreement. Lastly, this would serve as an opportunity to strengthen ties with Xin Gang, especially since the eventual victor would naturally align with him. Of course, given Xin Gang's prior demeanor, it was unlikely he would readily agree to witness their conflict without some form of exchange. Nevertheless, this seemed a trivial concern compared to the potential for mutual annihilation. Thus, Huang Mu, without waiting for the others to reach a verbal consensus, promptly ordered one of his subordinates to seek out Xin Gang. It remained uncertain whether the subordinate was deliberately slow or if Xin Gang was simply difficult to locate. But it was not until dusk that Xin Gang finally appeared outside the wooden fortress, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Fortunately, despite the palpable tension, the four managed to maintain their composure before Xin Gang's arrival, refraining from turning each other's heads into mush. "What is it that you summoned me for?" he inquired. With evident reluctance, Xin Gang stepped inside the enclosure, casting an impatient glance at the four individuals who had stood there all day. "Have I not made it abundantly clear that your conflicts are of no concern to me?" he stated. "I shall not assist any of you in countering the others." "Then you have misjudged the situation once more," replied Huang Mu, seemingly quite familiar with Xin Gang, as he smiled and continued. "The purpose of my invitation is to prevent discord among the four of us." As Xin Gang began to speak, he noticed the open box among the four and immediately discovered that it contained a green devil fruit. Upon witnessing this, Huang Mu promptly shared his intentions with Xin Gang, expressing that regardless of whether he would be the one to obtain the devil fruit, Xin Gang could make a request of him. However, Xin Gang paid little heed to his words, for upon seeing that devil fruit, he finally recalled who Huang Mu truly was. It was not that he recognized the fruit's powers at first glance, but rather the verdant hue served as a reminder. Through the dual keywords of green and ability user, Xin Gang inexplicably thought of the title Green Bull, and then remembered that he had encountered the name Huang Mu in leaked information from the manga. Ultimately, it was through Huang Mu's identity that he discerned that this devil fruit was indeed the nature-type forest fruit. "So, are you intending to entrust the distribution rights of this devil fruit to me?" Xin Gang approached the box with a confident demeanor, playfully handling the ominous fruit. The four members of the wild pastures instinctively considered confronting him, but soon came to the realization that he could not possibly manipulate the devil fruit. Thus, they remained motionless. "Of course not," the brooding man retorted with evident displeasure. "We merely wish for you to serve as a witness. The ownership of the devil fruit is ultimately for us to decide." No. On what grounds do you presume I would act according to your desires?" With a smile, Xin Gang waved his hand and remarked, "Is it not within my purview to bestow this item upon one of you, and subsequently ally with him to eliminate the remaining three? I hardly believe any among you would decline such a proposition." Upon hearing this, the four members of the Huangmu fell into silence, for Xin Gang was indeed correct. Should he proceed with such a plan, whoever was chosen would undoubtedly abandon any semblance of camaraderie with the other three. However, to be candid, I hold no particular bond with any of you four, leaving me momentarily uncertain as to whom I should entrust it. Xin Gang feigned a contemplative distress, and after a dramatic flash of inspiration, he smiled and declared, "Let it be thus. From this moment forth, the first to utter one shall claim this devil fruit." 11,111. The burly man shouted without a moment's hesitation. The gazes of the other three shifted toward him, but their eyes held no anger at his betrayal nor regret for their own delayed utterance. Rather, they were filled with a kind of affectionate pity for his folly. Following this whimsical display, the trio comprehended that Xin Gang was merely jesting. He would not casually bestow the devil fruit upon anyone. Thus, after silently conveying to the burly man that he had been outwitted, they turned their attention back to Xin Gang, only to witness an astonishing scene. With a grotesquely contorted expression, Xin Gang voraciously devoured the very devil fruit for which they had yet to determine rightful ownership. Chapter 68. Do you dare defy me, a user of natural powers? Before consuming the devil fruit, Xin Gang had engaged in considerable mental preparation, dispelling numerous anxieties before finally taking the plunge. His foremost concern was the possibility that this was not the Mosin fruit, but rather a fruit of negligible ability. Would that not merely burden him with a plethora of weaknesses? However, upon reflection, he realized that this likelihood was rather slim. Setting aside the fact that the original owner, Huang Mu, was present, the fruit's vibrant green hue and the swirling patterns resembling leaves strongly indicated that it was indeed the Mosin fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. In other words, by consuming this fruit, he had a 90% chance of becoming a formidable user of natural abilities. Xin Gang was not particularly fond of gambling on luck, for he understood that, in many instances, even a 70 probability could lead to a null outcome. However, he believed that a 90 chance was still worth attempting, considering that although his fortune was not favorable, it was not dire enough to warrant the title of a cursed being. Yet the primary reason he refrained from directly consuming the devil fruit and instead chose to toy with the likes of Aramuku lay in another factor altogether. It was said that the peculiar taste of the devil fruit, renowned for its extraordinary abilities, bore an uncanny resemblance to human excrement. For many, the prospect of consuming feces might well be more daunting than death itself. After all, death merely required the closing of one's eyes, while ingesting excrement would inflict both physical agony and profound psychological torment. Should one be observed during such an act, the shame would linger for eternity in every conceivable sense. Fortunately, the devil fruit merely simulated the act of consumption, and its exterior did not possess a shocking appearance. Thus, the consumer would only need to endure the horrific violence inflicted upon their taste buds. With a resolute determination, Xin Gang clenched his teeth and, with eyes shut tight, began to gnaw at the devil fruit in his hand. Yet, even as he endeavored to swallow it whole without chewing, he could not manage to bypass the scrutiny of his taste buds. Upon taking the first bite, he envisioned a benevolent old woman beckoning him to approach by a river adorned with blooming spider lilies. Subsequently, the appalling, almost brutal experience of consuming the devil fruit yanked his consciousness back from the brink of oblivion. For a fleeting moment, he would have preferred to sip the mangpa soup and forget all about the devil fruit. The flavor was so indescribable that Xin Gang found himself at a loss for words, his mind overwhelmed by a mountain of distasteful sensations. Moreover, the unpleasantness of the devil fruit extended beyond its taste. Its texture was atrocious as well. Despite its appearance as a succulent, juicy fruit, it felt akin to a severely worn-out tire, one that had languished submerged in a river for years after a car accident, only to be dredged up by a salvage vessel. Nevertheless, if he sought the power of the devil fruit, he must commit to consuming it entirely. There existed a notion that, while a single bite could bestow power, complete consumption would yield the utmost benefit. Though this assertion lacked official validation, Xin Gang preferred to err on the side of belief rather than skepticism. After all, having already embarked on this endeavor, if he failed to consume it all in one go and thus forfeited the full extent of its abilities, he would incur a significant loss. He not only bore the discomfort of his body, swallowing the devil fruit in a few bites, but also licked clean the crumbs at the corners of his mouth and the juice from his hands. Had he not maintained a reluctant and grim expression throughout, one might have mistaken the devil fruit for something delectable. After consuming the devil fruit and striving to erase the memory of that brief moment, Xin Gang noticed 4 exceedingly hostile gazes directed at him. Within those stares were anger and regret, as well as surprise and confusion, and even a hint of anticipation for his imminent demise. The source of these hostile looks was naturally the group led by Huang Mu, who had been thwarted by Xin Gang in his attempt to seize the devil fruit. The 4 did not immediately rush to tear Xin Gang apart, as his actions were far beyond their expectations. Their minds had not prepared for such an outcome. Now that Xin Gang had devoured the devil fruit entirely, they finally regained their composure. What have you done? What's going on? Huang Mu gazed at Xin Gang in disbelief, his expression reflecting both shock at his silent consumption of the devil fruit and confusion as to why he had not exploded as the legends foretold. The gloomy man and the lanky fellow first looked at Xin Gang and then shifted their fiery glares towards Huang Mu, though they tacitly accepted the situation. It was Huang Mu who had ultimately brought Xin Gang here. Moreover, they had only learned of Xin Gang's abilities through Huang Mu, as the other 3 had never witnessed him utilize his powers. Thus, at this moment, it was inevitable that they would suspect a collusion between Huang Mu and Xin Gang. Thinking they had deceived them together, the burly man, in a dazed manner, pointed at himself. Wait, weren't we supposed to say one first to claim it? For a moment, it was unclear whether to label him as simple-minded or foolish. Indeed, having successfully liberated himself from the terrifying memory of consuming the devil fruit, a smile returned to Xin Gang's face. But I was the first, wasn't I? I did say one in that sentence. The burly man's face registered surprise, and, upon reflection, he realized that it indeed seemed to be the case, though he felt something was amiss. After dismissing the burly man, Xin Gang turned his attention back to Huang Mu, who looked as if he wished to devour him whole. Yet Xin Gang remained unfazed. What a long face. Would it hurt to smile? I'll make you smile, you. Huang Mu launched into a tirade of unpublishable expletives. As Huang Mu's barrage of curses showed no sign of abating, Xin Gang glanced at the remaining two. Both the gloomy man and the lanky fellow radiating unmistakable hostility. With a resigned gesture, he spread his hands. It seems there's nothing left to discuss. Just kill him. The fierce suggestion from Huang Mu was made with intensity. If he became familiar with his second ability, we would all be doomed. Hey, do not misjudge my intentions. When did I ever express a desire to harm you? Xin Gang maintained a demeanor of utmost leisure, seemingly untouched by the proposal put forth by Huang Mu. While I typically harbor no inclination to show mercy to those who covet my life, in this instance, having seized your devil fruit, I acknowledge my transgression and shall grant you a reprieve this once. No sooner had these words escaped my lips than Xin Gang began to indulge in self-deprecation. Wait a moment, this appears rather disingenuous. I almost feel embarrassed enough to dig myself a 3-bedroom apartment. Nevertheless, I truly do not intend to take your lives. Yet, Xin Gang's comedic monologue did little to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Each of Huang Mu's quartet remained taut, bracing themselves for combat. Observing this, Xin Gang stretched his arms and rolled his neck. Do you dare defy one who wields the powers of nature? Nature. A jolt of alarm coursed through Huang Mu and his companions, intensifying their murderous intent towards Xin Gang. Chapter 69. A preliminary encounter with nature's powers. Xingang's interrogation of Huang Mu and his companions was not solely motivated by the desire to assert his authority over them. It also served as an opportunity to express his long-held wish to deliver a striking remark. Moreover, he intended to invoke the name of the natural elementals to instill a sense of trepidation within them. In the earlier stages of the Grand Line, practitioners of natural abilities were virtually invincible. Theoretically, a natural ability user could remain passive while their adversaries, like Huang Mu and his group, would exhaust themselves to no avail, unable to inflict any harm. However, a certain explosive Moss had once remarked that it was indeed a luxury to expect humanity to maintain its rationality. Upon hearing the term natural abilities, Huang Mu and his companions felt only regret for their missed opportunities and a deep-seated animosity towards the encroaching Xingang, completely disregarding any contemplation of their ability to contend with him. Xingang, for his part, remained unconcerned, confident in his inevitable victory and eager to experiment with his newly acquired powers. It seemed that conflict was unavoidable. Yet, unlike Huang Mu and his cohorts, who were poised for battle, he turned his gaze towards the onlookers surrounding them. At that moment, not only were Huang Mu's subordinates present, but those beyond the walls also craned their necks to glimpse the unfolding scene. After a full day of confrontation, Huang Mu's men had remained vigilant, while the residents of the nearby shelters, having enjoyed a day of respite, were now keen to witness the spectacle. As I prepared to engage in combat with these 4 leaders, I kindly requested that the crowd disperse swiftly. Otherwise, should they be inadvertently harmed, there would be no insurance to cover their medical expenses. Xin Gang waved his hand, urging those around him to disperse. Return my devil fruit. In that moment, the burly man, not merely seizing the opportunity, but also having an epiphany, charged forward and landed a punch squarely against the side of Xin Gang's face. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a blow to a tree trunk, and an indentation marred Xin Gang's visage, accompanied by cracks that formed at the site of impact. Strikingly, there was neither blood nor exposed flesh. Instead, rough, splintered wood-like fibers emerged from the fissured wound. Did I actually hit him? The burly man stared in disbelief at his fist, then glanced back at the injury on Xin Gang's face. He realized that his earlier impulsive action had been rash, for a user of a Logia-type power should have been impervious to such assaults. Yet what was this phenomenon? Why had he succeeded in landing a blow? He had merely been posturing. The lanky man, witnessing the effectiveness of the burly man's attack, quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, the burly man was in a precarious state. resorting to the pretense of a Logia user to intimidate others. This had to be the case. Having consumed a second devil fruit, he had not perished explosively, but he was undoubtedly suffering. Now was the opportune moment. Huang Mu charged directly at Xin Gang, driven by the dual motives of validating his hypothesis and demonstrating to the others that he was not aligned with Xin Gang. However, the reality was far removed from his assumptions. The devil fruit that Xin Gang had consumed was indeed the nature type Mori Mori no Mi. Yet, akin to the peculiarities found within certain paramecia types, the nature type also harbored unique manifestations. Among these, the most renowned is Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi, which, while unable to elementalize, can absorb damage and possesses the ability to negate the powers of other users. The Mori Mori no Mi, however, was not of such exceptional caliber, as it still retained the capability for elementalization. The essence of the Sun fruit embodies the natural element of the forest. Thus, its elemental transformation manifests as the most representative trees of the woodland. Unlike the ephemeral nature of lightning or flames, which lack tangible forms, or the amorphous qualities of sand and mire, trees remain accessible to touch even in their elemental state. Furthermore, the Sun fruit possesses unique advantages absent in other natural fruits. As long as there is a sufficient supply of vitality, it can regenerate itself, regardless of physical impairments. Even when subjected to direct assaults from armed haki, it can swiftly restore itself to its original state. When discussing vitality, it is essential to highlight another characteristic of the Sun fruit, its minimal consumption of physical stamina during the activation of abilities, which is instead replaced by a significant demand for life force. In simpler terms, while other fruits expend energy, the Sun fruit draws upon life force. This life force can be sourced not only from the user, but also from any living entity in the environment. Moreover, the plants generated through its abilities can reciprocally provide the user with a gradual influx of vitality. Consequently, in typical scenarios, the user must first cultivate a thriving ecosystem to ensure an ample reservoir of life force for ability activation. It resembles the strategy in a game of Plants vs. Zombies, where one must initially plant sunflowers to generate sunlight before proceeding to cultivate other plants. However, Xing'an clearly transcends the ordinary. His extraordinary life force allows him to bypass the lengthy preparations typically associated with combat, enabling him to commence the main event directly. It is akin to starting with an abundance of sunlight, with no cooldown, allowing him to deploy a multitude of corn cannons immediately. Additionally, as long as his creations are not excessively specialized, they will begin to replenish his vitality after a certain period. Thus, as long as the enemy fails to eliminate Xing'an's constructs, his life force will not diminish with continued use of abilities. Rather, it will increase with each confrontation. In terms of defense, he approaches an almost immortal state, and regarding offense, even the simplest wooden stakes can overwhelm foes through sheer quantity or quality. It becomes a scenario where he gains substantial strength while inflicting significant damage. The capabilities of the Sun fruit may not be as invincible as Xing'an envisions, yet they are remarkably suited to his needs. Naturally, Huang Mu and his companions remain oblivious to these truths, continuing to perceive Xing'an as a vowed of strength. Or perhaps they are resigned to think so. In the midst of their exchange, Huang Mu approached Xing'an, launching a punch. This time, however, Xing'an did not stand idly by. A massive hand emerged from the ground beneath him, intercepting Huang Mu's fist, and with a mere sweep, he sent both Huang Mu and the brawny man sprawling. As Huang Mu stumbled back several steps and regained his footing, he realized he had just been struck across the face by an unseen hand. Where did that come from? He turned his gaze towards Xin Gang, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a vast expanse of verdant grass had unfurled beneath Xin Gang's feet, rapidly approaching him. The hand emerged from the lush greenery, continuing to grow. In the blink of an eye, a complete arm had formed. Very well, let us face this together. As Xin Gang stepped forward, he trod upon the freshly sprouted shoulders emerging from the earth. In a swift motion, he pressed his arm against the ground, causing a colossal figure, woven from the intertwining of trees and vines, to rise majestically from the soil. The four members of Huang Mu gazed in awe as the lower half of the wooden giant continued to materialize. What? Do you no longer wish to fight? Xin Gang, positioned at the head of the giant, smirked disdainfully. However, your fate is no longer in your hands. The giant's right arm was raised high, its massive fist descending toward the burly man below. Stand still and allow me a single blow, and I shall forgive you. Faced with a fist the size of his entire body, the burly man dared not confront it directly. He promptly turned to flee. Yet, the giant's fist possessed not only size but also remarkable speed. Although the burly man attempted to escape, he did not succeed entirely. The colossal punch struck him squarely on one side, embedding him into the verdant grass, which enveloped him like a swamp, silencing any cries for help. One down, three remain. A light-hearted and cheerful voice emanated from the giant, sending shivers down the spines of the three companions. However, the subsequent words chilled their hearts considerably. To avoid wasting time, let me make it clear, I do not accept surrenders here. The trio exchanged glances, contemplating whether to flee or to join forces in battle. They swiftly reached a conclusion. Damn it, it was not due to their bravery, but rather the realization that on the Vortex Isles, where could they possibly escape to? Chapter 70. The initial experience of nature magic having ruled the Vortex Isles together for some time, the trio had developed a certain tacit understanding. With merely a glance, they discerned each other's intentions and nodded in unison as they charged towards Xin Gang. The closest, Huang Mu, aimed directly for his face, while the lanky man and the brooding figure flanked him on either side. The wooden giant unleashed a punch directed at Huang Mu, but Huang Mu's speed surpassed that of the burly man. Anticipating the punch's trajectory, he did not evade it. Rather, just as the massive fist was about to crash into the ground, it made an unexpected 90-degree turn, striking Huang Mu, who had believed he had successfully dodged the attack. The other two did not spare a glance in Huang Mu's direction, their focus solely on Xin Gang as they leaped high towards him, who was perched upon the giant's shoulder. They surmised that the hand the wooden giant used to attack Huang Mu could not be retracted immediately, leaving Xin Gang with only one hand to counter their assault, thus ensuring that at least one of them would successfully strike him. However, they soon found themselves in despair as two robust arms sprouted from the shoulders of the wooden giant, and fists the size of a cart loomed larger before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the trio of Haimu was sent flying through the air. It remained uncertain whether the aggression of the fruit required enhancement or if it had shown restraint, yet upon landing, all three were astonished to discover that aside from a slight heaviness in their chests, they felt no significant discomfort. Even so, they quickly comprehended the true strength of, realizing he was not as superficially formidable as they had initially surmised. Exchanging determined glances, the three resolved to unleash their genuine prowess against. First was the slender bamboo man, from whom a series of crackling sounds emanated as his lithe form began to expand laterally. In mere seconds, he transformed into a burly figure reminiscent of a powerful strongman. A closer inspection revealed that his physique was not merely a product of muscle, but rather an enlargement of his skeletal structure. As the shape of his bones and the positioning of his joints became distinctly visible, he was in essence a large frame encased in skin. The term overweight did not apply here. It was merely a matter of an oversized skeleton. Next, the brooding man advanced, moving slowly towards, yet despite his unhurried pace, a series of afterimages trailed behind him. Finally, there was who had actually begun to harness his power first, though the accumulation time had been somewhat prolonged. Once his energy was fully charged, his eyes transformed to a vivid crimson, his skin flushed, and tiny beads of blood began to seep from his pores. In this fierce state, surged forward with a velocity that was astonishing, arriving at the wooden giant's front even before the others, despite being the last to act. The wooden giant once again swung a fist towards, but this time, instead of evading, charged directly at it. Before the giant's fist could descend, leapt onto its arm, racing upwards without hesitation. Simultaneously, the bamboo man, now perhaps more aptly referred to as the robust bone man, arrived at the giant's right leg and, summoning all his strength, struck fiercely against the calf. From the perspective of size, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. However, the power of the bamboo man's bone-supported physique was astonishingly formidable. This strike caused the wooden giant's calf to suffer a severe fracture, nearly breaking entirely. The assault from below caused, who stood atop the wooden giant, to lose his balance momentarily, allowing to ascend to its shoulder. D bellowed as he launched a punch at. Steadying himself, looked up to see a fist the size of a large pot, drenched in blood, hurtling towards him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calmly extending his right hand to intercept strike. Crack! With a resounding crack, Xing'an's arm shattered into fragments. Yet Huangmu's fist also came to a halt, now embedded with splintered wood. TSK, 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 your appearance, drenched in red, is far from harmonious. And what are those eyes? What shall we do if your crimson gaze frightens the little ones? As Xin Gang retreated, he shook his hand, and the shattered remnants of his arm miraculously restored themselves, embodying a state of being devoid of bloodshed or violence. How enviable it was not a drop of green blood to spill.
However, Huang Mu was utterly bewildered by Xin Gang's words, nor did he have the inclination to listen. His current condition was draining his life force, and even he could not endure much longer. Swift resolution was imperative. Yet, his legs remained immovable, leaving him helpless as Xin Gang darted to the opposite shoulder of the wooden giant. Looking down, Huang Mu discovered two hands emerging from the giant's form, ensnaring his ankles. Gathering his strength, he endeavored to break free, but at the opportune moment, those hands released their grip, and a forceful miscalculation sent Huang Mu plummeting from the giant's shoulder. During his descent, another fist erupted from the giant's chest, striking him with formidable force. Oh, a home run! Xin Gang, with his hand resting on the awning, gazed at the distant figure of the carefree, arid shepherd soaring away. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from his chest as a hand emerged from the location of his heart. When did it come to be behind me? Xin Gang's head grotesquely twisted a full 180 degrees, revealing that it was none other than the brooding man. This scene could easily find its place in a horror film, yet the brooding man remained unfazed. He was neither startled by Xin Gang's survival despite the grievous wound, nor did he exhibit any sign of shock. With a calm demeanor, he withdrew his hand and, with a single kick, sent Xin Gang tumbling off the wooden giant. Xin Gang found himself directly beside the pole man, and in an instant, a large foot, with clearly visible bones, crushed his skull. Shortly thereafter, the brooding man descended and delivered several blows to Xin Gang's throat and chest. It was then that Huang Mu burst through the crowd of onlookers, his expression wavering as he beheld Xin Gang's lifeless and mangled form on the ground. Had they truly dispatched him so easily? Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first phase. The second phase is about to commence. A cheerful and familiar voice resonated from all directions, enveloping Huang Mu and his companions in an immersive auditory experience. Instinctively, the three turned their gazes toward Xin Gang's corpse. But the anticipated events of the night of the living dead did not unfold. The body lay still and motionless. What are you looking at? I'm over here. The same surround sound echoed once more. The trio searched frantically, only to encounter a sight far more terrifying than any zombie. Numerous Xingan appeared, across the grass, upon the tree trunks, and along the walls of the wooden castle. They were everywhere within sight. I truly did not anticipate that each of you possessed such remarkable skills. All the Xingan turned their gaze towards the blood-red sweat emanating from Huang Mu, a low-grade version of the 8 gates of Duanjia. They all extended their right index fingers towards the bamboo pole man, akin to a diminutive 3-tiered version. Subsequently, they propped their chins and scrutinized the somber man. How does one even describe that? The phantom step, perhaps? Finally, the Xingan crossed their arms in triumph. However, in the end, my skills surpass yours. Otherwise, I would have been nearly defeated by you all. Chapter 71. The initial experience of nature. If the wooden giant previously instilled a sense of awe in Huang Mu and his companions, the multitude of Xingan that seemed to have emerged from an adjacent film set brought forth a profound sense of despair. The Xingan on the wooden giant had remained within their line of sight the entire time, yet it was not the true body. How could they possibly locate the true entity among so many Xingan and defeat it? Moreover, had they truly managed to inflict any harm upon the Xingan at all? Although their attacks appeared to land, not a single drop of blood flowed from the Xingan's body. Could it truly be, as the Xingan claimed, that the devil fruit he had recently consumed belonged to the nature type? Upon contemplating this, the three of them immediately lost the will to continue the battle. Yet, as the Xingan had previously stated, they were not afforded the option of surrender. They charged forward en masse. To their astonishment, before the Xingan could reach Huang Mu and his companions, they stumbled and fell in droves for various reasons. Some collided with their counterparts, others tripped over their own feet, and some simply fell for no apparent reason. Then, all the Xingan came to a halt, with one leaning against a tree, rubbing his temples in frustration. Alas, managing so many selves at once proved excessively challenging. Perhaps next time a different method of control should be considered. Huang Mu and the others followed suit with their gazes, their expressions a curious blend of bewilderment. They had initially believed that a thrashing from the Xingan was inevitable, yet they could not have anticipated such an abrupt and comical conclusion to what began as an overwhelmingly oppressive advance. Why do you all look at me that way? Xin Gang initially felt an unavoidable sense of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure, asserting himself with confidence. Had he never encountered a boss that generously offered a free stage to players? Moreover, he possessed not one, but 3 stages, perhaps even more. It was difficult to say. Suddenly, a blurred and indistinct hand emerged, piercing through Xin Gang's chest. Here it comes again. Xin Gang once again twisted his neck a full 180 degrees to glance behind him, only to discover, as expected, the brooding man. It was astonishing that he had not noticed your approach from behind. Indeed, you possess a certain depth. Although Xin Gang was fully aware that his 2 previous ambushes had been facilitated by his own deliberate leniency, he remained astounded by the brooding man's remarkable ability to momentarily render himself invisible to Xin Gang's perception. After successfully striking, the brooding man did not withdraw his hand, for his arm had become ensnared and immobilized by the tendrils sprouting from the wounds on Xin Gang's chest and back. Moreover, Xin Gang's legs had transformed into sturdy tree trunks, with his feet morphing into roots deeply embedded in the earth. Did no one ever inform you that one should never employ the same tactic twice against an adversary who cannot be easily vanquished? The head that had turned 180 degrees gazed cheerfully at the brooding man, and upon finishing his words, his eyes lost their luster, becoming motionless like a wooden effigy. Simultaneously, the tendrils had already enveloped the brooding man's head, assimilating him into a humanoid vine form. Witnessing the loss of yet another ally, Huang Mu and the Stout Man, known as Bamboo Pole Man, were filled with alarm and sorrow. Among them, Huang Mu harbored additional confusion, having witnessed Xin Gang utilize the Steel of the Heart. He understood that the ability to create wooden giants and clones was an acquisition that followed the consumption of a devil fruit. It would be one thing to suddenly gain a superpower, but even adapting to a new keyboard requires a period of adjustment. It is said that some individuals, in the initial stages after consuming a devil fruit, struggle even with mundane tasks, let alone combat. Yet, why was Xin Gang so adept? Aside from singular failure while employing numerous clones, he executed the ability with the finesse of one who had long immersed himself in its mastery. After all, Huang Mu could not fathom that Xin Gang had once lived in an era of information, where experiences of superpower combat were akin to having never encountered a pig, but having witnessed a herd of them galloping daily. Furthermore, the power of the forest fruit to manipulate plants is a relatively common type of superpower, with the most notable example being the wood release technique from a neighboring series. Thus, it was plausible for Xin Gang to glean a multitude of methods simply by observation. However, mere intellectual understanding does not guarantee the ability to perform dazzling techniques at will. Xin Gang was not entirely clear on the nature of other elemental powers. Nevertheless, the ability of the forest fruit felt like an extension of his own body, and he could readily apply his experience from training in life restoration. However, as it was his inaugural use of this ability, coupled with his limited proficiency in life restoration, the results fell far short of his expectations. Initially, he had intended to create a giant wooden figure that resembled a celestial being with its navel as the mouth and breast as the focus. Yet, the final product turned out to be a headless figure, reminiscent of a crude elementary school clay model. While crafting a clone, he utilized his own form as a mold, thus avoiding any degradation in appearance. However, the challenge lay in the manipulation. Merely posing was manageable, but once actual movement was required, the commands became exceedingly complex. It seemed that only when Xin Gang could control each strand of hair with life restoration would he be able to execute advanced maneuvers like the transformation of the Buddha and multiple wooden clones. For the time being, it was wiser to rely on simpler, more forceful techniques. For instance, with a sudden resurgence of energy, Xin Gang straightened up, raising his right hand high, which rapidly transformed into a massive hammer, as large as a small car in cross-section. Then, propelled by a modicum of muscle and the majority of gravitational force, it descended upon Huang Mu and the Bamboo Pole Man. This strike was not only powerful, but also swift. The two, engrossed in the demise of the brooding man, barely evaded the hammer's edge. However, they only escaped the direct impact, as the shockwave and the tremors from the hammer's descent nearly caused them to stumble. Xin Gang himself did not fare much better. The hand that had summoned the hammer fractured due to the ground's reaction force, leaving him slightly unbalanced. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mu rushed forward and struck him on the temple, shattering his head into splintered wood. Even though he was aware that his attack could not inflict real harm on Xin Gang, the sensation of hitting something other than flesh left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, Xin Gang did not grant him time to wallow in despair. From the shattered remnants of his head, numerous fine tendrils sprouted, gathering the scattered pieces to facilitate restoration. What sent a chill down Huang Mu's spine was the sight of Xin Gang's right eye, which had been flung outward, rotating as it was ensnared by the tendrils, fixating directly upon him before it returned to its socket. The fragments of Xin Gang's head, save for the skin which bore the hue of humanity, were entirely composed of wood, with intricate patterns resembling tree bark. However, the eye jewel, apart from the vascular endings that resembled roots, appeared utterly normal.
This peculiar sight was indeed disconcerting. As Huang Mu momentarily froze in astonishment, he recalled that Xin Gang was a wielder of the devil fruit's powers. Thus, bizarre manifestations were to be expected. Yet, during his hesitation, the tendrils sprouting from beneath Xin Gang's feet ensnared him, and when he sought to move, he found his legs entirely enveloped in verdant grasp. Having dispatched 3, only 1 remained. As Xin Gang's voice faded, he transformed into a wooden effigy, ceasing all movement. The lanky man, bamboo pole, quickly scanned the surroundings for where Xin Gang might next appear, all the while attempting to distance himself from the immobile wooden doppelgangers of Xin Gang. "I shall assist you," cried the lanky man's brother, a tall figure. As he hurried towards him, his bones swelling within. "Li Jia, stay back," Bamboo Pole urgently admonished his brother, his form visibly wilting under the pressure. He was acutely aware that Xin Gang's prowess could not be overcome by merely adding another participant to the fray. From Xin Gang's earlier attempts to disperse the others, it was clear that his targets were solely the 4 of them. As long as others refrained from intervening, they would likely remain unscathed. Therefore, the tall man was not there to lend aid, but rather to court his own demise. Such touching fraternal loyalty. The voice of Xin Gang reverberated in a surround sound. Yet the bamboo pole man searched in vain for its source, only to be plunged into despair upon realizing its elusive nature. "Let you all reunite below," he heard, and in an instant, he fell into a chasm that had opened in the grass beneath him. Countless vines, akin to venomous serpents, ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile. Even if his bones were to revert to their original state, those tendrils would constrict immediately, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Soon, the suffocating sensation of impending unconsciousness enveloped him. Before he succumbed to oblivion, he finally comprehended that Xin Gang had been toying with them all along. Otherwise, they would never have been so incapacitated while battling on the grass conjured by Xin Gang. Chapter 72. If I cannot conquer Xin Gang, how could I possibly conquer you? When Huang Mu regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a pillar, not merely tied, but rather. The latter half of his body and the tips of his limbs were embedded within it, leaving only his head capable of slight movement. To his left, he discerned the sullen man and the burly man. To his right stood the bamboo pole man and the tall man, all similarly immobilized to the pillars. Before him, illuminated by flickering flames cast from behind, he could discern what seemed to be their fortress, now transformed into a series of wooden huts and several large warehouses scattered across the ground. Before Huang Mu could grasp the current situation or understand why he had not been slain, the pillar binding him began to rotate, turning him and the other 4 to face the light of the fire. On this side, he beheld a colossal bonfire. Between the flames and themselves stood Xin Gang and a massive turtle, while on the other side of the fire were his subordinates and the lowly individuals he usually disregarded. His subordinates wore expressions of exhilaration, while the lower class appeared mostly bewildered, though their previous stupor had dissipated considerably. As the firelight shone brightly, the other 4 gradually regained their senses, exchanging glances filled with relief for having survived, alongside expressions of confusion and concern. All eyes turned towards them. Xin Gang stamped his foot, calling for silence as he drew everyone's attention. He pointed at the likes of Huang Mu and others, proclaiming, "You all recognize these individuals, do you not?" The sycophantic subordinates were stirred into a frenzy, their mouths spewing a torrent of invective. Among the ordinary folk, who had just enjoyed a modest meal, there were glances of resentment, yet most merely observed with indifference, neither exhibiting excessive anger nor any sign of joy. They were once your leaders, but now they have been vanquished by my hand. What do you propose should be done? Xin Gang's voice rose above the cacophony, overpowering the surrounding clamor. Upon hearing his proclamation, Huang Mu and his companions displayed little reaction. They felt no fear of the impending death that should have accompanied their defeat at Xin Gang's hands. They refrained from begging for mercy or shouting platitudes about future redemption, fully aware that such gestures would be futile. The most oppressed among them also remained largely unresponsive. As the day's events had unfolded too abruptly, they feared that this might merely be a fleeting dream and that all they witnessed would dissolve into nothingness. Thus, rather than raising their voices in futile exclamations, they preferred to savor a few more morsels of meat and drink additional sips of coconut juice. The most fervent among them were the former subordinates of Huang Mu, not all, but certainly 7 or 8 of them, their faces flushed with excitement as they craned their necks and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" The near-deafening roar resembled a tidal wave, threatening to rupture Xin Gang's eardrums. With a look of impatience, he cleared his ears and snapped his fingers, causing Huang Mu and his 4 companions to be released from their bindings
tumbling down from the pillars. This action proved more effective than hitting a mute button. The previously unified crowd, who had been raising their fists in unison, fell silent, lowering their hands and casting bewildered glances at Xin Gang. Though no words were exchanged, their expressions clearly inquired why he had chosen to act in such a manner. Xin Gang shrugged his shoulders. Didn't you all say you wanted to eliminate them? Go ahead. As he spoke, he graciously stepped aside, creating ample space for them to engage in battle. However, those eager to curry favor with Xin Gang, their new leader, were hardly inclined to confront the likes of Haimu. Each of them sought to retreat into the crowd, hoping to conceal themselves among others. Yet, Xin Gang provided them no such opportunity. A wooden wall rose spontaneously, separating them from the bewildered ordinary folk, leaving them nowhere to hide. Nevertheless, Haimu and his companions refrained from striking, their gazes fixed upon Xin Gang, their eyes brimming with the question, "What do you mean by this?" Xin Gang chose to disregard both factions, directing his gaze instead toward the crowd eagerly consuming meat. To prevent any misunderstandings, let me clarify, I am not here to rescue you, nor do I intend to avenge your grievances. He then extended his right index finger toward the likes of Haimu, declaring, "My victory over them is not for your benefit. It is merely a matter of settling my own conflicts with them. Ideally, I would remain indifferent to whatever transpires here, as it bears no relevance to me. However, after defeating them, the situation becomes somewhat intricate. There exists the possibility that some might blindly rise against these seemingly invincible individuals, leading to considerable casualties." At this juncture, Xin Gang offered a wry smile before continuing. "I must admit, I possess a certain hypocrisy. Even if thousands perish far away, to me, they are merely numbers. Yet, should someone die under my very eyes due to my actions, it weighs heavily upon my conscience. Therefore, to avoid the peculiar guilt that might arise, I shall manage you all before my departure, striving to ensure that each of you can live with dignity. As for avenging you or reckoning with the misdeeds of others, I'm afraid that lies beyond my considerations, as I am not intimately acquainted with you." As his words echoed, silence enveloped the gathering. The first to react were those eager to curry favor with Xin Gang, who began to wail in despair. It became evident that Xin Gang had no intention of further addressing Haimu and his ilk. Thus, they would become the next targets. Conversely, many of the previously silent, ordinary individuals nodded in acknowledgement, gaining a semblance of awareness regarding their predicament. It would be difficult to believe an unexpected hero descended from the heavens to provide sustenance and aid in their grievances without any prior signs. It became more comprehensible if one considered that others might simply seek vengeance against the former leader, usurping their position. As for Xin Gang's remarks about hypocrisy and guilt, such sentiments were momentarily dismissed as trivialities by those who had long since focused solely on survival. Consequently, they hastened their eating, eager to consume as much as possible while their new leader still exhibited some compassion. If they could not eat their fill, they surreptitiously stashed away some for later. These actions did not escape Xin Gang's notice, yet he remained indifferent, for he harbored no illusions of being a savior or a guide. Ensuring that no one perished because of him was sufficient for his peace of mind. Lastly, the reactions of Haimu and his companions were quite intriguing. Initially, they were skeptical that Xin Gang would genuinely spare them. However, upon reflection, they concluded that having survived was a significant gain. What more could they desire? Nevertheless, despite their sentiments, a lingering discontent festered within them, compelling them to seek an outlet for their frustrations. Thus, the 5 individuals simultaneously cast their gazes toward the trembling subordinates huddled by the wooden wall, their thoughts converging in a singular notion. If I cannot subdue Xin Gang, then how can I not bring you to heel? Chapter 73, I Abandon the Whirlwind Isle. Ultimately, however, Haimu and his companions were unable to deal with those who readily shifted allegiances, for just as they were poised to act, Xin Gang unleashed a whip that struck between both parties. Hey, I am still here." Xin Gang did not raise his voice to assert his presence. However, none dared to overlook him simply because his tone lacked volume, for those present had either been effortlessly bested by his playful demeanor or had witnessed others, like Haimu and his companions, fall victim to his ease of dominance. I have stated before that I do not wish for anyone to perish before me due to my actions. Even if I harbor a strong disdain for him, I would allow him to retain his life, at least until my aversion escalates to the point of contemplating his demise. Xin Gang unabashedly proclaimed that he would wield absolute power over life and death on the island, intertwining his criteria for judgment with his personal preferences. This behavior is quintessentially tyrannical, reminiscent of a ruler who,
merely days into his reign, would meet a grisly demise from multiple self-inflicted wounds. Nevertheless, the chasm between Xin Gang and the others was insurmountable. He could stand still while they attempted to assail him for days on end without inflicting any harm. Naturally, no one dared to voice dissent. Xin Gang was acutely aware of the folly inherent in such a tyrannical rule, yet it sufficed for his purposes. He had no intention of teaching the island's inhabitants how to navigate a path of righteousness, nor did he aspire to remain the sovereign of the isle indefinitely. As he candidly stated, he would govern these people only until he departed from the Vortex Islands, at most extending his authority until everyone returned to the realm of humanity. Days passed after Xin Gang's brazen declaration of his dominion, and the islanders, particularly those who had previously suffered oppression, were astonished to discover that their new leader seemed far more benevolent than his words suggested. He not only provided a continuous supply of fruits and ample provisions, primarily grains with some jerky, but he also never imposed any demands upon them. In fact, those sycophants who tried to compel the labor of others for their own gain found themselves punished and left to wither on trees after receiving a few lashes. Those afflicted by the green wood were healed one by one, and even the frail were infused with vitality and restored to health. The likes of Huang Mu and his companions realized that as long as they remained compliant, Xin Gang would indeed cease to trouble them. The sycophants, after several humiliating encounters, retreated into corners, becoming mere parasites amidst the scorn and disdain of others. Meanwhile, Xin Gang was devising a means to escape the Vortex Islands. This endeavor did not entail mere contemplation of how to leave. Rather, he was gradually actualizing his ambitions. He had once entertained a bold idea of soaring away from the Vortex Islands akin to the Green Bull's journey to the land of harmony, to ascend into the sky on the wings of a flower. Wasn't that audacious? However, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Why, you ask? Because he lacked the capability to fly. A fact he was well aware of. Xin Gang believed that he could not achieve long-distance flight relying solely on a flower, despite the boundless creativity of this world. No matter how he stretched his imagination, he could not conceive a way for petals to provide sufficient lift. Thus, he resolved that if he could not take to the skies, he would instead fill the seas. The fundamental reason for the current desolation of the Vortex Islands lay in the absence of a substantial landmass. Therefore, if he could merely restore the portion that had been removed by the Golden Lion, wouldn't that suffice? Xin Gang need not transform into a bird to transport stones. He can directly utilize his ability to create and accomplish the restoration of the Whirlpool Islands. First, he connects the 5 islands surrounding the Whirlpool Islands with robust, horizontally growing branches, and then begins to grow downwards with branches and roots. However, he soon realizes that merely encircling the entire Whirlpool Islands necessitates an astronomical amount of vitality, which he cannot afford alone. Consequently, he generates a multitude of creations with his abilities on the Whirlpool Islands, simultaneously integrating the existing vegetation into his vitality network. After accumulating vitality for 3 days, Xin Gang revisits his plans atop the highest peak of the mountain island, where he can survey the entire panorama of the Whirlpool Islands. With a thought, the plants, now supplied with ample vitality, begin to grow wildly. Before long, a barrier formed by intertwining roots and vines connects the 5 islands surrounding the Whirlpool Islands. Looking inward, the sea level begins to visibly and rapidly decline, soon leaving the central island standing solitary. Gazing down, he observes a large pit left by the removal of the island's main body, within which numerous caves lead to unknown depths. Turning his gaze outward, he notices that the whirlpools on the sea's surface have also diminished in scale. However, before Xin Gang can revel in his success, the surrounding seawater distorts and deforms the newly formed barrier, while the 5 islands serving as supports exhibit slight tremors, as if they might be toppled. Anticipating this, he promptly directs the dense network of roots to extend inward toward the barrier, sealing off the caves that are likely the source of the perpetually swirling whirlpools. He then opens a few apertures in the barrier to allow the seawater to flow in. As the seawater refills the inner ring of the Whirlpool Islands, the whirlpools that have existed here for years do not vanish. Yet, they remain only on the periphery, significantly diminished in both scale and strength. From the caves he observed earlier, Xin Gang begins to grasp the specific causes of the Whirlpool Islands. These caves were presumably some form of underwater tunnels, whether natural or artificial. The actions of the Golden Lion, in removing most of the islands, opened these tunnels, allowing seawater to flow into them, thus forming the whirlpools. The whirlpools surrounding the Whirlpool Islands likely result from the prolonged erosion of the tunnel walls beneath the seabed. However, if that is the case, the whirlpools should be interconnected. Why then did the seawater not surge back out from the tunnel openings earlier? Xin Gang found himself momentarily perplexed, much like his inability to comprehend the true destination of the underwater tunnel. Fortunately, he was not a particularly obstinate individual. He set aside the questions that eluded him, attributing them to the marvels of the Grand Line. That sufficed for the time being. Observing that the whirlpool could no longer hinder his departure, Xin Gang relinquished his desire to complete the Whirlpool Islands, for his sole aim was to leave this place, and thus, this was enough. Atop the mountain, Xin Gang closed his eyes and transformed into a welcoming pine, while at the sight of the wooden castle ruins, he opened his eyes. A large circle of eager onlookers surrounded him, and upon his awakening, they immediately directed hopeful gazes toward him. Those who wish to depart may follow me. Those who wish to remain here shall not be hindered. With just a simple utterance, Xin Gang rose and gestured for Anton to follow him as they departed. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a fervor, with every individual present unable to conceal the excitement etched upon their faces. Who among them did not yearn to escape this wretched place? Success. Suddenly, a voice, slightly discordant amidst the exhilaration, broke through from the side. The joy conveyed in that tone seemed less like the relief of finally evading danger and more akin to the bliss of efforts bearing fruit at last. Following the sound, it became clear that it originated from the cafeteria. Soon, a man clad in a relatively clean white garment emerged, cradling a golden-brown object emanating a subtly sweet aroma. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the man paused momentarily, glancing around before making a beeline for Xin Gang. "Chief, come and sample my latest creation," he exclaimed, presenting the item in his hands with a face alight with enthusiasm and anticipation. His intention was not to curry favor with Xin Gang, but rather to share in the joy of his accomplishment, and Xin Gang happened to be the perfect recipient of this enthusiasm. "Is this bread?" Xin Gang gazed at the visibly scorched, soft object before him, uncertainly inquiring, "Is this a cake?" The man replied with palpable excitement, asserting that while it could not rival the exquisite pastries found outside, its flavor was nonetheless quite delightful. Oh, even Xin Gang could not suppress his astonishment, his mouth agape. Despite the fact that the Whirlpool Islands were not lacking in provisions due to his abilities and the preservation of certain crop seeds. Surely a cake required more than merely flour? Xin Gang extended his hand, plucking a small piece from the cake and bringing it to his lips. He quickly discovered that the man had spoken the truth. Aside from a slightly diminished sweetness and a near absence of fluffiness, it was undoubtedly a quintessential sponge cake. "This means we shall have cake in the days to come." Joyful cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet, almost immediately, a voice tinged with envy interjected. "We shall soon be leaving this place, and when that time comes, I shall certainly treat the leader to the finest pâtisserie, indulging in whatever delights they offer. I can hardly be bothered to glance at such a cake." This time it was the man holding the cake who looked astonished, only for his expression to morph into one of disappointment, as if a master archer, skilled in the art of precision shooting, had been informed by another wielding a high-powered sniper rifle that the times had changed. Is my effort then rendered utterly meaningless? Who claims it lacks significance? Xin Gang chuckled as he patted his shoulder, his gaze shifting towards the bystander, Huang Mu, who was observing the entire scene. This at least demonstrated that you could have independently savored the cake. It was merely due to certain individuals that you were unable to afford even bread. Huang Mu certainly comprehended that Xin Gang's words were a retort to his previous question of why he hadn't allocated cake to them, as well as a jab at himself. Having nearly discerned Xin Gang's boundaries, he did not falter, but instead responded with equal fervor. "Without your capabilities, this wretched place wouldn't even possess the flour to make a simple flatbread." Xin Gang did not deny it. Instead, he continued in accordance with his words. "Indeed, my abilities are crucial, yet I am not adept at baking cakes. Thus their contributions are undeniably significant." Although Huang Mu refrained from immediately responding, he could not help but concede that Xin Gang spoke the truth. Over the past few days, he had observed that, while Xin Gang claimed to be domineering, he had never oppressed others as they had. Instead, he had ensured that others were materially satisfied. The creativity and enthusiasm exhibited by those who had once been oppressed, now liberated from forced labor and the confiscation of their labor's fruits, left him in awe. Leaving aside the cake before them, the newly constructed buildings, such as the canteen, which significantly enhanced their quality of life, were also products of their efforts. Even the ship that had previously been deemed unseaworthy had been transformed, through collective brainstorming, into a vessel that could barely float. In light of the previously lifeless and dismal state under their rule, Huang Mu began to question the validity of his earlier theories. According to Xin Gang's approach, Not only could ordinary people at the bottom enjoy a comfortable life, but even the quality of life possessed by Xin Gang, whom he regarded as superior, appeared to be more pleasant. Moreover, Huang Mu suspected that even without the abilities granted by the forest fruit, such transformations would still occur, albeit to a slightly lesser extent. Indeed, Huang Mu nodded vigorously, acknowledging that he, who lacked strength yet possessed the skill to bake cakes, was equally important as those of them who had strength but could not. Upon hearing this, Xin Gang furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how such a staunch elitist as Huang Mu could express sentiments akin to the notion of equality among all. Xin Gang, I have sensed your conviction and comprehended your ideals, Huang Mu suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Regardless of how you perceive me, you have now become my sole idol. Huh? Xin Gang tilted his head in astonishment. Setting aside how he had become a revered idol of Huang Mu, he found himself perplexed by how his beliefs and ideals had come to the latter's awareness, as he himself was unaware of possessing any such convictions. Thus, he couldn't help but ponder whether Huang Mu had discerned his desire to languidly drift through life, merely surviving. In truth, this scenario stemmed from a misunderstanding arising from differing perceptions between the two. In his past life, even the emperor had to purchase a ticket to enter his own home. The environment in which he grew up, coupled with the subtle influences of his subconscious, rendered him somewhat incompatible with the world of kings and celestial beings. Regardless of how much he professed indifference towards others, his inherent respect and sense of equality towards them betrayed him. Even an ordinary person could discern that this new leader possessed a sharp tongue yet a soft heart. One might describe him as tsundere in a whimsical, anime-inspired manner. Individuals like Huang Mu, whose perception surpassed that of the average person, could easily grasp the fundamental differences between Xin Gang and the vast majority of people in this world, recognizing the audacious yet seemingly justified ideals he held. However, Xin Gang remained unaware that his ingrained approach to interpersonal relationships was anything out of the ordinary, leading him to wonder from where Huang Mu derived such profound insights. At last, Xin Gang chose to abandon contemplation, casually waving his hand dismissively. Whatever, he muttered, then took a few bites of cake, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Halfway through his departure, he did not forget to remind the others with a wave. I shan't wait for you too long. Hurry up and gather your things to follow. Chapter 74. Finally departing question. How does one leave a deserted island? Answer. By boat. He boarded the grand vessel originally commissioned by the pastoral overseers solely to expend the energy of the lower ranks. This ship, after undergoing reinforcement over time, was now capable of traversing between the 5 outer islands, albeit at a sluggish pace, with each meter of progress accompanied by the creaking of its hull. Such a condition rendered it unfit for long-distance voyages. Even a slight gust or ripple could lead to disaster. Thus, Xin Gang made slight modifications to the vessel. The first step involved sealing the visible and hidden gaps. Utilizing vines and roots, he interconnected the loose structure and filled minute crevices with viscous resin. For the deeply embedded flaws, he revived the surrounding timber, allowing it to grow and complete the repairs. Subsequently, he coiled the entire ship with several massive vines and applied a few oil-secreting vines across the hull, further enhancing its waterproofing. Next came the propulsion system. Firstly, the Whirlpool Islands lacked skilled navigators and helmsmen capable of adeptly managing a sailing ship. Secondly, relying solely on wind power would not suffice to liberate such a large vessel from the lingering disturbances of the whirlpool. Consequently, Xin Gang dismantled the mast entirely and generated 9 colossal oars on either side of the ship, testing their movement through his abilities. The results were quite satisfactory. Despite the oars not moving particularly swiftly, they provided approximately twice the speed of a standard sailing vessel. However, as Xin Gang did not intend to rely perpetually on his abilities to maintain the ship's forward motion, this was merely an initial step. Generally, plants cannot engage in conventional locomotion independently, yet there exist exceptions, such as the Venus flytrap, capable of relatively rapid movements. The Whirlpool Islands host such flora, including a genuine man-eating plant on the central island. By studying the locomotion structures of these plants, Xin Gang learned a method to enable his creations to perform simple movements even after losing his control. However, this movement mechanism, akin to a trap-triggering device, is uncomplicated and cannot simply be affixed to the oars to sustain the navigation of an entire ship. Prior to this, Xin Gang had devoted a considerable amount of time contemplating how to achieve his goals using these simple mechanical systems. He had even crafted several proportionally scaled models. Therefore, at this moment, a mere thought sparked within the vessel, culminating in a complete propulsion system.
Provided that its design harbors no flaws, this ship, despite its wooden exterior, possesses a power and maneuvering system capable of outpacing the vast majority of vessels traversing these waters by several leagues. The ship can determine its forward, backward, or stationary movements by manipulating the lever adjacent to the helm, while rotating the wheel adjusts the output of the oars to dictate its course. Furthermore, adjusting the pointer at the center of the wheel modulates the sailing speed. However, since the power source is derived from plant life, if sufficient energy has not been accumulated during the day, the vessel can only maintain a steady pace under sunlight, with speed drastically reduced during rainy weather, rendering it nearly immobile at night. Yet with Xin Gang at the helm, there is no need to fret over energy shortages, as he can provide direct sustenance. A mere modicum of his vitality can propel this ship at a breakneck speed for an entire day and night, and even in the event of structural damage, he can perform immediate repairs without the slightest reduction in speed. From now on, you shall be named the Emerald. Chuckling at the ship that was about to carry him away from the Vortex Islands, Xin Gang retrieved the log pointer from his pocket, a trophy he had seized from that demon pirate who had uttered the ominous prophecy. During the tumultuous time spent within the vortex, he had exerted considerable effort to safeguard it. Throughout his stay at the Vortex Islands, he had consistently monitored the pointer's direction, discovering that for reasons unknown, be it a lack of magnetic influence from other islands or some other factor, the tip of the pointer had not shifted even a fraction. Xin Gang found solace in this phenomenon, as it spared him the possibility of veering off course and wasting precious time. Ascending the vine ladder that descended from the deck, Xin Gang boarded the Emerald, pulling up Anton, who had unknowingly grown a bit larger with the tendrils. He then proceeded directly to the helm, prepared to pull the lever and set sail. He had previously stated that he would not wait long for others, and he truly had no intention of doing so. Besides, he could have embarked immediately. The repairs and construction of the propulsion system could have been accomplished en route. The delay in setting sail was merely a result of the contributions made by others to this vessel. Wait for us. A somewhat familiar yet elusive voice emanated from the shore, prompting Xin Gang to retract his hand from the lever and approach the edge of the boat. Peering down, he observed the survivors emerging from the island, each of them empty-handed. Due to the scarcity of materials, even for clothing on the Vortex Isles, it was unnecessary to mention bags. Thus, the survivors resorted to woven baskets crafted from vines or hastily bundled their belongings with a few twigs, deeming it sufficient for packing. Consequently, the items carried by the survivors were laid bare before Xin Gang. The most abundant were various containers filled with fresh water, followed by an assortment of food. Third in quantity were human skulls, evident from the careful manner in which the carriers cradled them, indicating their significance to those they represented. Lastly, there were an eclectic mix of local specialties, including the teeth of various beasts, soil-embedded IQ grass, as well as handcrafted items such as wooden carvings and clay sculptures. Come aboard, do not waste my time. With a stern expression, Xin Gang lowered several ladders that led directly to the deck, allowing the survivors to board the ship. Although most of the survivors had participated in the construction of the Emerald and had previously sailed on her, the modifications made by Xin Gang bestowed upon the vessel an entirely novel sensation. The absence of sails and masts particularly intrigued them, while simultaneously instilling a sense of bewilderment. How could this ship navigate without the aid of the wind? Yet, Xin Gang merely placed his hand on the lever and pushed it forward, causing the ship to suddenly accelerate. The passengers, nearly losing their balance due to inertia, initially panicked, only to discover that something was moving on either side of the ship. Rushing to the edge of the deck, they beheld the astonishing sight of 9 pairs of oars propelling themselves. Regrettably, they failed to grasp that this propulsion system was entirely autonomous, mistakenly believing that Xin Gang was tirelessly rowing the ship himself, thus attributing the arduous task to their leader. However, their assumption was not entirely erroneous, for Xin Gang indeed needed to continuously infuse the Emerald with vitality to maintain her swift course. In an instant, the Emerald reached her maximum speed, effortlessly navigating through the whirlpools surrounding the Whirlwind Isles, leaving the passengers in disbelief. Once they successfully departed from the perilous whirlpools, the survivors experienced a spectrum of emotions. Some, like the, merely glanced back at the disappearing Whirlwind Isles, while others knelt and wept uncontrollably, and some, consumed by rage, sought out specific individuals to unleash their fury upon. Only Xin Gang remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed ahead, toward the direction indicated by the compass. Chapter 75. I remember you to eliminate you. The turmoil aboard the Emerald did not endure for long.
as many of the more composed individuals managed to pull apart the factions engaged in mutual combat before the situation spiraled further out of control. Nevertheless, even when separated, the initial aggressors continued to flail their fists and feet wildly, their utterances laced with various insults directed at the ancestors and female relatives of others. Those who had been beaten were equally unyielding, retorting with a tone laced with disdain. The four bystanders, including Araki, were not inclined to remain mere spectators. Rather, their reluctance to diminish their presence meant they risked becoming targets of collective ire. It was not beyond reason that those who had previously maintained their composure might also succumb to irrationality. This was no unforeseen insurrection. Devoid of supernatural elements, such as sea monsters, it was merely the culmination of long-repressed emotions erupting at this moment. How could those who had endured oppression not feel a flicker of anger towards the tyrants who had loomed over them? Their silence had only been a testament to their fear of voicing their wrath. Once Xin Gang assumed control, they could have begun to express their fury. However, their initial uncertainty regarding his stance, compounded by their isolation on the Vortex Islands, fostered a curious inertia that kept them silent. Yet, at this very moment, they had finally departed the nightmarish Vortex Islands and were returning to a society grounded in common sense. It felt as though an invisible shackle within them had shattered, and the past humiliations and sufferings surged forth, compelling them to abandon their meekness. Leader, do something. It was unclear who among the crowd first called out to Xin Gang. Upon hearing his name, Xin Gang cast a fleeting glance towards the deck. Just that single glance was enough to quell the most fervent instigator. A mixture of fear and respect evident in their demeanor. Everyone was eager to witness how Xin Gang would address the situation, yet, after the commotion subsided, he gradually averted his gaze. Leader, the man who had prepared the cake stepped forward, bending his knees in an attempt to kneel before Xin Gang. However, two Y-shaped branches sprouted from the deck, supporting him beneath his arms. Why kneel before me? I'm not worthy of such reverence. Xin Gang released the helm with both hands, took a few steps towards the deck, and leaned against the railing of the upper deck, gazing down at the crowd below. The man, propped up by branches, looked earnestly at Xin Gang. We implore you, Chief, to take our plight into consideration. I shall not. Xin Gang's response was swift, succinct, and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this answer, not only did the man who had made the request lower his head in disappointment, but others, who yearned to inquire about the reasoning, could only tremble their lips in silence. Some instinctively exhaled in relief, yet could only obscurely convey their sense of fortune. I understand that what you truly desire is to hold accountable the misdeeds of certain scoundrels, is it not? Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Xin Gang continued in a calm tone. However, I must regretfully decline to do so. Are we to simply forgive them? A slender youth stepped forward, indignantly exclaiming, On what ground should I grant you the power to forgive them? Xin Gang was taken aback and retorted, I have never been harmed, so what right do I have to grant forgiveness? The youth was momentarily stunned, but then a smile spread across his face. So, you also agree to hold them accountable for their sins? Xin Gang smiled and nodded. Indeed, who does not take pleasure in witnessing the downfall of villains? However, before the joy of some could fully blossom and the fears of others could take root, he swiftly altered his tone. But who truly embodies the essence of malevolence? And who deserves to be subjected to the most excruciating punishments? Do you believe that the future me would possess the answer to this conundrum? The youth pondered for a moment before promptly providing his response. We are well aware. The misdeeds of those individuals are vividly etched in our memories. Even if the mind were to forget, the body would still retain the memory. Oh, Xin Gang merely nodded in a nonchalant manner before inquiring. What does it matter to me? I remain in ignorance, do I not? How could one be unaware? The youth, eager and animated, pointed at an individual, ready to recount the litany of his misdeeds. On what basis should I place my trust in you? With but a single sentence, Xin Gang rendered the youth speechless. What exactly have you endured here? I possess a general understanding. I am aware that some among you have been bullied, while others have wielded power. However, I remain utterly ignorant of who deserves death and who does not warrant such a fate, nor do I wish to involve myself in such matters. If you seek justice, then pursue it on your own. Do not trouble me. Having spoken, Xin Gang waved his hand dismissively and turned to return to the helm. So, you will not obstruct our quest for vengeance, will you? The youth inquired, lifting his gaze, flames igniting in his eyes. Certainly not. Xin Gang nodded thoughtfully, then added, however, do not create a disturbance before my eyes. At the very least, wait until we have docked before you venture far to resolve your issues. I do not wish to witness your demise. Suddenly, a thought struck Xin Gang, and he turned his gaze back to the individuals on the deck. Stand tall and raise your heads. I wish to commit your appearances to memory. Everyone promptly complied. What is the leader preparing to do? Someone hidden among the crowd inquired with curiosity. To eliminate you. Xin Gang offered a brief response before meticulously taking note of the appearances of everyone present. The crowd sensed that his reply bore an air of seriousness rather than jest, and a wave of trepidation swept over them. Had it not been for Xin Gang's earlier displays of excessive kindness, it is likely that many would have sought to abandon ship in this moment. Xin Gang had no intention of frightening them. He proceeded to elucidate. I find myself indifferent to the hardships you have endured in the past and the sins you have committed, for they bear no relevance to me. However, since you have embarked on my vessel to escape from the Whirlpool Islands, your future is now intertwined with mine. Thus, should you choose to engage in acts of violence and arson, be prepared for the possibility of my retribution. Alternatively, you may consider an early demise, which would alleviate my burdens while sparing you further suffering. For when the time comes, I shall not only reclaim the lives I have saved, but also exact a toll upon your flesh as interest. With this explanation, the group's anxieties were momentarily assuaged. Naturally, some remained apprehensive about the prospect of Xin Gang seeking vengeance, yet they dared not express such fears openly. For doing so would imply to others that they intended to persist in their nefarious ways, potentially prompting Xin Gang to collect his dues prematurely. It appeared that they comprehended the situation and bore no significant objections. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your composure. Any grievances may be addressed once I am no longer present. Having concluded his remarks, Xin Gang returned to steering the ship, while the individuals on deck, after a brief silence, resumed their harmonious interactions. Chapter 76. The ordinary attack is a ranged area assault, and it can trigger the protagonist's steel heart. Do you find this appealing? Within the Grand Line, there exists a nearly universal understanding that the more eccentric the appearance, the greater the potential for damage. This suggests that one can often gauge a person as strength by their outward demeanor. Even aside from those possessing bizarre abilities from the various races or the grotesque forms conferred by devil fruit powers, one can typically discern a person's prowess through their attire. Those clad in heavy armor or burdened with an array of weapons, especially firearms, are readily identified as weaklings, often falling to the protagonist with but a single panel in the comic. Conversely, an individual dressed in a simple yet refined outfit, armed with only a weapon or two, or even barehanded, indicates a modicum of strength, though they do not yet rank among the elite. True powerhouses, irrespective of the season, don but a single garment, which is either strikingly revealing, akin to a bikini, or a cumbersome, fur-lined trench coat that, while visually flamboyant, offers little comfort or mobility. Furthermore, they often possess a distinctive item, much like Luffy's iconic straw hat. This phenomenon is not merely a matter of ensuring that comic characters possess sufficient distinction for readers to remember them. It is, rather, a reflection of nature itself. Indeed, you must be aware that many male birds are often more resplendent than their female counterparts, correct? Just as the male peacock is adorned with long, resplendent tail feathers, the female is drab and unremarkable, resembling a muted hen. Furthermore, the more ostentatious the male's appearance, much like the decorative tail of a peacock, the more likely he is to attract the attention of females. This phenomenon has given rise to a hypothesis. Those vibrant feathers and other ostentatious traits, often deemed superfluous or even detrimental to survival, serve as a testament to the male's vitality. Essentially, the display of such burdensome adornments signifies, behold, despite the weight of these embellishments, I have thrived. My genetics must be exceptional, ensuring our offspring will be robust. In the realm of the Grand Line, the various flamboyant attires of the formidable can be interpreted similarly. Their distinctive garb does not denote their strength, but rather, their might allows them to survive in such conspicuous attire. There are also those who initially may not be particularly strong, yet due to their eye-catching appearance, face greater challenges than others. As long as they endure, they cannot be deemed weak. This notion of peculiar attire extends beyond individuals. It equally applies to pirate ships. The prowess of a crew can often be gauged by the extent of modifications made to their vessel. The Emerald, without a doubt, falls into the category of ships so extensively altered that it bears little resemblance to a traditional sailing vessel. Its masts have been entirely removed, and its hull is entwined with lush vines, glimmering in the sunlight like a radiant emerald. Not to mention, the Emerald boasts a sailing speed comparable to that of the finest yachts upon the seas. Thus, even in the absence of any identifying flags, a mere glance would suffice to reveal that the crew aboard this ship is not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, the sea is never devoid of reckless souls willing to challenge a ship adorned with the finery of formidable pirates. Presently, the Emerald finds itself under assault from an oncoming pirate vessel. Initially, this ship did not display a pirate flag. It was only when the two vessels drew near that it hastily hoisted the flag and positioned itself directly in front of the Emerald. It is likely that they did not anticipate the Emerald's swiftness, leaving them unprepared. As the two ships approached collision, the cannons aboard the pirate ship began to fire. But due to the lack of prior aim, not a single cannonball struck the Emerald at such close range. Upon closer inspection, Xin Gang realized that the side of the pirate ship was actually metallic, painted to resemble an ordinary vessel. Typically, if a ship cannot decelerate in time and collides, it faces imminent sinking. Even if the two ships do not collide directly, this T-shaped positioning severely limits the intercepted ship's ability to retaliate, as conventional sailing vessels usually possess cannons only on their sides, rendering them woefully inadequate in frontal encounters. Yet, is the Emerald merely an ordinary ship? Whether accelerating or decelerating, she is far beyond the capabilities of those mass-produced vessels. Perhaps she currently lacks offensive capabilities, but her passengers are certainly not to be underestimated. Even in the absence of Xin Gang, the remaining temporary crew members would ensure that the reckless pirate crew would have ample reason to regret their actions for 3 days and nights in the depths of hell. Not to mention that the former leaders, like Huang Mu, could hold their own against Xin Gang. Even those who were previously forced to toil at the lowest levels of the Whirlpool Islands possess strength that surpasses that of ordinary pirate rabble. After all, the Whirlpool Islands are not traversable by just anyone. Those with even a hint of frailty would perish midway, leaving nothing but a corpse washed ashore. If the crew, excluding Xin Gang, were to form a pirate crew, they would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the first half of the Grand Line. Furthermore, it is not merely their strength. The individuals aboard the Emerald are currently in a state of restless anticipation, yearning for a fight. Those who seek vengeance yet cannot fulfill their desires are not the only ones. Combat serves as an excellent outlet for emotional release. Victors bask in the joy of triumph, while the defeated find solace in the oblivion of death, free from all worries. As for those who are constantly met with envious gazes and overhear whispered plots of retribution, they undoubtedly harbor a burning frustration, yet dare not act under Xin Gang's watchful eye. The opportunity for an outlet has presented itself, and it is impossible to reject it. For Huang Mu and his companions, the situation is simpler. Having been effortlessly toyed with by Xin Gang, they now desperately seek to regain their confidence through easy victories. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crew, the Emerald and the pirate ship draw ever closer, close enough to discern the bewildered faces of the pirates aboard, oblivious to the fate that awaits them, and to see the illusory red marks of the heart of steel hovering above the heads of the menacing pirates. Upon witnessing the multitude of these ominous symbols, Huang Mu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He finally comprehended that he had been ensnared by Xin Gang's scheme from the very beginning. This ability did not, in fact, limit itself to a single target at a time. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that Xin Gang had never explicitly stated such a thing. It was merely his own assumption, derived under Xin Gang's subtle guidance. Had the plotting commenced so early? But for what purpose? As Huang Mu fervently contemplated the reasons behind Xin Gang's concealed prowess, the tendrils, marked by the heart of steel, burgeoned from the Emerald ship, perfectly aligning with the number aboard the pirate vessel. The pirates, though somewhat dim-witted, possessed a modicum of common sense. Thus, they could not idly stand by as the tendrils extended from the Emerald. Yet, they misjudged their response. It was not entirely their fault, for these tendrils bore no thorns and lacked formidable strength. They were merely slender green vines, comparable in thickness to a pinky finger. It was only natural that no one would instinctively feel the urge to flee. Consequently, the pirates boldly confronted the tendrils, but the outcome was dire. The first pirate to realize something was amiss was the one attempting to sever the vines with his blade. Upon striking, he discovered that the tender tendrils were not as fragile as he had anticipated. However, that was merely the beginning, for in the next instant, the vine's tip made contact with the lower edge of his chest. As the long-forgotten sound of the heart of steel rang out once more, it marked merely the commencement of chaos. The ship erupted with a series of melodious clangs, and the deck was beset by a grotesque display of blood and flesh, bursting forth like unsightly fireworks. Chapter 77. The journey's expense as the abrupt intervention of Xin Gang left those who had intended to vent their frustrations on the road-blocking pirates feeling utterly disconcerted. It was akin to having made plans with a childhood sweetheart to select an auspicious day for marriage, only to discover, upon arrival to wed her, that she had been chosen to enter the palace as a consort. While their hearts brimmed with discontent, they found themselves rendered speechless and immobile.
for the one who had usurped their affections was simply too formidable to confront. Previously, during the encounter at the Vortex Isles, Xin Gang had only resorted to lethal force once, and at that time, only the likes of Huang Mu and a select few were present. Thus, although all were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, their trepidation stemmed merely from fear of his strength. This recent display, however, served as a stark revelation to those unfamiliar with Xin Gang's ruthless nature, making them acutely aware of the sheer fortune they possessed in not provoking his murderous intent. A whole ship of individuals simply vanished without a trace. Moreover, one could scarcely hope to recover even a complete corpse. Although the assembled individuals were not inexperienced in bloodshed, some having been notorious pirates celebrated for their brutality, even they could not help but silently murmur that they found Xin Gang's methods rather excessive. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone resolved to behave like obedient children before Xin Gang, with the more timid among them glancing nervously in his direction, their legs trembling even more after the brief glance. The least reactive on the Emerald was undoubtedly Anton, who lay basking in the sun on a platform constructed where the main mast once stood. Upon hearing the sound of the Heartsteel, he opened his eyes briefly. Previously, during their maritime voyages, Xin Gang had utilized the Heartsteel against sea kings, so he anticipated a feast following the sound. However, upon realizing that the explosion had been caused by humans, Antoine closed his eyes in disappointment, understanding that humans could not serve as a source of sustenance. Simultaneously, on the pirate ship, the seemingly innocuous tender vines began to harden, forming sharp tips reminiscent of spearheads. These vines had previously attacked the pirates' lower bodies, leaving some unfortunate souls to crawl in agony, now reduced to mere upper halves. The sharp ends of the vines pierced vital areas such as the hearts and throats of these wretched beings, extinguishing their lives. Following this, the vines proceeded to sever the heads of the pirates, lifting them triumphantly back to the Emerald, as each severed head thudded onto the deck. The stunned onlookers began to recover from the shock of Xin Gang's earlier display of raw power with steel, yet their anxiety surged anew at the sight of the rolling heads. While it would be inaccurate to say they were frightened of the severed heads. After all, even those who had never seen a pig run had encountered human corpses and dismembered limbs, which hardly warranted a sanity check. The true terror lay in the realization of what Xin Gang was capable of. No one present could fathom that the ordinarily gentle Xin Gang could unleash such brutality, leaving them to worry whether they might unwittingly become yet another severed head. If Xin Gang had previously wielded a balance of kindness and authority, today his fearsome reputation had soared, akin to an ascension by helicopter. For the foreseeable future, it seemed unlikely anyone would dare to engage him in conversation. Unperturbed by their reactions, Xin Gang merely commanded the vines to create a doppelganger aboard the pirate ship, initiating an exploration of the vessel. Within the hold, he discovered several pirates, likely gunners, who performed their French salute with remarkable speed and precision, prompting him to spare them from harm. Instead, he simply bound them up and cast them aside. Later, in the storeroom, Xin Gang uncovered several large barrels of unopened wine, well-preserved salt, a few jars of spices, and crates of fresh oranges. Recognizing these supplies as recent provisions, he surmised that a port must be nearby, indicating that they could dock in no time. After packing all the various supplies from the pirate ship to the Emerald and tossing the bound pirates aboard, Xin Gang's doppelganger leaped back onto the Emerald. As his main body maneuvered the Emerald to reverse away from the emptied pirate vessel, the doppelganger entered the hold, systematically organizing the acquired supplies. However, this did not imply that Xin Gang's doppelganger possessed autonomous action capabilities. He could not partition his consciousness, but rather orchestrated two tasks simultaneously. This dual operation was far more complex than merely drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. Xin Gang needed to control two bodies performing different actions. Both bodies retained complete sensory perception, relaying two distinct sets of sensory information simultaneously. First, it is essential to categorize the two pieces of intelligence, clarifying which body exists in which state before issuing distinct operational commands. Furthermore, after the dispatch of these commands, one must ensure that the intended recipients are not mistakenly identified. Controlling two bodies is already the utmost limit of Xin Gang's current capabilities, particularly with one body restricted to executing only the simplest of actions. Thus, it was only upon the completion of the division's organization and the return of all consciousness to the primary body that he realized a group of individuals on the deck remained almost completely motionless. What is the matter? Why is everyone standing there, seemingly in a daze? Xin Gang curiously glanced at the crowd.
only to be astonished to find that as his gaze swept across, everyone's eyes were evasive, none daring to meet his own. "Ah, I see now. You have finally come to fear me." Xin Gang nodded, revealing a look of teachable innocence. "How wonderful. With that, you should now comprehend that my earlier assertion of intending to kill you was no mere jest." The crowd fervently nodded in agreement. "Very well then." Xin Gang nodded with a smile, reminding them to remember, for if he rescued them only to be pursued across the world for tarnishing his reputation, it would be exceedingly troublesome. The crowd nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing like woodpeckers. Observing their obedience, Xin Gang resolved to grant them a small reward. A dozen vines delicately presented the severed heads of the pirates previously cast back onto the emerald, placing them before the group. Instantly, the onlookers were rendered motionless, their eyes fixated on the lifeless faces, not daring to blink. What could this mean? Ultimately, it was the courageous Haimu who mustered the audacity to inquire about Xin Gang's intentions. Having witnessed the gluttonous cannibal, Buna, dispatched without a trace of hesitation by Xin Gang, he understood that the intention was not to offer the heads as sustenance. Yet, he remained perplexed about the purpose behind Xin Gang presenting the heads. "If my assumptions are correct, we are nearing a certain island, so I have decided to provide you with some means before we part ways." Xin Gang spoke in a gentle tone, his demeanor relaxed, embodying the essence of a considerate individual. If only the provisions he provided were not severed heads. Chapter 78. Farewell and Adieu. Indeed, after hearing Xin Gang's explanation, the confusion on the faces of the already bewildered crowd deepened. Had they not feared becoming companions of those severed heads, they would have vocally questioned who in their right mind would consider heads as provisions. Was there some peculiar use for them that they were unaware of? However, even in silence, Xin Gang discerned their perplexity and felt compelled to elaborate further. "Of course, I do not mean for you to utilize them as food. These individuals are pirates, and they must possess some bounty. If you deliver these heads along with the few remaining pirates to the naval base, you should receive several 100,000 to millions of berries. Dividing that sum ought to sustain you for quite a while." "Oh, I see." The crowd collectively sighed in relief. Though somewhat grim, upon reflection, it indeed made sense. Although the Vortex Islands occasionally yielded a hodgepodge of debris, it primarily consisted of fragments of shipwrecks, with little of utility. The most valuable items were merely barrels of liquor. As for precious treasures such as gold or gems, one might as well abandon the thought. Therefore, the most valuable possessions they currently held were likely the teeth of ferocious beasts and the IQ grass. But only if they encountered someone discerning enough to recognize the distinction between those teeth and those of ordinary beasts, as well as the unique efficacy of the IQ grass. Even if they were to return to human society, they would be utterly impoverished. If fortune favored them with a nearby homecoming or a chance encounter with an acquaintance, it might bode well. However, if they landed in an unfamiliar place, they might find it preferable to remain on the Vortex Islands. Should they mishandle their circumstances, a significant portion of them might resort to petty theft out of sheer desperation, potentially escalating to more heinous acts of violence. Some individuals, particularly those with exceptional proclivities, might even leap straight into murder and arson when faced with hunger. Thus, to ensure their adherence to the agreement with Xin Gang, averting his wrath and the threat to their lives, it would necessitate more than mere verbal intimidation. They would require tangible support. Equally relieved were the pirates tightly bound, their mouths likewise silenced by Xin Gang. Otherwise, upon witnessing the mangled remains strewn across the deck of the pirate ship, they would have emitted screams piercing enough to rupture eardrums. After being tossed onto the emerald, they were perpetually anxious about meeting the same fate as their comrades. And upon seeing Xin Gang present severed heads as gifts, they feared they had boarded the vessel of some cannibalistic tribe or headhunter. To their surprise, they discovered that Xin Gang merely intended for them to be sent alive to the naval base. How could this not bring them joy? Even as pirates lacking significant notoriety or prowess, deemed unworthy of entry into Impelled Down, their fate lay entirely in the hands of the naval base that would receive them. Yet, even if it ultimately falls into the hands of the Navy, it is a fate far more favorable than being instantly reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Thus, akin to laboratory mice who have just learned of the postponement of their vivisection, the pirates' faces were illuminated with boundless joy. Following this, there was little trouble. Xin Gang presented the severed heads for the surviving pirates to identify, determining the bounty attached to each. The survivors from the Whirlpool Islands divided themselves into several small factions, deciding the distribution of the bounty based on their numbers. Only the 4 from Haimu and the Tall Man refrained from joining any group, expressing their intent to fend for themselves and rejecting Xin Gang's unsolicited charity. Given their resolution,
Xin Gang chose not to press the matter further, merely reiterating that his earlier words were not to be taken lightly, and that it would be prudent to refrain from nefarious deeds if they wished to survive. Once the loot was divided, the sight of land emerged directly ahead of the emerald. The emotional upheaval from the recent events had been so intense that, upon finally glimpsing the longed-for land, the crowd did not display excessive excitement, most merely exhaling quietly in relief. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the comfort of returning to human society or the gratitude of finally escaping Xin Gang's clutches. After the emerald docked, many rushed down the gangplank, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaning more towards the latter. Yet there were others who appeared reluctant to leave, some even shouting their desire to continue following Xin Gang. Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Gang ensnared these individuals with vines and cast them overboard. Among those remaining on the ship was Huang Mu, the earliest to have made Xin Gang's acquaintance. Do you truly wish for no one to follow you? Huang Mu set aside the shock of Xin Gang's recent annihilation of an entire pirate ship, inquiring respectfully. No, Xin Gang bluntly rejected Huang Mu, casting a curious glance in his direction. What is this? Have you truly abandoned that nonsensical theory of hierarchy? Not entirely. It is impossible to fully relinquish it. Huang Mu replied with a smile, sharing his insights. Perhaps it was foolish of me to measure a person's worth solely by sheer strength. However, I do not believe that everyone in this world deserves to be treated equally. During my time on the ship, I have pondered deeply. On the Vortex Isles, nearly everyone attained happiness, yet not all contributed to this happiness. There are those who do not merit such a gift. When you provided ample material support and enforced your might, they were mere parasites. Yet, without you, deprived of the ease of survival and the pressure from stronger individuals, they would transform into a menace to all. They would laze about while others toiled, seek ways to pilfer the achievements of others, and ultimately, through their shamelessness, stand atop the heads of their peers, believing themselves to be remarkable. Shall I fetch a mirror for you? Xin Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Do not compare me with them. Huang Mu was well aware of the similarities between that description and his former self, prompting an immediate rebuttal. I may have merely exaggerated my own achievements, but those individuals contribute nothing yet aspire to elevate themselves above others. Such people are the true epitome of inferiority. Are they not all quite similar? Xin Gang harbored a disdain for those who reveled in their superiority over others, deeming them as worthless, with no need for hierarchies to exist. Naturally, Huang Mu nodded in understanding, yet his comprehension evidently veered off course, for it was he who truly deserved to stand above the masses. To him, we were all equal. This unexpected compliment left Xin Gang questioning whether Huang Mu's mind had been scrambled by an errant thunderbolt. Once again, Huang Mu misinterpreted the situation, believing that Xin Gang sought an explanation from him, and thus he earnestly began to articulate his perspective. The true king does not require grandeur or dominance. Rather, one must treat all individuals as equals, regarding them as both insignificant and invaluable at once. Huang Mu clearly had much more to convey, but Xin Gang abruptly interrupted him. Who are you speaking of? Subsequently, a colossal hand emerged from Xin Gang's right shoulder, seizing Huang Mu and casting him away with such swiftness that he transformed into a distant star. Chapter 79. Farewells and goodbyes after disposing of Huang Mu. Xin Gang brushed off his hands, tilting his head slightly with a shake. Humanity truly is a troublesome species. It remains uncertain whom he referred to. He then wasted no time, locating the safe he had found aboard the pirate ship within the storeroom. Inserting delicate tendrils through the keyhole, he fumbled momentarily before hearing a satisfying click as the lock yielded. Inside the safe lay 4 golden ingots and neatly stacked bundles of cash, collectively valued at several million. Why had Xin Gang not opened this safe sooner to distribute the wealth among others? Simply put, he was too indolent to exchange the currency. In truth, he merely wished to instill a final sense of trepidation among others, ensuring they understood that threats were not mere words. Furthermore, sending them to the naval base to convert their fortunes might entrap some pirates lurking within. It would be naive to assume they were not foolish. There are indeed fugitives who inquire police stations about their wanted status, having narrowly escaped death while being threatened by Xin Gang. It was not entirely implausible that they might forget their own heads could be exchanged for money and foolishly venture to the naval base. This served as the last layer of protection Xin Gang could offer. Should chaos ensue, he would simply have to address the aftermath with a reluctant resolution. From that moment onward, the fates of those individuals were largely disconnected from Xin Gang. He had his own matters to attend to, leaving Anton to observe aboard the Emerald. Xin Gang entered a tavern, laying out several 1,000 yen bills upon the counter. "One drink, please."
the young bartender, diligently polishing a glass, immediately sensed that this patron was not there merely for a drink, as such establishments did not offer beverages priced in the tens of thousands of berries. He swiftly approached, keenly listening as Xin Gang added, warm milk with sugar. However, the bartender did not look down upon Xin Gang for ordering milk, as their establishment did not offer milk that cost tens of thousands per cup. Do you have any requests? The bartender inquired with a businesslike smile, wondering if he was seeking information or perhaps an intermediary. First, I would like to inquire about a pirate crew. Xin Gang pushed the money at his side towards the bartender. The bartender, unhurried, accepted the money and tucked it into the pocket of his chest, leaving a small portion visible. Feel free to inquire. Should I possess the knowledge, I would certainly not conceal it, and if I do not, I shall endeavor to find out for you. Very well. Are you aware of the recent movements of the gunpowder pirates? The gunpowder pirates? The bartender hesitated for a moment, gesturing for Xin Gang to wait, then turned to open a cabinet on the liquor shelf and began to rummage through its contents. Xin Gang tapped his fingertips on the countertop, awaiting the return of the bartender, who soon approached with 2 newspaper clippings in hand. This must be the pirate crew you are seeking, the bartender remarked as he handed over the articles. With a cursory glance, Xin Gang noted that one of the clippings reported on the gas massacre in Haimu Town, while the other bore the headline, "A Shameful Coward Escapes," detailing how the gunpowder pirate crew had shamefully retreated from the Grand Line, lambasting their despicable conduct. Accompanying the text was an aerial photograph of the pirate ship, its sails billowing in the wind, prominently displaying the emblem of the gunpowder pirate crew. Had they truly departed for the Grand Line? Xin Gang instinctively struck the surface of the counter with his hand. His emotions were somewhat complicated. On one hand, he certainly wished for those pirates to meet a wretched fate. Yet on the other, he did not desire for them to perish in the doldrums, as becoming the excrement of sea kings would be far too lenient for those scoundrels. Thus, he resolved to set off in pursuit immediately, but soon realized that he was utterly ignorant of the route to the doldrums. Without the guidance of a log pose on the Grand Line, one could scarcely hope to navigate accurately. The log pose he possessed would only lead him along the current course, incapable of directing him towards the doldrums. Furthermore, had the gunpowder pirates fled back to the East Sea or the South Sea, although reaching the South Sea would necessitate traversing the Grand Line? What if that band of pirates had indeed originated from the South Sea, resolutely determined to return and fortuitously cross the Grand Line? Thus, Xin Gang picked up the second clipping and scrutinized it closely, discovering no specific details regarding the departure point of the gunpowder pirates from the doldrums. Finally, he smacked his forehead, realizing the folly of his thoughts. How long had it been since those pirates appeared in Hima Town? Not even a month had passed. How could they possibly have traversed the Grand Line in such a brief span? They must have returned to the East Sea. Nevertheless, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he raised the newspaper and inquired of the bartender, "What is this publication? It contains such detailed information on pirates." The bartender, smiling amiably, served Xin Gang a cup of warm milk with sugar. "This is the Paradise Report First Edition under the World Economic News, with content exclusively pertaining to our route. Other routes are covered by the Paradise Report Second Edition, Paradise Report Third Edition, and so forth. Since it appears you are particularly interested in those 2 newspapers, I thought it prudent to engage in further conversation, especially considering the substantial bills nestled in my pocket. Those of us involved in pirate-related business must subscribe to such reports to avoid inadvertently provoking formidable foes. However, the details are not excessively comprehensive. This newspaper only reports on exceptionally powerful pirate crews, or those with considerable potential or unique attributes. Generally, ordinary pirates are scarcely documented. It seems the gunpowder pirates garnered attention due to their use of gas bombs as weapons, while the subsequent denunciation in the reports likely represents a form of retribution from the newspaper staff for their disgraceful conduct. I see now. Xin Gang gradually comprehended the author's seemingly profound animosity towards the gunpowder pirate crew as depicted in the second clipping. It became apparent that this disdain stemmed from the fact that the departure of the gunpowder pirate crew from the Grand Line diminished the avenues for in-depth exploration and sensational journalism. In a flash of insight, Xin Gang recognized a potential advantage he could exploit. According to the bartender's reasoning, since each route of the Grand Line has its corresponding newspapers, it stood to reason that the EC would also possess a subsidiary publication of the World Economic News. The sensationalism surrounding the gunpowder pirate crew would likely not escape the attention of the EC's editorial directors. While they may be perceived as cowardly failures in the context of the Grand Line in the EC, they are regarded as a fearsome pirate crew that once stirred up chaos in the Grand Line. Furthermore, given that the gunpowder pirate crew had previously been reported on by their colleagues in the Grand Line, the task of gathering information will be considerably simplified. Thus, should they be fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, enough to successfully traverse the doldrums and return to the East Sea, relevant articles would surely abound. In such a scenario, Xin Gang would not have to flounder aimlessly throughout the East Sea in search of leads. Surely, a similar publication must exist in the East Sea. Xin Gang raised the second clipping to confirm with the bartender. There should be something, though I haven't paid much attention. Donghai mentioned it was nearby, but there is still a windless zone in between. What occurs there is not something we need to concern ourselves with. Let us hope there is indeed something. Xin Gang raised the milk and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 80. Farewell and goodbye to. One more cup. Xin Gang handed the empty cup to the bartender and, as he poured himself another glass of milk, inquired, "How does one navigate to the doldrums? Is there a specific recording device for that? You two intend to leave the Grand Line." The bartender was taken aback and, fearing that Xin Gang might misconstrue his intentions, began to clarify. "I certainly do not believe you wish to flee, but venturing into the doldrums is genuinely ill-advised. That pirate crew may very well find themselves unable to escape the doldrums. Why must you invite trouble upon yourself? I must ascertain their demise," Xin Gang replied resolutely. Xin Gang spoke softly yet with unwavering determination. "Then I wish you safety." The bartender handed a glass of milk to Xin Gang and began to trace patterns on the bar top with a fingertip dipped in water. He first drew 2 parallel lines horizontally between the two, representing the doldrums, with the great route situated in between. Then, he indicated 2 dashed lines that intersected perpendicularly with the 2 doldrum lines at a 45-degree angle, illustrating the orientations of east-west and north-south. Subsequently, he drew a vertical line on the 2 lines representing the doldrums, signifying the swiftest navigational direction to reach the nearby doldrums from the Great Route. Xin Gang sipped his milk, patiently awaiting further developments, yet the bartender ceased his remarks abruptly. "Is there an additional charge?" Xin Gang made a gesture as if to reach for his wallet, yet the bartender waved his hand dismissively. He remained quite lucid, understanding that one should not be greedy for what is not rightfully theirs. Otherwise, taking advantage of an unsuspecting individual could lead to unforeseen consequences. This encapsulates all that I know about navigating the tranquil zones. Is that so? Xin Gang nodded slightly. The bartender's meaning was quite clear. The shortest route to the doldrums was to proceed at a 45-degree angle towards the northeast. Yet, this was akin to the proverbial task of fitting an elephant into a refrigerator in 3 simple steps. It sounded effortless in theory, but was exceedingly challenging in practice. If it were so easy to discern the defensive lines on the Grand Line, why then would there be a need to document the compass readings? Not to mention the possibility of relying on the sun and the stars to navigate. One might ponder whether the peculiar atmospheric distortions in the Grand Line could indeed cause the sun to rise from the west. By the way, I recall someone mentioning that this island is parallel to the doldrums, connecting it with the next island along the route. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the compass stabilizes before setting sail. The bartender, while polishing a glass, suddenly added this remark. "Thank you very much," came the reply. Xin Gang gratefully gazed at the bartender, realizing that once the recording pointer was filled with magnetic energy, navigation could simply proceed by adjusting the pointer 90 degrees to the left. After learning that the gunpowder pirates had departed from the Grand Line, Xin Gang felt a sense of calm. If they had perished in the calm belt, they would have already sunk to the ocean's depths. If they returned to the East Sea, it would likely take them some time to regroup. "No need for thanks," the bartender replied with a smile, pressing down on a portion of the money peeking from his chest pocket. "Having accepted your payment, I must ensure that I do justice to these belly." Xin Gang smiled to himself, finding the bartender to be quite an intriguing individual. "May I inquire how long it takes to accumulate magnetic power?" he asked. 3 days, came a reply. "Then farewell." After finishing his second glass of milk, Xin Gang rose and departed from the bar. Upon exiting through the doors, he glanced around, uncertain of what to do next. To ensure thoroughness, he visited several places to gather information, ultimately discovering that the only leads regarding the gunpowder pirates were contained within a particular report. Even after inquiring at various stores selling maritime supplies, no one had encountered the gunpowder pirates. It appeared they did not dock in this city upon their arrival on the island. Xin Gang concluded that the gunpowder pirates were unaware of his pursuit and would not allow a subsidiary of the World Economic News to shield them. They had likely indeed entered the doldrums. Thus, all he needed to do was wait for the magnetic power to be fully stored before heading towards the East Sea. After purchasing some clothing and daily necessities along the shopping street, Xin Gang returned to the port, preparing to spend 3 days aboard the Emerald, diligently honing his mastery over the fruit's abilities, striving to achieve the skill of summoning whatever he desired with a mere clap of his hands. Yet, inexplicably, he felt as though he had forgotten something. Despite earnest contemplation, he could only ascertain that something had indeed slipped his mind. Yet he could not recall a single detail associated with it. Consequently, he began to search through his current objectives and the individuals he cared about as keywords, but still, nothing surfaced. He reasoned that it must not be of great importance, and thus decided to let it be. Perhaps he would suddenly remember it upon encountering some stimulus. As fate would have it, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, albeit a tad too swiftly. Just as he resolved to cease his mental exertion. Upon arriving at the port and catching sight of the emerald, a lively figure in a straw hat also bounded into his view. "So it was you," he exclaimed. In an instant, Xin Gang recalled that Gary had mentioned Shanks and his crew would be waiting for him in Carnival City. He then realized that he had been wandering in this city for nearly half a day and still did not know its name. "Ah, Shanks, it has been quite a while since we last met." Xin Gang approached with an effortless grace to extend his greetings. It was the individual from the quaint little shop. Upon hearing Xin Gang's voice and turning around, Shanks revealed an expression akin to surprise, followed by an enthusiastic gesture as he pulled Xin Gang toward the emerald. "Look, isn't this vessel remarkable? It lacks both masts and sails, yet it is adorned with a plethora of vines and leaves, creating a distinctive charm. Most importantly, it possesses a pulse of life. I can sense a vague vitality emanating from her. Is that so?" Xin Gang smiled faintly as a ladder woven from vines descended from the side of the emerald ship, coming to rest before the two individuals under Shanks' eager gaze. "Would you care to ascend and take a seat?" Xin Gang first stepped onto the deck before casting an inviting glance at Shanks. Instantly, Shanks realized that Xin Gang was the owner of the vessel before him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he boarded the emerald. Once aboard, Shanks, like an exuberant child, eagerly surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting Anton basking in the sun on the deck's central lounge. To his astonishment, it was the island turtle. Shanks struggled to contain his exhilaration as he turned to Xin Gang, seemingly seeking permission to touch Anton. However, that would depend on whether the creature was inclined to allow it. Xin Gang called out to Antoine, who appeared to desire a gentle touch. "Is that permissible?" Antoine opened his eyes and glanced at Shanks before closing them again and nodding slightly. Eagerly, Shanks placed his hand upon the protruding armor of Antoine's back, a look of contentment gracing his features. "Speaking of which, your name is Antoine the Island Turtle. Have you encountered any of your kin?" Curiosity sparked within Xin Gang as he inquired. He was aware that Anton bore a resemblance to a crocodile turtle. Yet he also recognized that it could not merely be classified as such. At the very least, it should not bear that name. In the past, while accompanying the captain, he had encountered one that was fully matured, considerably larger than the typical sea monarchs, and it truly carried an island upon its back. However, at that time, I was far too feeble, and the captain forbade me from boarding it. Now, I find that I have indirectly fulfilled a long-held desire. Satisfied, Shanks withdrew his hand and gazed at Xin Gang, contemplating how enviable it was to possess both a living ship and a tortoise island. Quite fortunate, indeed. Xin smiled and nodded, then feigned ignorance of Shanks' previous words, asking, by the way, "What exactly do you seek from me?" "Seek you?" Shanks inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Chapter 81. A stalemate with the four emperors at present. Shanks may lack the maturity and composure he exhibited during the Marineford War. Yet he certainly retained the capacity for independent thought, even without the presence of Beckman, his external intellect. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Shanks began to ponder why Xin claimed to be searching for him, considering he had only recently sought out the Star of Death. Shanks ultimately came to the realization that his encounter with Xin was not merely a coincidence, though, in truth, it was indeed a coincidence. Their first meeting had occurred in Windblown City, the residence of the Star of Death, while their current rendezvous in Carnival City was the very place Shanks had designated for a meeting with the Star of Death. Thus, through the interplay of known evidence and a flicker of intuition, Shanks finally comprehended Xing's true identity. "You are the Star of Death." Indeed, Xin Gang's expression was slightly peculiar as he nodded, while others referred to him by the ominous moniker with little effect, being addressed by Shanks, a familiar figure. With such a nickname evoked an embarrassing sensation akin to being called by a cringeworthy online alias by classmates. "Just call me Xin Gang." "Xin Gang, could you show me that?" Shanks exclaimed eagerly, waving his hands with palpable excitement. "That? Which one?" Xin found it truly perplexing to comprehend what Shanks desired to witness. It was that, indeed. Shanks extended his hand and traced a circle above his head, referring to the luminous halo, the ominous star that would manifest above the head of the person you had slain. A mix of astonishment, disbelief, and understanding flickered across Xin Gang's face in succession. So that was it. It was indeed due to this reason. Consequently, Xin Gang saw no rationale to refuse this request and promptly regarded Shanks as the target for the Heart of Steel. He then gestured towards the gradually forming emblem of the Heart of Steel for Shanks to behold, raising his head at an almost precarious angle. Shanks finally beheld the death omen he had longed to see. Truly remarkable. This phenomenon possessed no tangible form and bore little resemblance to the powers of a devil fruit. After scrutinizing the Heart of Steel emblem, Shanks turned to Xin Gang, his expression earnest, and inquired, "What exactly is this ability of yours? I have never encountered anything like it before. How can you be so certain that it is not a devil fruit power you have yet to witness?" Xin Gang smiled and retorted, "Aren't you a wielder of natural abilities now? Moreover, when we first met, you were not an ability user, yet you were already marked as the Star of Death. How did you come to know that?" Xin Gang was somewhat taken aback. It was not particularly surprising that his identity as a natural type ability user had been discerned, especially since he had openly demonstrated his control over vines in front of Shanks. However, how could Shanks be so certain that he had not consumed a devil fruit during their initial encounter? Wasn't that something immediately recognizable? Shanks responded with an air of nonchalance, akin to a seasoned gamer explaining how to defeat a boss without taking damage by simply stating that it was merely a matter of having hands. Nevertheless, he quickly noticed the peculiar expression on Xin Gang's face, prompting him to adopt an exasperated demeanor, as if to say he was at a loss with such underachievers. Typically, ability users exhibit a certain lack of purity due to the energy of the devil fruit residing within them. The shorter the duration since consuming the fruit, the less developed their abilities are, resulting in a more pronounced sense of impurity. Natural-type users, however, maintain a passive elemental form, which gives the impression of being something human-like rather than merely a portion of their body undergoing transformation, resembling a humanoid entity. Upon our initial meeting, I did not perceive any discordance emanating from you, unless you had completely mastered the powers of the devil fruit, integrating them entirely into your being. Otherwise, you would not be an ability user. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on you today, I discerned that your physique was not that of a human, coupled with the jarring duality of energies surrounding you, leading me to the conclusion that you are indeed a natural-type ability user. After hearing Shanks' explanation, Xin Gang nodded gravely. What concerned him now was not how Shanks had deduced that he was not entirely human, but rather the implications of the impurity and discordance that accompanied the consumption of a devil fruit. Is this impact substantial? You mentioned the dissonance and other effects that arise after consuming a devil fruit. With a hint of concern, Xin Gang inquired. Perhaps this was the very reason why Shanks' ship harbored no other abilities aside from Yuta. It's all right, Shanks chuckled, giving Xin Gang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It is merely that until you fully master the powers of the devil fruit, it is challenging to excel in other areas. The other influences are of little consequence. I see. Xin Gang let out a sigh of relief. After all, he did not aspire to be invincible, as long as his abilities were sufficient. This influence was of little consequence to him. At the same time, he finally comprehended why so many formidable beings in this world chose not to enhance their prowess with the devil fruit. According to Shanks, as long as one could integrate the powers of the devil fruit into oneself, the repercussions on other facets would dissipate. Yet, to what extent must one advance to truly master it? Is mere ability awakening adequate, or must one delve further into development? For individuals like Mihawk, who relentlessly pursue supremacy in a specific domain, this endeavor seems a futile expenditure of time. Perhaps, given that leisure, they could have already elevated their swordsmanship, hockey, to new heights. Come and attack me, if you dare. Shanks' words interrupted Xin Gang's contemplation. I wish to test the extent of your powers. Is that not permissible? Well, it is not out of the question. The reasons behind Xin Gang's hesitation were quite simple. Previously, apart from that wolf-like zone ability user, every adversary he had struck with his Heart of Steel had either perished or been left severely incapacitated. Thus, he instinctively hesitated to employ this formidable power against Shanks, who was not his enemy. The rationale that ultimately led him to acquiesce was equally straightforward, despite not yet having ascended to the status of one of the four emperors. Shanks was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, likely possessing a physique that surpassed that of ordinary zone users, even without resorting to Busashoka haki. Engaging in a light exchange of blows should pose no significant issue. Consequently, the two positioned themselves at a slight distance from one another. Shanks stood with a serious demeanor, not particularly tall, yet exuding an aura of unwavering strength. Meanwhile,
Xin Gang engaged in warm-up exercises, preparing to exert himself to the fullest, eager to gauge the disparity between his abilities and those of this formidable figure upon the vast seas. I am coming. With his preparations complete, Xin Gang's gaze was sharp as he turned towards Shanks, and without further ado, he sprang into action. With one step, Xin Gang clenched his right fist and drew it back. With 2 steps, his right hand expanded and transformed into a stout trunk. With 3 steps, Xin Gang unleashed a powerful punch, directing a massive wooden mallet straight towards Shanks. After a resounding crack echoed through the air, Shanks merely took a half step back, while the mallet fashioned from Xin Gang's right hand failed to advance even a fraction. Thus it remained. Upon sensing the favorable moment, Xin Gang restored his right hand to its original state. Although Shanks had not been harmed by his assault, it was equally true that Shanks had not inflicted any damage upon him either, as no one had intervened in the confrontation. Thus, it could be concluded that neither party had emerged victorious. This incident was something he could boast about for a lifetime, and once Shanks ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, he could proudly proclaim that he had once matched a 4 emperor evenly. However, in reality, by the time Shanks achieved that rank, Xin Gang would find little necessity in boasting of such a selective account of events. In Chapter 82 of the Red-Haired Pirates, during the fleeting moment of his attack, Xin Gang suddenly recalled a particular detail. Had Shanks not once had his left hand bitten off by the Sea King? This thought sparked a flicker of doubt regarding Shanks' defensive capabilities, prompting him, almost instinctively, to slightly redirect his assault towards Shanks' left shoulder. After executing the strike, he mused that perhaps it was a subconscious realization that this hand was destined to be lost eventually. Thus, even if Shanks failed to defend against his attack, the destruction of the left hand would not be too grievous. Though the deviation of his attack was not entirely complete, Shanks did not exhibit the fragility Xin Gang had anticipated. Instead, he emerged from the encounter unscathed. Indeed, it was evident that he remained distanced from the realm of true strength. Xin Gang sighed softly, yet he did not feel overly disheartened, for he had never believed himself capable of matching Shanks in combat. Do not lose heart. You are already quite formidable. Shanks consoled him with words that, though simple, carried a weight of reassurance. Had he not known this fellow was unlikely to employ sarcasm, Xin Gang might have thought he was being mocked. Noticing that Xin Gang did not respond immediately, Shanks continued to elucidate. Initially, I intended to withstand your attack head-on, but when your strike approached, I resorted to using my haki. For my observation, haki revealed a future where you inflicted harm upon me. You can see into my future? Xin Gang felt a slight discrepancy. He had presumed that as a time traveler, he could transcend the confines of the 3 realms and exist beyond the 5 elements. How could it be that the future of this world still bore witness to him? Or was this future merely a result of immediate deduction, rather than a genuine inevitability? You might find this hard to believe, but upon honing observation haki to its zenith, one can indeed glimpse fleeting glimpses of the future. I have become adept at foreseeing imminent dangers, which is how I managed to sneak away alone with Beckman. Shanks animatedly recounted this, completely oblivious to any impropriety in utilizing such a divine skill for predicting the future. To this, Xin Gang could only nod in agreement. Of course I believe it. Mastering swordsmanship to its utmost can bestow explosive damage to allies, so predicting the future with observation haki should pose no problem either. Explosive damage? What is that? Is it because my swordsmanship still lacks refinement? He decided to consult my hawk later. Upon noticing Shanks took his jest seriously, Xin Gang hurriedly shifted the conversation. You mentioned that observation haki can predict the future, but if 2 individuals endowed with foresight were to battle, wouldn't it devolve into an infinite loop of I anticipated your anticipation, you anticipated my anticipation, and so forth? Shanks' eyes brightened immediately, a look of triumph washing over him as he stepped into his area of expertise. I considered this very point. Thus, I have been developing a skill to disrupt others' observation haki. I intend to name it Observation Kill. I nearly forgot the important matter while chatting with you. Shanks suddenly smoothed his collar and straightened his clothing, regarding Xin Gang with utmost seriousness. Will you become my companion? Xin Gang initially thought Shanks was merely curious about his abilities, never expecting an invitation to board his ship. The allure of joining one of the future Yonko crews was undeniably compelling, akin to an offer from a Fortune 500 company. But not as a mere cog in the machine, rather, a genuine brotherhood where one is truly valued. Under different circumstances, when he was alone, Xin Gang might have accepted, for being a member of the Yonko crew would not significantly conflict with leading a stable life, provided no one dared to trouble him. Surely, one could lead a secure existence that way,
and even if danger arose during their voyages, he could cling to Shanks and his crew for safety. However, in the current situation, his response would be, "I'm sorry, but I have people to protect, so I cannot set sail." "Ah, I see it as such." Shanks shook his head in disappointment, yet he was not particularly disheartened, having long been informed by Beckman of this outcome. Regaining his spirits swiftly, Shanks extended an invitation to Xin Gang to join them on their journey to the East Sea, and this time, Xin Gang accepted. Under Shanks' guidance, Xin Gang navigated the Emerald to a small island a distance away from Carnival City, where the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, was anchored. When Xin Gang inquired why they did not dock directly at Carnival City, Shanks merely glanced at a faint black line on the distant sea and remained silent. Upon looking in that direction, Xin Gang immediately understood the situation. The black line extended from Carnival City, stretching straight toward the horizon, and he had heard some idle chatter about a maritime train while gathering information in Carnival City. It appeared that Shanks had come to Carnival City to meet with the fishman shipwright, Tom, and now that the maritime train was completed, Tom's probation period was nearing its end. According to the final judgment, this might well be Shanks' last opportunity to see him. However, as a notorious pirate and a former member of the Roger Pirates, Shanks' contact with Tom could potentially influence the outcome of Tom's final trial. As for why Shanks ventured alone to the port of Carnival City, it could be understood that Tom was no longer in Carnival City, thus posing no risk. Or perhaps Shanks' observation hockey enabled him to remain undetected. Xin Gang, who understood but chose not to voice it, quietly docked the Emerald beside Shanks' Red Force. "Look who I brought back," Shanks exclaimed as he leaped onto the deck of the Red Force, disregarding Beckman's murderous glare, and pulled Xin Gang forward to introduce him to the others. "This is the Death Star. Just call me Xin Gang," he awkwardly interjected, not wishing to be addressed by that embarrassing moniker in front of so many familiar faces. The crew of the red-haired pirates neither called him the Death Star nor used his given name. Instead, they collectively cheered, "Let us have one. Let us have one. Let us have one." With Shanks' experience, Xin Gang understood what they desired, and thus he activated his Heart of Steel, marking everyone present except for Beckman. Upon seeing the Heart of Steel emblem above their heads, the crew of the red-haired pirates were as joyful as boys who had received perfectly fitting wooden sticks. They first tiptoed to touch the emblem on their own heads, then bent down to feel the marks on one another's crowns. Each of their faces radiated joy. The happiness of men could indeed be so simple and inexplicable. Chapter 83. The Princess on the Pirate Ship. As the deck of the Red Force brimmed with a jubilant atmosphere, two individuals appeared somewhat out of place. The creator of this joyous ambience, Xin Gang, and Beckman, who remained vigilant towards him. Xin Gang had long taken note of Beckman's demeanor, which was unmistakably apparent, even exuding a subtle hint of ominous warning. However, Xin Gang was unperturbed, for Beckman's reaction was a natural human response that could be comprehended. It was only after he had marked the red-haired pirates with the steel of the heart that he realized his actions might have been somewhat reckless. After all, this could be viewed as an act of aggression. If all members of the red-haired pirates were devoid of concern, it would be one matter. But Beckman was certainly an exception. Typically, a pirate ship that has been at sea for an extended period maintains a rational equilibrium, meaning at least one individual aboard retains their composure. Otherwise, the impulsiveness of one could spell the doom of the entire crew. In the red-haired pirates, this stabilizing role naturally fell to Beckman, who was required to remain vigilant amidst the revelry of his comrades, ever mindful of the perils that others might overlook. When Xin Gang first unleashed his powers, Beckman sought to intervene, but ultimately refrained from taking direct action, placing his trust in the abilities of his comrades and Shanks' discernment. Yet, his vigilance remained unwavering. Should Xin Gang exhibit any reckless behavior, Beckman would undoubtedly act swiftly to restrain him. It is essential to recognize that the world is rife with capricious abilities. Escaping unscathed is one thing, but once struck, even the mightiest of warriors can find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, in the face of the uncertain effects of Xin Gang's abilities, Beckman dared not let his guard down. Xin Gang took the initiative to greet Beckman, then moved a few steps closer, narrowing the distance between them just enough to foster a sense of camaraderie, without crossing into discomfort. "May I inquire about something?" he asked. "What is it?" Beckman replied in a calm tone, recognizing that Xin Gang was attempting to convey a friendly overture. Since Xin Gang sought assistance from the red-haired pirates, it was reasonable to assume that his request would not pose any threat to them. "Previously, you mentioned that you could help confirm the whereabouts of the gunpowder pirates. Do you have any news?" Xin Gang inquired earnestly. "I have heard rumors that they might have returned to the East Blue. Is that true?" His urgency was genuine. He wished to ascertain the information without any pretense of feigned caution that might raise Beckman's suspicions. Indeed, It is true, Beckman responded. While I was gathering intelligence at various ports on the island, I made some inquiries. They docked at Revelry Town for resupply, and in addition to standard provisions. They stocked a considerable amount of shark repellent and weapons. It seems they are indeed preparing to venture into the Combelt. Thank you, Xin Gang replied. With this information, I can resolve to confront them in the East Blue. Xin Gang smiled and nodded at Beckman. Although he was merely assisting with the confirmation, it was indeed quite necessary. If you are heading to the East Sea, then join us, Shanks said, casually draping an arm over Xin Gang's shoulder. Not a boast, but when I was just over 10 years old, I traversed the doldrums. Traveling with me guarantees success. If it's possible, that would be splendid. Xin Gang smiled, but did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned to Beckman, seeking his opinion with a glance. Very well, no problem. Beckman nodded in agreement to Xin Gang's presence. As soon as Beckman's words fell, Shanks exclaimed, "Let the banquet begin." Instantly, a more exuberant atmosphere enveloped the deck of the Red Force, as the crew busily scurried about preparing for the feast. "You're all so loud." A girl with distinctly red and white hair emerged from the cabin, rubbing her sleepy eyes in discontent. In an instant, the Red Force fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed. The crew shyly raised a finger to gesture for silence. Yet Yuta, having been awakened from her afternoon nap, did not remain angry. Observing the actions of those around her, she understood their intention. "Are we starting the banquet? Then Benji and I shall be responsible for the music." With a radiant smile, Yuta quickly noticed Xin Gang, the outsider, and pointed at him in astonishment. "You are the uncle from back then. How did you end up here?" "He is the Death Star," Shanks interjected proudly before Xin Gang could speak. "But I was the one who found him." "Wow, Uncle, you are actually the Death Star?" Yuta exclaimed, skipping lightly to stand before Xin Gang, circling him with curiosity. During this moment, Xin Gang observed Beckman's sudden intensity. His face was etched with tension. It appeared that Beckman was quite the doting father figure. It seemed that Xin Gang had earned his preliminary trust. Otherwise, it was likely that Beckman's vigilance would have escalated to brandishing a firearm and severing an arm. After completing her circuit, Yuta tilted her head in confusion. "You don't quite look the part. Are you truly the Death Star?" Suppressing the embarrassment of being addressed by such a shameful nickname, Xin Gang maintained a smile as he replied, "What do you think the Death Star should be like?" Yuta pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, then pointed at Xin Gang's hand and spread her arms wide, illustrating a circle larger than her entire body. "At least you need to have fists this big. Otherwise, how could you possibly explode someone with a single punch?" "Benji can only pierce through enemies, not obliterate them, because his fists aren't big enough." A man with a monkey perched on his shoulder scratched his head and chuckled. Seemingly the Benji she spoke of, Xin Gang gazed at Benji, who merely shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he too was at a loss as to how to elucidate to Yuta that the efficacy of a fist strike bore no direct correlation to the size of the fist itself. Xingong raised his right hand, harnessing his abilities to initiate localized growth. In an instant, his arm transformed into a colossal limb, reminiscent of a giant. Was this sufficiently grand? Yuta, who had sailed alongside the red-haired pirates since birth, was well-versed in the extraordinary and thus remained unfazed by Xingong's ability to enlarge his arm. Nonetheless, she clapped her hands in delight. "Indeed, I knew you must possess substantial strength." They insisted otherwise. Her joy stemmed from the validation of her conjecture. Observing Yuta, who seemed on the verge of bouncing with excitement, Xingong couldn't help but smile warmly. Despite living aboard a pirate ship and having the equivalent of her age in maritime experience, Yuta retained the innocence of a child. It can only be said that Shanks and his crew had truly protected her well. Chapter 84. The thrill of spoilers. The members of the red-haired pirates, when engaged in frivolity, may come across as unreliable. However, when seriousness takes hold, they prove to be more trustworthy than anyone else. Take, for instance, their navigator, who bears a dragon tattoo upon his neck. During banquets, he revels with unparalleled exuberance, juggling an array of sailors' knives in a dazzling display, akin to a street performer shattering stones with his chest. Yet, once the voyage commences, the drunken flush on his face dissipates, replaced by an unwavering focus as steady as iron, his hand guiding the log with remarkable precision. What astonished Xingong the most was his uncanny ability to foresee the direction and strength of impending winds, alerting the crew to adjust accordingly, ensuring the Red Force maintained optimal sailing conditions. Truly, the navigator's prowess in meteorological predictions was nothing short of remarkable. Xin Gang gazed at the Redford's vessel in the distance, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Although it merely harnessed the power of the wind, its speed rivaled that of the Emerald, which thrived in fair weather. Had the conditions been even slightly worse today, the Emerald would have to deplete its stored energy to keep pace with the red-haired pirates. Your ship is not to be underestimated either, responded Beckman, who was skillfully navigating his own vessel. Though a creation of supernatural abilities, it could operate autonomously even without the wielder's guidance, exhibiting both speed and maneuverability that far surpass the majority of ships traversing these waters. Xin Gang, rather unreserved, readily accepted the compliment, expressing his delight. It seemed that the Emerald was indeed a remarkable vessel. Beckman smiled, then turned his gaze toward the deck where Yuta was engaged in playful antics with a monkey named Monster. However, it was more accurate to say that Anton, who lay basking in the sun, merely served as a playground for them. Unbothered by Yuta and Monster climbing over him, Anton tolerated their presence, as it posed no threat to him and did not disrupt his sunbathing. Yet, Beckman appeared less at ease, worried that Yuta and Monster might provoke the creature aptly named Monster, resulting in possible harm, coupled with his tenuous trust in Xin Gang. This prompted his presence aboard the Emerald to supervise the playful Yuta while discreetly observing Xin Gang. Following Beckman's gaze, Xin Gang's attention also fell upon Yuta. He held no disdain for the innocent girl, particularly noting that she now exhibited a genuine childlike purity, devoid of the reckless obsession she displayed in the theatrical version. Suddenly, he recalled something and looked at Beckman with a serious yet urgent expression. By the way, did Shanks mention anything regarding Eregia? Eregia? Beckman nodded, pausing thoughtfully before his gaze towards Xin Gang intensified with a hint of caution. There was little animosity, but rather a wariness towards the unknown. How did you know we were headed there? Was it Shanks who informed me? Xin Gang chucklet. However, Beckman was not easily swayed. He replied earnestly, You might deceive him, but after hearing your account, it is clear to me that you were aware from the very beginning that we intended to journey to Elijaya. In fact, you knew even before Shanks mentioned our destination of the EC. Haha, it seems you cannot escape my scrutiny. Xin Gang chuckled softly, scratching his head. He had anticipated being seen through by Beckman when he relayed intelligence to Shanks and Elijaya. However, he had not expected to reunite with them so soon. He had thought it would take longer, perhaps until the red-haired pirates returned from the EC, before he could confront Beckman. Nevertheless, even with the timeline hastened, Xin Gang felt no apprehension, for his intentions were entirely benevolent. There was no reason for him to feel guilty. You might consider it as though I possessed the ability to foresee the future. I glimpsed some unfortunate outcomes regarding Yuta, and thus wished to offer assistance in averting them. Upon hearing this, Beckman initially displayed a moment of clear tension before regaining his composure. You say might consider? That could imply you do not truly possess the ability to foresee the future, correct? One could say so. Xin Gang nodded, then smiled at Beckman. However, I trust you wouldn't wish to pry too deeply, would you? One must allow for a touch of mystery, after all. Beckman returned the nod and turned his gaze towards Yuta, who was lost in contemplation, her chin resting thoughtfully upon her hand. After a few moments of silence, Beckman resumed his focus on Xin Gang. Could you elaborate on what you perceived regarding the future? I have already shared the essential details with Shanks. In essence, once you arrive in Eregia, it is imperative to remain vigilant of any sudden appearances of the sheet music in Yuta's possession. She must not be allowed to be controlled by it, nor should she dare to sing its verses. Should the monsters sealed within be unleashed, you may possess the strength to momentarily bind them once more, yet the toll would be catastrophic, resulting in significant casualties, potentially leading to the downfall of Eregia. Understood. I shall exercise caution, Beckman solemnly affirmed, recognizing that the potential risks of inaction were far graver. It would be wiser to allow Yuta to miss certain fortuitous encounters than to disregard Xin Gang's warnings and embark on perilous ventures with unknown consequences. He then inquired with curiosity, What other glimpses of the future concerning us have you witnessed? Oh, Xin Gang squinted slightly and smiled at Beckman, understanding that Beckman likely sought to validate the prophecy concerning Yuta with other predictions. After this smile, Beckman realized that his thoughts had been discerned, yet he displayed no embarrassment. Instead, he met Xin Gang's gaze, continuing to inquire with his eyes. Xin Gang shrugged his shoulders. You should understand that foreseeing the future does not entail a meticulous glimpse into every event that is destined to unfold. Among the fragments of your future that I am aware of, Elijaya is already the earliest occurrence. The remainder consists of events that will transpire thereafter. Allow me to elaborate. Without a moment's hesitation, Beckman responded. Xin Gang paused in astonishment. I had initially thought that individuals like you would detest spoilers, yearning instead to witness and experience everything firsthand. That is Shanks, as a subordinate. I bear the responsibility for the lives of everyone aboard the ship.
Failing to gather intelligence and prepare is not merely recklessness. It is tantamount to courting death. Very well. I shall refine my approach, striving to convey the information without undermining the anticipation for the adventures that lie ahead. A sly smile crept across Xin Gang's face as he swiftly uttered, Shanks will lose his straw hat and left hand during this journey to the EC. Chapter 85. Greetings, EC. After revealing Shanks' fate, Xin Gang unabashedly fixed his gaze upon Beckman, keenly observing his reaction. To his disappointment, Beckman displayed neither panic nor fear. I am not lying. This is indeed what will transpire in the future. Xin Gang emphasized his point, yet Beckman remained unmoved. What does this imply? Concerned about Yuta, the captain appears indifferent to the looming danger, showing a bias that is hard to fathom. I harbor no doubts regarding the veracity of your statements. Beckman is indeed deceitful. It is implausible for him to wholly trust someone he has known for merely a day. However, his demeanor is not merely a reflection of skepticism towards Xin Gang. Your attitude towards Shanks should be relatively amicable, yet you only divulged information pertaining to Yuta. Now, you claim that he displayed little emotional upheaval upon losing his straw hat and arm, seemingly eager for my reaction. Thus, I ponder that perhaps this is not an entirely detrimental occurrence that requires intervention. The illustrious Detective Beckman has commenced his deductions. The straw hat holds profound significance for Shanks. One could argue it is akin to a second life. If indeed his cherished hat were to be seized and destroyed, the ramifications would far exceed the mere loss of an arm. Hence, I surmise that the hat was bestowed upon someone, and in doing so, he sacrificed his arm for the one who would inherit his treasured legacy. Xin Gang smiled and gave a thumbs up to Beckman, for his deduction was nearly impeccable. However, the astute Detective Beckman noticed a crucial detail. Could there truly be a peril in the East Sea so dire that it would cause Shanks to lose an arm, even while he was preoccupied with saving others? Xin Gang spread his hands, indicating his own bewilderment. Beckman cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Please, do not regard me in such a manner. I genuinely cannot articulate an explanation for this matter. You would certainly find it hard to believe, and some truths are better left unspoken. Very well, I comprehend, Beckman replied, for the first time since their encounter misinterpreting Xin Gang's intent. He surmised that Xin Gang must refrain from revealing too much of the future, lest he suffer severe repercussions. It is understandable, as this world is not devoid of other oracles. However, most are only capable of glimpsing a singular image or scene. In contrast, there exists no other like Xin Gang, who possesses a clear understanding of the cause and effect of events. Although Beckman was unaware of how Xin Gang acquired his foresight, he surmised that it could not have come without a cost or limitations. In truth, Xin Gang merely wished to avoid disrupting the natural course of this world. At the very least, to prevent the Pirate King from becoming the Navy King. It is essential to recognize that, from the trajectory of the narrative, Luffy is destined to play a pivotal role in overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's dominion. Let's not even speculate on how he will accomplish this. It is reasonable to believe that it would be of greater significance than Xin Gang's intention to merely complete this journey and retire peacefully in Windblown City. Xin Gang had no intention of rescuing anyone he did not know, nor did he wish to hinder others in their quest to save the world. To remain idle while criticizing those who take action, or even to obstruct their efforts, would be utterly disgraceful. Initially, he merely intended to drop some shocking news to pique Beckman's interest. Yet to his surprise, Beckman was able to deduce much of it. If he were to reveal even a bit more, Beckman might uncover even the identification number of Luffy. Moreover, Xin Gang genuinely found it difficult to explain to Beckman the circumstances behind Shanks's severed left arm. Who could possibly believe that a formidable pirate valued at $1 billion could have his arm bitten off by a mere sea king? Xin Gang certainly did not. It was inconceivable that his offensive prowess would be inferior to that of a lowly sea eel among the sea kings. If that were the case, he might as well find a block of tofu to meet his end. It appears that Shanks's adventure radar remains as perceptive as ever, for the person he whimsically sought harbored so many secrets. Beckman, after a moment of contemplation, ceased his inquiries and silently regarded Yuta, who lay sprawled on Anton's back, basking in the sun, seemingly lost in thought. On the afternoon of the second day after their departure, the Red Force and the Emerald finally reached the doldrums, allowing Xingang to witness how the mightiest pirate crew often employs the simplest of crossing methods. The red-haired pirates did not equip their vessel with any external propulsion. Instead, they relied solely on human strength to navigate the Red Force through the windless expanse. Rather than rowing in unison, the crew members took turns leaping into the sea to push the ship forward. Astonishingly, their speed remained quite swift, leaving Xingang utterly astounded.
He was aware that individuals in this world possessed irrational strength. Yet seeing a person propel a vessel hundreds or even thousands of times their own size through the water was truly shocking. As the two vessels entered the doldrums, they naturally attracted numerous sea kings. However, these creatures were woefully outmatched and merely served as a bountiful source for Xin Gang and the red-haired pirates. Especially after realizing his own insignificance, Xin Gang felt an urgent need to bolster his strength with layers of heart of steel. And thus he swiftly claimed the majority of the Sea King's bounties, leveraging his reach advantage. The red-haired pirates harbored no resentment. Rather, upon recognizing the escalating power of Xin Gang's Sea King fireworks, they willingly relinquished the creatures for him to dispatch. Upon exiting the doldrums and arriving in the East Sea, Xin Gang's vitality had surpassed 40,000. With the Heart of Steel mark, a single punch now inflicted over 2,000, nearly 3,000 in additional damage. Even the previous wolf form wielder would likely succumb to such a blow, and even if granted the opportunity to unleash a second stage of gigantification, it would only result in an additional punch. Yet, this single strike, which could fell an ordinary person 100,000 times over, left only a faint bruise on Shanks. To make matters worse, Shanks, after enduring the blow, cheekily raised his arm, cloaked in hockey, to flaunt Armament Hockey Kid. Xin Gang was quite frustrated, yet he found himself powerless against Shanks. The level of hockey he wielded was akin to an impenetrable armor, rendering any attacks futile unless they possessed extraordinary piercing capability. Unfortunately, the only universally recognized means of acquiring such piercing power was also through hockey, and regrettably, there was no one available to teach Xin Gang the nuances of this skill. While many within the red-haired pirates had mastered hockey, it seemed that the legacy of the Roger pirates had established a tradition of poor instruction, leaving no one adept at imparting the knowledge of hockey to others. When Xin Gang inquired about how they had come to master their hockey, each one recounted that it had been a natural acquisition through combat. Thus, Xin Gang had no choice but to temporarily set aside his studies of hockey and bid farewell to Shanks and his crew. Chapter 86. The Demon of the Weakest Sea, the East Sea, a region that once birthed the legendary marine Garp and the infamous pirate Roger, has now borne the title of the Weakest Sea for over 11 years. However, despite its reputation, pirates have not been eradicated from these waters. They persist like algae in an aquarium, re-emerging shortly after being disregarded. Consequently, the residents of the East Sea do not enjoy a better existence due to its perceived weakness. They remain vulnerable to the perils of piracy and are often subject to plunder. Yet, pirates do not indiscriminately raid every location. In certain port cities, they transform into the most extravagant patrons, spending the spoils acquired from civilians, merchant ships, and fellow pirates in taverns and entertainment venues. Nevertheless, while they may be generous, earning their coin is no simple feat. Those lacking skill may find themselves on the receiving end of a bullet or blade during moments of revelry. Will, the proprietor of the Flintlock and Rum Tavern, is a formidable figure capable of commanding respect. His dual-wielding pistol skills are nothing short of extraordinary. He could draw, aim, and fire within 2 seconds, maintaining an impressively high accuracy. Moreover, Will is a notorious pirate returned from the Grand Line. A mere mention of his name is enough to intimidate even the weakest of pirates who cannot even pass through Haimu Town. On this stormy day, unsuitable for seafaring, the tavern was particularly crowded. "Come on, Will, tell us more about your experiences in the Grand Line." One patron called out from the bar. The other patrons eagerly turned their attention to hear the first-hand accounts of the enigmatic and tumultuous Grand Line. "Oh, you are too kind," Will feigned reluctance. Yet he was more than willing to recount his illustrious history. The admiration and longing reflected in the eyes of those who listened to his legendary tales greatly satisfied his vanity. "Did you know that after traversing Reverse Mountain, we immediately encountered a terrifying beast capable of swallowing mountains? We fought valiantly against it for 3 days and 3 nights before we finally drove it back." As Will's pirate crew traversed the Reverse Mountain, the island whale Laboon fortuitously did not obstruct their path. He merely caught sight of Laboon emerging from the depths as they departed from Twin Cape, which sent him fleeing in terror. Moreover, you may be unaware that in the Grand Line, no compass functions effectively. Navigation relies on a peculiar device known as a log pose. The tavern patrons wore expressions of enlightenment, as Will smiled with satisfaction, continuing to regale them with embellished tales of his adventures in the Grand Line. "Let me assure you, the Grand Line is indeed the realm destined for pirates. On any given island, there exists a bustling marketplace tailored for pirates. With sufficient coin, one can procure anything one desires. Yet, why did you abandon the Grand Line to escape to the East Blue?" A discordant voice emerged from the crowd, dripping with sarcasm. igniting a spark of rage in Will, who yearned to draw his pistol and silence the insolent wretch. However, upon scanning the room, he could not pinpoint the source of the derision. Thus he maintained his composure and began to elucidate. The truth is, the Grand Line is rife with monsters, equally terrifying as they are numerous. Are you familiar with those possessing devil fruit powers? They are ubiquitous in that realm. Yet, Will had seldom encountered such individuals and had never engaged in combat with one. The other patrons, oblivious to this detail, found Will's return from a land teeming with monsters to be quite remarkable. Even the one who had questioned his departure from the Grand Line had tempered his disdain. "So, did you indeed encounter a devil fruit user?" someone asked with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity for dialogue, Will began to spin the tale he had meticulously prepared. It was a user of the exploding fruit, known in the Grand Line as the Harbinger of Death. Of course, Will had never faced off against Sins, though they had been mere meters apart on occasion, neither party having noticed the other. He had only heard of this figure from others before leaving the Grand Line. Using the information to his advantage, confident that even someone well-versed in the Grand Line would find it difficult to dismantle his deception. As for why he left the Grand Line, the answer was simple. He was merely frightened. Fearful of the imminent attacks from the Sea Kings that might arise on the Grand Line, apprehensive of the fierce and formidable competitors, and wary of the unpredictable ocean. He found himself haunted by the prospect of an untimely demise beneath the waves. The toxic gas canisters, wasted in the town of Haimu, became the final straw that compelled him to escape, for they represented his last resort in dire circumstances, the only assurance that could sustain his voyage. As for the name Exploding Fruit, it was a moniker he had coined based on others' descriptions. The essence was what mattered, and he was no expert on devil fruits. A mere misnomer was inconsequential. One glance from that creature, and it would detonate. To provide others with an immersive experience, Will slammed his hand on the bar, producing a thunderous bang, akin to being obliterated into a heap of flesh. "Wait, I believe I have heard of such a power." A scruffy, middle-aged man in a corner suddenly spoke up. "I heard from the merchants that they had previously encountered a ghost ship at sea, strewn with dismembered human limbs. An experienced ship's doctor claimed that such a condition could only arise from an explosion that occurred from within. No, that is certainly not the same." Will dismissively waved his hand, asserting that the monster he had encountered was in the Grand Line. How could the East Blue possibly house anything comparable? His remarks were not born from a profound reverence for the Harbinger of Death, but rather an attempt to elevate its status to indirectly affirm his own greatness. It was akin to the childish individuals who seek to prove their superiority by showcasing the nobility of the games they play compared to others. Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open with a force that sent it crashing against the opposite wall, a howling gale sweeping in, accompanied by icy rain that transformed the once warm and comfortable atmosphere into a cold, damp environment. Everyone turned their ire towards the entrance, many unleashing a string of expletives. At the doorway stood a man of well-proportioned stature, adorned with a wide-brimmed pointed hat and draped in a tattered cloak resembling a worn poncho. The shadow cast by the brim obscured his face, leaving his features shrouded in darkness. An unsettling aura emanated from him, prompting those already chilled by the rain to shudder involuntarily. "I have come to collect a debt." A colder voice emerged from beneath the brim of the hat. Chapter 87. The Demon of the Weakest Sea. People often use the phrase fishing for a needle in the ocean to describe the difficulty of achieving a particular task. And what Xin Gang has endeavored over the past year exemplifies this sentiment in its truest form. To avoid entanglements with the future four emperors, and driven by a stubbornness not to overly rely on others for revenge, Xin Gang resolved to seek out the traces of the gunpowder pirates in the East Sea himself. Initially, his efforts proved somewhat fruitful. He discovered information regarding the gunpowder pirates' arrival in the East Sea through a subsidiary of the World Economic News and located the island where their ship had last docked. However, upon his arrival, he found not a soul in sight, and the pirate ship had already been refurbished and sold to another crew by the shipyard. Consequently, the World Economic News could not afford to expend further resources on a disbanded pirate crew, leaving Xin Gang to rely solely on his own endeavors to locate the members of the gunpowder pirates. From the outset, he opted for the most rudimentary approach, brandishing the bounty notice of the gunpowder pirates as he methodically inquired island by island, town by town, and even approached merchant vessels and pirate ships he encountered at sea to pose his questions. Ultimately, after scouring a significant portion of the East Sea, he learned from a certain pirate ship the whereabouts of the captain of the gunpowder pirates, leading him to this very place. Xin Gang slowly approached the bar counter, confirming that the man within was indeed the captain of the gunpowder pirate crew. He seated himself directly, retrieving a stack of wanted posters from his pocket, and without a glance, He extracted one and slammed it onto the bar's surface. Before Xin Gang could utter a second word, Will drew his gun and fired. Yet the shot failed to even pierce through Xin Gang's hat. As the old saying goes, those who do not harbor a guilty conscience need not fear the knocking of ghosts. Your reaction is quite telling, suggesting that you have likely engaged in many a dubious deed. Xin Gang removed his hat and set it aside, facing Wei Air with an expression devoid of both sorrow and joy, which made Wei Air feel an inexplicable chill. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Wei Air's actions. Previously, he had fired with his right hand, but this time he pulled the trigger with his left. A black projectile, propelled by the explosion of gunpowder, accurately struck Xin Gang's right eye. Under ordinary circumstances, such an impact would leave a significant gaping hole centered around the right eye. However, the bullet merely penetrated slightly into Xin Gang's eyeball, thereafter failing to advance even a fraction further. How remarkably resilient he was. With a grim expression, Xin Gang extracted the bullet embedded in his eye and placed it upon the bar. The patrons of the tavern immediately comprehended that he was a formidable individual in every conceivable sense, compelling each of them to cautiously distance themselves from the bar, fearful of being splattered by blood or having their own blood spill onto another. Observing that even the delicate region of his eye could not inflict any significant harm upon Xin Gang, Will bent down to retrieve a firearm from beneath the bar, though it might be more accurately described as a cannon. This peculiar weapon featured the firing mechanism and trigger typical of a flintlock pistol, yet its overall shape resembled a standard firearm, albeit with a slightly thicker barrel. The caliber of the gun was comparable to that of a rocket launcher, and the shimmering metallic sheen indicated it was far from lightweight. Even Will, a former pirate captain endowed with extraordinary strength, had to support the barrel with one hand to wield it effectively. Boom! As flames erupted from the muzzle, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the tavern, causing it to tremble. In the aftermath, Will was propelled backward by the tremendous recoil, crashing into the liquor cabinet and shattering it to pieces. Surely, this must have resolved the matter, he thought. Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his arms and chest, he glanced at Xin Gang, only to discover that a shot had obliterated most of the man's head, leaving merely his jaw resting upon his neck. Humph. This is an armor-piercing round capable of easily penetrating steel. Dispatching you should be a trivial task. Will was oblivious to the enmity between himself and this uninvited guest. Yet with one shot having felled him, he was disinclined to ponder it further. However, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, something bizarre occurred with Xin Gang. Countless slender tendrils and vines sprouted from the severed surface of his head, writhing and ascending as if they were squirming maggots or intertwining venomous serpents. Before long, the head, which had been reduced to a mere jaw, grew an entire mouth, which, despite being just a mouth, began to articulate speech, accompanied by the roots and vines that continued to weave upwards. The scene was nothing short of grotesque and terrifying. It appeared that our reckoning had only deepened. The patrons of the tavern stood frozen in shock at this spectacle, with several timid souls huddling together in a corner, trembling in fear. Will, having traversed the Grand Line, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He realized that even the secret weapon's devastating cannon could not harm Xin Gang. Thus, he was resigned to the inevitability of facing this ordeal. He turned his gaze toward Xin Gang, yet found himself at a loss, as half of the man's head had yet to regenerate, leaving him uncertain of where to focus his attention. He could only stare at the air where eyes ought to grow. Who are you? He stammered. Guess, came a cryptic reply. Xin Gang's tone remained as cold and devoid of emotion as ever. You claim to have come to collect a debt, yet I am utterly oblivious to how I have wronged you. Even if I wished to acknowledge my errors and make amends, I would not know where to begin. Wei Air endeavored to present himself with a demeanor of sincerity and humility, hoping to convey to Xin Gang that he genuinely wished to repent. I do not require you to admit fault, but if you truly seek to apologize. A cold laugh escaped Xin Gang's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Will with eyes that bore the remnants of woven patterns. Feel free to ponder at your leisure. I shall grant you ample time to reflect on the sins you must atone for. Rest assured, you have an abundance of time ahead of you. Instinctively, Will sensed that an excess of time might not bode well for him. During the fleeting moments he had managed to gain through his exchange with Xin Gang, he gradually made his way to the back door of the bar, reaching behind him to turn the doorknob, pushing it repeatedly. Yet, the door would not yield. Stunned, Will turned to find that, unbeknownst to him, tendrils of vines had ensnared the door, rendering it as if it were fused with the very space around it. Immovable despite his utmost efforts. Surely you do not believe that I sit here, conversing with you merely to provide you an opportunity to escape? Xin Gang, now fully revealing his head,
rose to his feet, his form continuing to ascend until his waist towered significantly above the bar. In terror, Will realized that Xin Gang's lower half had transformed into a writhing mass of vines, akin to indescribable tentacles, allowing him to effortlessly traverse the bar and approach Will. You appear to be afraid, do you not? Xin Gang extended his hand to cover Will's face, lifting him effortlessly into the air. You should indeed be afraid. For to you, I'm undoubtedly a demon. Chapter 88. The demon of the weakest seasmith now finds himself in a state of bliss. Ever since departing from the treacherous waters where even a peaceful slumber was a luxury, he has been living a life he had once deemed unattainable. The mere transition from a cramped corner on the pirate ship to a separate, cozy room signifies a monumental improvement in his existence. No longer is he reliant on the dark, hard bread and jerky that once constituted his daily sustenance. Now, he revels in a diverse array of food. Most importantly, he perceives a marked change in the captain's demeanor towards him. His status has seemingly evolved from a mere tool to a valued laborer deserving of occasional kindness. While others may view this elevation in treatment as trivial, it is sufficient for Smith to forget the days he endured being bound to the mast and whipped for inadvertently firing a gas grenade. In his simplicity, as long as he is well fed and has a place to rest, he feels immense gratitude, embodying the ideal resource cherished by the lantern-hanging crew. Should the captain occasionally offer him a few cups of rum or escort him to the establishments along the same street, Smith would gladly exert himself in service. Thus, even on tempestuous nights, at Will's command, he would not hesitate to dash out and return with a barrel of rum. He should have entered through the tavern's back door. Yet upon noticing the front door ajar with individuals hastily fleeing, curiosity and concern compelled him to enter through the main entrance. The moment he stepped inside, he was confronted with the sight of Xin Gang, resembling a monstrous octopus, hoisting Will's head high. Without a second thought, Smith rushed forward, released the captain. He vaulted over the bar and struck Xin Gang, but the lower body composed of writhing vines proved far more stable than it appeared, not even swaying in response. Did you just call him captain? A head emerged from the back of Xin Gang's neck, facing Smith with an accusatory glare. Even Smith, not known for his sharp intellect, was startled by this grotesque spectacle. Before he could retreat, a tendril ensnared his feet, lifting him off the ground. It seems you too are a member of that pirate crew, and one without a bounty at that. Your voluntary arrival is most fortuitous, sparing me considerable trouble. Yet, regardless of whether it was the visage directed towards Will or that aimed at Smith, no emotion was discernible. Both wore expressions devoid of warmth, betraying not the slightest hint of joy. Initially, Xin Gang had anticipated that he would be consumed by rage, exhibiting extreme agitation and hysteria, yet in truth, he felt an unprecedented calmness and clarity. It was as though the notorious pirates before him were not embodiments of deep-seated enmity, but rather two inert stones, awaiting his meticulous craftsmanship. He had long since envisioned the forms these stones would take under his skilled hands, even dedicating time to self-study through several medical texts. "Can we depart now?" inquired one of the timid guests, summoning courage amidst their trepidation, believing there might be a serendipitous turn of events akin to Smith's. Xin Gang cast a discerning glance at them, ensuring no members of the gunner pirate crew lingered nearby, before casually remarking, "You may do as you wish." The remaining guests, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, disregarded all else and fled into the torrential downpour, eager to escape the terror-laden realm that had alarmed their primal instincts. Meanwhile, Will, possessing considerable experience, was not one to submit easily. During the brief moment when Xin Gang's attention wavered, he stealthily retrieved a small firearm from within his garments, aiming it at Xin Gang's wrist and pulling the trigger. However, even with the gun pressed directly against him, it merely left a shallow indentation on Xin Gang's arm, failing to elicit any reaction. His grip almost remained unwavering. Xin Gang's response was subtle. He merely smiled at Will, as if eagerly anticipating the latter's defiance. Will swallowed hard, fully aware that his fate was sealed here. Perhaps struck by a sudden pang of conscience upon realizing his imminent demise, he mustered the courage to speak to Xin Gang. "At present, I'm unclear as to why you seek retribution against me, but as you can see, this fellow is a fool. He is arguably the only innocent soul aboard my ship." On the other side, Xin Gang scrutinized Smith from head to toe. Judging by his incessant and loud reactions since being captured, he certainly appeared rather dim-witted. Therefore, at the very least, I wish to spare him. I too desire someone to retrieve my remains. "Oh, what is your profession?" Xin Gang drew Smith closer, transforming him from an upside-down position to a normal standing posture, before locking his gaze onto Smith's eyes and inquiring, I am the gunner, responsible for firing the main cannon, Smith replied, standing tall with an air of pride in his experience. Upon hearing his words, Xin Gang found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, although he quickly regained his calm. Will still caught a glimpse of the fleeting anger that had crossed his face. Did you fire green shell? Xin Gang continued to inquire, his tone as calm as if he were asking about a trivial matter. In the fleeting moment between his question and Smith's response, Will's mind raced. Engaged in a fierce internal struggle, the green projectile swiftly illuminated the reason behind Xin Gang's approach, prompting Will to contemplate whether he should entirely attribute the launch of the gas shell to Smith, thereby alleviating some of the animosity directed towards himself. Ultimately, however, he resolved to bear the burden alone, not out of a sense of duty to protect the crew as captain, but rather an understanding that even if he shifted the blame for the gas shell, he would still inevitably share in the responsibility for the subsequent slaughter upon landing. Thus, facing death regardless, he deemed it more humane to leave Smith with a glimmer of hope. As the contemplative Smith prepared to speak, Will preemptively interjected with a loud explanation. I have stated before that this fellow is a fool. Every action taken was under my directive. So it follows that the gas shell which fell upon my second homeland was indeed launched by this individual. The expression on Xin Gang's face contorted into a grimace. Yet Will found that the fury and agitation emanating from Xin Gang at this moment lacked the formidable sense of oppression he had previously exuded. In fact, that prior state, devoid of any emotional expression, resembled more of a monster than a human being. Unbeknownst to them, both Will and Xin Gang's tones had inadvertently softened as they conversed. Indeed, you must comprehend that such actions would not be undertaken without my command as captain. How could he dare to proceed otherwise? However, the forthright Smith felt compelled to argue, for the scars upon his body told a different tale. Silence, Will bellowed, prompting the typically submissive Smith to obediently close his mouth and refrain from further protest. How touching their camaraderie truly is. Xin Gang nodded knowingly, then raised his hand, sending a wooden stake piercing through Smith's chest. Chapter 89. Death, the most merciful of fates. You were taken aback by Xin Gang's sudden and unanticipated action. What do you mean by you? Xin Gang cast a sidelong glance at Will. After confirming Smith's demise, he carelessly discarded the corpse to one side. He then retrieved the severed head that had been sent away, leaving the remaining head to gaze at Will with an expression that was almost a smile. Surely you do not intend to propose a contrary notion, that the scoundrel who fired the cannon deserved to live? In my view, even a blade that has tasted blood must be rendered useless. Furthermore, you shall soon comprehend that I have already shown him a degree of mercy that was more than warranted. Xin Gang did not utter a falsehood. Rather, 3 minutes later, Will began to implore Xin Gang to grant him a swift release from his torment. The specifics of the ordeal are too gruesome to elaborate upon, so I shall merely summarize a particular aspect of it. Are you familiar with the method of lynching? It is said that if the executor allows the condemned to perish before the execution is complete, they shall suffer a punishment equal to that of the victim. However, this rule is a mere fabrication. In truth, executioners often accept illicit compensation to expedite a merciful end for the condemned. Will, however, was extraordinarily unfortunate. Enduring the entirety of the lynching experience, helplessly witnessing the flesh of his body being meticulously scraped away by barbed vines until below his neck, only a heap of bones remained, save for vital organs. His ability to persist in such agony was not due to an exceptional vitality, nor was it because Xin Gang, having perused a few medical texts, skillfully avoided vital areas during the process. Rather, it was because Xin Gang continually infused Will with a substantial amount of life force to prolong his existence. Moreover, while Xin Gang excised most of Will's bodily tissues, he preserved the majority of his nerve tissues, ensuring that he would not be spared from the ensuing torment. 3 days later, Xin Gang departed with a photograph taken during the disbandment of the Gunpowder Pirates and several addresses, leaving in his wake a towering tree where the tavern once stood. This tree would sway violently at the slightest provocation, as though it were a being enduring immense suffering. Since that time, such trees have proliferated throughout the East Sea, each appearing in the vicinity of a green ship that would dock nearby. Eventually, one brave soul mustered the courage to follow the individual disembarking from the ship, only to uncover the harrowing truth behind these peculiar trees. It was revealed that within each tree resided a being consisting solely of a head and a network of nerves, so far removed from humanity that it could scarcely be deemed human. A mere stump encased within the trunk, its nerves intricately woven into the woody fibers.
What is even more unbearable than the transformation of living beings into trees capable of experiencing pain is the torment that preceded such a fate. The individual who had trailed the figure returned nearly shattered, his psyche as if violated for 3 months in a South American jungle cave by brutish men. Once he regained his composure, this rugged 34-year-old man retched for an extended period, expelling even bile before he could somewhat return to normalcy. From that point onward, no one dared to follow those who descended from the green ship, nor would anyone approach the trees that encased the tortured souls. Xin Gang was indifferent to the dissemination of his deeds, even if it alerted the former members of the Gunpowder Pirates. He welcomed the knowledge that a terrifying reckoning awaited them. After all, the address obtained from will only contained a few members and may not be entirely accurate. If the remaining pirates were to run about like headless flies, it would ironically make them easier to locate. Nearly a year has passed, and Xin Gang has managed to track down nearly all the individuals he learned about from Will, finally uncovering the whereabouts of the last one. It is quite astonishing how much time this has consumed. The helmsman, Xin Gang, displayed a faint smile of relief. Who could argue otherwise? Sitting cross-legged on the back of Anton, basking in the sunlight, Xin Gang chimed in, patting Anton beneath him. Even this fellow's carapace has grown fourfold. If it gets any larger, there won't be enough space on the deck. We shall have shark fin soup for lunch. Another Xin Gang leaped onto the deck from the side of the Emerald, followed closely by a vine that flung a headless shark onto the deck. This Xin Gang, by Heartsteel, had evidently just emerged from the sea, with seawater still dripping from his body. Besides the salt water, his skin was coated in a nearly transparent resin, which seemingly enabled him to dive into the depths to catch sharks. Xin Gang emerged from the cabin, wielding a kitchen knife, swiftly slicing off the shark's fins before tossing the tail to Anton. Their long-standing camaraderie allowed Anton to instinctively know food had arrived, as he extended his head and snapped up the severed shark midair. After feeding Anton, the Xin Gang from the cabin turned to prepare dinner. But the helmsman called out to him, glancing at the other two selves. My quest for vengeance is finally nearing completion. Do you all have any thoughts? It was not as exhilarating as anticipated. In fact, it felt rather tedious. Inflicting torment upon those wretches did not bring emotional gratification. The hunting Xin Gang spoke first, climbing onto Anton's carapace to bask in the sun. Indeed, revenge held little meaning, no matter how much those scoundrels screamed. It could not erase the pain endured by the people of Hima Town, nor could it resurrect the deceased. The cross-legged Xin Gang continued to echo these sentiments, barely bothering to open his eyes. However, revenge is not pursued for personal satisfaction, but rather to provide closure for those who have suffered, to punish the wrongdoers, and to serve as a warning for would-be offenders. The Xin Gang from the cabin continued the thought of his cross-legged counterpart. I merely wish for those scoundrels to pay the price. Perhaps tormenting them will not bring me joy, but allowing them to continue living will undoubtedly cause me great distress. After speaking, he gathered the severed fins and retreated into the cabin. So it should be. Steering the helm, Xin Gang nodded in agreement with his own perspective. Thus, I harbor a disdain for those who merely vociferate about relinquishing hatred. While you may feel unburdened and at ease, your adversaries evade retribution. Yet, who offers an explanation to those who have been harmed or to the deceased? Should we assume they deserve their fate simply because they cannot voice their anguish? Nevertheless, why do I find myself sensing that I am merely toasting in the midst of a celebration? I still have a pirate's debt to settle. Sitting cross-legged, Xin Gang gazed out across the sea, an inexplicable feeling gnawing at him that matters may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Is it not entirely natural to harbor such concerns? Stretching out beneath the sun, Hunter Xin Gang seamlessly picked up the thread of his own discourse, recalling that the final pirate resided in Frost Moon Village, where the towering staircase was certain to prove fatal for him. Chapter 90. Mutual understanding does not preclude conflict, sister. Something grave has occurred. A child rushed into the dojo, causing Guena, who was poised to ascend the stairs to fetch a batch of bamboo swords, to retract her foot and turn to run towards him. Do not panic. Speak slowly. Guena, despite her tender age of 11, displayed a demeanor befitting a seasoned elder as she sought to calm the breathless child. The demon from the green ship has arrived. The child gasped. Master Gungshiro and the others have gone to the port. You must hurry. Upon hearing this, Guena paused momentarily. The tale of the demon arriving aboard the green ship had circulated throughout the East Blue over the past year, becoming a potent tool employed by parents to frighten disobedient children. However, as the green ship was said to appear only during torrential rain and at night, few had actually borne witness to either the vessel or the demon that disembarked from it. were it not for the trees, each enveloping the forms of human-like figures. The majority might have dismissed it as mere folklore. What could possibly compel such a thing to visit our shores? As Gwaina sprinted toward the harbor, she was not driven by the desire to engage in battle. Deep down, she understood that while she might appear formidable in the eyes of the children, her skills were, in reality, rather mediocre, offering little assistance in a genuine confrontation. Her curiosity was piqued by tales of the green ship originating from the Grand Line, prompting her to seek out whether female swordsmen on that perilous route were indeed inferior to their male counterparts. Furthermore, despite the ominous tales surrounding the green ship, its only reputed misdeed seemed to be the planting of a tree upon arrival at each destination, and those transformed into trees were rumored to have once been pirates, suggesting that actual combat might be a non-issue. Upon reaching the harbor, Gwaina was taken aback to find her father leading the village's able-bodied men in a blockade, with Zoro, her rival, behaving like a feisty pup at the forefront of the group. Opposing them stood an unremarkable young man, accompanied by a towering, fearsome tortoise, dwarfing even the ship behind them, a green vessel enveloped in a myriad of plant life. Dear friends, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not a pirate, nor do I wish to cause you any harm. I have merely come in search of an individual. The young man, known as Xin Gang, spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. I kindly ask for your cooperation. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall leave immediately after locating the person I seek. A slender, middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, positioned himself to block the audacious Zoro with one hand while pulling Gwaina closer with the other. He then stepped forward to confront Xin Gang. I apologize, but I must ask you to leave. I doubt we have anyone here that you're looking for. Xin Gang immediately recognized the individual as Shuangyue Jingsairo, and those two children were undoubtedly Zoro and Kuina. However, to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings, he refrained from gazing too intently at the children. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Shuangyue Jingsairo and retrieved a meticulously preserved photograph from his pocket. It seems you're the most esteemed person here, so I shall pose my question directly. Xin Gang pointed to the last person on the photograph who had yet to be crossed out, showing it to S. Getsuke Sure. Do you recognize this individual? Due to his nearsightedness, S. Getsuke Sure stepped forward several paces to clearly discern the figure in the image. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the person indeed resided in S. Getsu village. Before he could respond, Xin Gang, interpreting the fleeting change in his expression, understood he had not come to the wrong place. Stretching his limbs, he began to make his way toward S. Getsu village, seemingly resolute. Well then, I shall proceed. I intend to settle an outstanding debt that has lingered for 2 years. Wait, S. Getsuke Sure interjected, extending his hand to block Xin Gang's path. His sharp gaze fixed upon him. What are you planning to do? What do you intend for Connors? Have you not heard? Xin Gang replied, his demeanor shifting from lightheartedness to a brooding countenance in the blink of an eye. I had assumed I was somewhat well known, yet it appears there are still those unaware of my methods. In truth, I intend for them to endure every conceivable torment, only to be buried alive within a tree, thereby continuing to suffer in endless agony. I cannot allow you to proceed with such intentions. S. Getsuke Sure placed a hand upon the hilt of his katana, shedding his previous air of lethargy, now embodying the sharpness of a swordsman. Surely, there is no need for us to engage in battle. Xin Gang spread his hands before his chest and took a step back, indicating his unwillingness to engage with Shuangyue Jingsalang. He then pointed to the photograph of the individual, explaining that this man was a pirate, the kind who would not hesitate to face execution on the gallows without a hint of injustice. Why then? Do you continue to protect him? Shuangyue Jingsalang remained unyielding, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, showing no intention of moving it. If anyone could simply claim that there were pirates in our village to take someone away, it would surely delight the slave traders the most. Indeed, that is a valid point. Xin Gang nodded in deep agreement, acknowledging that we had never met before, and thus, you indeed had no reason to trust me. Xin Gang's seemingly conciliatory response did little to ease the vigilance of Shuangyue Jingsairo. Instead, he firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, embodying a readiness to draw it at any moment. If you know what is good for you, leave swiftly. Yes, you. Shuangyue village is not a place where you can act recklessly. After issuing the eviction order, Xin Gang suddenly slapped his forehead as if a realization struck him. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a handful of wanted posters, beginning to search through them while muttering in a tone loud enough for Shuangyue Jingsairo to hear. I haven't used these wanted notices since I obtained photographs from our captain. I never anticipated they would come in handy at this moment. Thankfully, I didn't discard them. The stack of wanted posters was scant, and as soon as he finished speaking, he found the one he sought. He pulled it out and unfolded it towards Xuanyue Jingsairo. Look, this individual is a cadre with a bounty nearing 10 million. Surely you must believe me now? Upon seeing the wanted notice, Xuanyue Jinsairo's expression shifted slightly. However, his reaction was more one of resignation than astonishment. He sighed deeply, drawing his sword from its sheath and pointing it at Xin Gang. I'm afraid I cannot surrender him. Oh, and why is that? In response to Xuanyue Jinsairo's unsheathing of his sword, Xin Gang displayed no appropriate reaction, merely inquiring in a flippant tone. He may have once strayed from the righteous path, but I firmly believe he has since reformed. Can you not grant him a chance? As Xuanyue Jingsairo spoke, the first part of his words was deliberately loud, seemingly not just for Xin Gang's ears, but more as a self-affirmation. The latter part, however, diminished in volume, adopting a tone of humble pleading. Reformed? How much has he truly reformed? Xin Gang seemed quite curious, wearing an enigmatic smile. Xuanyue Jingsalang hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Connor's demeanor upon arriving in Xuanyue village had been unremarkable. He was amiable and friendly, widely regarded as a good man. Yet, could such traits truly compel this individual, who sought retribution for his blood debts, to show mercy? While he pondered this, Xin Gang remained undeterred, continuing to prattle on like a comedic performer, treating others as mere fodder for his amusement. Had he assisted an elderly lady across the street, or perhaps returned lost money to the police? Or had he bravely protected others in times of disaster? If so, it might be that he had indeed resolved to mend his ways. Perhaps a nostalgic reflection would cleanse him of his past transgressions more thoroughly than any protagonist. Admittedly, I find such narratives rather compelling, though that sentiment arises only in the realm of fiction concerning the lives of others. Xingang's tone suddenly shifted to a fierce intensity, pulling Xuanyue Jingsairo out of his chaotic thoughts. If anyone were to harm those I hold dear, even if they repented as fervently as a saintly white lotus, I would seize them and reduce them to mere refuse. There would be no room for negotiation. Xuanyue Jingsairo raised the autumn water in his hand, assuming a determined stance. Indeed, there was no need for further discussion. Xin Gang suddenly wore a broad smile on his face, as if something peculiar had come over him, for he had finally located his quarry. Xuanyue Jingsalang instinctively turned to glance at the young man who had accompanied him, yet he found no trace of Connors among them. That fellow was not present. He had been hiding in the depths of his own cellar all along. Xingang kindly reminded Xuanyue Jingsalang and nodded, expressing his understanding of why he felt the need to protect that individual. To his surprise, the latter had acted rather swiftly, marrying and starting a family within just 2 years. Instantly, Xuanyue Jingsalang became tense, beginning to move cautiously, clearly having entered a state of readiness for battle. Do not be so anxious. Xin Gang continued to soothe Xuanyue Jingsalang, assuring him that he had not sunk so low as to harm the wife and child of an adversary, thus urging him to relax a little. Perhaps it was Xin Gang's consistently gentle demeanor that led Xuanyue Jingsalang to believe there might still be room for negotiation. Consequently, he lowered his knife slightly, hoping for one last chance to plead his case. Since you are aware that he has established a family, could you not spare him? He is now a husband and a father. Taking his life would shatter that household. It is as if he has not already wreaked havoc on others' homes. And I have no intention of ending his life. In the end, he would merely be confined within a tree, with a stroke of good fortune. He might even outlive all those present here. However, at the very least, allow him to remain with his family. Even if you were to sever an arm or a leg, or even blind him, it would not matter. That child has just begun to call out for father and mother. Very well. I understand your sentiments. Xin Gang extended his hand to interrupt Xuanyue Jingsairo, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I comprehend your sentiments. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly act in the same manner. However, it is precisely for this reason that I recognize our inability to reach a consensus on this matter. Therefore, let us resolve our differences through force. The vanquished shall yield to the victor. Chapter 91. The Sword and the Forest. Upon hearing Xin Gang's words, which were tantamount to declaring war, Xuanyue Jingsairo immediately assumed a combat stance, his right foot slightly raised, poised to engage Xin Gang. Yet, Xin Gang raised his hand once more, signaling for a pause, nearly causing the already tense Xuanyue Jingsairo to stumble. The devastation my abilities could wreak upon this arena is considerable. Should we fight here, the port would certainly be compromised. Therefore, let's find a more suitable location. Initially somewhat displeased, Xuanyue Jingsairo readily nodded in agreement upon realizing that Xin Gang's suggestion was clearly motivated by concern for the residents of Xuanyue village. Thus, Xin Gang gestured towards a distant beach. Let us proceed there. It is spacious and will not cause undue disturbance to others. Xuan Yue Jingsairo nodded once again. With that, a vine sprouted from beneath Xin Gang's feet, lifting him onto the back of Antuan, who then, without further ado, swam towards the designated beach. You all stay here. Xuan Yue Jingsairo issued a stern command, strikingly contrary to his usual demeanor, before dashing towards the direction indicated by Xin Gang. However, as he departed, Zoro immediately prepared to follow, only to be halted in time by Kuina. Do not interfere with my father's battle. It is beyond our capacity to meddle. As the daughter of Xuan Yue Jingsairo, Kuina was acutely aware of her seemingly harmless father's formidable prowess. Having witnessed his unattainable swordsmanship since childhood, she found herself believing him when he claimed that no female swordsman could ascend to the pinnacle of the world, for she could scarcely fathom how she might ever hope to match him. While she was not fully cognizant of Xin Gang's strength, the fact that he commanded Xuan Yue Jingsairo's serious attention indicated he was no weakling. Thus, at present, it would suffice merely to refrain from complicating matters. Yet, being a swordsman herself, she could not help but feel a yearning for the confrontation between the strong. Consequently, she opted for a compromise, ascending the nearby lighthouse with Zoro. Once the two had secured their footing atop the lighthouse, they observed as Xuan Yue Jingsairo reached the beach, where Xin Gang awaited him. Having exchanged ample words prior, the two now fell silent and engaged directly in combat. Xuan Yue Jingsairo's swordplay leaned towards a gentle defensive counterattack. At the outset, he merely held his blade aloft, moving slowly around Xin Gang. Xin Gang did not rush to attack. Instead, his feet seemed to intertwine with the verdant grass, swiftly transforming the entire beach into a lush battlefield suitable for his combat style. Observing the alteration of the surroundings, Frost Moon Gang Shiro realized he had likely squandered the opportunity to seize the initiative in battle, to prevent Xin Gang from further gaining an advantage in terrain. He had no choice but to steel himself and initiate an offensive, if only to gauge the extent of his opponent's abilities. His swordsmanship, though seemingly gentle, was merely a contrast to the more forceful style of future swordsmen like Zoro. Once in motion, his form became ethereal, and his blade radiated with fierce brilliance, allowing him to swiftly maneuver behind Xin Gang. In the next moment, Xin Gang's body was cleaved in two along a straight line from his right shoulder to his left lower abdomen, the upper half slowly sliding down along the severed edge. However, Frost Moon Gang Shiro remained vigilant, immediately pivoting to face Xin Gang, his sword raised high with the tip aimed directly at the misaligned halves of his opponent's body. He had sensed, during their earlier clash, that Xin Gang was no mere flesh-and-blood entity. Hence, even being bisected would not necessarily spell his end. Indeed, as he anticipated, before the upper half of Xin Gang could completely descend, a head emerged from the severed edge of the lower half, pushing aside the original head and a small portion of the body. From this displaced segment, a pair of diminutive feet sprouted, growing rapidly until they completed the form of a whole person before touching the ground. Now, Frost Moon Gang Shiro found himself confronted by two Xin Gangs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly retreated a few steps to widen the distance between himself and the dual adversaries. The two Xin Gangs exchanged a glance, instantly reaching an understanding, or perhaps they had always shared a singular consensus. One moved left while the other moved right, closing in on Frost Moon Gang Shiro, both leaving behind a trail of afterimages that appeared to be swift yet also carried a languid grace. Faced with the encirclement, Frost Moon Gang Shiro sheathed his blade and bent low, executing a simple yet effective draw cut in the blink of an eye. Both approaching figures hesitated. The Xin Gang on his left was severed at the waist, while the one on his right sustained only a slender cut across the midsection, swiftly mending itself. The bisected Xin Gang did not split further. Instead, tendrils sprouted from the severed edge, rejoining to form a complete entity once more. Was it only capable of division into two? Frost Moon Gang Shiro began to analyze Xin Gang's abilities based on the information at hand. Despite both bodies being equidistant from him, the extent of their injuries was starkly different. Was it due to that peculiar movement? As the analysis reached this point, the lightly injured Xin Gang approached him, his hardened palm thrusting towards him like a blade. Xuan Yue Jingsaling swiftly severed Xin Gang's hand with a swift stroke and quickly retreated, distancing himself from him. Typically, a swordsman of his caliber would engage the enemy head-on, yet the recent events led him to question whether these two Xin Gangs truly represented the original. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted before he could steady himself upon landing. His instincts compelled him to leap off the ground. Upon soaring into the air and glancing down,
He witnessed two massive hardened spikes erupting from the very spot he had stood, which, had he not evaded, would have likely pierced through his feet. Before he could relish his narrow escape, a scene that made him gasp in shock unfolded before him. Countless hardened spikes, as thick as the handles of knives, sprouted from the grass, transforming the verdant field into a hellish landscape of blades. Xuangyue Jingseling realized there seemed to be no safe place to land. Moreover, these spikes did not remain still, their tips all aimed at him, advancing like serpents. If he did not act swiftly, he would soon be reduced to a bloodied, mutilated mass. In a moment of decisive action, Xuangyue Jingseling swung his sword, autumn water, forward. The spikes encroaching from that direction were caught in a tempest of his blade. Severed, sliced, and shattered. He then lightly pushed off from one of the spikes below, propelling himself towards the direction of his strike. The sword's aura had swept through the grass, carving out a patch and revealing the sand beneath. Although this sandy expanse would soon be reclaimed by the grass, Xuangyue Jingseling seized the opportunity to catch his breath. The spikes ceased their pursuit, opting instead to grow upwards, thickening and branching out until, in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a dense forest. In summary, grant him a heart of steel, and he shall traverse the entire Grand Line. He is the harbinger of death for the Emerald Forest, General Xin Gang. From a moment of his crossing into this world, General Xin was resolute in his mission to eradicate all who impeded his peaceful existence. At the tender age of 1, he triumphed over the future emperor, red-haired Shanks, and by 3, he had injured the naval hero, Garp, with a single punch, retreating unscathed.